A woman is reborn 15 days before a zombie outbreak, sells all her assets, and buys an abandoned air raid shelter to live a self-sufficient life. In her previous life, when the apocalypse arrived and zombies besieged the city, Xiaoya was swallowed by the horde. Upon reopening her eyes, a system notification echoed in her mind. Space Overlord system activated. Please reinforce the original base. Rewards will be granted based on the reinforcement level. Countdown, 15 days. Xiaoya's eyes lit up, and she paused slightly upon hearing the new task. Then, the system prompted, detected one base war dog. Reward, war dog combat ability increased 100-fold. Physical attributes enhanced 100-fold. Xiaoya stared in amazement at Summer, the German shepherd before her. The dog's body began to transform, its frame doubling in size. Claws and fangs growing long and razor-sharp. All signs of aging from its advanced years faded away, replaced by an intimidating aura of a fierce beast. Next, Xiaoya headed to the construction materials market. With her late mother's small car ensuring her mobility, she was ready to obsessively reinforce her base. She found a barbed wire factory and ordered 2,000 square meters of razor wire coiled fencing. This type of steel barbed wire could simply be wrapped around old fencing, requiring minimal effort for maximum effectiveness. At 7 yuan per meter, Xiaoya spent 14,000 yuan in one go. Due to the sizable order, the boss arranged for his own truck to deliver the goods alongside her. Xiaoya led them to the outskirts and had them unload the goods in an open space by the roadside, claiming, "I'll arrange for another vehicle later." She didn't want to reveal the base's location. Fortunately, it was already dark. After the goods were unloaded in the empty lot, she had Summer stand guard. Taking advantage of the remote, uninhabited area, she stored all the barbed wire into her space one by one. Once everything was cleared, she drove back to the base with Summer. On the way, she thought about renting a warehouse as a transfer station. Half an hour later, Xiaoya returned to the air raid shelter and began reinforcing a section of the dilapidated barbed wire fence. She worked alone, wrapping and strengthening it meter by meter. Xia Tian occasionally helped by fetching tools for her. The two worked from dusk until dawn, finally securing all 2,000 meters of razor wire along the existing fence. She couldn't wait to hear the reward for this reinforcement. As soon as she finished the last bit, a system voice echoed in her mind. Detection, barbed wire fence reinforced. Reward, defense effectiveness increased 100-fold. Xiaoya stared in amazement at the newly reinforced fence. It visibly thickened and became denser, with razor-sharp edges. Every blade on the razor wire she had bought now gleamed menacingly. The previously flimsy wire gate had even upgraded into a steel lift gate. While reinforcing earlier, she had noticed the fence could effectively block intruders but wouldn't hold against a vehicle ramming or a massive zombie horde. Now, even if thousands of zombies attacked simultaneously, they wouldn't be able to tear through her fence. Xiaoya was extremely satisfied. She couldn't wait to buy more supplies to continue reinforcing. But at the moment, her growling stomach took priority. Xia Tian circled around her, clearly starving as well. "You must be hungry too?" Xiao Tian whimpered twice in response. The two of them had only eaten a little the day before, and after a full day of work, they hadn't even started their official supply shopping yet. At this moment, Xiaoya remembered she still had some food in her space. With a thought, a steaming bag of soup dumplings appeared in her hand, still hot. This meant the system had rewarded her with a sealed storage space where energy didn't dissipate. Whatever went in would come out exactly as it was, allowing her to stockpile supplies indefinitely without worrying about expiration. She could now hoard food with complete confidence. In an abandoned house on the outskirts of town, Xiaoya stood with Xia Tian, facing a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. The rural highway was lined with vacant properties, former farmhouses left behind as most people moved to the city. The better-located ones had rental signs posted. Xiaoya had found this relatively spacious farmhouse along the main road near her air raid shelter, planning to use it as a transfer station. Supplies could be stored here before she transported them via her system space, keeping things discreet and simplifying procurement. It would prevent a repeat of yesterday's situation, where unloading goods by the roadside risked drawing attention. The rent was 300 yuan per month, with a deposit equal to 1 month's rent. Xiaoya said, "I'll give you 400 yuan upfront and skip the deposit. I only need it for a month as a storage space. If not, I'll go elsewhere." The landlord quickly stopped her. Fine, 400 yuan it is, but don't damage the place, and you have to leave on time when the lease is up. Xiaoya handed over 400 yuan for the key. She'd definitely move out by then, because there would be no lease end day. She had no intention of reclaiming the key or deposit, so spending an extra 100 yuan now saved her 200 yuan later. A total win. After successfully renting the warehouse, Xiaoya began purchasing supplies, starting with food. She first visited 10 different stores. Buying 400 bags of 50-pound rice from each 100 tons of rice isn't actually much, as a standard wholesale grain supplier can easily provide it, and this amount only occupies a space of 5 meters in length. width, and height. The rice cost her over 400,000 yuan, enough to last her several lifetimes. Additionally, she stocked up on 1,000 boxes of instant noodles in various flavors: Japanese tonkatsu, braised beef, seafood, spicy beef, dry noodles, basically every flavor available on the market. After the apocalypse begins, instant noodles become a luxury item, easy to prepare, tasty, and rich in oil and salt, making them the best food for survival. The price of instant noodles ranged from around 50 to over 100 yuan per box. From 54 yuan for 24 packs of braised beef flavor to 100 yuan for 30 packs of Japanese tonkatsu. On average, each box cost about 70 yuan, so 1,000 boxes totaled around 70,000 yuan. Of course, with instant noodles, she couldn't forget sausages. She bought 200 boxes of her favorites, corn-flavored sausages and spicy crispy bone sausages, along with 100 boxes of wuzhong pickled vegetables. These two items cost her less than 30,000 yuan. Next, her attention turned to self-heating meals and pre-made meal kits, which are extremely convenient. Just heat them up when hungry. Examples include Taiwanese braised pork, home-style tofu, Brazilian barbecue, sweet and sour pork, mushroom chicken, minced meat with eggplant, kung pao chicken, and curry chicken. The average price per meal kit was around 7 to 8 yuan per bag. She bought over 20,000 bags from more than a dozen stores, spending about 150,000 yuan. This would basically allow her to eat one bag per meal in the future. After ordering all these basic food supplies, Xiaoya finally felt free from the worry of food shortages for a lifetime and gained a sense of security. Only with a full granary could she prepare for other things. Unknowingly, she had already spent nearly 700,000 yuan that day. She originally had over 300,000 yuan in savings, half of which came from rental income of her previous property. Now, after selling the house for 2 million yuan, she still had 1.7 million yuan left. As money flowed like water, Xiaoya's gaze deepened. She spread her hand, and a bright red property deed appeared before her. Calmly, she found the contact of a local private financial firm online and called, "Hello, I'd like to mortgage my property for a loan." The person replied, "Sure, come to my office at 10 a.m. tomorrow to discuss in person." Xiaoya hung up. She planned to mortgage her property deed again. Certain grudges had to be settled, and she intended to return them double-fold. Her despicable relatives should prepare for her double sale surprise. That afternoon, after leaving an old office building in the city, Xiaoya's account was credited with another 1.5 million yuan. These small loan companies were more ruthless than vampires. She had sold the house to the Qiaoying family for 2 million yuan, but mortgaging it to the loan company only fetched her 1.5 million yuan. With exorbitant interest rates, Xiaoya signed a 7-day repayment agreement with them. Within 7 days, she had to return 2 million yuan to the loan company, or they would repossess the house. But it didn't matter because she had no intention of repaying the money in the first place. The 7-day loan period was perfectly timed. Just before the apocalypse arrived, the loan company would come knocking on the Qiaoying family's door. When the time comes for both sides to fight like dogs, they'll start tearing into each other fiercely. Neither is easy to mess with, and it's hard to say who will come out on top. Seeing the money deposited into her account by the loan company, she went all out and borrowed from every lending platform on the market, ruthlessly taking advantage of the opportunity to score an extra 500,000 yuan. Now with 3.7 million yuan in hand, Xiaoya could go all out and stock up on supplies once again. With her funds replenished, she first went to a building materials factory to further fortify her stronghold. She bought 40 to 50 surveillance cameras, then found a seller of generators. She needed a power generation setup. Wind, hydro, and thermal power weren't very practical. They were troublesome to install and time-consuming. A diesel generator, however, was perfect. "How many kilowatts do you need?" the vendor asked. Han Xingxia had a general understanding of the properties of diesel generators. Something like the smallest 30 kilowatt-hour one would probably cost anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000. A typical 200 kilowatt one in the mid-range costs between $50,000 and $100,000. For 300 kilowatts, you're looking at over $100,000, and any price further up is doubled. Anything over 1,000 kilowatts starts at $1 million. And the imported ones are another 2 to 3% more expensive than the domestic ones. By domestic on the line, our domestic quality is not worse than the imported, and domestic more durable. Practicality is high. Imported also on the diesel fuel has picky. What do you plan to buy? Open a restaurant? The boss continued to introduce. Right. She needs electricity to energize the grid for daily bomb shelter lighting, and using hotel grade is about right. Still, she bought the most expensive and powerful one. Because her system rewards were something that would be raised according to her level. You want the best. I want the best, one step at a time. Not bad for money. Han Xingxia looked like a tycoon and bought the best cost-effective $1.5 million generator in his store. When the boss saw Han Xingxia like this, his face was all smiles. Han Xingxia let him send her a little more things, his store small pieces of scattered things Han Xingxia want, what soundproof cushion, toolkit, small pieces of less valuable, all as an add-on to want. The boss didn't hesitate, and at the end of the day, he even gave Han Xingxia the 10 or so liters of diesel fuel left in the store. Han Xingxia immediately brightened up when she saw the oil. Boss, do you recognize anyone who can take the oil a little cheaper? Diesel fuel is not easy to buy. Take your ID card to a gas station to buy, you have to register every time, and you can only buy a few liters at a time, and even many gas stations don't sell bulk fuel, they only sell fuel for cars. But it's highly likely that a generator seller like this one knows a few doors. There is a black market for such things as oil, and some small, unseen black oil workshops steal oil from large oil fields and collect oil from the sea that comes from twisted, unclaimed oil to process and sell in the dark. These are the black oils. Sure enough, after her words fell, the boss's face revealed mystery. He pulled Han Xingxia to the side and gave her a business card. If you use oil, you call this number, say I introduced you, can give you a discount, cheaper than the market by 20%. Thanks. Han Xingxia took the business card. Sure enough, all these related industries have a doorway to each other. Han Xingxia went out to leave, and the boss muttered, the market is really bad with the recent flu outbreak. Yeah. Han Xingxia echoed casually and left in stride. Say nothing. This flu is actually a precursor to the end times. Half a month after the outbreak of the influenza virus, people infected with the virus died suddenly, and before anyone could get over the pain of losing their loved ones, they realized that all of them had come to life. Of course, this one can come to life as a different kind of creature, a zombie. In her previous life, Han Xingxia had been busy with Han Ying's marriage during this time. Han Ying's new wife found out she was pregnant during this time, and she was busy accompanying her to the hospital in addition to giving them money to buy new furniture for decoration. She happened to be at the hospital with her new sister-in-law getting her reports the day the end times came, when she heard screams erupting from the hospital. She witnessed a patient in the hallway who had been advanced to EMS and had been pronounced dead suddenly sit up and tear at the loved ones around her. A group of people ran to stop the block, while Han Xingxia saw that the loved one who had been bitten the earliest didn't take 5 minutes before his entire body began to mutate. He rose convulsively from the ground, and by the time he stood up stiffly, there wasn't a trace of blood on his body, and his eyes had turned the leaden gray of a zombie in a movie. There were no eyes, no life, and they emitted a horrifyingly hungry and bloodthirsty light. He opened his bloody mouth and bit down on the people around him who were helping to stop him. The whole hospital is rioting. This happens in all corners of the hospital. All those bitten mutate within 5 minutes, joining in and tearing into the others. Han Xingxia was also scared at the time, but in order to protect her pregnant sister-in-law, she was very calm and bravely copied her weapon to counterattack the onrushing zombies, leading her through the riot. It was also because she was so good from the start that the Han family thought she was very capable and let her do everything from now on. Searching for supplies, protecting everyone, it was all Han Xingxia charging forward. In her last life, she had always felt that it was her fulfillment to be needed by them, to be able to protect her entire family. Oh, but that also depends on whether she's protecting her family or a litter. In this life, she could never do again. Han Xingxia asked the boss to send the stuff to the warehouse and called on the way to inquire about the diesel fuel. And it's deliverable, so I can get it to her tomorrow. Han Xingxia told her to send as much as she could, and she wanted all the spot he had there. Buy out the other side of $1 million straight away. The other party gave her a 25% discount, and Han Xingxia spent almost $2 million on a trip out today. Chapter 5: Upgrading of Air Raid Shelters. After unloading the supplies from the warehouse side, Han Xingxia put the large generator into her space. There is enough space. Not long after, Han Xingxia returned to her base. She started by installing the generator in a storage room at the far end of the shelter. Dropping 1000 kilowatt generator detected. Reward permanently unbreakable minimum energy generator. Han Xingxia. She was pleasantly surprised to see that the exterior of her generator seemed to be coated in a silver sheen. The quality of its strength was instantly different from before. And most importantly, permanently unbreakable. Knowing that the generator would need to be maintained in the later stages, Han Xingxia could only make it last as long as possible, and she didn't expect that the system would directly strengthen it for her to be permanently unbreakable. That's great. Keep doing it. Han Xingxia followed up by installing the camera on his own barbed wire fence yesterday. She had a great location for this tunnel shelter, with a large circle of trees outside, the main highway a kilometer away, and the branch road hidden in the mountains after it extended 500 meters into the area. People on the outside can barely notice that there is a tunnel covered by barbed wire. Not at all conspicuous. The internal cameras monitored her range without any dead ends, and after Han Qingxia installed the cameras, she connected them to the circuit, which was powered by a generator on the other side to monitor all the creatures that had accidentally intruded. Immediately, all the cameras and energized barbed wire were up and running. A surveillance image of all the grids in a dense grid appeared on her computer. In the meantime, dropping monitoring and grid systems detected. Reward surveillance system upgrade. Electronic eye surveillance range increased tenfold. Automatically detects all living and non-living bodies. Grid system upgrade. Maximum grid attack 10,000 volts. Han Qingxia. She looked at the sharper surveillance images that appeared on her computer screen, pulling up a random one with more than 10 times the pixels than before. Pull in the screen. Han Qingxia had bought the best 100-meter monitoring range, and at the moment she was able to stretch as far as 1,000 meters. Can see the highway in the distance through gaps in the trees. And at that moment, a flying bird tried to land on Han Qingxia's wire fence. It hovered for a moment, finding a landing spot. Instantly, beep. Sparks flashed. The bird of prey fell straight down. A more satisfied light appeared in Han Qingxia's eyes when she saw this. That's a good defense boost. That's good. She'd like to see who would break into her base in the future. Death by touch. Summer, don't ever go near those barbed wire fences again, understand? Woof. The upgraded Summer has grown in size and intelligence, and is more humane than before. Han Qingxia rubbed his head and took out the food from the refrigerator in the previous home from space to have a meal with Summer. After eating, she proceeded to start packing up her base. She found out that there was a reward for packing up the bomb shelter. For example, cleaning out wells and weeds in bomb shelters. Dropping well upgrade detected. Reward clean water from the Independence Mountain System. Dropping weed area reduction detected. Bonus premium soil. Planting crop yields increased by 100 times. Crop growth rate increased tenfold. Han Qingxia was energized by the sight of it. Clean water, high quality soil. Her base is getting better and stronger. This most basic of resources ensures that she can follow up by growing some fresh fruits and vegetables that she can later produce herself and be self-sufficient. Going to get some assorted seeds later. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, less than 3 days before the end. Han Qingxia opened his eyes every day for 7 days and first ran 10,000 meters around the air raid shelter, improving his physical fitness dramatically while understanding the terrain in the meantime. She was now skilled in the surrounding terrain. Her tunnel shelter was inside a mountain, with the shelter as the centerpiece, and a band of barbed wire protection built in a circular pattern on both sides of the mountain from a halfway point. Where the barbed wire fence connects to the mountain is a steep bluff, and it's very hard to get around the fence to come over, and to come around the opposite side of the mountain, I'm sorry to say, that's even more difficult than from here. The terrain on the backside is much steeper than the front, with bushes and trees all along the way. Professional climbers have a hard time tumbling in. The only other hidden danger is fire. Forest fire prevention has always been a big deal, and it's extremely difficult to prevent, unless Han Qingxia herself cuts down a large layer of trees in advance to make a barrier. But cutting down bald trees, her place is very exposed to people. After some serious thought, she bowed her head and began to clear a circle of dead branches and leaves around her. The tree was definitely not to be cut down. Once it was cut down, it would be easy to be discovered by people. In the post-apocalyptic world, people were the most dangerous. Avoiding humans coming over was far more reliable than preventing some of the disasters that humans would bring in advance. You can't put the cart before the horse. Then again, forest fires are not really easy to start. The forests are humid, and clearing the ground of fallen leaves and dead branches can be effective in preventing forest fires. Han Qingxia cleared a clean area centered on her base's protective belt. Just then, a voice came from her head. Dropping fire hazard reduction detected. Reward no burning ever in the cleanup belt. Han Qingxia. Goldfinger gives it away when it counts. The security of her fallout shelter will be enhanced once again. The biggest hidden danger in Han Qingxia's heart was eliminated, and she immediately invested her energy in other things. She gained a bonus inch for every inch she cleared, and the base's defenses improved with every bit of reinforcement. Her base is rapidly strengthening. Her deliveries have been arriving for the past few days. After Han Xingxiao was busy in the bomb shelter during the day, he uniformly went to the warehouse at night to get things. She had the courier put the stuff in her warehouse, and she also had an oversized surveillance camera installed at the front door of her warehouse, along with Summer in there to keep an eye on it for her. It's a peaceful time, and even if no one is watching, everyone won't actively do evil, let alone have a super aggressive dog inside. The courier unloads one truck at a time and leaves when he's done. Han Xingxiao went over to pick it up at night and used her space to take the stuff away and bring it back within her base. Dropping warehouse stocked full detected. Han Xingxiao bought 100 tons of rice, 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, 200 boxes of ham sausage, 100 boxes of squash, more than 20,000 bags of cooking pouches have all arrived, neatly placed in the innermost part of the air raid shelter in a large warehouse. Reward Super Warehouse. Food storage with permanent freshness lock. The large warehouse door in front of Han Xingxiao blinked into the kind of bank vault door she'd seen on TV shows. The thick metal gate couldn't be opened even with professional blasting tools, and only Han Xingxiao's own iris recognition could open it. After opening the door of the warehouse, the things hoarded inside are even more already categorized and hoarded, and most importantly, it's functional. Permanent freshness lock. No fear of expiration. Chapter 6: Hoarding fruit trees and fish. In addition, there was also a batch of seeds bought behind Han Xingxiao that had arrived. She placed orders for common crop seeds and saplings. Almost any vegetable seed can be planted and grown, you have to buy sweet potato seedlings for sweet potatoes and such. All the seeds were very cheap, especially sweet potato seedlings and such, and after Han Xingxiao found the largest seed store and placed a large order, she asked the store owner for a word, and the owner sent her a few seedlings directly. Then there are fruit trees and the like, and it's best to buy finished saplings that are a little older. Fruit tree seedlings are time-consuming and slow to bear fruit in the early stages, and it's very cheap to just buy a 10-year-old seedling. A top-quality candy cane red Fuji 10-year-old seedling is only $70 to $80. Han Xingxiao bought a large batch of 10-year saplings at once. What apple seedlings, fig tree seedlings, date tree seedlings, pear tree seedlings, mulberry tree seedlings, cherry seedlings, orange tree seedlings, plum seedlings, walnut trees, chestnut trees, hazelnut trees, peach tree seedlings, pear tree seedlings, pomegranate seedlings, persimmon seedlings. 3 plants per sample. Ensure survival while having rotating fruits to eat all year round. She bought a total of over 100 trees for just over $6,000. It covers no more than half an acre of land. That is, the vacant area on the right side outside her shelter. And on the left, she built a first-class plastic shed and shelves, into which she sprinkled various vegetable seeds. Bok choy, cucumber, eggplant, carrots, tomatoes, cabbage, scallions, kale, string beans. Vegetables are actually many types of planting. Using seedlings is also very convenient, but taking into account the purchase of seedlings planted only one crop the next year and did not cultivate a good seedling, Han Xingxiao himself from the cultivation of seeds to start. Crops like potatoes of course just plant tubers. The good thing is that our own is a super high quality good land, the seeds can definitely grow strongly after planting, and it doesn't even require much effort from ourselves. In just 10 days, Han Xingxiao's air raid shelter had changed drastically. It's brand new inside and out. With the passage of time, there were now only 3 days left before the end of the world. Han Xingxiao wondered what else was needed after planting the last of the trees. I will live here in self-sufficient seclusion and raise some chickens, ducks and fish. Even if she had an endless supply of cooking packets, they wouldn't be as good as fresh food. It's like how she's been eating a meal kit every day for the past few days, and she feels like it's almost something. Buy some chickens, ducks and fish and raise them yourself, so you can always have meat later. Han Xingxiao thought of this and immediately drove to the farmer's market. As usual, she left Summer at the warehouse to make it easier for supplies to be delivered later. Han Xingxiao hadn't entered the city for several days, and she clearly felt that the atmosphere around her was off today as she entered the city. All were wearing masks and had anxious looks on their faces. Little girl, hurry up with what you're going to order, I'm going to close up early and go home after I sell these. Han Xingxiao in front of a live chicken and duck stall. Han Xingxiao glanced at the dozen or so chickens and ducks in front of her, there were males and females in them, and they seemed to have been raised quite well. Then you're cheaper, sell me all of these. When the stall owner heard this, his eyes lit up, you want them all? Aha! I'll give you all the usual $10 a pound then. My chickens are 15 a pound and ducks are 11 a pound. Good. There were a total of 26 chickens and ducks at the scene, with an average of 6 or 7 pounds, and Han Xingxiao spent a total of more than 1,900. Han Xingxia continued picking up other things after letting the stall owner bring the chickens and ducks to her warehouse. Continuing her stroll through the farmer's market, she saw quite a bit of fresh fish. Han Xingxia's eyes twitched slightly. There was a water source in the air raid shelter, so she was perfectly capable of digging a small pond out. She bought more than 30 fish from the fish production booth at once. It's filled with carp, crucian carp, chub, grass carp, and 4 dozen pounds of fresh shrimp. Han Xingxia's favorite food is shrimp. What fried shrimp, sweet and sour shrimp balls, shrimp running egg. These fish. Han Xingxia added a little more money for them to send her plastic vat and system oxygen. The address remains in the warehouse address for them to send. These fish and shrimp cost over $3,000. Keep picking. You can't buy live pigs and cows, but Han Xingxia has the storage and space to keep them fresh. She found a pork stall on the spot and ordered 1,000 pounds of pork and 500 pounds of beef. This amount is relatively large. Han Xingxia pressed for more money. The store owner decided to give her on the spot to go to the slaughterhouse to order, to ensure that the same day to send her to the warehouse. These meats were a bit more expensive, and Han Xingxia had spent a total of more than $40,000, and she now had more than $1,600,000 left. She took one more long stroll through the farmer's market, intending to acquire some more fresh stuff, but found that many of the stalls had closed back up. As she was about to leave, she noticed a stall in the corner that was closing up. Surprisingly, there are people selling live baby goats. Han Xingxia took it right away and bought the 2 lambs for $1,500. It is said that this is the seller's previous farming business, selling goat's milk, specially bred goats. The market is too bad. Before the goats are sold, the big head has been sold. There are a few small lambs left. Happened to be Han Xingxia today to buy the last 2. Girl, hurry home after buying something. The stall owner collected the money and told her, the flu broke out in the past 2 days, so go out less. Han Xingxia nodded after hearing this. Of course she knows this. She goes out with a professional doctor-grade mask. But really, the flu is not the root cause of the zombie virus. It is only because of the widespread spread of the flu epidemic, the human body resistance to reduce, and then the zombie virus came to the occasion. Those weak resistance directly infected into zombies. Everyone mistakenly believed that this flu is the real culprit. Han Xingxia had also been crawling around in the post-apocalyptic world for 10 years before she gradually learned about all this, but there was no way for her to know about what exactly the origin of the zombie virus was. It was said at the time that the zombie virus was a hunting ground game for the gods, as this virus also brought a different kind of change to humanity. Han Xingxia still let the vendors pull to their own warehouses after also do not stay in the farmer's market more. With less than 3 days left before the outbreak of the doomsday virus, she wasn't planning on going out for a while. It's just that she wants to spend all her money before she goes back. You can't have that much money left over and not spend it. Han Xingxia found a place where there was no one and no surveillance, put the 2 lambs into the space, and drove the car to take Summer out of the farmer's market. On the way, she came across a farm tool store and bought a set of all the usual farm tools, in addition to 20 shovels. Many people don't realize that the shovel is in the first class of combat power among agricultural cold weapons. In the days of combat, unarmed families copied their own shovels. Rural fights are no joke if you pick up a shovel. The powerful military shovels that are now part of military weaponry were also upgraded directly from the shovel prototype. Especially in a post-apocalyptic world, hot weapons don't work as well as cold ones. Han Xingxia stocked up on a bunch of shovels, enough to serve as weapons in the early stages. There are also baseball bats, and the offensive power of this equipment is considerable. Chapter 7, Sweeping the Grand Mall. Han Xingxia entered a sports equipment store. After buying a couple of the strongest and best baseball bats, a bunch of adventure gear was procured along the way. What flashlights, helmets, body armor, protective gear, tents, protective clothing, assault suits. All these outdoor gears are arranged. These totaled over $20,000. In addition, the store also had emergency kit-related accessories, what with tweezers, pliers, hemostatic tape, thermometers, etc., which reminded Han Xingxia that she still had to make a trip to the pharmacy. She exited the outdoor gear store and went to the pharmacy to replenish her stock of cold medicine, antiemetics, fever reducers, vitamins, bandages, alcohol, iodine, and other common medicines. What other prescription drugs Han Xingxia was completely uninterested in. Because, really, it can't be used. She had been crawling around in the post-apocalyptic world for 10 years, and the ones that still needed to take all sorts of medications every day had long since been all sorts of eliminated. Just keep a little of these emergency medications on hand, not even a lot. Being in bad health at the end of the world is an original sin. It was 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening when I came out of the drugstore. Neon lights are bright downtown. Han Xingxia had prepared everything she could buy now. Eat, drink, live, use, life's most basic are guaranteed, and then there are upgraded series of daily necessity supplies can be supplemented. She now has 1.57 million left. Go shopping. Wave. Add what you see. Enjoy a good meal in this prosperous world again before the end times. Han Xingxia started with a meal at the Michelin Hotel, which she hadn't been able to afford before. She ordered a luxurious feast: what mushroom soup, garlic small bones, dry fried silver cod, crispy chicken, garlic shrimp, previously could not afford to eat all over again. Eating a good garlic shrimp filet mignon, Han Xingxia directly asked the back kitchen to prepare 10 copies she packed away. She still has to bring some for the summer. After getting a suite at the hotel, she proceeded to do her own shopping at the mall downstairs. The malls are full of various kinds of department stores, and there are even more tempting food items. Han Xingxia, who was used to living a hard life, went to the food court first as usual. What fragrant egg dumplings, octopus dumplings, Hong Kong-style cakes, meat floss scallops, fried skewers, fried chicken, fried pork chops, Guangdong boiled food, ice cream, milk tea, Cantonese-style sweet soup. We have everything you need. It was only after seeing this that Han Xingxia felt that there were too many things she wanted to buy. It was mostly a lack of time as well as a lack of money that prevented any of these things from being put on her essential shopping list. These are the icing on the cake of a peaceful world, and after the end times, they are all flashy. But for the moment, she could buy as much as she wanted. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Han Xingxia is a store-by-store to buy empty, directly go in low profile and trenchant to find the clerk, said to want all the snacks, money paid, let them send to the hotel room upstairs. Every store salesman heard this all wide-eyed, rushed to Han Xingxia loaded. For example, the first bakery, all the freshly baked bread, cheesecake, ice cream puffs, cream squares, spuds, cream rolls, durian lasagna, soufflé, waffles, butterfly pastry cookies, and so on are all packed in bags and sent up to Han Xingxia. In the back of the Korean fried chicken store, Han Xingxia asked for all kinds of flavors: sweet and spicy sauce ones, amber sauce, garlic soy sauce, honey mustard, and so on, all fried chicken, what with the off-the-bone chicken nuggets, chicken thighs, chicken wings, and whole chickens. Milk tea stores are even more, each store all flavors are ordered once, what milk tea, fruit tea, ice cream tea, milk covered tea, smoothies all want. Han Xingxia paid the money and left the address and left without alerting anyone else at all. Walking around in such a way, she had spent over $200,000 just on such snacks. A store spot is probably more than 10,000 yuan. Some Han Xingxia do not feel the need to hoard more, like Cold Skin store, Jig Boy store, this kind of. She just want to each flavor packing once. Those stores only spend a few hundred to a few thousand. Her $200,000 or so swept up all the small food stores on the second through third floors of this mall. After snacks, it was off to the supermarket at the bottom. Supermarket. A must shop. She started by pushing 2 large shopping carts around the super-sized warehouse-style hypermarket. At checkout, her cart was full of all kinds of pieces, and only one of them. For example, all kinds of snacks: potato chips each flavor of a bag, cookies and candy each piece, a variety of drinks, juice and cola each bottle, cooked food, grilled sausage, grilled chicken, grilled fish, sushi, rice balls, boxed lunch, all cannot be missing. Semi-finished marinated chicken, pork chops and fish chops, troopers pots have to come too. Daily necessities of toiletries, creams, and the must have almost forgotten anti-wipes, disposable towels, and wet wipes too. Of course, this time, since life enhancement was the basis of her spending, she also ordered essential appliances such as a washing machine, floor sweeper, and refrigerator. She wouldn't have considered this before, but now that she had money, of course she had to spend it. After 2 large carts of stuff like this were checked out and rolled out, Han Xingxia directly found the manager. Tell him to follow what's in her cart, and she wants the manager to give her the store's entire inventory for everything but those appliances. But in reality, Han Xingxia had underestimated the inventory and price of these things. She hadn't even asked for the entire contents of the 2 shopping carts and her purse was empty. $1,300,000, Han Xingxia only bought a third of these things. Awkward. When stocking up on basic grains and oils was cheap before, these processed items are several times more expensive, alright. Han Xingxia looked at the exhausted numbers in her account and finally decided that she wanted these, and these would do. The big deal is that you will be able to make your own related cuisine from the raw materials later on. She left the address with the manager and asked if he could match the shipment today. The manager said it was perfectly fine. She looked a little sadly at the large supermarket that was still so well stocked. After exiting the grocery store, she walked upward for a stroll. She's only shopped in B1B2's food court and the big supermarket so far. She didn't have much money to shop in those clothing sections up there. She had about $70 in change left in her account. You can shop for $70. You can shop without money. She started with a $14 cup of iced cocoa at a convenience store and wandered from clothing store to clothing store. By the time she'd finished browsing the 3 floors of clothing stores, she'd finished the iced cocoa in her hand. She did have a couple of dresses she looked at during that time. How much is this baseball jersey? Miss, it's on sale, half price, $2,000. Han Xingxia didn't say much after hearing the price. $2,000, or after half price. It's the best mall in their area and it's filled with big name clothes. It's really expensive and she can't afford it. After she left empty-handed, Manager Wang nudged the guide who had just given Han Xingxia a quote. Ignore her. She's just a poor girl who can't afford it. Didn't see her shopping several floors empty-handed. Where can she afford to buy our stuff? In the future, be smart and learn to read people. The guide who had been lectured nudged her mouth and didn't say anything. Han Xingxia heard their words and ignored them as she continued to walk forward. After struggling for so long in the end times, she wasn't some brainless retard who rushed up to theories or hot-headedly paid for them to look good in the face when people said 2 things. In a post-apocalyptic world, you don't need to punch in the face, you just need to kill. Chapter 8 Beating Han Ing. Just as Han Xingxia continued to stroll forward, she suddenly caught a glimpse of 2 familiar figures. A young man accompanied a woman with a pregnant belly in front of Han Xingxia. Isn't this the same Han Ing and his wife who were pitted by Han Xingxia? Wife, calm down, you can buy whatever you want today. Forgive me, don't be angry, you're going to get a baby. Han Young. You just keep lying to me. Your family doesn't even have that house. You lied to me on purpose. That set is really my family's. So what's with that wave of people today? The debt collectors came to your doorstep. Said the house was theirs. They put your grandmother in the hospital. Wife, I don't know what happened, my mom really spent $2 million on that house to buy it from Han Xingxia, find her and transfer it right away. That's not right. Didn't your mom say that the house was still Han Xingxia's? She gifted it to you to live in, so she couldn't add my name to it, so how come it's your family's to buy it now and transfer it? Wife, alas, anyway, this house will be ours from now on, I'm the only son in my family, what's not mine from now on? What's not mine is yours. Just trust me. Han Young. How do you want me to believe you? You said before that there was decoration and you could move in with a handbag, and behind that is a rough, said it was your family's property right, and now there is a debt collection company. I've seen it all. Your family is screwing me over. I can't have this child. I'll beat it now. Wife. Wife. Han Xingxia stood at a corner and heard their conversation, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Wonderful, wonderful. It's only been 10 days, and the Han family is so wonderful that her grandmother is in the hospital. It could have been a little more exciting though. She looked at Han Young, who was already bracing himself for the hand elevator to go after his wife, and whistled at his side in a bad way. Han Young, who was fretting, turned his head at the sound of the whistle and caught a glimpse of a girl propped up on a glass handrail, leisurely looking their way. That's not Han Xingxia. Han Ing immediately stopped when he saw her and tried to chase her in turn, but by now his wife had already run to the next floor. Wife. Wife. On one side was his wife who was going to get an abortion, and on the other side was Han Xingxia. Han Ing simply hated to split on the spot. After weighing his options, he finally decided to go after Han Xingxia. Just grab this and send it to his wife to explain, no. He turned his head and soldiered up the downward elevator to go after Han Xingxia. Han Xingxia's steps weren't slow, and when Han Ing came up, she'd gone around to the elevator opposite him to go down, causing Han Ing to chase her around the entire mall. Chased her all the way to the underground parking lot. Where are you going to run to? Han Ing panted and forced Han Xingxia to the corner of the parking lot. Backstabbing me, let's see if I don't kill you if I catch you today. Just in time, Han Xingxia looked at Han Ing with a smirk, casually closing the car's trunk door. I have that in mind. She came out with a baseball bat in her hand. Han Young sees the baseball bat in her hand and suddenly alarm bells go off. Damn you, how dare you hit me? His words fell, and with a thud, Han Xingxia flung up a stick. She pinned Han Young in the first place, dislocated his jaw so he couldn't speak, and dragged him to the corner of the parking lot for a bludgeoning. After 10 years of crawling around in the post-apocalyptic world, she had learned all kinds of fighting techniques. 3 blows from a grown man and she could send him to his death. But she was very kind to Han Young, that is. She dragged him into a corner and beat him for half an hour, breaking all his arms and legs, hitting him in the most vicious ways, only where it hurt the most but wouldn't kill him. Half an hour later, Han Ing fell to the ground dying. Han Xingxia leaned on the side of the car door, kicked Han Ing, who was like dead meat at his feet, bent down and picked up the cell phone from his pocket, stepped on his head and used his cell phone to call in 120. Look how nice I am, I even called you 120, thank me. Han Ing almost vomited blood when he heard this. Nima. But if she took her feet off his head a little, he accepted her kindness. Tisk, TSK, so ungrateful, then just like your grandmother, take care of yourself in the hospital. Han Xingxia sent him into a coma for 7 days with a heavy force under her foot. Han Xingxia handled the scene. Siphoning off all of Han Young's identifying information, this is for the first time the hospital police have no way to determine Han Young's identity. By the way, there is money, he WeChat PayPal money all transfer her cell phone. His cell phone is fingerprinted. He pays directly with his fingerprint. After doing so, take the person to a bar street outside the parking lot. The location where she called 120 to report the incident was also on the bar street. It didn't take long for the 120 to arrive and she watched as a passerby as they dragged the man away. She stood calmly under a lamppost to send a message to his old mom and dad on Han Young's cell phone. Said he was beaten and told them to go to the hospital to find someone. After doing this, Han Xingxia sold his cell phone to a small cell phone store on the side of the road. Even if they call the police, they will definitely not be able to find out Han Xingxia's head in 3 days, and when the time comes to investigate Han Ying's whereabouts and find out that it's related to her, it's also the end of the world. After knocking Han Ying around, Han Xingxia had an extra $30,000 on her account. With that money, she added another supply, and she emptied a couple of shelves at the convenience store outside the mall and stuffed her stuff into her cart. Getting ready to drive away, her door boomed and a man paralyzed in her car. Han Xingxia's eyes sank, and at that moment, several stylishly dressed men and women stepped forward and set the man up. Sorry, beautiful, my friend is drunk. One of the tattooed big men waved his hand with Han Xingxia in explanation. After they set the fainting man up, the group talked and laughed as they left. Damn, Lao San went down in just 2 cups. And he says he can't get drunk from 1,000 cups. I remember Lao San used to be quite a drinker. Maybe it's just a wifey deficiency. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Laughter was in the air. Han Xingxia leaned on the side of the car window with one hand and watched the group leave. Eyes fell on the young man who was racked up in the center. His head hung down, he was stiff, and his hands, erected by his companions and hanging by his side, took on an unnatural, ghastly whiteness. Soon, though, the young man woke up. What just happened to me? Why, what's wrong with being drunk? You're so useless too. How much did you just drink? Stressful job, isn't it? I've got to get back. Go back to what? Keep drinking. Don't get drunk tonight. The group left talking and laughing. And Han Xingxia's eyes grew deeper and deeper. She looked down and pulled out her cell phone to check the time. Today is the 9th. The zombie virus outbreak in the previous life was the 11th. Doomsday 8.11. Chapter 9, The End of Days. She re-entered the hotel where she was staying. Her room was already full of stuff. She said hello to the front desk, had her stuff delivered, opened the door and let it in. For the moment, the table and the floor and the bed were full of stuff inside. There was also quite a bit of fried chicken that was served hot. With a wave of her hand, Han Xingxia stowed a handful of these into space. We'll spend the night here tonight and leave when the next day rolls around. What you spend can't go to waste. Before going to sleep, Han Xingxia did 3 hours of physical training, exhausting herself to the point of breaking through her body's limits before going to take a shower and then checking the surveillance of her bomb shelter and the surveillance over at the warehouse in preparation for going to sleep. Both sides were very well settled, and she used the video droid to speak to Summer twice, telling it to keep an eye on things, and that she'd be back first thing in the morning. Summer answered very humanely, then dutifully watched things from her kennel inside the warehouse. Han Xingxia slept at the hotel until 6 o'clock the next day. She was awakened by a honking police car and 120. She was staying in a downtown hotel that was exceptionally well soundproofed, except that she was quite sensitive as a person and woke up with a start at the slightest breeze. The first instant she heard the sirens, she rushed to the windowsill. Pulling back the curtains and looking down the street was indeed a myriad of called police cars and 120. Not far from the hotel where she was staying was a heavily staffed bar and entertainment venue, where all these police cars and 120s were coming and going from. She saw a 120 pull up in front of the bar she'd seen yesterday, and several bloodied men were being carried out of it. A bad thought formed in her mind. Just then, there were running footsteps and a sharp knock on the door outside her room. Han Xingxia copied a shovel in her hand and walked towards the door, first looking out through the cat's eye to see that it was the service staff in the hotel. She looked tense, but there were no wounds or blood on her body, and her face was normal. "What is it?" "Miss, this is guest room notification. I've received a lot of responses from guests who have fainted for help. Are you okay?" Han Xingxia said through the door, "I'm fine." "Now then, please be patient in your room for a while. The hotel will extend your rest for free. Excuse me." The guest room lady went to the next room after saying that. Han Xingxia, on the other hand, had a jolt of nerves at this time. The end, I'm afraid, is ahead of schedule. Must leave. Han Xingxia immediately grabbed her car keys and left the hotel, not forgetting to take all the free water and drinks and toiletries in the room when she left. As she pushed open the door to her room, she saw the chambermaid walk to the room in the far corner. After knocking on the room door several times, she simply took out her room card and opened the door. Han Xingxia had already walked in when she saw it. Soon she heard it, an urgent voice. "Sir! Sir, what's wrong with you? Room 809, a guest has fainted, come quickly." The attendant called out to her companion with her earpiece, and Han Xingxia strided toward the elevator, and as she entered an unmanned elevator going downward, the ascending elevator next to her opened in tandem. A group of staff members emerged from the elevator, and they ran toward the innermost guest room with great strides. As the elevator doors closed in front of Han Xingxia, she heard a piercing scream. Ah! That familiar voice. The zombie virus broke out early. Han Xingxia looked at the downward elevator and decisively pressed the 5th floor. Did not go to the reception hall on the 1st floor. It's a hotel building connected to a shopping mall. The 2nd floor below ground all the way to the 5th floor above ground is a big shopping mall, the same one Han Xingxia shopped at yesterday. The time is now 6 o'clock and the mall is closed. The earliest group of inbound employees wouldn't arrive until 8 o'clock. That's why the mall area is really a no man's land now. The most dangerous thing about a post-apocalyptic zombie is the crowd. To escape the crowd, Han Xingxia was decisively under the 5th floor. As she expected, the 5th floor mall was dark at the moment. There were no lights on at all. But she was able to clearly hear someone screaming outside as she entered the 5th floor lobby. She glanced out the window and sure enough there was already a riot in the streets. She witnessed a bloodied man rush out from inside a bar on the next street and pounce on a passing woman on her morning jog. It was the woman's stomach that he lunged straight for, pouncing and then tearing at it with a big bite. The woman howled in pain, but could not stop the man to tear her internal organs. He bit his face with bloody mouth like a beast swallowed the woman's heart and lungs. Ah! Ah! At 7 a.m., there weren't many people downtown, and only police cars and 120 were working. A police car immediately stopped to drag and stop the man after seeing what had happened. And the woman who had been rescued fell into a pool of blood, and when no one was looking, she began to twitch in her arms and legs, and after the frequency of the twitching quickened for a few moments, she suddenly stopped moving. Miss, you're still. Ow. The woman suddenly opened her gray, lifeless eyes and bit down on the man who had come to her rescue. The scene was an instant mess. Han Xingxia watched the scene from the 5th floor window. This is the end times. The post-apocalyptic world she knew best. Sure enough, it's ahead of schedule. A full day in advance. Welcome to the Age of Doom. Han Xingxia turned and ran to the 5th floor. She had to leave the escalator to go down to the B2 parking lot below, avoiding all the elevators. She was running into the empty mall when the array of things in front of her caught her attention. Supplies. Can you go through a treasure trove and still be empty-handed? She's taking everything here with her when she goes. Just then a voice came into her head. Drop Super Lord system activated. Limit 2 hours, reward 1 cubic meter of carry-on space for every 10,000 yuan of supplies collected. Han Xingxia with a baseball bat in hand. God's help is you. Wow. The glass in front of Han Xingxia was smashed. Han Xingxia rushed in and opened her hands, and anything her hands touched disappeared out of thin air. Straight into her space. Han Xingxia didn't care at all if the surveillance would capture her at this moment. Because, really, there's no need. It's the end of the world. Ghosts ing look at surveillance to check things. Dropping 279 pieces of fashionable women's clothing detected, valued at 650,000, rewarded 65 cubes. Dropping 144 pieces of fashionable men's clothing detected, valued at 580,000, rewarded with 58 cubes. Dropping 489 branded wedding dresses detected, valued at 1,890,000, rewarded with 189 cubes. Whether it's men's or women's clothing, children's underwear, shoes, socks and bags, wedding dresses. Hanxing Xia all of them. And this scavenging for supplies is much more enjoyable than the first move. Her house was as clean as she could pick it up, and this time, the rewards were off the charts. Hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars at any given store. A house-to-house ransacking. Everywhere you go, it's as clean as it gets. Chapter 10, Sweeping the Big Mall with $0 Purchases. In about an hour, Han Xingxia had already ransacked the luxury stores on these floors. Everything she doesn't spare. Various brand stores for women's, men's, children's, sportswear, shoes and socks, bags and watches, cosmetics. Including the big jewelry and diamond gold stores below. The latest Pineapple cell phone, Pineapple computer sucks wildly. America has Apple, China has Pineapple, Pineapple cell phone. Previously unaffordable SK2, small bulb, aquamarine. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for the services you need. The big name bags that you never could only look at, and the luxury goods that you had to match, sucked wildly. The big diamond rings in the window that are always shiny and beautiful, the big gemstones, the big emerald gold, suck wildly. His own space blinked to over 10,000 cubic meters. Big brand store things expensive, a bag to tens of thousands of dollars, but less inventory, many luxury stores only on the surface of the layer of goods. Customers randomly said a few kinds of goods have to be adjusted, because the unit price is too high, there is really no inventory. And too top of the line, unit price more than $1 million of luxury goods this mall is not yet surprisingly. Otherwise Han Xingxia's space would have to skyrocket. Luxury is really worth it. Han Xingxia arrived at the underground food area. She had swept through the food section yesterday, and while it felt like a bit of a waste of money spent yesterday, it actually saved her time. Time is of the essence for her right now. The zombie virus has just broken out and everyone is in a daze. She had to end the sweep in those 2 hours and get out before the traffic broke down. If she hadn't spent money on it yesterday, she'd be looking at all these scattered and cheap stores right now and would have to skim ahead. But Han Xingxia also took a few things with her as she ran through these food areas. Oven, ice cream maker, coffee maker, things she can later make her own gourmet meals at home. Running through these places at full speed, she was now at the big supermarket she had come from yesterday. She spent over $1 million here yesterday on just the tip of the iceberg here. It's a lot of supplies in there. Han Xingxia flipped over the barrier and leapt straight into the big supermarket, where she swept through even faster. Touched the shelves directly. Shelf by shelf, sweep in and absorb. A shelf of chocolates. A shelf of cookies. A shelf of chips. A rack of deli grilled sausages. Raw and cooked area Han Xingxia are directly into their back kitchen, a freezer frozen ham. A freezer of cold grilled chicken. What Han Xingxia didn't buy yesterday, all came to a head at this moment. In less than half an hour, the entire mega storage supermarket was swept away by Han Xingxia. She sweeps to the back as on skates. Slide all the way to the sharp end, sweeping all the way. By the time she'd swept the supermarket empty, she had 20 minutes on the clock. Han Xingxia noticed their internal elevator at that moment. These big supermarkets have their own warehouses. Han Xingxia entered the internal staff elevator. Wait until the elevator doors slowly opened in front of her. What met her eyes? Rows and rows of boxes of supplies. Hundreds of boxes of fine rice, hundreds of boxes of imported snacks. Hundreds of boxes of liquor seasoning, biochemical daily use, auntie's napkin, etc. This is the warehouse area of the supermarket. Han Xingxia finally realized that he took millions of goods yesterday here all eaten. Really, there's a lot more. Han Xingxia skated through the boxes and boxes of supplies. Everywhere you go, there is an empty line. By the time the system countdown ended in 2 hours, Han Xingxia, covered in sweat, opened a bottle of iced cola and drank it, and the warehouse in front of him, too, was finished. On this trip, she harvested over 14,800 cubic feet of space. To put it in small terms, 14,800 cubic meters, roughly 25 meters by 25 meters and then 25 high for a piece of space. To say it was big was to say it was huge, almost the size of a 10-story building. The materials swept up only accounted for 1%, not even filling one of the floors. And the city's largest mall has been swept away by her. All the supplies are in her space. Han Qingxia revealed a satisfied smile. She changed into her running shoes, dropped the empty Coke bottle in this empty warehouse, and rode the internal elevator back to the supermarket and then back via the employee stairs. Wrap it up. Go home. The elevator she doesn't take, but she swings it to her floor and presses it to the underground B2 parking lot. Go down with her rhythm. Because the elevator goes up and down with sound, in case the parking lot is in danger, walkers are attracted to the elevator. Security. Han Qingxia jumped down the staff stairs with a light and quick step. By the time she got to B2, it was just as well that the elevator she had arranged for at that point had arrived. Ding. At the same time a voice rang out. Han Qingxia saw a woman who had wanted to rush into the employee elevator turn her head and run towards it. Run and scream at the same time. Help! Help! She was followed by two men covered in blood, also wearing employee uniforms. Don't you come! Don't come! There's someone in there. You eat her. The woman saw the elevator with its open doors like a plea for help and dashed in with the intention of rushing in and pushing the people inside out to carry the monster outside. But when the elevator door opened, it was, surprisingly, empty. As she froze, she was pounced upon by the monster chasing her behind her. Don't bite me! Don't bite me! See who I am! I'm your manager Wang! Don't bite me! The woman screamed and shouted at the top of her lungs, when she glanced over her shoulder and saw that the door to the staff stairs she had just tried to take was open. A young girl in plain sportswear stepped out. The woman was stunned to see her. This person looks familiar. Isn't that the girl she said was poor yesterday? Help me! Save me! She waved her hand excitedly toward Han Qingxia. You save me! I'll give you the gold card for our store. No! I'll give you a dress. 10 pieces. 100. Help me. Ah. Han Qingxia carried a baseball bat in one hand, and in the face of such a thing, she would only do one thing and a thank you. That would be to stride away while she screamed louder and louder. Thankfully, you were of some use before you died. Boom. 1 foot on the gas. Han Qingxia rushed out of the garage at full speed. It was a little after 8 o'clock. The city is gradually waking up. Because the zombie virus broke out in the early morning, it left everyone in a state of bewilderment and panic for 2 hours. The first and earliest to be out of luck are breakfast places that are open early, sanitation, transit systems and 24-hour establishments. These open places with swarming populations, once there is a single case of mutation, the whole place is messed up. Early this morning, 110 and 120 were busted. Anyone who tried to call the police in the back couldn't get through on the phone. City functions are paralyzed. Followed by the office workers, such as this shopping mall where Han Qingxia is located, it's now work time. Also lucky are the employees who need to use public transportation. Most of them are stuck on the road and there are no cars left at all. Unfortunately, the people who got on the bus. Chapter 11, Escape from the City Center. Getting in the car, that's the opening to hell. A large number of buses have had incidents of elderly people fainting once they've stood up. The whole car had nowhere to run. Then there are some lucky ones who made it to the workplace, like manager Wang just now. They have their own cars or ride a battery-operated bike and are lucky enough to make it all the way here, and when they get to their workplace they also realize that the gates aren't open today. As everyone came together in 2s and 3s to wonder, they noticed someone stumbling towards them, covered in blood. It's the beginning of the end times. All anyone would think of when they saw the scene was a brawl or in danger. Enthusiasts went up to try to help and were immediately delighted with a walker card. It's happening all over the city. It's all falling. Han Qingxia knew that it was still only the early days. There are still tons of people in their homes who haven't come out. Now is the best time to leave before everyone reacts. In a few moments, a wave of mass departures will break out and the entire traffic will be paralyzed. Help! At that moment, a young woman with open arms appeared in front of Han Qingxia. On the side of the road her boyfriend was at the moment helping an old man who had fallen. Stop the car. Someone here has fainted. Stop and take her to the hospital. The woman stood in the middle of the road and stopped her with an open hand at her. Because at this moment the whole street only Han Qingxia a car. God knows why there are no cars on the road today. 110,120 cannot be reached. It was a moment to finally see a car. It has to be stopped. Just stand in the middle of the road. Han Qingxia looked at the woman in front of her, her eyes slightly cold as she stepped on her right foot all the way to the bottom. Whoosh! The woman blocking the road was startled by Han Qingxia's car with full horsepower, not even turning a little. It's a good thing she ducked out of the way in time at the end, or this was going to be a straight-up run-over for her. What kind of person are you? It's okay if you don't help. You want to run me over? Crazy. Cold-blooded. Selfish. No compassion. Pervert. Honey, are you okay? Honey, I've never seen someone like that just now, not helping and not slowing down, almost about to hit me. You stand on the side of the road to stop the car, also be careful. This society is full of selfish ghosts, there are a few like us so kind, you wait to take pictures and send them online, net exposure to her. The man who was speaking suddenly exclaimed. He was bitten hard on the neck. It was the unconscious old woman he was rescuing and assisting that bit him. At that moment the old woman awoke from her stupor and opened her gray, cloudy eyes to bite him on the neck. Bright red blood instantly sprayed around. Husband, the woman rushed back 2 steps at the first opportunity, then rushed up and slammed the old woman with the bag in her hand. You let go of my husband. You let go of my husband. She kicked and hammered at the old woman walker's body, hurrying to pull up her husband while she was loose. Honey, let's hurry to the hospital, are you okay? The woman assisted her husband with one hand as she continued to get rid of the old lady walker that had risen from the ground. She realized that no matter how much she fought, nothing happened to her opponent. What was even more frightening was that her arms and legs had taken on a bend that defied human common sense. The haggard face was so gray that there was not a trace of blood, the gray and lifeless eyes stared at them dead in the face, and the mouth with the missing teeth was wide open and full of scarlet. Like zombies on TV. The woman finally began to fear. Is this, indeed, a zombie? Just then, she was tackled to the ground by the person next to her, and was caught by her zombie husband in a bite to the neck. Ah, husband. Honey, it's me. The old woman walker that had just been there lunged together and ripped open her abdomen as the walkers greedily tore into her. The moment her intestines were vigorously ripped out, the last image she saw was a ride in the exhaust of a car. The one that was just there, the car that didn't stop. Han Qingxia saw the pounced and torn woman in the rearview mirror and withdrew her gaze after just one glance. Kind, enthusiastic? I'm sorry, but that's something only found in heaven. And here, it's hell. Han Qingxia refueled at full speed. Whoosh! Boom! Bumper to bumper. While sprinting along, Han Qingxia realized that the road ahead was getting worse and worse. A large number of vehicles and people running against the direction of Han Qingxia on the road. Several cars had overturned at the intersection ahead, blocking most of the lanes, and as Han Qingxia passed around them, she saw a swarm of zombies by the open doors, pouncing on the sides of the smoldering cars, their mouths greedily tearing into the driver and the passengers inside the cab. Screams were heard and blood gurgled out. Sensing Han Qingxia passing by them, the zombies chased towards Han Qingxia's car as if they had smelled fresh prey. All living things that move are their targets. The entire street intersection was a mess. Han Qingxia's brows furrowed. This is the wrong path. What's with all the walkers? Suddenly, Han Qingxia saw a large red plus sign ahead. Hospital. She had just wondered how it was possible for the road to erupt so violently. It turns out there's a hospital. Bang bang bang. Han Qingxia directly ran across the dozen or so zombies that pounced on him and sprinted across this intersection. The hospital is a hard-hit area, but it's safe to break through it. The zombies that were frantically pouring out of the several entrances on the left side of the intersection saw Han Qingxia's vehicle that was traveling against the flow of traffic towards them, and a large number of them swooped down on her car. A bloodied female zombie in a nurse's uniform was the fastest, and she crashed through the railing directly from the left side, pouncing on Han Qingxia's car. Bang! A large bloody palm print grabbed in front of Han Qingxia's windshield. The female zombie opened her bloody mouth, Al Sound pounced on her windshield to eat, so close to the distance, Han Qingxia can clearly see her bloody face. The entire nose was gnawed off by the zombies, leaving a bloody black hole. The eyelid skin of the right eyeball is all gone, the eyeball droops out of the socket as if it is going to fall off at any time, half of the mouth is torn to the bone, and the other half of the mouth is still vaguely visible as the shiny lip glaze that was just applied this morning. Ow! 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 Even not a few times did not gnaw inside Han Xingxia's nurse female zombie anxious, she opened her bloody mouth, muscle pulling down, half of the leaky face to tear open a large to the mouth, living like a Japanese manga in the cracked female, raw lunge to break through Han Xingxia's glass. There was a sharp break. Han Xingxia made a beautiful floating, 360-degree turn in place, directly throwing her off, and in the process getting rid of a wave of zombies that were about to pounce on her from both sides. Zombies, nothing to be afraid of. She's killed too many. She reapplied the gas under her foot and with a roar continued to sprint forward at full speed out of the hospital's boundaries. Just as Han Xingxia rushed through an intersection in a row and was about to escape the hospital's confines, boom! There was a loud bang. A 22-wheeled oversized truck lost control and collided with the minivan in front of it, right in front of the intersection Han Xingxia had to pass through. Inescapable. Boom! Clang! There was a jarring sound of a vehicle overturning. Han Xingxia's head was jolted. Its airbag shock. At this moment, on the big intersection, an oversized big truck crushed 7 or 8 two small cars diagonally sideways, blocking the intersection solidly. And Han Xingxia's car was steadily under the huge tires he'd lifted sideways, just 10 centimeters away. After the extreme dodge, Han Xingxia, whose head was buzzing from the airbag shock, hammered the airbag in front of her and tried to drive again. Cam! The car broke down. Han Xingxia hadn't thought about getting a car before. Firstly, time was tight, secondly, there wasn't a lot of money, and then again, she rarely used a car in the later stages of the post-apocalyptic world. Because the car has it, but the fuel doesn't. Fuel is an incredibly scarce resource in the later stages, it's used in every aspect, and that's too much of a luxury to give to vehicles. Han Xingxia was all used to close distances on foot, medium distances using modified bicycles and other carriers, and long distances she didn't go. Ghosts have to go so far away. The end of the world is not meticulously, running around is not looking for death. Therefore, as a consumable fuel car, Han Xingxia did not consider it as one of the necessary investments. Damn, now that the car is not working, it's an early swing for her. Ow! Ow! There was a rustling sound coming closer and closer from outside. Han Xingxia, who was inside the car, rubbed her head, and when she became conscious, she calmly observed the environment inside the car, uncovered her seatbelt, and pushed open the door. A shovel had appeared in the palm of her hand when the car door opened. Against walkers, knives don't work. The blade is thin, narrow in area, and cuts into the flesh and cannot be pulled out. But the shovel. Bang! Han Xingxia slammed a shovel down, directly flattening the head of the nearest old man zombie that lunged at him in front of him. Followed by a kick. Shine. The head of her shovel had been plunged into the old zombie man's head. Cut off her brainstem. At this point, the walker is considered completely dead. She turned the shovel in her hand and pulled it up and left, slightly disappointed. It's only early days and there are no crystals in the zombie brain. In that case, she kills more roughly and concisely. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang. Han Xingxia found a place where the direction of the zombies was less, and one person with a shovel rushed and killed all the way, sweeping the road through the end of the crash site. At this time, the zombies are mainly gathered in front of the head of the car accident, where the smell of blood is the heaviest. Han Xingxia's movements are fast and sharp, and the sound is still small. Incredibly smooth rushing from the scene of the crash while there weren't too many walkers yet. Just as she was rushing to get out of the intersection, she heard the screams of someone who had also been hit on the side, but who was lucky to be alive in the car. That's a very valuable sports car. Ah, she's killing people. The girl in the passenger side of the car shivered and screamed, clutching her boyfriend's hand in horror as she looked out at Han Xingxia, who was on a killing spree. Han Xingxia glanced coldly at the inside of their car. The airbags popped in this car, too. She withdrew her gaze. Useless car. Just as useless as the people in it. Han Xingxia continued to withdraw forward. She would have to find a car to leave later, and if she couldn't find one, she would have to run out of town on her feet. Just then, the door to the vehicle behind her opened. Will you take us? The young man in the driver's side opened the door and made a snap decision to ask Han Xingxia for help. I'll give you money if you take us to a safe place. My dad is the chairman of the Dongping Group, my family has plenty of money. I'll give you as much as you want. Han Xingxia didn't even bother to give him a look as she continued to run forward. Honey, what are you talking to her for? She is a murderer. Many people. We need to call the police to get her arrested. Shut up. The man watched Han Xingxia drill toward a path without looking back, and he pulled up the woman beside him to follow quickly. Bang! 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 Han Xingxia finally left the hospital grounds after clearing out 5 zombies. It's a residential alley. At this point in time, there is no large-scale zombie outbreak in the neighborhood because the vast majority of people are trapped in their homes. Han Xingxia walks all the way on a deserted area like a green belt, occasionally running into a few sanitation walkers or morning walkers as a matter of a shovel. She was looking for a vehicle as she walked. Somewhat unluckily, not a single car in sight. And behind her at the moment followed 2 little tails. Honey, this road is so hard, I can't walk in my heels. If you can't walk, you get out. Men are running out of patience. The woman's face was instantly covered with aggression after being ferocious. She wanted to pout again to make her boyfriend pity her. Hubby. Who would have thought that her usual tried and true trick would get a sentence today? Why did I find such a useless and brainless woman like you? You can't do anything and you're a drag. If you want to die, don't drag me along. Get out. The woman's delicate face stagnated when she heard this. She bit her lip and looked ahead to Han Xingxia, who was one shovel at a time, and her boyfriend, who had left himself behind to follow him and run, and she didn't say another word, stepping on her heels and limping to follow her. Han Xingxia killed her way through the side greenbelt, and it was then that she finally saw an unloading truck with an open door in front of a rack of convenience stores. Car. If she didn't have a car again, she'd have to dive into the dealership and steal it. Han Xingxia ran wildly toward the unloading truck without saying a word, and as soon as she ran, the pair of men and women behind her rushed after her. When Han Xingxia ran to this car, she was surprised to find that the keys were still in the car, the door was open, and the person inside was gone. She glanced behind her at the convenience store in passing. The convenience store was also empty at the moment, not a single person was there, only the blood spilled on the front counter. It seems like this place wasn't immune then, so someone should have been bereft of change and driven everyone else away. After Han Xingxia pulled the car keys off, she rushed in to sweep up another wave of supplies in the spirit of never going empty. You have to realize that if you spend half a minute more to empty the store of these things now, you'll have to pay 100 times 1,000 times more time and difficulty than you do now if you want to sweep out equivalent supplies later. The zombie era is not just a few seconds now, but forever and ever after. After she escaped, the future could only get grimmer and grimmer. No one minded the supplies. Han Xingxia slightly with the heel to make the decision is down to roll a wave. By the time the 2 little tails that had been following behind her came running in, the convenience store was basically empty except for what was on the front counter. Han Xingxia didn't ask for shelves this time. The convenience store was small. She ran around twice and inhaled all the supplies up and down. What a variety of snacks and candies, daily necessities and department stores, as well as Han Xingxia's former favorite convenience store specific handheld rice balls, sushi, boxed lunches, breads, cakes, and ice creams. Also, the drinks were basically rolled empty. Is this a new convenience store? The woman ran in out of breath, just to see that it was basically empty. Han Xingxia knew that she had been followed by a small tail behind her, and as she was about to leave, she pretended to carry 2 buckets of water in her hands, and hugged her way into the car outside in front of them. Hey! You didn't pay, did you? And what are we going to eat later if you take the stuff away? The woman questioned Han Xingxia loudly in defiance. Her words were only met with a, "You're ing sick," from the man beside her. The man finished scolding her and tried to follow Han Xingxia. "Miss, can you take me away? Send me to the Wanjia mansion in the west of the city. Send me there and I'll give you money. $1 million. Han Xingxia boarded the car and flung the door shut. She was a little interested this time to say back to him, "Do you still think money is useful at this time?" The man's face turned hard all of a sudden. Now the money is useless. It's no use at all. He watched as Han Xingxia drove away in the delivery van. "Honey, look at her, she doesn't even appreciate you, she doesn't care what you say, we should just call the police." Stupid. Do you think both the police and the money are of any use now? The man snarled. More than 40 minutes later, Han Xingxia smoothly dashed out of the city and drove onto a suburban road. As she pulled out of the big city behind her, there were far fewer zombies and mutants on the roads. The periphery looks untouched at the moment. Zip. Han Xingxia parked the car in front of his warehouse. Woof woof woof. Summer was the first to sense Han Xingxia's arrival and called up to her excitedly. Han Xingxia went up and rubbed its head. "Hard work. Pick up Summer, plus take a whole bunch of other stuff from the warehouse with you." These were the same ones that Han Xingxia had purchased at the farmer's market and supermarket yesterday. With a big wave of her hand, all the densely packed supplies entered her space. She has the space to be able to put the chickens, ducks and lambs she acquired yesterday. Thinking about it, she tried to include summer in it. But woof woof woof. Can't put it in. She could probably guess from what she saw here that the system could only store low IQ type living things with food attributes. Dogs would not work. Then surely the living can't either. Han Xingxia wasn't much disappointed. It would have been best if this feature was there, and it was fine if it wasn't. Because she always felt that her own strength was the real strength. You can't rely too much on a big outlier like the system. One can only borrow the power to strengthen oneself and make this power completely one's own. Otherwise the system disappears or there is an accident and it must be over. After Han Xingxia swept away the warehouse supplies, she closed the door and left the place with Summer. Straight to her bomb shelter. Returned to the doomsday shelter she built. An hour later. Han Xingxia collapsed on the super soft cloudy couch she had swept down from the mall, opened a bottle of Coke, microwaved the delicacies of steak and fresh shrimp that she had packed and brought with her from yesterday's Michelin restaurant, and watched the current news with Summer, one person and one dog, in front of the oversized television set. Emergency broadcast, emergency broadcast. There was a large amount of bloodshed and injuries this morning, so follow our reporter to the scene to find out what's going on. A reporter following a camera approaches a cordoned-off area during an off-camera interview on live news. In his picture. Chapter 12, The Fall of the Nation. It was near the hotel Han Xingxia had fled from this morning. A street of bars was greatly cordoned off. Inside the cordon, police were using dispersal weapons like smoke bombs in a desperate attempt to disperse the surrounding crowd and suppress the riot, but with little success. In the thick smoke was a collection of heads and occasional screams. Vehicles around the area were overturned and smashed. 120 such vehicles were trapped in the center, and the paramedics didn't know where they were anymore. Apparently a group of people tried to escape after the incident, but didn't make it out. Leave. Leave now. At the edge of the cordon, a police officer loudly evicted those around him who tried to approach. The scene is really bloody. The reporter looked at the scene with serious anxiety. We don't know what exactly is going on at the moment, so let's interview people who are in the know. At that moment, the reporter saw an injured man coming out of the smoke, and he immediately ran toward him with the camera. Hello sir, do you know? Ow. With a scream, the camera shook violently, spinning skyward and southward as if the cameraman behind it had been attacked as well. As the camera landed heavily, everyone saw the reporter who had just come out being heavily crushed by the man who ran out, clattering and splattering the front of the camera with gushing blood. Beep. The screen disappeared completely and the interview was cut off outright. All the citizens watching the live news at home at this time were stunned by the scene. Han Xingxia looked at the halted city stage and raised her eyebrows slightly. He withdrew himself in a very timely manner. But if it was a little later, it definitely didn't go so well. She cranked the remote and tuned to the next station. Provincial television. At this moment the provincial TV station is broadcasting the content of the previous already made news copy. Bottom line, the latest news is lagging. The city station was able to broadcast live news, and the provincial station didn't react at this moment. After an economic news item, the hosts broadcast a cold and flu warning with their usual smiles. As the flu has persisted of late, everyone is urged here to reduce going out to avoid cross-infection. Just then, a bloodied staff member suddenly rushed up on the program stage. He flopped right down on the host's table. When he fell, he didn't move a muscle. The host's calm and solemn face showed alarm and wonder at the sight of the spectacle. He tried to look over at the guide, and instantly, as if he had seen something beyond horrible, horror covered his eyes. Guide, cut. He hadn't finished shouting into his headset when the man who had just pounced on his table came flying forward. Ah! Followed by a beep. The TV station directly shows no signal. This happens among a large number of TV stations. It's just that some break out early and some break out late. Those that erupt early will have long since lost even the TV signal, leaving only a wireless snowflake, and those that erupt late will be seen by viewers on the air. It was a day when all institutions were falling one after the other. Beep beep. Han Xingxia changed a few stations one after another, and found that except for a few stations that were set to play fixed animations and dramas that still had signals, all the others had black screens. And soon, the interrupted signals were all switched to the national stations. A line of broadcast subtitles on a plain black background appeared on the big screen. Emergency notification. There are widespread attacks across the country and all people are asked to stay home. All colleges and universities are closed, all malls and institutions are closed, and doors and windows are closed. Wait for rescue. Wait for rescue. Wait for help. The national station choked off all signals and broadcast a unified announcement. Waiting for rescue was written 3 times in a row. Han Xingxia was familiar with this scene. When the end times broke out in The Last Life, the TV stations also came out with such announcements. Everyone in the early days was convinced by the content of the announcement and felt that this crisis would be resolved immediately. But unbeknownst to me, it was a devastating blow. There is simply no cure for the zombie virus. There was nothing to be done except to lock everything down at the first opportunity and kill all the infected, including patients with the slightest injury. By the time the top reacts, the zombie virus is already in full and deep outbreak. In the end, a full-scale rescue was simply abandoned and became a local self-help. Then at a later stage, no notices are issued at all. Everyone is left to fend for themselves. The state apparatus has disintegrated. By the time the people at the bottom responded, the food supplies in their homes were depleted. No one will bring them unsolicited supplies. And it was at this time that everyone realized that the real doomsday had opened. Figure out how to gather supplies on your own. Han Xingxia was quite lucky in her last life, as she witnessed the mutation because she was in the first ground hospital of the outbreak. Knowing the horror of the zombie virus, after taking her sister-in-law back, she immediately told the Han family to keep their doors and windows tightly closed and not to open any doors. This fortunately avoided the first crisis of the zombie outbreak. Her neighborhood at the time screamed for 3 days and nights in a row. Anyone who opened the door was wiped out. Later, everyone gradually discovered the rule: do not make noise. Tightly closed doors and windows can temporarily avoid the zombies. Everyone is meticulous when Han Xingxia decisively go out to grab supplies. The zombie attacks are still relatively low at this time. And the vast majority of people don't react. They're all cowering in their homes, afraid to move. Han Xingxia, heavily armed and tightly wrapped, copied the weapon out and carefully went to the neighborhood supermarket to grab supplies. The journey back was uneventful. But when she went back, the Han family hadn't originally wanted to open the door. Because they were worried about Han Xingxia mutating. It was Summer who had been screaming inside the door, attracting more and more zombies to the house, and they had let Han Xingxia in because they were worried that the zombies had surrounded their house. Afterwards, after determining that Han Xingxia hadn't suffered any injuries and had returned with a large pile of supplies, they all changed their expressions and surrounded her with incomparable curiosity. Han Xingxia treated them as real relatives at the time, and after being coaxed by them and cursing herself a few times even, after distributing the supplies to them, she also gave them a lot of secrets to deal with the zombies. Before anyone else dares to make a move, he takes Han Young and his dad on several trips in a row to carry supplies home. Other people's homes had long since run out of food, and when they saw Han Xingxia's behavior, one after another, they began to learn, and the doomsday once again entered its second stage. Grab the supplies. Soon, their neighborhood store was looted of supplies. Another large number of residents died in the process. Han Xingxia has been careful from start to finish, and also strongly counterattacked several sets of neighbors who came over to them for supplies, and has been escorting the Han family until the rescue trucks came. The third stage of the end times. There's rescue. Han Xingxia learns from the radio that a rescue truck is coming and decisively takes the whole family to the rescue point. The Han family at the time was reluctant to go. They felt it was quite safe to stay at home with Han Xingxia around. Chapter 13, Continued Fortification of the Base. After all, the rescue convoys that are broadcast on the radio are not where you people are and they drive over and save you. Instead, there is only one rescue path. They broadcast a few relatively safe areas for residents to gather toward, and rescue convoys passing by will take them with them. How dangerous that would have to be. In particular, the Han family members were incredibly resistant when they realized that the rescue point was still quite far away from them. That's if something is going to happen along the way and they're old and pregnant. Han Xingxia, on the other hand, advised them in a clear and compassionate manner not to crave for short-lived comfort, and that they could only be truly safe when they went to the rescue point, where there would surely be state-distributed food, where Han Ying's wife could give birth to a child in the future, and where elderly people such as Mrs. Han would also have a safe place to live. The most important thing was that Han Xingxia guessed that this wave of rescue definitely wouldn't be available all the time. Get on it while you can, or no one will want them behind them if they want to go. After discussing for a long time, the people of the Han family decided to follow Han Xingxia's advice and leave with all the supplies. In fact, all of Han Qingxia's preconceptions were correct. They catch the last and only wave of rescue. Late city rescues were outright abandoned. There are too many zombies for the place to be subdued, so they have to rescue a wave of people and carve out a safe zone to use as a base. The base serves as a gathering place for humans to fight off the zombies, and that's what's going to happen in the later stages. This is the fourth stage of the end times, base civilization. And they joined the base earlier are extremely lucky. Not only the early free supplies, there are houses to live for free. The back into the base all have to provide all the things on the body out, and can only find their own place to build a nest. The later you enter, the worse it gets. It can be said that Han Qingxia has always been on the right path. But the only thing she did wrong was treating the Hans like family. Pulling out all the stops to plan for the Han family, and then they end up getting kicked out to fend off walkers. Han Qingxia woke up completely after being kicked away from them. The man, Nach, must always learn true self-love and grow up. One should never ask for something that doesn't belong to her. The so-called family had always been her delusion. Han Qingxia's lucky escape from the sea of corpses and blood behind her, she had strayed to another base, and her mentality had completely changed. She no longer needs to love or be loved, absolutely cold-blooded and rebellious in her bones. In the fifth stage of the end times, the era of the rise of the supernatural. Become the only self-defense force leader without powers. She stood her ground as a normal person in a group of shifters. Even her squad was perennially number one. Everyone knew that if Han Qingxia had a little bit of psychic ability, not to mention the self-defense force, she was afraid that the entire base could be hers. She is powerful in her own right. Only at a later stage, the confrontation between people and zombies is getting harder and harder, and the bases that are cut off from each other are even more of a mess, and where there are more people, there are more conspiracies and plots, and Han Qingxia sacrificed herself in the zombie siege of her base. Don't think about it, there's no way I'm going to anyone else's base anyway. Han Qingxia rubbed her brow. She slowed down from the memories of her last life. The base that was cut out was not some human respite. There were no rules and regulations in the early days, everything was barbaric. It wasn't some kind of paradise for ordinary people, it was more of a place where the weakest of the weak would eat the strongest of the strong. There aren't many really good bases where people can live in relative peace. Han Qingxia was also famous for being ruthless in the base in the first place, and only then did she step by step get to the point where no one else could afford to mess with her. You can't live there without being ruthless. This is my base. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the fallout shelter she had built. She's going to build her base stronger and stronger. Make this place your own real steel castle. She casually glanced at the other stations to make sure that the signals were all down right now and that there was nothing useful to be learned, and then she got up to fortify her base again. She did remember that her base reinforcement reward period hadn't ended yet. Han Qingxia ate and drank her fill and took Summer to the edge of her vegetable patch. Carving out an area, she built a simple chicken and duck cage with a pile of deadwood from branches she had collected some time ago. After the cage was set up, a hand was waved. The 24 chickens and ducks she'd bought earlier went in. She also arranged a separate sheep pen to put the 2 lambs in. Dropping farm animals, chickens, ducks, and goats detected. Reward farm animal reproduction power. Health power rises to maximum. No disease ever. Han Qingxia. She had already seen a hen clucking by and laying a hot egg right in front of her. Giving the golden thighs. Keep doing it. Han Qingxia in the fruit forest side of the search for a clearing, mainly to see the location of the water source, closer to her well, and the terrain is low, began to dig a pond. Digging a pond is a physical job. She dug all day by herself, and finally dug a not-so-square pond. When the pond was dug out, she cut a waterway from underneath her own well, and after the waterway was opened, the water immediately rolled in. When the water had filled a pond, she took a big hand and put in all the fish and shrimp. To avoid her shrimp being ho-hoed by the fish, her pond is partitioned off in the middle. Keep fish and shrimp separate. Dropping fish and shrimp pond detected. Reward fish and shrimp fecundity health rises to maximum. No disease ever. Originally, Han Qingxia was quite worried that raising fish and shrimp requires a certain degree of technicality. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to raise it well. I didn't expect the system to set her up straight away. It's just nice to have a giving system. She just moves forward and the system takes care of everything else for her. After Han Qingxia had arranged his family's chickens, goats, fish and shrimp, he grabbed the time to come back and reinforce the base. She had been a self-defense squad leader in her previous life, and had a knack for infrastructure security. Her most basic fortifications had been built, with high-voltage electric barbed wire, razor blades, large iron gates and basic bomb shelter defenses, and now some offensive installations were needed as well. The larger offensive installation she couldn't get, but simple digging traps was fine. She told Summer to watch the house and started setting up traps herself 500 meters outside the barbed wire fence in the mountains. It's also a sign of things to come when someone comes and gets into the trap first. Tell them to get the hell out. Han Xingxia spent a day digging 10 trap pits. Take into account the vast majority of paths that people from the outside can take to get in. It's right in their path of necessity. Wait until her traps are dug. There was a ringing in her head. Dropping trap detected 10. Reward trap attack power increased by 100 times. Before Han Xingxia could be happy, another voice came. Dropping base defense over. Begin raiding. P.S. Add to bookshelf on next time can't find ah. Chapter 14, Need more dogs. Basic security complete. Basic storage complete. Base energy complete. Sustainable productivity of basic farm animals completed. Base battle configuration 1 base war dog, 50% complete. Rewarded with an A-list prize package. Congratulations on obtaining a 100% increase in base-wide security. Elite crossbow tower 1. Short arrows 100 basket. State-of-the-art highly functional armored vehicle 1. Fuel 1,000 tons. As the system rewards fell, Han Xingxia's base was once again renewed. The energized wire fences and gates swung once again, doubling in height and thickness. Samson gave an incredibly strong sense of security. A tower like Arrow Tower jutted out directly above her air raid shelter. She had an extra 1,000 tons of fuel supplies and a very nice luxury armored car in her space. Han Xingxia released her armored car first. The camouflage-patterned oversized armored car emitted the cold, hard dominance of steel in the sunlight. Han Xingxia immediately went into the car to try her hand. She hadn't driven a lot of military vehicles in her past life, and she could drive an armored car. But she'd never driven such a nice armored car. Ultra-high off-road and protective and firepower support, the armored vehicle is fitted with a small-caliber flamethrower turret, and the engine and flamethrower turret just use direct fuel. Tires reinforced by the system are stronger than track steel plates. It is also sensitive and fast. The body strength is 100 times that of a normal armored car. Hidden panels all around the body, one button start in the cab, the whole body just stabbed on the armored car all around. Han Xingxia had no problem driving this car through the zombie horde. This really is the most advanced and strongest armored car. There is no comparison at all on the market. Good baby. Han Xingxia drove around for a while, familiarizing herself with all the functions of the armored vehicle before lovingly getting down from inside her chariot. After getting out of the car, she went straight to her tower. The interior of her air raid shelter has been expanded with a second staircase. Han Xingxia headed up the stairs and entered the latest system reward of the Essence Bow and Crossbow Tower. The 8 long windows presented perfect sniper windows, able to cover as much as Han Xingxia's air raid shelter within a 1,000-meter radius. A 360-degree rotating fine bow and crossbow was positioned in the center of the tower, with 10 baskets of short arrows neatly yards to the side, each basket containing 100 steel-tipped barbed wooden arrows. Han Xingxia picked up an arrow and placed it on her crossbow, aiming at a flying bird within her domain. Whoosh! Short arrows break through the air. Put! A bird of prey that had stopped at the edge of her shelter then landed in response. Han Xingxia immediately ran with Summer to the location where she had just killed the flying bird. A flying bird landed straight on the ground, having long since lost its breath, and the short arrow inside it went straight through its entire body. Barely silent and very penetrating, this simply couldn't be a better weapon for the end times. Han Xingxia recovered the short arrow with the barb with a little effort. These are sustainable resources, so of course they have to be recycled and saved. Han Xingxia was satisfied and led Summer back. Looking at her increasingly strong base, she couldn't help but think at this point that when the system had just released the rewards, this was still only getting a rank rewards. Wouldn't the rewards be greater if you did a higher level of completion? She thought of the missing part of herself at that moment. There are only 50 in terms of base warfighting configurations. Because she only has 1 dog for the summer. Does this mean she doesn't have enough dogs? Looks like we'll have to take in a few more dogs later on when we get a chance. Go! Summer, go back and eat. Woof woof woof. Han Xingxia led Summer back to her fully upgraded bomb shelter. After the two of them had a big meal, Han Xingxia began to surf the internet. It is now the third day of the end times. The network is still there. After the zombie outbreak, the city's water supply is quickly affected, with an unknown number of zombie corpses floating on the large clean water tanks at the waterworks, and the water supply is infected in the first place. Electricity, on the other hand, is going to last a bit longer. Some smaller cities with imperfect power supply systems will be gone in the first hour after the outbreak of a zombie crisis, and those with perfect power systems can last from 1 to 6 months. Han Xingxia remembers that a city's electricity lasted for 3 months in his last life. After the electricity was gone, the internet was gone with it. And of course in the later stages, there wasn't much online at all. Those who survived the previous period still have some supplies, water and food, and are holed up in their homes with no idea what to do other than surf the internet. A week later, the family began to cut off water and food, so where was the mood to go online? Help! I'm trapped in my bedroom and my parents are desperately banging on my door. I haven't eaten in 3 days. The last bottle of Coke is gone, someone help me. Do any of you know the owner of a 101 in the Shangshire Garden neighborhood? My girlfriend has been missing for 3 days. I'm wondering how she is now. Woo woo. I'm out of the last bit of water in my house, there's still a little bit of snacks left, but I'm out of water, what will I do without water? Didn't you say there was a rescue? How come I've been waiting for 3 days? There's no rescue yet. Day 3 of documenting the end times, howling all over the building, the fridge is almost empty of food, my dad told me to go out and get food for my brother and sister, he said if I don't go, he'll throw me out, I have to contribute to my family when I'm this old, they're old and they're young, so wish me luck everyone. Cheer up. Ching ching. Han Xingxia looked at the overwhelming variety of posts and noticed the record post of a girl named Longing for Always Sunny. She opened the homepage of the record she had posted. She had been doing life sharing before the end of the world, and Han Xingxia noticed that she also had a mother who had died early, a father who had married afterward, and a stepmother who had given her a younger brother and sister not long after. She's just straight up reduced to a minor transparency in this household. Their family was lucky enough to escape the early stages of the apocalypse by hiding in their home, but soon there wasn't enough food in the house. What's the point of thinking at a time like this? Definitely pushed her out. It's a good thing she was so optimistic about being sold out and stupid enough to actually go. Han Xingxia looked at the girl's latest release 5 minutes ago, and she tapped out a line on the screen. First, arm your body, put on the thickest and strongest clothes in the house, wrap your arms and legs all around with duct tape 3 times, put on a helmet and carry a bag, designate a route, aim for the nearest convenience store in the house, and don't go anywhere else. There are shovels, baseball bats in the house, take these 2 as weapons, no take a bedpan, don't take a kitchen knife. The kitchen knife can't cut the zombies, it can't be pulled out even if it's cut in. When you go out and meet a zombie, shoot them in the head, their weak point is the head, don't be afraid of them, it's the early stage now, it overcomes the fear and it can beat them. Han Xingxia finished writing the last sentence and tapped a send button. Chapter 15, Enhancing Physical Fitness. Probably saw a little bit of himself once in this little girl. Han Xingxia generously gave her a set of experiences. It was just a matter of hearing it or not, and whether she could see it or not, that was her life. After she sent this message, she started doing physical training in the base. She's going to spend the next few days getting herself up to her former peak physical conditioning. After she started her workout, a voice dinged in her head. Dropping Super Lord system opened. Limited to 10 days. Hosts will be rewarded for increased combat power. Final rewards will be graded on completion. Han Xingxia. Han Xingxia, who was already doing her training, was even more energized. This time she's going to get the 100% completion bonus. Ho ho ho! Han Xingxia began the perverted intensity of militarized physical training inside her bomb shelter. 354. 355. 356. 306. Han Xingxia ended the 360 sets of physical training in a heavy sweat. By the time the last plank support was done, she just felt like her entire body was falling apart. No strength at all. Completely draining the body. But while draining, she could clearly feel that her limits were breaking again and again. She's lifting, getting stronger. This set was taught to her by her most loyal little brother, Su Xiaoyang, when she was in the base. He used to be a soldier in the army, After the outbreak of the end of the world, he came to the rescue of a city, but was abandoned by the above during the rescue process. Su Xiaoyang's companions died and scattered, leaving him alone to exile to the earth base that Han Qingxia was in before, and it was Han Qingxia who saved him. He had always been sullen, didn't like to talk, and would only execute, being Han Qingxia's most important sharpshooter. A lot of squads tried to poach him and he wouldn't listen, so presumably anyone who's been in the military is extremely loyal. Once he recognized Han Qingxia, he wouldn't betray it easily. The latter was even sacrificed in front of Han Qingxia during the zombie siege. Han Qingxia thought about her past life after doing her physical training, but her trajectory had changed, and the people and events of her past life shouldn't be able to touch her. One has to be content, and she can be just as content with summer in her life. She dragged her tired body to a shower, during which she steamed a pot of rice in the rice cooker and microwaved 10 bags of self-heating packets. Fry up 5 more flavorful fried eggs. Han Qingxia took a shower, covered all the dishes with rice, opened a bottle of Coke, and hugged the rice cooker in front of the computer to eat. When you consume a lot, you eat a lot. Supplies-wise she's too much, along with the sustainable output of eggs and ducks, chicken and fish, whatever she wants. She opened her computer again with the intention of finding some movies to watch when she saw several messages coming from that reply page she had just been on. I took your advice, I went all the way over the least crowded back garden at the back of our neighborhood and sure enough I didn't see any walkers. I've rushed to the convenience store without incident now, I just shot 3 people in a row and I'm scared to death. But luckily there was a scare and no one was in the convenience store. I filled a bag with supplies. Going back now. Thanks, brother Shang Xia. Han Qingxia looked at the words brother Xia and hummed lightly. Her screen name is Shang Xia. This is treating her like a man. She thought for a moment, finding her private message portal and sending her a separate reply. Don't go home. Barricade the convenience store door and stay in the little employee warehouse at the convenience store. There's water and food and the convenience stores are usually in good locations. The zombie virus outbreak was in the early morning, and there didn't really seem to be many zombies on the streets. In post-apocalyptic times, it's the crowds, not the corpses, that you want to stay away from. Blocking the convenience store door, burrowing into the cramped little warehouse to hide, with food and drink, and with the rescue trucks coming up behind her, she could be one of the first to retreat this way. And it's the residential neighborhoods that are all full of people that are really dangerous. A large number of lurking zombies are in all corners of the residential area, and with people coming out behind them looking for supplies, the neighborhood is in for a megawave of zombie crisis. Being able to escape and avoiding the crowd is the only safe place to be. There was just no more reply to Han Qingxia's reminder. Perhaps she went back, returning to her home if she was lucky, or dying on the way if she was unlucky. She didn't look anymore. Found a relaxing movie to watch while eating. By the way, I also download all the movies, TV shows, and novels that I can. These latter ones are down-home dishes. After dinner, Han Qingxia eliminated her food and took Summer out for a walk, checking around her base and tending to the chicks and ducks, vegetables and goats she had raised. Come back and keep doing the training. The training continued late into the night and she went to rest exhausted. Early the next morning. When she got up and started doing physical training, she clearly felt her strength and endurance grow. Her muscles were sore all over, but she gritted her teeth and continued to do her physical training before she started to shower and cook. Another big pot of rice, only today's dish turned out to be grilled chicken and troop hot pot. These are the foods swept up from the big supermarkets. It's in her space, and it's all intact. Add some water, turn on the electricity, and the trooper's hot pot of food cooks up a big pot of food. What sliced beef, prawns with shrimp sliders, all kinds of beef meatballs, chicken meatballs, fish balls, all kinds of mushrooms, enoki, shiitake. All kinds of seasonal vegetables, variety and quantity. It's a 4-person pan. Han Qingxia ate them all by herself. Plus a couple of flavorful fried eggs. These are freshly laid eggs from her chicken coop. She went to check on it this morning and now her chicken coop is laying about 20 eggs a day. She couldn't finish the eggs, left them in the coop to hatch chicks, and then stored them in the barn later when supplies were plentiful. After a big, filling meal, she took no time to drink a cup of charcoal roasted yogurt to slip her seams and kill her appetite. I'll have to do my training later to digest it all. Now at this time, who could be as cool as Han Qingxia? Each was underfed and she had to do exercises to digest them all. She turned off her half-watched movie, decided it wasn't much fun, went to the forums to hang out some more, and found her messages from yesterday exploding. In one day's time the number of likes broke 10,000, and a group of people called her a big brother at the bottom, shouting for more experience. There were also questions about whether she was a relevant person, knowing so much detail. Han Xingxia ignored all of this. All she noticed was that the girl whose original subject's name was Haruka sent him a message back. "Brother Shangxia, I made it home safely, thank you." Han Xingxia raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw this. "The man nah, or go back." Han Xingxia stopped replying and saw that she had just posted a brand new dynamic. Today is the 4th day of the end times. Chapter 16, Family Reunion. This morning at 6:55, thanks to my brother Shangxia's guidance yesterday, I got food back from outside without any problems. I got a total of 20 packs of instant noodles, a bucket of 4.5 L water, 10 packs of bread, 5 packs of ham sausages, and 7 bars of chocolates. My dad, and also my stepmom said that I did a good job. And my brother said that if he had gone out and gotten more than I did he would have gotten some cheap stuff for sure. This morning at 7:30, crap, my brother he's dying to go out right now, and my dad wants me to go with him, and I don't really know what to say, it's really dangerous out there, and I don't want to go back. Today at 7:42, I'm leaving again, my dad said to go get more stuff while it's less crowded, so I'm taking my brother and coming back with more supplies, I'm going out, so give me luck everyone. Han Xingxia read through 3 of her dynamics in a row, and the messages below her exploded, a group of people praising her, a group of people scolding her brother, and a group of people looking for her to ask for experience. Han Xingxia casually looked at it, and this little girl in her private messages also sent her a lot of messages, but she didn't leave another message, and only bookmarked this post. Think of it all as watching a live show. After the play, she went back to working out. With a 10-day intensive period, every minute counts. As usual, she first went for a long run around the edge of the base, warming up while cruising around the territory to see if there were any anomalies in the surroundings and if the trap she had set up had been destroyed, and after making sure that there were no half-assed anomalies, she went back to the base to continue with her physical training. Every movement is trained toward the pole. Within 3 minutes, she was starting to sweat profusely. After 5 minutes had passed, her entire body was drenched in sweat, and the pain in her muscles all over her body made her feel on the verge of going to the limit every now and then. Breaking! 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 Han Xingxia fought to hold on for one more second with each set of training. The good thing is that she practiced the most scientific and effective, and in the middle, she would even arrange a proper rest time between each group, so as not to waste herself. It was during this almost ascetic and perverse workout that her physical growth was most effective. 5 hours of training. As usual, after this workout, she finished her hot shower and nibbled on her rice cooker covered with 10 bags of cooking packets. There is consumption and input, eating and digesting. This was a crazy transformation of energy in her body. All of this is going to become part of her strong physique. Han Xingxia turned on her computer this time to see a new development in her favorite post. And it was posted a minute ago. I'm really going crazy. I brought my brother back after 1,000 years of hard work, and he almost got pitched to death several times on the way, but luckily there really weren't many walkers on that road, and we came back, but when we came back, we were surprised to find that he had wounds on his body. He just refused to say it, and it was only when his sister found his fingers black that he said he was accidentally scratched by the claws of the walkers. What to do now? There is also a picture below this dynamic. On it was the skin of her brother's finger that had been bitten through and the skin had taken on a purple-black color. The netizens below rushed to tell her that it would mutate and get him out. Han Xingxia also sent her a message. Kill it, quick! She received a quick reply after this message was sent. Brother Shangxia, you finally came out. I just showed my dad and stepmom what the netizens suggested, and my dad and stepmom chopped off his fingertips, and they said that the injury area is small, so he'll be fine. Han Xingxia simply wanted to curse the stupidity when she saw this. Hurry and leave. Hurry. She never got a reply after this message was sent. Han Xingxia held up her spoon and stared at the screen for 15 minutes, waiting until a spoonful of rice had cooled and she hadn't received a message. Zombie mutation time in 1 to 10 minutes, poor body about a minute to mutate, strong body, strong willpower can slightly hold 10 minutes. And where to chop when bitten? This is a joke. The zombie virus would be the first to melt into the bloodstream, frantically contaminating the entire body, giving no chance for survival. Han Xingxia could almost predict the end of that girl. Her brother would start with shortness of breath, followed by blackness all over his body, chills, and stiffness for 10 seconds or so. If they kill him at this point, they'll still be alive. But her biased dad and loving stepmom who loves her brother certainly won't let her touch him. They hesitated these 10 seconds or so they could have been reunited with him in hell. Han Xingxia shook her head and turned off the forum in front of her completely, finding a lighter family piece to watch while eating. It wasn't that she hadn't given the girl help, she but could have listened to her, hid in the convenience store at the beginning, cut herself off completely from those people, or killed her brother forcefully. None of them would be pitched like this. But 99% of the people in this world are like that. They can't break free of the net that oppresses them, and even though they feel a strong reluctance, they still jump into their own fire without a second thought. Stupid as she was in her last life. The good thing was, there was no way she was going to repeat that mistake in her life. Whoever dares to oppress her, she'll kill him. Do whatever you want, and live your true self in the end times. Han Xingxia stopped reading the post, and after eating, began to continue training. Do some elimination training first, wait until your stomach is gradually digested down and unburdened, then start intense physical lifting training. It was another 7 days in a flash. Han Xingxia's days consisted of training, bathing, eating, training. 24 hours a day, Han Xingxia has 18 hours are in training. Her training is very scientific, professionalism to ensure that the more she exercises the more mental. Her physical fitness was visible to the naked eye. She used to be able to run 10,000 meters and pant with exhaustion, but now she was not red in the face. The power was even raised to twice its previous level. She used to be able to carry 100 pounds of rice, but now she can carry it with one hand. The fighting arts aspect was even at its former state, and in an empty-handed situation, she was able to kill 5 big men at the same time. If she had an instrument, she would be able to do it in one hit. Han Xingxia hugged the marinated beef and started gnawing on it after finishing her training for the day. She used the 500 pounds of fresh beef that she had hoarded before the end of the world, plus a variety of spices, put it in a pressure cooker to simmer, and after it was flavored, she took it out and cut it cold with a dipping sauce, and the fresh beef was so delicious after it was brined. Her appetite was getting more and more difficult these days, and she didn't want to eat any of the cooking packets and instant noodles she bought earlier. After all, who wants to eat all that emergency deal stuff when you have fresh goodies? Anyway, Han Xingxia had more than enough supplies to eat by herself, so it was no problem at all. She ate the corned beef herself, and likewise simmered a separate large pot full of beef hanging over a large bone with no adjuncts and only a little salt for summer. What she eats in the summer. She was eating and drinking painfully on the base with summer, one dog and one person. And by now, the outside had long since changed. Chapter 17, Dramatic Changes in the City. It is now the 10th day of the end times. It's not like the pre-apocalyptic days. Radio relief announcements were stopped, national announcements were suspended, and the people's fearful hearts and the barely remaining food in their homes reached rock bottom. Residents have been rushing out in search of food for the past few days. Either they starve to death or are bitten to death, and when pushed to the brink of extinction, zombies aren't so scary anymore. After this wave begins, however, the city's zombies begin to surge. There really aren't many that can make it through a zombie horde in one piece. 9 out of 10 that go out looking for food have to die. No kidding. Because people's fear and inexperience of walkers in the early days kept them from facing them head on at all. The ubiquitous zombies in all directions, but also will suddenly give you a moment, looking for food in the process. If you are unfortunate enough to encounter the zombies piled up, then it is a dish. The city's new zombies have started a surge, and the people inside have been hungry for a long time, and the zombies outside have been hungry for just as long. In a state of starvation, the zombies start to go crazy and invade places where humans live. Just for example, this door of my house is really not going to hold. The zombies outside the door have been screaming louder and louder for the past few days, and they've been tapping on my door every day, so I've already blocked it with everything I can. I've blocked it with everything I can, and I've locked it in the innermost room every day, so why can the zombies still find me? There's still a lot of food in my house. Is there anyone who can help me? I'd trade my supplies for it. Han Xingxia saw a good-looking young man rescuing in a live video. Look at his occupation as a food blogger. It's no wonder then that there's tons of food in the house from advertisers, as well as the food you usually buy for your own reviews. The stock is very substantial. And he's usually pretty nerdy and doesn't go out much, which makes him a very lucky bunch in the zombie crisis. The only unlucky thing is that the place he rents is a youth apartment. Almost everyone on his floor had mutated. Zombies roamed outside his apartment all day, and after a few days of panic, the blogger took the advice of his online friends to fortify the front door and hide in the innermost suite to isolate himself from as much smell as possible. But now, all he could feel was the door slamming louder and louder. It's like the whole building is surrounded by walkers outside his door. After this blogger sent out a plea for help, she quickly got a response from a fitness instructor who lives in the same building. I can come to your rescue, but I'll have to share half of your food. No problem. The blogger quickly replied, "How do you get over here? I live directly above you. I'll put a rope in the window opening for you later. Grab the rope and I'll pull you up." Yes. The blogger immediately started packing up his stuff and he strapped a camera to his head to broadcast live for everyone. Bubbly, jerky, self-heating pots, water, he spread it all out, and his man upstairs told him to hoist the food up first to make it easier for him to climb back up later. The blogger spat into the camera, "I'm not stupid, so how would it work if I hoisted all the food up without me?" He bundled all the supplies he could carry in his own house on himself. And that's when he heard the crack of the door to his room. "Wow! You hurry up! Coming!" The blogger looked over. The door to his room had indeed been broken open and countless zombies were swarming inside. All the zombies were gray-black all over, many of their abdomens were in a wide-open state, knotted black twine like rotting intestines were dragged out from their stomachs, and their dark brown skin clung to their faces, and some of them had no facial features left, leaving only black holes where blood and flesh could be seen in the bone. The zombies, who hadn't eaten any food in days, lunged at him with open teeth and claws. Who wouldn't be weak at the knees watching this scene? He pulled the small, pale door to his bedroom closed and jumped onto the balcony. "Must save me." He grabbed a handful of the rope dangling from above. However, it was only when he grabbed the rope that he felt as if he had really carried too much. "You're too heavy." The fitness instructor upstairs almost fell straight down at his weight. "There's still time for you to put the food down separately. Bring the food up first." "No way. Together." The blogger vehemently disagreed. With all the food being given to him now in such a dangerous time, he surely wouldn't save himself. "Then you throw out some of the food." When the blogger heard this, he dumped the water on himself without saying a word. "Not enough. I haven't eaten in days and I don't have enough strength." "You throw the stuff a little more." The blogger hears this and spits on camera, "That's it, and you're a fitness instructor. What am I going to eat back there if I throw everything away?" He threw a few more pieces of food out, and by the time he was well enough to pull his weight from above, the door to his room was busted open. "Aha! Hurry up and pull me! Hurry up and pull me up!" He was stuck in mid-air. "Hang all the food in the frame next to you, and I'll pull you up separately from the food." And then pull the food. "No! No! The food has to be with me." God knows if he'll wait until he puts the food in and then let go of him. Food is life these days. You have to believe me. Or you won't get on. The blogger hesitated at this point, but not before his ankle was grabbed by a dry, shriveled hand. The blogger struggled violently, kicking and tugging, the intense pain and fear causing him to rush to the top. "I really can't pull you. I'll give you food. I'll give you food." He finally decided to give up his food at this point, but it was too late. The zombies that smelled the human scent whimpered and crawled towards the windowsill, reaching out of the window in a frenzy. There were zombies falling down, and there were zombies catching on climbing nothing, and the raging zombies in the back were stepping on their own companions as if they were zombies spewing out, grasping at the mid-air blogger. Sharp claws pierced his skin as a gaunt walker grabbed his leg, and with a mighty effort ripped his entire leg off as he stomped. Ah! After one of the blogger's legs was ripped off, the other was quickly grabbed and ripped off hard, leaving only two bloody, bare leg bones. The shrill sounds and the raging blood spurred the frenzied zombies below, and the zombies below the apartment building converged sharply in that direction as they all tried to climb upwards as well. To eat. To eat. To eat. The fitness instructor upstairs saw the scene and couldn't care less about the food. He let go of his hand and threw the blogger, who had fallen in mid-air, straight down. When that blogger landed, the zombies climbing the walls and windowsills jumped after him like vicious dogs chasing food. The moment he hit the ground, he was submerged in a raging tide of zombies, rapidly being divided and divided. P.S. Changed book covers. Don't get lost. Chapter 18 Previous warehouse smashed. After Han Xingsha finished watching this live broadcast, her computer screen dropped and lost its signal. Of course, it's not some alleged gore that got banned. Instead, the web server crashed. The city's power is still on, the internet is still on, but web servers scattered across the country don't end at a uniform time. Some of the small servers for websites that were placed directly in the homes or offices of administrators had long since finished a few days before the end of the world. Larger companies can last a long time with no one to manage them. But apparently, the big video platform has gone on hiatus. It also means that the internet frenzy is winding down. No one will be venting their emotions online for some time afterward. They must face the age of doom head-on. After Han Xingxia closed the website, she opened the movie library she had downloaded. The good thing was that she had finished downloading all the resources she could find, and would have no problem living alone and looking at stock footage later on. By the time she had finished her meal and was halfway through the movie with the intention of pausing it, her monitor beeped a ticking alarm. Han Xingxia immediately rushed to her monitoring console. All of her surveillance equipment was connected to this big computer of hers. A small, unassuming screen in the corner was lighting up on the superabundance of surveillance screens. Han Xingxia was slightly stunned when she saw that surveillance image. There it was, the surveillance from the warehouse she rented before. Han Xingxia forgot to dismantle the surveillance after taking Summer and all the supplies from the warehouse on the day the end of the world came. At the moment, the surveillance was showing the status of the invasion of his warehouse door. Since she had bought all the good monitors with radio, the conversation outside the monitor came through at that moment. This woman approached me to rent a warehouse most of a month ago, and I've seen a very large number of courier trucks coming in and out of her place some time ago. She definitely has supplies here. But you're renting it to someone, it's illegal to go in there. What time is it now? I don't care if it's illegal or not. Hurry up and grab it. Exactly. She should share what she has with us. Clunk. A sound. The door to Han Xingxia's previous warehouse was broken open. The old landlord rushed inside with a large group of aggressive men. But when they rushed inside to take a look, all dumbfounded. Why, it's so empty. Big River, is this what you call supplies bursting at the seams and stuff everywhere? The old landlord looked at the empty warehouse in front of him that didn't even have a cardboard, and said one after another, it's impossible. I clearly saw that during that time she had cars coming in and out of here every day. She just came a few times a day, how could she possibly move everything? You're looking at it all wrong. It's not like there's a car coming in to make a delivery and the stuff is all for her. A few deliveries, a few boxes of stuff, and people move them. What bad luck! It's a waste of time for us to come all the way out here with you in fear for nothing. The group cursed and left. That old landlord was even more furious before he left, and he glanced up to catch a glimpse of the surveillance that Han Xingxia had left here, and smashed it down with a stick. Beep. One of Han Xingxia's surveillance is gone. Han Xingxia saw this scene and stretched hard into the chair behind her, in an extremely good mood. She knew that many people would stare at her, and had long been prepared to rent a warehouse. Otherwise, now that the end of the world has broken out and all the ugliness of human nature has awakened, if she lets a lot of people know about her base, there will definitely be people who will come over. It's better to be prepared than to be careful. She was glad and happy to see these people go back to their homes in frustration and resentment. Only, she's a person who's used to being careful. This old guy who smashed her surveillance, she remembered. P.S. There are changes in Chapter 11 that don't affect subsequent readings, and a more exciting 3,000-word escapade has been added. Chapter 19. The next day. Han Xingxia's two elbows were propped up on the ground, her legs were together, her toes landed on the ground, her abdomen tightened, her whole body's muscles were taut, and bean-sized beads of sweat on her forehead crackled and fell downward. She'd been holding this plank support for almost an hour. His whole body was as wet and sweaty as if he had been soaked. In these short 10 days, in the state of eating 3 cylinders of rice every day, Han Xingxia had lost a circle of weight. But this thinness is not in terms of weight, but in terms of physique. Her entire body had lost a huge amount of weight from top to bottom, her muscle lines were tight and defined, her body fat percentage had plummeted, her abs had appeared on her stomach, and all the loose, soft muscles were gone, replaced by a sense of strength that was ready to explode at a moment's notice. At the same time, her mental outlook has changed radically. Staying active keeps your spirits high at all times. As for Han Xingxia, who was originally a bad guy with thug attributes, her pair of bright and sharp eyes stood in stark contrast to the terrified and shriveled ordinary people outside at the moment. Just the look in his eyes alone could overpower a group of people. It's the difference between a beast of burden and a herd of sheep. She gritted her teeth and made a last stand on the mat. The muscles in her entire body were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and the aching pain caused beads of sweat to rain down on her forehead. Pain. It hurt so much that the muscles began to tremble. But can't give it up. Persistence. Every extra second she held on was a breakthrough in her fitness, and more importantly, the bonus time was coming to an end. Just as her cheeks were biting and numb, and her entire body was about to feel the limits of practicing waste, a familiar voice came from her head. Dropping the time to enhance the physique is over. Han Xingxia thumped and collapsed onto the yoga mat, gasping for air. It's over. It's finally time to take a break. By this time, there wasn't a single finger left in her entire body that could move. The intense pain paid off and she got her reward. Beginning rating. Host physical improvement 100% complete. Speed boost 100% complete. Endurance boost 100% complete. Power up 100% complete. Congratulations on the S rank reward. Congratulations on doubling your fitness. Speed doubled. Endurance doubled. Double the speed of healing from injuries. Rewarded with Super Era Fighting Technique 1. Long life without major injuries. Han Xingxia. Directly after the rewards were handed out, she felt a drastic change in her body. The body that had just been drained seemed to be replenished in the blink of an eye. Her whole body was filled with inexhaustible power. Han Xingxia leapt up from the ground and found that her agility was much higher as well. She walked outside the base and looked at her precious armored vehicle in front of her, an urge to lift it welling up in her body. In fact, she really did. Han Xingxia grabbed one side of the frame, and with both her feet in a horse stance, her hands fired. Han Xingxia had actually lifted one corner of this 8-8 style state-of-the-art armored car a centimeter off the ground. Nima, don't underestimate this centimeter, this armored car can be over 20 tons. Han Xingxia tried her speed again. She was running at full speed in her explosive state and could easily run at the level of a world champion. The physical limit here was supposed to be that every little bit of elevation brought about a gulf of walls like a rift. And the system gave her a reward that was directly doubled. Her strength and speed reached the absolute ceiling of human flesh. Even Han Xingxia felt that in the future, with the rise of psychic powers, his current due state would be directly comparable to those ordinary speed psychics and strength psychics. That's a bonus, solid kudos. Han Xingxia entered her own space after trying her own physical abilities. At the moment there was a copy of Fighting Arts lying in her space. Han Xingxia immediately opened it. Han Xingxia's eyes lit up after browsing through a few moves. All of the moves were precise and vicious, all of them were killing moves against the human body and zombies as organisms, with a large number of surprising singularities. No wonder it was said to be a fighting technique far beyond the current era, summarized in every move by decades of veteran martial artists. Han Xingxia was like a treasure and immediately began to study. It was another 5 days in a flash. Han Xingxia stayed at the base every day for the past few days training. Every morning the usual morning run around the mountain, warm up and start practicing fighting techniques. During the process the rice cooker cooks, and after she and Summer eat, they add some food to the chickens, ducks and goats, and tend to the fruits and vegetables. She already has more eggs and duck eggs than she can eat every day and produces about 20 eggs a day. Han Xingxia only took a few of her own daily meals every day, leaving the rest in the pen for the old hens to hatch their eggs. The vegetables in her veggie patch are growing exceptionally well too. Han Xingxia expected another 10 days, leeks, cabbage, these short maturity can be harvested. The base is thriving and moving in an excellent direction. And in the past few days, the city outside has once again been turned upside down. Yesterday evening, Han Xingxia stood on the tower of his house, looking around and out over the city of ahead. A little after 8 o'clock, the scattered lights of the city snapped off in large swathes stretching from front to back. The power went out early. In my last life power lasted a long time, this time it only lasted about half a month. After all, the zombie virus is all ahead of schedule, and with all the uncontrollable factors changing, the power supply plant should be completely finished. But it seems that this one is far more difficult than the last. Because electricity is a basic energy source, Han Xingxia had been relying on electricity for cooking and eating at home in her last life, when the natural gas was cut off. And at night, you can watch for walkers through the sound-activated lights outside the front door and monitor current events. Now without electricity, it's going to be a whole lot harder to survive in the city. Han Xingxia stood on the tower and seemed to be able to hear the mournful screams and car roars drifting from the city in front of her. Boom boom boom. From the furthest position of the infrared camera, she saw a number of vehicles hurrying out of the highway at the end of the path outside her bomb shelter. They fled out into the city in a frenzy, followed by a long line of zombies running after them. In the darkness, many of the vehicles that escaped were hit, and the speed and sound of the crash were especially clear in the darkness. Half a month is enough time for everyone to accept the truth, especially the fact that they can't wait for help at all, and today's blackout in this city will be the last straw that breaks everyone's back, and they don't care about anything else but desperately fleeing the city right now. Han Xingxia knew that a new wave of escapes was about to begin. Early the next morning she reared up to look at the tower and saw the scene of a massive car accident on the highway off her trail. The number of walkers roaming the main road begins to increase. Some of them surrounded the vehicles at the crash site and nibbled on the bodies, while others wandered aimlessly around the neighborhood. There were even quite a few that wandered into her territorial boundaries. Han Xingxia grabbed her crossbow and paused as she tried to shoot an ungainly zombie. Chapter 20, a one-time audience. What's the point of killing zombies? It's not like zombies are a threat. And with walkers roaming around her territory, isn't that a natural guard? Let's see who dares to enter her way. Han Xingxia thought of this and immediately stopped trying to shoot the zombies. She looked out from her binoculars and even felt very sorry that there were less zombies at the intersection of her base. If only there were more of them. It's best to block her path. Thinking of this, Han Xingxia immediately had an idea. Half an hour later, Han Xingxia drove her armor to the outskirts of her territory. Parking the car in the woods, she led Summer out of the car and headed over to the highway on foot. The further out you go, the thicker the smell of blood gets. She stood on a section of the mountain wall and looked down at the highway below her. Seeing the scene up close at this point can be much more exciting than in a telescope. Especially the stretch of road just out of town ahead. A large number of vehicles fled from the city, and every car that rushed out was inevitably followed by a large swarm of crowds of zombies. These zombies seemed to have no idea what exhaustion was, darting and chasing after the moving vehicles in front of them with their teeth and claws wide open. Some bad luck, a little accident, the car speed but a little slower, in a moment will be swallowed by the zombie horde. They crawled all over the vehicle like leeches, frantically banging and slapping the windows. The person driving the car had his view all blocked, and with a boom, he crashed into someone else's car. As soon as the vehicle fell, the zombies became more excited and climbed up to munch on it frantically. Some of the vehicles that were lucky enough to have enough quality cars had to dodge and sprint all the way across roads littered with car accidents, screaming out of the city. The section of road under Han Xingxia's feet had relatively few car accidents and zombies. At a glance, there are only 4 spots of car accidents. A dozen or so wandering walkers. They roam both sides of the road and follow any vehicle that passes by. Han Xingxia was watching the road conditions relatively calm down, and after 3 cars in a row made it through in a hurry, attracting the vast majority of the zombies away, she took him from the 100-meter-high broken wall and climbed down. Summer walked much more steadily than she did. The location where she landed was a crash site. Roar! A middle-aged female zombie was trapped inside the overturned car, and when she saw Han Xingxia appear, she violently tried to struggle out of the car. She looked very unkempt, her hair hadn't been washed for a long time, her face was dried out without a single muscle, her face was relatively intact, and she was busted open at the chest, a dry, skinny, withered claw wearing a diamond ring sticking out from the crack of the car in an attempted attempt to grab Han Xingxia in front of her. But she couldn't do anything about it because her chest harness wasn't even unbuckled. Han Xingxia scanned the empty interior of her car. It seems that when disaster struck, her husband directly left her and ran away. This unlucky guy was bitten without even unbuckling his seatbelt. Be a walker with character. Han Xingxia went up with a shovel. Go find your husband in heaven. After addressing the hidden problems in the car, she walked to the rear of the car and grabbed the crossbar. One hard. Ka-ching. She towed the abandoned car to her home intersection. There were 3 walkers rushing towards her on the road. It didn't even need Han Xingxia to make a move, as Summer pounced on him with a wail and bit the other party to death. One good thing about this zombie crisis is, does not infect animals. Infects only humans. It's a human holocaust. As a German blackback, the combat strength of the Summer has a system to strengthen these zombies in front of it that is a claw one. It's not too easy to kill. Don't bite it to death, Tin, just maim it up. Summer heard Han Xingxia's order and woofed, showing mercy to the zombie under his claws who had to shoot his head off, only tearing off the upper half of his body. Han Xingxia looked at the zombie that was left with its upper body wailing and crawling forward. Well, her TN's execution was superb. She and Summer worked in tandem, with Summer handling the walkers and her towing, successively towing all of the other 4 crashed vehicles to the intersection of their own path, blocking the road solidly. Aha! Looking at the large intersection at the scene of this super-sized car accident, but anyone with eyes to grow couldn't possibly break in. In addition, she told Summer to drive any walkers left behind this way. Han Xingxia made them guard themselves and guard up. Han Xingxia doing this was also seen by a few cars passing by. But none of the cars even stopped to ask. Because it's ing escape end times. All of them are running away as fast as they can. Who the hell has the energy to care about others? Han Xingxia cared as little about the vehicles that brushed past. These are just disposable audiences. The drive out on this road is an eternal one-way street for 99.99% of the time, and it's never possible to turn around and go back. Han Xingxia showed off her strange power in front of them, and they just watched it and called it a day. It's too late to wonder, too late to ask, and their lives are about to face their own peril. Han Xingxia left the area after securing his trail and distributing the zombies that only had the upper half of their bodies left. By the time she returned to the base with Summer and took a shower with her, she heard an alarm coming from her home base monitoring. She immediately went upstairs to the tower. Her surveillance computers were moved to the tower to keep an eye on the defense later. At that moment, one of the dozens of little surveillance squares monitoring the farthest you could see the highway was ringing. Han Xingxia zoomed in on the surveillance screen. Just then she saw a loaded pickup truck coming from the direction of the city, braking sharply in front of her recently blocked path. The other party was obviously feeling a bit overwhelmed by the sight of the trail, which was blocked solidly by a bunch of cars. They stayed in place for 10 seconds or so, attracting all those half-broken zombies, and then the people inside backed up the car a little to avoid the half-broken zombies that surrounded them, and then stepped on the gas again, preparing to force their way through the place. Han Xingxia's eyes instantly turned cold when she saw this. Nice guy, clearly coming for her. She grabbed the crossbow at hand and locked the cross-aim on the tires of the car that had entered her field of attack. Whoosh! A break in the air. In Han Xingxia's field of vision, the tires of the car moving forward burst with a loud bang. The crowd inside the car stopped immediately after realizing that the tires had blown out, after inertially lurching forward for a moment. Not long after, 4 or 5 big men came down from the car. Among them, Han Xingxia saw a familiar figure. Wasn't that the same agent who had rented her the bomb shelter at the time? Are you sure it's safe in there? Of course. It's a bomb shelter in there, and there's no one around for miles. Hardly anyone knows about this place. I rented it out to a girl a month ago to grow mushrooms, so maybe we'll have mushrooms to eat if we go in there. Brothers, do it. Clear the walkers, change the tires, let's go in. Chapter 21 Invasion. In Han Xingxia's field of vision, a group of big men quickly split into 2 teams, one cleaning up the surrounding zombies, and the other lifting the car up, intending to change the tires. Brother Tiger. How come the zombies in this neighborhood feel like they've all been cleaned up? Yeah. How come they're all half-cut? And, are these cars being towed? At that moment, the man who was lying down and preparing to change the car's tire shouted, Tiger. It's not right. Our tires were shot out. His words fell with a whoosh. Boom. They had a flat tire on the other car. For once, but anyone with a brain knows that. It's not right. They're in someone else's territory here. Tiger, there's a big man in the neighborhood. This is someone else's place. What now? The big, flower-armed man called Tiger by the crowd grabbed the agent. Damn, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say there was no one here? I really remember just one woman renting it. Don't be so stupid, if a woman could do all this. I don't know, maybe it's already occupied by someone else. The agent looked at Tiger in fear and cowardice. Get out. Tiger threw him forward with one hand. Whoosh. The sound. A short arrow flew out again. The agent had panicked, and when he was pushed back, he ran back so fast that he had just moved an inch when a short arrow was shot in the direction he had just been. He rolled and ducked toward Tiger's side. Tiger, who was leading a group of people, only felt his scalp tingle when he saw this archery. Fast, accurate, and no sound. Don't even know where it was shot. There's no way to hide if this is trying to kill them. But at the same time, they immediately figured out something. I know. She has limited range. That's right. It only shoots as far as the front tire. It was immediately clear to everyone, or else the other side wouldn't have been able to just shoot out both of their front tires, as well as only firing when that agent was pushed forward. It's because that's her highest range. Tiger, what now? Leave? Wang Hu's fierce eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light. Leave, how is that possible? Not to mention the fact that they can't walk anywhere now that their car is broken down. If they don't take the place in front of them and kill the people inside, they won't have a leg to stand on. He opened the back door and pulled 2 cloaked and disheveled women out of it. You guys get in front of me. Go! Two young women with injuries all over their bodies appeared in Han Xingxia's cross sights. They were herded ahead behind them like two little sheep, panicked and unsure of what to do. Han Xingxia was used to crawling around in the post-apocalyptic world and had seen many such scenes. Women were quickly reduced to the subordination of men after the advent of the end times because of the huge gap between their physical and psychological abilities. The evil of human nature will be on full display in the grand scheme of things. The lower limit is only what you can think of, not what you can't do. It was just that Han Xingxia hadn't expected that it had only been half a month since the end times began. Just someone who was so quick to challenge the bottom line and treat women as less than human beings. She prided herself on having been on the floor of the bottom of human morality, which was worse than she was. That's not human. For those who weren't human, Han Xingxia moved her fingers away from the arrows. She removed the short arrow and put a little something on it. She had to give them a gift. If you don't leave, I'll leave you here today. Feed the zombies. Move forward. Wang Hu escorted the two girls forward from behind, and his eyes lit up after seeing that the two of them had entered the range area but had not been shot at. You guys stand still. Stay where you are. He was sure now that the people inside had some morals and didn't kill innocent women. In that case, wouldn't they be able to hold her hard? Tiger, what do we say now? Tow the car out, change the tires, and let them both drive later. He had the car quickly towed to a safe zone, took two spare tires out of the trunk supplies and replaced them, then tied the two women to the front of his car. The practice tells the other side quite clearly. But to move them, it would be these two women who would die first. If she really didn't care if the two women died or not, they could have escaped in the first place because they were in the car, but once she let them have their way, they're going to get her later. In eschatological times, morality is not to be taught. They fixed the tires, the hostages tied up on the roof of the car, then quickly get on the car, looking at the road in front of the Han Xingxia blocked with vehicles, they boom sound, drive a strong rushed in. This one rushed well. Surprisingly, the other side really didn't shoot. The crowd is bugging out. Whoosh! The sound. A short arrow with a packet of fresh chicken blood rubbed against the door of their pickup truck. The short arrow shot in at a slanting angle, half of it jamming into the body of their car, the other half locking the door in a death grip. People inside the car. In their shock, their inside and outside doors were hit by short arrows at the same time. Bang! Their tires were punctured again and the vehicle spun and braked sharply to a stop. Bright red blood covered their entire bodywork, and the heavy scent of blood immediately made their car an instant target object for all the zombies. All the surviving walkers along the road were converging on them. All of them were trapped inside the car like sardine cans. That one in there is a cocksucker. She lied to us on purpose. Can we still get out? The car door won't open. Wang Hu looked at the convergence of zombies running outside, and on the spot, he rolled down the window and climbed from inside the car. It wasn't a silly crawl for him to grab a woman as a shield and crawl out behind her the whole time. But at that moment, a half-zombie on the ground grabbed his leg, and Wang Hu's sharp eyes pushed the woman and dodged it. Whoosh! A short arrow was immediately shot at his back. Wang Hu dodged it by rubbing his body with all his instincts. He knew as soon as he ducked through that he could never let go of the hostage and had to duck behind her and charge inside. He regained his grip on the woman blocking her in front of him, making a big run for the air raid shelter inside. After running ahead along the path for a distance of 1,000 meters or so, he did see an incredibly hidden bomb shelter in the forest. Outside the shelter at the moment were high barbed wire densely covered with cameras and large, unbelievably strong and thick iron gates. Jumping over the barbed wire fence, you can vaguely see the vegetables planted and the chickens and ducks raised inside. He was overwhelmed with shock at the fortifications in front of him and the complete equipment inside. It's really occupied by a bigot. Someone went ahead and bought the place and made it into a base castle. Did someone foresee the zombie catastrophe in advance? This can't be right. But just as he wondered, his hand was suddenly bitten down by a bite from the woman clutching at his chest. Chapter 22, She's the big brother they say she is. Han Xingxia, who was in the cross sights, almost laughed out loud when she saw the scene in front of her. She'd seen this woman bitten long ago. That's why she just let Wang Hu rush all the way to the entrance of her base. Watching that woman mutate in front of him. Backhanded bite him. There's nothing better in this world than lifting a rock and hitting yourself in the foot. This is probably the way of heaven, and heaven spares no one. She happily watched the others in the cross sights, and if anyone tried to escape, she sent an arrow to help them out. Here they mean walkers. Han Xingxia, she's not a nice person. Jarius, the thug of doom. If you dare to offend her, you'll have to pay her back 100 times over. She was on top of the tower, steadily controlling the situation, and after she watched the guys all overrun, her eyes fell on one of the inside the car. It's amazing that agent is still languishing in there. Well, he's solid. Everyone else was running away, but he was afraid to run, hiding in the car to the death. Seeing this, Han Xingxia calmly knocked a short arrow and aimed it at his car window. Whoosh! Bang! The windshield of their pickup was shattered by an arrow. The zombies around them that had just finished munching on the others heard the sound and resumed running towards the pickup truck. Along with Wang Hu and the others who had turned into zombies. They rushed to the pickup truck and scrambled down the broken glass to grab at the only surviving living person inside. At this moment, those who were inside really felt what it meant to be suffocated. What do you mean by regret? Why did he bring these over when he was fine? Perhaps it was the fact that he was the weakest within this small group, and he had to provide them with the most useful resources. Or they'll get rid of them. His first thought at the time was this bomb shelter he had rented out a month ago. He remembers the girl who rented his bomb shelter. It's a very young brainless entrepreneurial douchebag. I can't believe she's going to grow mushrooms in this. He was even thinking that there had been tons of mushrooms and that pretty girl in here when the group of them had rushed here. It was bad luck that the girl had turned into a zombie, and with so many of them, it was still easy to kill a female zombie. As luck would have it, she hadn't even mutated, and they'd have an extra woman on their team, and he'd be able to toy with her a bit. She's stupid, but she's pretty. He didn't even think they'd come in on this trip and get all bent out of shape. He hadn't even met the girl yet. Just then, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a girl's figure in the forest ahead of him amidst the influx and countless zombies. She stood in front of him with her chest clasped, looking in his direction with a cold face. He instantly understood in this moment. TMD, he is the cutie. That pretty girl was simply the bigot they were talking about. She's always been here, and this territory is hers. But alas, it was too late for him to repent before he himself was busted open in the chest by the zombies pouring in. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Summer drives the zombies all the way to the outside. Han Xingxia went all the way to retrieve the short arrow she had shot out earlier while coming behind that pickup truck. With a wave of her hand, she brought back all the supplies in the back. A full day. Consider it all an atonement for her from these ungrateful bastards. Han Xingxia incidentally towed this car to the side as well, reinforcing a blockage. This time, surely no one can get in. When she returned to her base, she took out the loot she had scavenged and examined it. Chapter 23, New Members. The group had a total of 20 large cardboard boxes in the back of their pickup truck. Inside were 10 full boxes of instant noodles, 5 boxes of rice, 2 boxes of drinking water, 1 box of various meats and vegetables, and 1 box of gold. Didn't even take off the price tag. It looks like they purposely grabbed it when they were passing by the gold store. Han Xingxia see this full of 30 or 40 pounds of gold is really heartfelt emotion. This man's love of gold is really engraved in the bones. But they were right to bring gold, even in the end times, the only thing that had circulating value was gold. She sorted the supplies into her own storage, in addition to which she seized a pistol. It's a police model. It sure looked like the mob had raided places they shouldn't have. Han Xingxia felt that she was really a good person who did the people a favor. After all, like her so full of sense of justice of the enthusiastic masses has not much, normal people encountered this group of mobs which is not hurry to run, fear to avoid, only she, in addition to go up to the heroic counterattack, repel the enemy, but also very thoughtful to send them a set of zombie package. Not letting them wreak havoc on others. Otherwise she could have just scared them off and kicked them out of her territory. Where is the need to lure the enemy in and not kill them? It's rare to find a good guy as bad, yuck, and righteous as her anymore. Consider these a reward for her bravery. Otherwise she couldn't even watch. Han Xingxia gladly accepted her spoils. Just then, a system beep sounded in her head. Dropping base defense battle detected 1. Successfully defeated the enemy 6 and seized 20 boxes of supplies. Congratulations on gaining 26 points. System mall opened. Han Xingxia's eyes lit up at the points mall. She was surprised to see a mall panel appear in her mind. A pile of supplies appeared in it. It's got food, medicine, guns and weapons and base building stuff. Each of these is followed by attributes. Inside the food, for example, Energy Bar 1, quickly bring your physical energy up to full. Carries hunger for 10 hours. Priced at 5 points. Bread 1, quickly raise your physical strength to full and carry hunger for 20 hours. Priced at 8 points. Yunnan Baya 1, stops bleeding and relieves pain with a single application. Priced at 20 points. She flipped to the weapon screen, and in the weapon categories, there were all sorts of guns and firearms. There was even extra damage attached to additional hits. Each of these is a treasure. But it's just too expensive. She only has 26 points right now. Han Xingxia watched these with greedy eyes, and she even felt like she was beginning to look forward to going down to have someone invade her territory. That's when the alarm sounded again on her monitor. Han Xingxia walked over to her computer and saw the already darkened canopy outside, and several very large vehicles parked outside her surveillance. The infrared camera could only see a group of people getting out of the car after it stopped. They looked around and cleared the neighborhood of walkers. Han Xingxia was delighted. No way. Come to give her head so soon? She watched the group carefully from within the camera, intending to strike once they invaded her territory, only to see that the men only killed walkers. They were on the side of the road, attracting all the walkers in the neighborhood, and after killing them, they opened the back door and let a pack of dogs out of it. Han Xingxia couldn't see their appearance or clothing at the moment, and could only judge these by the shape of the heat source from the infrared detector. She could be sure of one thing: they had really let out a pack of dogs. After they let the dog out, a few people looked like they got into an argument. But soon, everyone was back on the bus. Only the dogs were left where they were. The dogs watched the vehicle pull away and they all chased after them at full speed. Han Xingxia's infrared camera view showed the car and the running dog both heading toward the city. Showed a hint of doubt. What is this? Early the next morning, Han Xingxia woke up early as usual to warm up. Even if there are no more system rewards now, the warm-up should continue. Just as she was about to run a lap around the edge of the territory, her security cameras went into alarm again. Han Xingxia used her cell phone to connect to the computer this time, and all the images could be viewed on her cell phone. When she picked up her cell phone to look, she saw a pack of dogs on the road outside the shelter. About 14 or 15 in number. Each one had a uniform on it. The group of dogs ran to the place where Han Xingxia had seen the strange scene yesterday and all stopped. They circled in place as if waiting for their master to return. And that's when a public message came through on her cell phone. Dropping rescue operation in a city has begun. Rescue vehicles are entering City A. Please have the survivors arrive at the following rendezvous point as soon as possible. Han Xingxia heard this. Just understand. It was the rescue squad that passed by her door yesterday. Their dog. Han Xingxia drove her own car to the outskirts of her base. At the moment, all the walkers on the main road outside of her had been cleared out, and there was a rare safe zone around her. A group of dogs stood guard at the intersection of Han Xingxia Road, looking all the way to the direction of the city. The dogs were not in good spirits, and they almost always had injuries on their bodies. Either scratched or gnawed on, belly scratches are common, ears and tail all nicked. One was most seriously injured. Both of its hind legs had been torn and bitten, revealing half of its bloody leg bones. It couldn't even walk with a limp, almost relying only on its two front limbs to be able to walk, dragging its leg bones behind it as it followed the dogs, looking blearily towards the city. Han Xingxia got down from the car and saw the current state of the 15 dogs and realized that they must have chased them all the way into the city last night and encountered a large number of zombie hordes. But it's clear that they haven't found an owner. They were in deep danger and didn't wait for their masters to turn back, and after a fight to the death, they rejoined. It looked like they were still trying to wait back for them. In the end times, everyone is in a state of limbo, so if you meet me, you can follow me from now on. After she had bandaged all of the dogs, especially the one that had suffered the most from his injuries, Han Xingxia gritted her teeth and exchanged it for Yunnan Baiyao from her system mall. 2 legs, you must remember your new master's kindness. This is the medicine I spent 20 points to exchange for you. From now on, honestly follow me, okay? I will never be able to abandon you. Han Xingxia shattered her thoughts as she bandaged up the dog, who was dying from his injuries. The dog that had fallen to the ground seemed as if it could understand Han Xingxia's words, a pair of humanized eyes staring silently at her. Chapter 24, Abandoned for the second time. After Han Xingxia finished bandaging the dogs, she took out fresh beef raw bone meat for them. This is all good stuff. The dogs were excited to see the food and pawed their feet in place, but were slow to go up for it. Eat, it's all for you. The dogs heard this and went up and started eating in big bites. Just by looking at how they eat you can tell they must have been hungry for a long time. They didn't all eat it, though all the dogs left a little untouched, and when they were done, they picked up the meat, turned and ran toward the gate. Han Qingxia. Woof. Seeing that the dogs wanted to run away after eating, Summer rushed up and went to ferociously attack these dogs. After the system strengthened Summer figure than these ordinary dogs twice as large, claws and teeth are 10 times sharper than their sharp, fierce aura is comparable to the king of beasts. The military dogs were heckled by Summer's aura and all the dogs came together to confront him. Han Qingxia shook her head at this scene as she walked over to Summer. Let them go. Woof woof woof. Summer yelled defiantly. As if to say, they white-eyed dogs ate your food. Good dogs don't have to stay. Han Qingxia rubbed Summer's head and opened the door, releasing the group of dogs that were about to run. As soon as the door opened, the dogs glanced gratefully at Han Qingxia and quickly ran toward the outside. Even the dog that Han Qingxia had saved with points was carrying a piece of beef in its full form with its own companions. Before it left, it circled around Han Qingxia, dragging its 2 legs and limping to follow. Han Qingxia released an electric scooter from her space and brought Summer to follow. The dogs are seen rejoining the place where they were abandoned. When they arrive here, they put their meat on the ground and whine in the direction of the city, circling back and forth in place. They're still looking for their owners. The first thing they think of after getting food is their former owners. Even if you don't have enough to eat yourself, you'll leave a little for them. When Han Qingxia saw this scene, her consistently cold and cold-blooded heart was suddenly seized. Overwhelmingly, dogs really are more loyal than humans. Especially military dogs. They will never abandon betrayal after identifying with their masters. Han Qingxia hugged Summer's doggy head tightly at this time. Brother Tian, I'm sorry for my last life. Woof. Summer answered loudly and crisply in her arms, the dog's head arching and pouting in her arms. Very humane and warm to its owner. Though it didn't know why Han Qingxia was so upset. Han Qingxia watched the group of dogs from where they were for a while and led Summer back to her base. At the end of the night, she gave the dogs a bunch of food, plus re-bandaged their wounds. Summer saw this and became even more upset with the dogs. Woof woof woof. Every time we meet, we have to be mean to them, as if to say, white-eyed dog that eats my master's food for nothing. The military dogs all whimpered in front of him and didn't dare to contradict him, but they were extraordinarily close to Han Qingxia. When Han Qingxia came, they would all gather around her and stay for a while. 2 days passed in a flash. This group of military dogs stood guard outside Han Qingxia's trail every day, waiting with bated breath, and every time a vehicle passed, they would follow it for a while, and after realizing that it wasn't their master, they would all go back to their original position in a downcast manner. In addition, they clean up the walkers in the neighborhood. All the zombies that approached Han Qingxia's territory, they would all kill them and would never allow a single zombie to enter Han Qingxia's territory. Seeing how determined these dogs were, Han Qingxia returned to his base, except for delivering food once a day and checking their injuries. The situation occurred on the evening of the 3rd day. Han Qingxia finished working on the base this day and came over to check on the dogs, and from a long way away, she saw them running towards the front at a high speed. Han Qingxia had never seen them like this before and was excited beyond belief. She led Summer over to the broken wall she was fixated on looking out over, and raised her eyes toward the front, where she saw a line of green-covered military vehicles coming out from the direction of the city. Seeing this, Han Qingxia instantly understood. They have finally waited for their masters. The military dogs ran excitedly toward the number of green ponchos that drove by, their presence surprising the group of green ponchos. One of the cars following stopped. A young man stepped out of the cab. He hugged one of the dogs. The other dogs followed suit, barking in surprise around them and excitement. Inside, a military dog excitedly ran to their previous base and brought back a piece of meat for him. He was surprised to see fresh beef, but soon, he let go of the dogs. Equally hungry, he returned the beef to them and turned toward his car. Because, they received orders from the base to leave enough room for the survivors to shed the dogs. It was an order, and they could no longer give up only to carry it out. The military dogs saw this, and one by one, they lunged at his green car. From a distance, Han Qingxia still heard a screaming sound. Ah! What's with the dog? Get out of here! Get out! There's a virus! Scary dog! Aha! Get out of here! The soldier who came down got back into his car and quickly started his vehicle. The dog he had just held in his arms darted at him with meat in its mouth, but it was no longer greeted with arms, but with a cold car door. Boom! The vehicle restarted and quickly followed the vehicle in front of him. The pack of military dogs saw the vehicle leave and they went after it like mad, but unfortunately, the distance between them and the vehicle only increased. Until it can no longer be caught up. By the time they returned from the end of the highway, one by one, rehanging their wounds, the semblance of daytime anticipation was no longer visible in all the dogs. They wandered lost, they no longer had a master. This is the cruelty of the end times, no one has a choice. But wherever there is some possibility, no one is willing to abandon them. In the post-apocalyptic world, to safeguard the greatest interests, people and dogs have to make a choice. The base side chose to take people. This time, you should always follow me. Han Xingxia appeared in front of them. I told you I would never abandon any of you, give me credit for once. Han Xingxia isn't some kind of great and honorable savior, she doesn't want a human, she wants a dog. The group of defeated dogs looked at the human that appeared before them, and a brief silence appeared in the group, and soon, the two-legged one that Han Xingxia had spent a lot of money on bandaging walked out from the group. It circled around Han Xingxia and plopped down at her feet with a whimper. Once it joined in, the other dogs rushed up and surrounded Han Xingxia. As Han Xingxia brought the group of military dogs back to her base, a familiar system tone came from her mind. Dropping 15 base war dogs detected. 100% loyalty. Reward base dog health restored to full. Base defense doubled. Points 150. Han Xingxia's eyes lit up again when she heard the prompt. As she returned with the dogs, she saw that the gates of her base were once again thickened and the barbed wire was twice as high. The mesh was covered in sharp barbs, and her bomb shelter was even upgraded inside and out, with all the gates inside refreshed and the walls reinforced 100 times. Just from the outside, her base already looked like a castle. Chapter 25 Expansion of Territory. Also even more surprising to Han Xingxia was receiving this batch of military dogs, which also gave her 150 points. This wave is definitely a return plus a profit. She immediately opened the mall panel. This time looking more closely at what was available for her to redeem. The food page has come up with 10 items. Starting with an energy bar and going all the way up to a 100-point super energy liquid. All of them are quick replenishments of physical energy and satiate the stomach from hours to days. Han Xingxia didn't have any need for the food piece, but there were 2 additions within the medicines. In addition to the Yunnan Baiyao that stops bleeding quickly for 20 points, there is also a super band-aid for 50 points, and a first aid dan for 100 points. Han Xingxia clicked on the 2 medicines to see the details. Super band-aid, apply to all wounds for fast wound repair, including arteries. Han Xingha, wow. That means if the neck is cut, it's alright to stick it up. And first aid dan surprised her even more. First aid dan, as long as there is still breath, first aid can be used to save your life. Han Xingha, yo! Both of these elixirs are so strong. Han Xingxia looked further down and saw something that surprised her even more. Zombie virus inhibitor 100 million points. I can't believe there's an inhibitor. The zombie virus can be solved? Han Xingxia saw the price on the back after her surprise. 10 million. A billion. Forget it, goodbye. With her pitiful 156 points, she didn't deserve to think about it. But Han Xingxia's eyes also lit up. There was such an unbelievable treasure in her system mall, this thing would definitely shock the world if she took it out. She rubbed her small hands together darkly. 100 million points. She'd have to save up 100 million points for one anyhow. Must have one for myself. After Han Xingxia looked at the medicines, she went to look at the weapons. The weapons in the weapons bar likewise made her salivate. A regular P5 is 500 points, a better Glock is 1000. Submachine guns and shotguns are even more expensive, the starting price is 5000, Han Xingxia fancy inside an AK, the price tag is 8000. The attributes of all the guns produced by the system are a whole notch above those of the outside world. The power and lethality were even stronger by an unknown amount. The price tag is expensive, but very get Han Xingxia's heart. Han Xingxia silently added this AK to her shopping cart again, she had to save up some more and make sure to buy a good weapon. And there's the mall in the back and a lock screen. It showed that the points had to reach 5000 to unlock the door, and Han Xingxia didn't even know what other goodies were behind it. This system mall was too much to her liking. Wanted everything, just no points. Scratch your heart. Han Xingxia tries to click on the points acquisition channel. A line of prompts appeared in front of her. 1. Points are earned by completing system task rewards. 2. Expand the territory area to gain points. 3. Increase the number of points earned by members of the territory. Han Xingxia looked at the 3 columns, and it occurred to her that when she had killed the intruder before, it had been a point reward for completing the guarding the base mission. 15 dogs were accepted today, adding to the territory's membership, and that's one way to do it. And number 2, expanding the size of the territory. She gets it. She's expanding her territory outward starting tomorrow. Early the next morning, Han Xingxia didn't run along the territorial boundaries again this time, but ran up the back of the mountain. As she ran, she circled the field with her men holding the rope in their mouths. In the old days, there was the running of the horses, but today there is the running of the dogs. Han Xingxia asked Summer to run from the left with congratulations, fortune, red packets, bring, great good fortune, great profit, long life, 100 years of age, and she ran from the right with east wind, south wind, west wind, north wind, red, center, white board in 2 stripes. Congratulations, bring the red packet, great luck, long life, east wind, south wind, west wind, north wind, red center, white board, 2 stripes. This is the name that Han Xingxia gave to her newly acquired dogs. The troops were divided into 2 groups, and both sides together were surrounded by ropes along the direction of the back of the hill. By the time the afternoon rolled around, Han Xingxia smoothly met up with Summer in the middle of the back of the mountain, and Han Xingxia tied up the ropes at both ends, then ungagged and tied up all the ropes in turn. Han Xingxia worked with the dogs until the evening hours, when she finally rounded up a piece of the back of the mountain. The ends of the rope are tied to their own barbed wire. In this regard, it barely sort of took up the entire 3,000 meter or so circumference of the mountain. Dropping double territory expansion detected. Reward 1,000 points. First time expanding a territory, reward territory connection. Han Xingxia is cool. It's really feasible. She takes it upon herself to encircle the no man's land and take it down, and the system recognizes it as her territory. Moreover, this was a reward of 1,000 points just for circling her own mountain, and if she took a few more nearby mountains as well, how much more points would that add up to? If she had knocked down the A city in front of her, that 100 million points wouldn't have looked out of reach at all. She felt another reward from the system at this point. Territorial connectivity. When she closed her eyes, the back land she had circled today and the air raid shelter in front of her seemed to automatically draw a topography in her mind. When an alien creature enters, she will be the first to predict it with her 6th sense. Summer. 500 meters west. Woof. Summer heard the command and rushed straight out. Half a minute passed and she heard the pouncing sound. By the time she rushed over, Summer had already pounced on a zombie that had slipped into Han Xingxia's territory at some unknown time. Han Xingxia's heart was clear when she saw this scene. So that's how this thing works. Once again, there were a few scattered gray dots within her sensory range, and she led the dogs over to strangle them. Congratulations and fortune, you bring long life to the south. Great luck and red packets bring them to the west, southeast and northwest winds go to the east, and the rest follow me. Han Xingxia led the dogs to quickly pacify the zombies within the territory once more. This process made her more and more skillful and clear about the usefulness of territorial connectivity. Sure enough, the appearance of a gray dot was a zombie, and even if the place where it appeared was very remote, Han Xingxia was able to find it with precision. This allowed her to be the first to know what was going on in her territory without monitoring the alarms. This works very well. Especially now that she was going to start expanding her territory and the cameras couldn't keep up with the progress, she was able to sense ahead of time on her own if someone was coming into her territory. Han Xingxia worked until most of the night and returned with the dogs full of accomplishment. Expand into new territory early tomorrow morning. Chapter 26. The future is bright. Early the next morning, Han Xingxia began to clear an area in front of the wire mesh of the air defense shelter. She tried a different approach this time. She cleared out all the walkers in front of her all the way up to the highway in that distance and put up a monument private property, vicious dogs in front. Put up a sign as a boundary marker. You know, at this point in time, there are not many who can still walk out alive, and those who are alive enough to be seen to theorize with her about the land belonging to her, that's as good as none. This is where she stuck her sign. This place is hers. Who dares to be? Dropping detected an increase in territory size by 5 acres. Rewarding 500 points. Han Xingxia immediately cheered up when she heard the system alert sound. Sure enough, there was no mistaking what she was thinking. These no man's land, or even areas that once had a lord, she could expand. But there's a catch. It has to be land that she or her dogs have cleared and measured. Han Xingxia today took the dogs to walk from the base to the place where the monument was erected, which is about 5 acres or so. Mark along the places she's explored with the dog. It's kind of like one of those exploration games where the protagonist has to walk through wherever the map will light up. It was a good thing that her own dogs counted as her team, giving her a much greater range to explore. She stuck her sign into the ground and clapped her hands together as the map of the territory expanded in her mind. Han Xingxia stood still and began to ponder the direction of her next exploits. Up until now, an entire hill and her air defense shelter had already been sort of conquered by her. Where she was, the highway was to the left and a sparsely populated mountainous area to the right. This mountainous area is home to an abandoned quarry and a few scattered mountain houses. The left side of the highway to the north is the city of A. The terrain is flat all the way, so it's good to conquer, but the right side of the mountainous area is a pain in the ass to conquer. Han Xingxia didn't think for a moment before deciding to start from the right. Pick the right, of course. She is a person who does things steadily and not in a hurry. The right side of the terrain is complicated, but 9 out of 10, not to catch the place that can be caught first, go to the left side of the highway for what? One moment a person came and the next a group of walkers, and she still had to clean up after them. Yes. There are security requirements in her territory. All walkers must be cleaned up, and if they are not cleaned up for an extended period of time, the system will automatically cut that area off. It's understandable. Can you call your territory a bunch of zombies or alien creatures? But it did give her a break from wanting to raise a few walkers to watch the door. Fortunately, she now has a lot of helpers under her command. Congratulations on the 15 military dogs with high IQ and strong mobility, and it is very useful for her to be a guard to clean up some of the zombies that have mistakenly entered the area. Still need to get more dogs. Especially if the territory gets bigger later. These are far from enough. Han Xingxia withdrew her other thoughts and stepped down to start heading toward the mountains on the right. By the time she returned in the evening, she had managed to expand another hill. Her points increased by 1,000 points, and she now had a whopping 2,656 points. Everyone has worked hard. Eat. Han Xingxia waved her hand and released the fresh beef in the space for the dogs. She was never stingy with her partner. If she eats meat, there must be meat for those under her hand. Han Xingxia took out a hot Korean fried chicken set meal for herself. This was still stocked up at the mall earlier. She had too many supplies to eat, and changed the flavors of each meal. Today it's Korean fried chicken, tomorrow it's troop hot pot, and later on it's glossy-colored, crispy barbecue pork. Usually when you're out exploring the territory, you eat casually and take out the finished hand-held pancake nuts, rolled cold skin, grilled cold noodles, etc. from the space to pad your stomach. All the food is kept in its freshest and hottest form at the time it was put in. Han Xingxia can feel the crispiness of the fish-scaled skin of this fried chicken just coming out of the frying pan even with her gloves on at the moment. It just ripped. The juicy chicken thighs then began to explode with juices, and with this garlic soy sauce flavor, the big bite of aroma went straight to all her sensory cells. Pair it with a sip of cold Coke. It's so satisfying. Especially at a time like the end times, it's so much more enjoyable to be able to eat the food that flourished before the end times. All of Han Xingxia's fatigue from the day was gone at this time. She chowed down on the fried chicken, as much as one person could eat for 3. Summer congratulated them on smelling the aroma and also wanted to come and eat. Han Xingxia nibbled half of the rest were thrown to them to eat. The dogs ate happily around her. Waiting to finish eating, stomach braced, Han Xingxia got up and moved around, eliminating food while taking care of the family's chickens, ducks, fish, vegetables, and fruit trees. The eggs she had left in the chicken coop earlier were saving up more and more, and in the past 2 days there had already been chicks hatching. The fowls that have been strengthened by the system are in great shape and their reproduction speed is quite amazing. The incubation period of ducks is slower than that of chicks. The incubation period of ducklings is about 40 days, and chicks are about 20 days. And at this time, no ducklings have hatched out of the duck circle for the time being, but Han Xingxia has already noticed quite a few duck mothers hugging their nests. Her 2 little goats were a pleasant surprise, their heads rubbing up and their bodies starting to develop, and Han Xingxia remembered the boss saying that these 2 goats were bred for goat milk farming at the time. Looks like there will be goat's milk soon. Then there's her vegetable patch. Chickweed and leeks, the extraordinarily fast-growing and high-yielding vegetables, have long since begun to explode in harvest. Han Xingxia must come over every day to harvest a wave. Harvested the next day, still have it and still have to come back, but not harvested again. Where she could see the waste. No matter how hard or busy you are, you have to take the time to come over and put the vegetables away. The warehouse inside your own bomb shelter has a room dedicated to stocking up on fresh vegetables. In addition, she planted radish, spinach, oil wheat cabbage, lettuce, etc., are also one after another almost to the harvest period. The back is even more tomatoes. Potatoes will also be to the time of their booming production. Then there was the fish pond side. The number of fish had doubled from before, a large number of small fry had appeared. Han Qingxia had actually not been taking care of the fish pond much because she really wouldn't, but again, with the system added, there was no need for Han Qingxia to worry about it at all inside. All the little fish are alive and getting fatter every day. Everything at her base is moving in a good direction and the territory is getting bigger. The future is promising. The next day was the same as usual. Han Qingxia went to expand her new territory, and today she went out in her own armor. Let Summer stay at the base with the 7 dogs of congratulations and fortune, patrolling the mountains and killing any zombies that appeared, while she took the remaining 8 to occupy the next hill. Her goal for the day was that villa area. Mountain Villa was once a very famous property, reserved for the wealthy. There are only 10 villas in the whole development, but it is said that even half of them have not been sold, and the ones that come over to move in are almost none. Chapter 27, Encountering the Living. When Han Qingxia drove the large armor to the mountain villa area, she saw the small villas built on the hillside in a patchwork of layers. These villas are widely spaced and quite private, built halfway up the hill overlooking the entire city of A in full view. The ones who can live in it are the top group of non-rich people in a city. She first sent out the dogs to start detecting if there were any living people in the area. East wind, south wind, you search the left. West wind, north wind, you search south. Red center and white boards, you search upwards. Nijo Fazai, you guys stay put. If anyone shows up, call me. Woof woof woof. The 8 dogs immediately dispersed, carrying out Han Qingxia's orders. Han Qingxia, on the other hand, unhurriedly took out a sign and smashed it in to write a sentence: private territory, trespassers die. No more writing about evil dogs, this being her radiant territory, she doesn't usually come here. Mainly, there aren't enough dogs to distribute. Put up a sign as a monument boundary, and when you feel someone coming behind you, kill them. After the sign was nailed down on her side, and the dogs returned, there was a delayed cue in her head. Han Qingxia swept a glance at the 10 villas, knowing that it must be necessary to sweep through all of them before she could do so. She left the 4 dogs outside and started sweeping the villa with southeast and northwest. The first villa hadn't been sold at first glance, and the gate was still primitively locked, so Han Qingxia found a piece of wire from her space, and opened the door after a bit of pounding against the lock. Having been in the post-apocalyptic world for a long time, what kind of skills Han Qingxia knew some. She went in and it was still in rough shape. She made the rounds up and down, leaving the word summer on the mailbox at the front door, a map appearing in her own mind immediately afterward. Dropping territory expanded by 500 square meters. Reward 100 points. Han Qingxia smiled slightly. That's right. She continued to sweep the other villas. Sweeping up to the 9th building in a row, only 2 of these buildings in front of them had renovations, all the others were rough. And Han Qingxia didn't see any of them. The territory of 8 villas was successfully expanded. And the 9th building, Han Qingxia came over to find a car parked on the small garden in front of the door. She touched the dust on the side of the window. It wasn't very big, and it didn't look like the people inside had been parked for long. She observed the windows of the villa before her and realized that all the curtains were tightly closed. She knocked on the door of the room and rang the bell. But the sound echoed through the empty villa area, and there was no sound inside. Han Qingxia's eyebrows raised slightly as she took out the wire as usual and carefully pounded on the door lock. This time, she felt it, the door unlocked on the inside. Han Qingxia was convinced. There's definitely someone in there. Either they're alive or they've turned into zombies. And at that moment, she felt a vibration coming from her wire as someone inside twisted the lock on the door. Han Qingxia knows. The living. Han Qingxia hesitated for a moment. For places that have no owner or even have an owner but the owner is not there, she can occupy them without any mental burden. But there's someone in here, and it's a living person. Her hand, which had been clapping on the door panel, dropped. In the last days, all the laws collapsed, and all the evils of human nature can be unleashed, and as long as one is strong enough, bullying and taking is not a problem. But Han Qingxia couldn't do it. She prided herself on being the moral floor of humanity and killing people without guilt, but she wasn't a tyrannical, wanton pervert. She's only evil and ruthless when others offend her interests. For example, at this moment, if someone dared to take over the territory she had already occupied, she would absolutely kill them. But now she's actively invading other people's turf, driving out or killing the people inside, and then forcing her way into their houses. She can't do it. Han Qingxia let the survivors inside go for a yard for now, and just then, the door behind her opened a small crack. A middle-aged man with a stubbled face, wearing svelte eyes, and a gaunt face that looked like he hadn't had enough to eat for a long time looked at her cautiously, and behind him was an equally gaunt middle-aged woman. At that moment, a 5 or 6-year-old girl at his feet poked her head out and looked at her curiously. Sensing their daughter running out, the couple immediately held her back and hid her behind them. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Southeast and northwest winds immediately yelled at the man behind that door. Don't bark. Han Qingxia called out to the dogs as she looked the middle-aged man up and down, leaving him with the words, "Other than you here, the rest of the place is my territory, no one is allowed to go in, or else, kill you all." After Han Qingxia finished speaking, she was about to leave in large strides, heading toward the 10th villa at the very back. At that moment, the man shouted at her, "There are man-eating walkers in there. Don't go." Han Qingxia paused in her steps and looked at him. "You know? I've seen it." The man nodded gruffly. Villa 10 was having a party that day. A group of young men and women were playing all night until the early hours of the morning, when there were suddenly screams coming from there, and so many young men ran out of there bleeding, but none of them got very far before they were pounced on and bitten to death. "What were you doing?" "We were so scared that we kept the door locked and stayed in the room and didn't go out, only to realize later that these were walkers." Han Qingxia's gaze fell on the middle-aged man's face, the door, the home, and the pavement outside that had long since dried but blood existed. "The home has supplies that have lasted until now?" The man pursed his mouth, dry to the point of peeling, for a moment, wary. At a time like this, no one can just exchange supplies with anyone. Han Qingxia guarded against him as much as he guarded against Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia watched them stop talking and led the dog toward Villa 10. Watching her stride away, heading for Villa 10, the man tried to prompt, but in the end said nothing. "Honey, who is that guy?" "Can't be sure, but she should have supplies." The man thought of Han Qingxia's white and red, healthy and refreshing physique and said with great certainty. Even the dogs she brought with her all had shiny fur. "It's that time of year, how can it stay that way if you don't have enough supplies? So can we ask her for some food later?" His wife asked nervously. "Daddy, I'm hungry." His daughter even threw her arms around his legs. The man's eyes turned deeper at this time. He stretched out his hand, a green light appeared in his palm, and the branches of the bonsai flowers that entered the door next to him flew toward his hand as if they had come to life. The man grasped the cane and gruffly said, "Let's take a look and not rush." Han Qingxia walked to Villa 10. Sure enough, this villa was a mess. The gate was closed and there was blood all over the floor, the door, the garden. Han Qingxia circled around the villa, first examining the terrain and the general conditions of the interior. Chapter 28, Killing Mutant Zombies. Han Qingxia's strength wasn't normal right now. The tin sliding security door was a kick in front of her. Clang, and the door opened. The first moment the door opened, she and her 4 dogs quickly scattered to either side. A roar. 3 long hungry zombies burst out of it. They were 2 women and 1 man. A female zombie was a great beauty in life, and she looked better than any other zombie when she died and turned into a zombie. Her face was well preserved, and one of her legs had been gnawed on, revealing a piece of solid white bone. The other female walker wasn't so nice. Most of her face had been gnawed on, the prosthesis of her nose was exposed and dangling prominently from her face, and 1 eyeball was turned out, with yellow maggots writhing in the turned-out flesh. The male zombie, on the other hand, was dressed in an elegant suit, his own chest busted open with a large hole, both hands clawing at the air as he lunged forward frantically at the smell of fresh human scent. The moment 3 zombies rushed out, Han Qingxia slapped one away with a shovel. The other 2 walkers, by the 4 dogs, were swarmed and quickly disposed of. They were all the best military dogs, and they solved a lot of trouble for Han Qingxia. Dang! 3 sounds, and 3 zombies died instantly. Fast movement and handsome posture, killing zombies is a piece of cake. Han Qingxia stood by the door and knocked on the doorframe, making a sound to continue luring the zombies inside. But it was quiet inside. It looks like it's just these 3 walkers. Han Qingxia led the dogs to carefully try inside. Even when there were no walkers, she moved very cautiously and carefully. This set of villas had 3 floors, 1 underground and 2 above ground. Luxurious finishes, the interior smells of the rich in every way. Only the interior was in a sorry state of depression. Bottles of wine and food trays were everywhere, and there was a huge pile of beautifully wrapped gifts stacked by the door. Han Qingxia casually picked one up, and it said happy 20th birthday to Lu Haoyue. Turns out it's a birthday dinner. It's just bad luck that this unlucky guy's birthday falls on the day the zombie crisis breaks out. Han Qingxia opened the gift box 3 times, and inside was a branded diamond bracelet. With the principle of never going empty, Han Qingxia collected all the gifts. Go back and take it apart slowly. Having collected the gifts, she went to the kitchen here and tried to take all the food from the kitchen. It didn't occur to me that there wasn't much food here at all. It seems that the one who lives here is a young lady who doesn't have her fingers in the water. There wasn't much food in the kitchen, but there were plenty of snacks in the fridge. Han Qingxia was nonchalant and rolled away with every item. Imported birds' nests, imported beverages, imported boxed snacks, Japanese Wagyu beef and Australian lobster are all taken away from the freezer. In addition to some of the bedrooms inside the brand new silk quilt, down quilt, Han Qingxia the same as the roll, and soon swept away the 2 floors of the ground floor of this building. She left her 2 dogs watching the doorway and went down to the basement herself with her 2 dogs. She stepped into the basement and realized something wasn't quite right. Woohoo! Woo woo! The red center and the whiteboard all made low whimpering noises in the direction of the front. It's warning and fear. It was as if he had seen some very scary creature. Han Qingxia, however, only felt a cold, dead silence. She knocked on the railing of the handrail, using the sound to attract the walkers inside. The response to her continued to be only silence. Han Qingxia took 1 step down along the handrail, just as she stepped into the last step. Roar! A gust of fishy wind hit his face. Extremely fast, something that all the previous walkers didn't have. Only, the walker pounced. A close second. Bang! A shovel fell from the sky, and the huge force directly sent it flying several meters away. Han Qingxia had fought for 10 years in the post-apocalyptic world, and her combat experience was something that didn't need to be given to her over and over again at her expense. After that zombie was slapped away by Han Qingxia, its entire body assumed a bizarre reverse-jointed posture under Han Qingxia's gaze. Both forelimbs twisted 180 degrees, back down, both hands braced on the ground, but both legs were kept in a left-right form. She arched her back and reared up like a large 4-legged centipede, her long hair covering most of her face, and among the hair crevices, a single gray eyeball stared deathly at Han Qingxia. The lights in the basement flickered on and off as this alien creature rushed toward Han Qingxia in an extremely grotesque and terrifying position. It was so fast that it appeared as a stump. Han Qingxia's gaze stared intently as one word called out in her mind: speedy mutant zombie. In the blink of an eye, the 4-legged walker rushed to her. The female walker's face, blocked under her long hair, opened into a huge abyssal mouth. Han Qingxia also saw that she didn't have a tongue at this time. The whole lip was bitten off. Underneath the bloody abyssal mouth, 2 rows of not-so-tidy teeth mouthed down towards the person in front of him. Dang! She bit into something. Just a shovel. A shovel ran through her mouth, pinning her entire head to the wall. The zombie couldn't move for a moment, but his arms and legs were struggling violently. Han Qingxia held the shovel in her hand with a firm grip. The click silenced her completely. The zombies were fast, and Han Qingxia was even faster. Not only that, but her strength is amazing. This shovel was nailed an inch into a reinforced concrete cement wall, and the average person couldn't pull it out. Han Qingxia pulled the shovel out and stirred it in this zombie's brain, and when she pulled it out, a transparent crystal stained with a yellowish-white color appeared in front of Han Qingxia's eyes. Han Qingxia took out a bottle of water from her space and cleaned the surface, and immediately, the crystal's shining light appeared. It's a zombie core. Higher zombies are all over the place. In the middle and late stages, many bases used crystal cores as a unit of currency, and many large bases were constantly recycling such cores at high prices. Han Qingxia had gotten mixed up as a squad leader in her last life, and because she didn't have psychic powers, there were many things she couldn't touch. All she knew was that it was familiar and it worked. Just then, a familiar voice came into her head. Drip detected zombie crystal core 1. Open a brand new point exchange. An ordinary level 1 zombie crystal core is worth 100 points. Do you want to exchange it? Han Qingxia. Crystals can be exchanged for points. The exchange panel appeared in her mind. There's also a line of hints on it. The first redemption rewards 1 big gift pack. Subsequent rewards of 1 big gift pack for every 100 crystal cores. Han Qingxia decisively chose to redeem it. The crystal core in her hand was gone, and with it came a prompt in her head. Dropping reward 1 Yunnan white pill and 1 first aid pill. Dropping rewarded with a set of combat uniforms. Dropping rewarded with a pair of combat gloves. Dropping rewarded with a set of combat boots. Dropping rewarded with a revolver. Han Xingxia. It's a great deal of money. Chapter 29, Copying Abilities. The Yunnan white pill and first aid Dan alone were worth 120 points. She hadn't seen the price tag on the combat suit, but the revolver, which she could have seen on the weapons page, seemed to be over 5,000 points. Make a lot of money, make a lot of money. Han Xingxia pinned the pistol on her waist. The combat suit was first put in the space to go back and look at it again, and then swept through the basement again. In the basement was scavenged quite a lot of things: a cupboard of valuable red wine, gold bars and jewelry in a safe, plus a motorcycle, 2 sports cars. The keys are on it. Han Xingxia was loaded. When she left, she wrote a big summer word on the front door. The map of the domain in his mind then came up with the extra area of the villa. At the same time, this cluster of villas, except for Villa 9, were all taken down and linked together, joining the map of her domain. Only the dark, unlit black hole of Villa 9 remained. When she came out of the villa, the people in Villa 9 immediately withdrew their gazes. He looked incredulously at Han Xingxia, who had returned safely and without a single injury, his eyes sinking into deep thought. Honey, that woman, she came out of Villa 10, didn't you say it was very dangerous there? She's more than we thought. The man affirmed. He had a moment of hindsight plus gratitude at this point. It was good that his family had acted in a more kind manner at the beginning, otherwise he might not have been able to deal with this woman. If his psychic abilities. He had to adjust his strategy now. As Han Xingxia left Villa 10 and walked down the main road, a family of 3 appeared in front of her. A family of 3 on the 9th floor. This lady, can I make a deal with you? The man raised his black-rimmed glasses. I'm a botanist who can cultivate new types of crops, and we'd like to trade some food with you. The man had his daughter hand up a large box of greens and bean sprouts. Han Xingxia looked at these things and raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid I'll rob you of all these things? The man shook his head. Nurturing these is not complicated for me. He lifted his hand, and a pot of bean sprouts was growing rapidly upward in the box. Han Xingxia's eyes lit up when she saw this. Wooden exalted. It's no wonder this guy can still be safe at home protecting his wife and kids more than a month into the zombie crisis. That's a bit of a man. At the same time, Han Xingxia knew what he meant by this action. The first was to tell her that he was a useful man, enough to give her certain resources, and the second was also to deter her. Told her not to act rashly against his family and that he was capable of defending himself. Only. Both of his meanings were useless to Han Xingxia. Because Han Xingxia doesn't need it. Keep it for yourselves. Han Xingxia didn't even bring one more eye to linger inside this pot of food. Because her family has more food than they can eat. No need to deal with people. She sashayed off straight away with the dog. The man immediately panicked at the sight of it, his eyes puzzled. No way. He is a smart person. As early as in the early days of the end of the world, from a variety of news reports, guessed that this matter is not simple. Next door to the outbreak of zombies, he decisively closed the door, with the whole family snail, even half a little sound dare not issue, successfully avoided the past. Later on, he was even more fortunate to have awakened his wood system's psychic ability, which solved the basic food level of the whole family. But you can't just eat vegetables. They adults can still stand it, the kids would have been malnourished long ago. But at the same time, he is certain that the fresh vegetables he cultivates are definitely very marketable out there. How many of the people out there who survived were able to eat fresh vegetables? This one is definitely tradable. But I didn't expect it. The other side is surprising. Totally despise it. Seeing that Han Xingxia was about to leave, the man immediately called out to her, Miss. What do you need? Money? My family has that too. We can trade whatever you want as long as we have it. Han Xingxia stopped when she heard this, and it was then that a hint of interest appeared on her face as she looked at their villa number 9. I want your house. Opposite person. Nima, it's the end of the ING world. What does she need a house for? Things that are not proper food or clothing. I can give you 500 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of meat, 100 eggs, 10 cartons of milk, and you sell me the house. The price was beautiful, although it didn't add up to $5,000 before the end times to buy even 1 square foot of this house, but it was the end times now. This large amount of supplies for their house is so worth it. Only, the 2 people across the street showed a difficult look. The house can be given, but given where they live. "Miss, we sold the house to you, can we still live here in the future?" The man lifted his own glasses, thought of something, and looked at Han Xingxia with a firm gaze. "Our whole family can work for you, and we can send you half of the greens we produce every day. That is, we can be your workers." His mind was spinning fast, and this move, while similar to committing himself to being a long-time laborer in an ancient landowner's house, was actually the best option. First, they don't have to move out, they still live here, they only need to turn in half of their green vegetable output every day, and importantly they can also gain Han Xingxia's protection. This girl is not simple at first glance. It must be best for them to throw themselves at her and cling to her. And at the same time it's no loss for Han Xingxia. Han Xingxia had wanted to buy his house and incorporate it into his territory, but didn't need to actually live there. She didn't have enough manpower. Now that the area was expanding, a lot of places were in an unguarded state. This family could be here for her to watch over the territory, and they would also turn in the general food output every day, and that man was also a wood system psychic, so this deal was pretty good. At that moment, a prompt came from Han Xingxia's mind. Dropping territorial resident defection detected, accepting territorial resident will gain points 300, territorial resident special attributes. Han Xingxia. Specialty attributes? I agree. Han Xingxia agreed to their defection, and as her words fell, an invisible force connected her to the three people in front of her. Wang Yuemin and his wife didn't know why, but suddenly they looked at Han Xingxia as if they were seeing the Lord God they looked up to and feared, and they couldn't help but want to submit in front of her. Instead, Han Xingxia felt an extraordinary amount of energy running through her body. Her hand grabbed toward Wang Yuemin's pot of vegetables, and immediately, the box of vegetables began to rise madly, rising faster than Wang Yuemin could control. When Wang Yuemin and his wife saw this scene, they instantly understood why Han Xingxia looked down on their dishes. It turned out that the person was also a wood system psychic. And much better than myself. At once, extremely peculiar emotions rose in the hearts of the couple. And grateful and terrified. She herself had and still was willing to take them in, and she was too kind. Chapter 30, The Lords. Han Xingxia made to buy Wang Yuemin's home. The mailbox at the main entrance is engraved with a large summer letter. This piece of the map by itself is even completely filled in. From this day forward, I am your lord. Han Xingxia asked Wang Yuemin and his wife to keep an eye on this area for her, not allowing anyone to enter her territory, and to be practical and plant the land here for her, and she would give them a guarantee of safety, and in the future, she would give them some rewards based on their contributions. After hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuemin responded with excitement. This is nothing more than what they want. Whether it's pre-apocalyptic or post-apocalyptic, ordinary people just want a safe piece of land where someone can shelter them to live. In the past, it was the state apparatus that sheltered them, but now that the state apparatus had disintegrated and Han Xingxia had given them shelter, this lordship was real. Han Xingxia asked Wang Yunduo, the daughter of the old Wang couple, to go with her to get the supplies. Considering the young age of this little girl as well as the fact that Wang Yuemin's side should not be able to keep it, she didn't let her take so much, and for the first time, she gave her a bag of rice, a carton of milk, a plate of fresh eggs and 10 pounds of pork. The stuff was hooked up to the car for Red Center and Whiteboard to pull and escort her back on the way. In the future, all the output of their house will also be delivered by her every day. Han Xingxia's absorption of residents was similar to a base in the post-apocalyptic world, except that it was completely different from the base pattern, and she wouldn't allow the residents she absorbed to enter her bomb shelter. That's her private domain. These residents under her patronage can only live within the territorial radius. Here was a presence they looked up to. The next day, Wang Yunduo came over to deliver Han Xingxia's daily output. A box of greens with half bean sprouts and half cabbage in it. Dropping detected one household's territorial output, awarding 3 points. Han Xingxia heard a system alert after receiving a box of vegetables. She still gets points for receiving the output of the inhabitants of her territory every day. In addition to the initial acceptance bonus, she is also rewarded for their subsequent output. The number of rewards seems to be based on population. The 3 members of Wang Yuemin's family contributed 3 points to Han Xingxia every day. Han Xingxia was pleasantly surprised, and on the return trip, when she was given today's rice, milk, eggs, and pork, she was also rewarded with a bag of seeds and a lollipop. Go back and tell your parents to plant something else. Yes, Lord. Wang Yunduo said softly to Han Xingxia. She returned with the day's contents, escorted by a whiteboard Red Center. Han Xingxia watched her leave and took out a map to start planning the next area to capture. Hit left to the villa area and you're almost there. Behind the villa area is another city. The terrain is more complicated, there are many villagers, it is a bit troublesome to manage. If there are zombies there, it will take half a day for her to trek there. To the right then is the highway. She picked up her binoculars and looked out onto the highway. Since the rescue teams brought away a wave of people that day, there's been a new peak in the highway out there as well. The surviving populace drove out with rescue trucks in the way, followed them, and headed for the rescuers' base. If Han Xingxia remembered correctly, that was the base that Han Ing and his family had hitched a ride on back in B City, a plain of open land on the border with a city. One of the 3 eastern bases, K1, was formed there. The military strength was strong, but from what she had learned in her past life, the K1 base had never had quite enough food, and a large number of people had to be sent out every day to find supplies. Expanding his territory to the north might run into the K1 base's people later on. Han Xingxia thought about it and still planned to expand to the south, in the direction of a city. Say it and do it. She'd cleared about 20 acres of no man's land along the highway during the day today, exterminating all of the zombies that had been roaming within the territory and seizing a small amount of supplies. It's basically supplies carried in vehicles from highway crashes. A total of 4.5 bags of rice, half a bag of flour, 5 boxes of instant noodles, has been stale and bad meat and vegetables. Bread she did not want. The material harvest is slightly less. But the point rewards are substantial. 2,000 points. The exchange ratio is roughly 1,000 points for 10 acres of land. If it's a building residence, more points will be counted, as in the case of yesterday's cleanup of the entire villa area, which ended up awarding over 3,000 points. That villa area wasn't as big as the no man's land Han Xingxia occupied today. In just a few days, Han Xingxia's territory had grown 4 or 5 times larger, and his points had reached nearly 7,000 points. Not much closer to her AK. Just as Han Xingxia was planning to redeem his AK in one fell swoop, a group of red dots suddenly appeared in the territory in his mind. Red dot? Zombies are gray dots. Han Xingxia immediately reacted after being stunned for a second. Living intruder. The area that was still TMs outside of her bomb shelter was actually heading towards her bomb shelter at the moment. Han Xingxia decisively took the dogs and drove back. Captain, hold on a little longer. According to the map, there should be a bomb shelter up ahead. Why do I feel like there's something wrong here? A group of 7 or 8 men in base combat uniforms walked through the hills outside the bomb shelter, and the further they moved forward, the stranger the place became. Yes, there wasn't a single walker along the route, it seemed to have been intentionally cleared. You guys, there are tire tracks of vehicles coming in and out of here, and they're still new, so it looks like there's someone inside. It's best if someone. A group of men with wounds almost all over their bodies walked forward, and suddenly their words stopped. Because they saw a large Q sign in front of them. Private property with vicious dogs inside. Crowd. Look, you guys. One of the sharp-eyed glances caught a flash of silver light. He took a few quick steps forward, peeling back the underbrush in front of him, and over a few thick rows of trees, he came upon a superbly hidden base. After seeing this fortification in front of him, he and everyone else were stunned. A giant barbed wire fence more than 3 meters high, with a full-blown punchline blade lashed to the top of the fence, and under the cold silver light were countless hidden wire blades. Right in the middle is a large steel plate door 3.5 meters high, this thickness at a glance, tanks may not be able to break through. Inside the barbed wire fence, you can vaguely see a variety of vegetables growing luxuriantly and captive chickens, ducks and goats, as well as a large number of forested fruit groves and fish ponds. Is this heavenly wonderland? Breathtakingly admirable fortifications, uncountably ample supplies. It's the world away from the book. There must be someone in here. I'll go to her for help. The man who had just spoken ran forward with great strides. Just then the voice of their captain came from behind him. Look out! Unfortunately, it was too late. Puff! The trooper crashed directly in front of them, and by the time everyone reacted, he had fallen into a trap pit. Chapter 31 Su Xiaoyan's appearance. Tai Hei! Heiko! The other troopers immediately rushed to the side of the trap pit. They then saw that underneath this superbly concealed trap were barbs of pure steel and large traps. When they saw these things, all of them only felt their scalps go numb. Cam! This is no longer an ordinary civilian trap, this is definitely a professional-level military fortification. The average person is a goner if they touch it by mistake. Fortunately, their companion was a well-trained special combatant. The first reaction after realizing that something was wrong was to make a defense, and at the moment, only the arresting animal clamps were clamped on their legs, and both of their hands were impaled. They were at the edge of the trap and carefully rescued the man. By the time they'd gotten the man up, a pack of dogs came bursting out of the small door dedicated to the base gate. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. 8 or 9 incredibly ferocious dogs led by a super aggressive blackback surrounded them. Summer looked at the group in front of her with hostile eyes, flashing her long fangs and sharp claws at them. At this moment, they finally knew what it meant to have a vicious dog inside. Just these dogs in front of me. Can it not be a vicious dog? Just then, a female voice came from the foundation speakers in front of them. One warning only, get out in 1 minute. Otherwise, bite the dust and take no responsibility. Everyone on the floor. The crowd all furrowed their brows after hearing Han Xingxia's warning, and their gazes all converged on the man in the center, who was already seriously injured. The man tightly wrinkled his brow, camouflage oil paint-coated face cannot be seen, a pair of deep eyes is exceptionally bright. He looked towards the base location, low and good-sounding voice said, "We are the guards of the K1 base, and are now in trouble, can you do us a favor?" 59 seconds. The only thing that responded to him was Han Xingxia giving them cold, icy timings. Hey, hey, hey! Do us a favor. We're really in trouble. 58 seconds. How can you be like this? We were all in danger because we saved you. Hearing the other party's half-heartedness, one of the more tender special warriors angrily said. 30 seconds. Han Xingxia directly cut the time in half for them. The boyish special agent almost cried with anger when he heard this. Captain, she. Forget it. Their captain's tone lightened, helping is a favor, not helping is a favor, you shouldn't kidnap moral people, let's withdraw. But you're hurt so badly, and we don't know when help will come, and we don't have anywhere to retreat to. Go! At this time, the base special operators who had been carrying the captain the entire time flung themselves down on their knees in the direction of the gate. Comrade inside, count on me, Su Xiaoyang, to beg you. All of us won't enter your base, just save our captain. I'll get you whatever you want. Han Xingxia, who was driving. In her cell phone's real-time surveillance feed, she saw a man she knew all too well. Su Xiaoyang. It's really Su Xiaoyang. Puff. 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 The scene was a few sounds in a row. Everyone else followed suit and begged Han Xingxia. The young man on Su Xiaoyang's back saw his comrades all kneel down and beg, his whole heart was like being clutched hard by a giant hand, that kind of feeling hurt more than the injuries he suffered. He wanted to let them not kneel, but the words had not yet come out, his eyes blackened, and he had already lost a lot of blood and fainted. Just then. Stab. A sharp break that swept up countless leaves. To the astonishment of the crowd, a state-of-the-art super-armored vehicle that none of them had ever seen before braked horizontally in front of them. A shower of leaves and ash drifted down and the car door pushed open from the inside. A girl in a combat uniform jumped out of the car. Her long, jet-black hair was tied into a high, handsome ponytail, and her pale, reddish face was beautiful, especially in her sharp combat uniform, which showed off her tall, handsome figure. It's beautiful and valiant and so good to see. And after this big beautiful girl got out of the car, she walked right into the middle of them, she crouched down on one knee and reached out to grab the chin of the man in front of her. Under Su Xiaoyang's burst of shock to the point where he didn't dare to move at all, he seriously scrutinized his face. The more Han Xingxia rubbed her eyes, the brighter they became, the more surprised she was. She tightly pinched Su Xiaoyang's chin, incomparably excited. Su Xiaoyang. Yeah, it's me. Su Xiaoyang, who had his chin pinched by her, suddenly didn't dare to look directly into her eyes a bit. Maybe it was because her smile burned so much, and her hands burned so much. And when the other combatants around them saw this scene, all their jaws dropped in shock. This also works. Okay, come on in. With a wave of her hand, Han Xingxia opened the door behind her and directly let them in. At this moment, everyone was even more like falling into the clouds. All of them looked at Su Xiaoyang with a gaze that was as playful as it could be. Having a companion with a face really helps when it counts. Su Xiaoyang's cold face couldn't even hang on to such gazes. He tightened his back to the captain behind himself and forced himself to be calm to the people around him. Why don't you hurry and go in? The crowd woke up as if in a dream. Go in first. They supported each other while also lifting up Zhengping, who had fallen into a trap, and the group followed Han Xingxia inside her base. It was only when they actually walked inside that they were even more shocked by what they saw in front of them. Outside, corpses have long since been scattered, order has broken down, and food is even scarcer. And here she is. Chickens and ducklings were growing in nests, and just by their glance, the inside of the nests were bursting with eggs. There are also vegetables in the ground that are simply growing so well that it feels like I'm going to be old if I don't harvest them. Not to mention the constantly churning fish and shrimp inside the passing pond. 2 white bars in the southeast, northwest, and center. Congratulations, bring me the red packet, great luck, long life, let's eat. All. They were even more shocked as they watched Han Xingxia take out a large pot of freshly boned beef from inside the air raid shelter and start the meal for her dogs. So trenchant? They've been starving out there for a long time. People don't even eat this well, this woman's dog eats this well. Su Xiaoyang, have you eaten yet? At this time, Han Xingxia, who had finished feeding the dogs, looked at Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang, who was named, had his neck reddened to the bottom at this point. We still have a little bit of food on us. That means no food, I'm going to cook. Han Xingxia turned her head toward the inside of the bomb shelter. At this time, Su Xiaoyang hurriedly called out to her, "Miss, do you have any medicine here? Our family boss is dying." Right. Can you save our captain first? It was only then that Han Xingxia lazily swept the person behind Su Xiaoyang's back. The corner of her mouth curled at this point. What's in it for me to save him? Chapter 32 with First Aid Dan in it, cool. Miss. As long as you can save our captain, whatever you want, I can do it for you. Su Xiaoyang's serious face was an incomparably serious assurance. The curve of Han Xingxia's lips ticked upward, and here it comes, simple, I want you. Su Xiaoyang. A cold face of his instantly reddened from his neck to the back of his ears, and he surprisingly didn't even know how to answer. The other comrades were looking at Su Xiaoyang with even more eyes. This is nothing. In fact, it is really Su Xiaoyang handsome, by this female devil at once, intends to stay to do the pressure of the husband right. Everyone didn't know whether to sympathize or envy Su Xiaoyang for a while. Miss, I'm alone. Su Xiaoyang took a deep breath and looked at Han Xingxia. What do you want me to do? I want you to stay and be my henchman, and from now on you'll work for me and me alone. That won't work. I have to go back to the army with everyone else. Han Xingxia lazily got up, then take your time to think about it. If you want to save him, stay. Looking at Han Xingxia's careless back, Su Xiaoyang's fists clenched at once. Miss. Can you really save my captain? Of course, with a breath, I'll make sure he doesn't die. Han Xingxia said with incomparable certainty. Having system First Aid Dan around is all about confidence. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyang was silent for 3 seconds and solemnly replied, Good. If you can save my captain, my Su Xiaoyang's life will be yours from now on. Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang. A group of teammates watched Su Xiaoyang agree and immediately became anxious. You want me? Xi Mingtang, will give up my life, you let Su Xiaoyang go. I'll follow you. I, Wang Hong, am also willing. Trade me for our captain. I, Tang Jian, obey you. All of you get on one side. I, Li Lin, have no one at home, this life doesn't matter, I'll go. Demoness, you want me He Zhangping. I have a rotten life now, I could die at any moment, it's worth the most to give you my life. The unlucky man who stepped on Han Xingxia's trap fell to the ground and cried out. Han Xingxia looked at the group of furtive men. How is it that this group of people make it look like they are going to eat Su Xiaoyang, scrambling to die for him? And the one who went so far as to call her a she-devil. How kind and relatable she acted today. In order to recruit her precious Su Xiaoyang, she used up her good temper. You are worthy. Han Xingxia sent them off and looked at Su Xiaoyang. Put the person on your back and follow me in. Han Xingxia took large steps into his air defense shelter. Su Xiaoyang took a deep breath, stabilized the man on his back, and quickly followed. Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang. The teammates watched as Su Xiaoyang went in on his back, and everyone was so worried that they couldn't wait to rush up and follow along. But in the end reason overcame them. This was the demoness territory and they were the ones she had taken in. Not in terms of pre-apocalyptic sentiments, but in terms of these dogs she keeps on her base and unknown other fortifications. They didn't dare to do anything rash. In the end, I just had to watch people go in. Inside the bomb shelter. After Su Xiaoyang followed Han Xingxia in through the large iron gate, he saw an interior that made him even more marveled. It was brightly lit, and he could hear the generator that was supposed to be at the far end of the shelter. I don't know what she did to soundproof her place, or what kind of awesome generator she bought, but it was surprisingly very quiet. It is important to realize that the sound of a diesel generator can vibrate an individual to death, especially if it is placed inside a relatively sealed site like this. That's because he didn't know it was a generator with an upgraded system. The interior of the shelter is well organized. There are sofas, wool cushions, queen-size beds, bathrooms. The innermost rooms are all sealed and blocked off, and the doors are professional-grade bank vault doors. The second floor appears to be a tower, with a large row of computers and a crossbow vaguely visible. Add to that the planted crops outside, the high-voltage energized wire mesh, the traps, and the packs of hounds, and it's a fully equipped and fortified mini-bunker. One person living in it is enough to resist all dangers. Unless a professional army was used to come over and attack, but what army would purposely come over to fight a small personal base that was so remote? That's right. Su Xiaoyan thought about the terrain here again as an afterthought. Yes, the location of the base here is hidden to the core. No one could have imagined such a perfect and powerful personal fortification in this deep forest. It's almost non-existent for someone to come over and invade. This girl has thought of everything. After Su Xiaoyang had gone over all the information about Han Xingxia's base in his head, the heart was even more shaken. What a person this girl really is. It's amazing that she was able to silently build such a fortress of doom in such a remote location. What's worse is where she got all the stuff in this fort. Let's just say the trap at the door and the car she was driving, all of them had observed it afterward, and that craftsmanship was beyond modern. She built it herself? Hey! What's on your mind? Han Xingxia said. Su Xiaoyang immediately came back from his shock. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, looked around, and hurriedly placed the person on her bed. Wait, put it on the floor. Su Xiaoyang. It was disliking his captain. To know his family captain Lu Qian that is the end of the world before the Eastern Military Region recognized the first male god, background is more bar hard. His grandfather was the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Military District. It was the first time he had ever seen anyone dislike their captain. Han Xingxia's air raid shelter was long, and behind it were warehouse areas with tightly closed doors, allowing Su Xiaoyang to drop the man on the ground near the door. My captain was shot in the abdomen, the bullet didn't stay in his body, and he has multiple sharp-edged grazes. Do you really have a solution? Han Xingxia picked up a pair of scissors and cut open the clothes on Lu Qian's body in 3 or 2 strokes. After 10 years of crawling around in the post-apocalyptic world, small surgical rescue had long been a necessary skill for her. Only in her last life, she didn't have much life-saving miracle medicine, and usually just gave the injured people anti-bleeding medicine and anti-inflammatory medicine, and the latter was relying on their own resistance, all depending on their lives. Nowadays. She flipped her hand and pretended to take it out of her coat pocket, but actually took a small bottle out of her space. First aid pills. With the space god pill in hand, the king of hell can't even take it. Han Xingxia glanced at the large gift bag that had been given away with the last trade of crystal cores. 100 points for a first aid pill. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to take down Su Xiaoyang, she wouldn't even be able to give this medicine. When Su Xiaoyang saw the medicine that Han Xingxia took out, he just wanted to open his mouth to ask about it, but in the end, the words reached his lips and he didn't say a word. He stared tightly at Han Xingxia. There was nothing he could do now but trust her. Chapter 33 The Miraculous Yunnan Baiyao. Su Xiaoyang stood nervously looking at Han Xingxia. After seeing her feed a bottle of white pills to his boss, she began to clean the wounds on his body. Remove the dirt and rotting flesh from the wound, then quickly put on a bottle of powder. It seems to be a hemostatic. After putting the powder on, he wrapped his wound with a bandage. After Han Xingxia had basically finished treating all the wounds, he saw his own captain's eyelashes flutter and he actually woke up with a cough. Su Xiaoyang. Captain. Let him rest for a while. Han Xingxia waved a hand at him, signaling him to stay away. Su Xiaoyang immediately stopped his steps and nodded seriously. When he wakes up, there shouldn't be any problems. Han Xingxia stood up. Su Xiaoyan looked at the girl in front of him and flung himself down, kneeling in front of her. Miss, from now on, my Su Xiaoyan's life is yours. Very good. Han Xingxia looked at the man in front of her with satisfaction. Su Xiaoyan was her most loyal henchman in her last life, and although she knew that fate had changed and that he couldn't be exactly the same as he was in her last life, but creatures like people can't change their nature. She knew his character very well, and for him to say that was a lifetime commitment. My name is Han Xingxia, just call me boss from now on. Su Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, yes, boss. As his words fell, a prompt followed in Han Xingxia's mind. Dropping base guard +1 detected. Awarded 1,000 points. 1 set of combat suits. Overall base security increased by 10%. Base guard's special attributes duplicated. Han Qing Hao Wow. She could feel the reinforcement strengthening of her base occurring once again, invisible to the naked eye. As well, she felt the fluctuation of water within her body. She remembered that Su Xiaoyan was a water-type psychic. She's gained new powers again. Han Qingxia was simply overjoyed. She was 100% sure this time that any shifter she admitted into her territory, she would gain access to the shifter powers in those people. Han Qingxia looked at Su Xiaoyang in front of her, and the more she looked at him, the more precious he became. Her Xiaoyang is just a great guy. It's a treasure in full 10. She stared at him with burning eyes. Take off the clothes you're wearing. Su Xiaoyang. He met her fiery gaze and his cold face was once again surrounded by blushes, his face reddening all the way to the base of his neck. For a moment it just felt like I was a helpless little nun at the mercy of others. Do we have to be so fast? The buttons he was slowly unbuttoning. Mastodon shy. Hurry up and take it off. Han Qingxia turned around and took out a fresh supply of gauze alcohol from the cabinet, plus the combat uniform she'd just acquired and a supply of Yunnan Baiyao, and as soon as she turned her head, she saw that Su Xiaoyang was still undoing his second button. Twisted and slow as hell. Su Xiaoyang saw what she was holding. Miss. Boss, are you going to get you medicated? Come on. It was only then that Su Xiaoyang realized that he had gotten the wrong idea. The tips of his ears immediately reddened to the point where they couldn't get any redder, and this time he did speed up his undressing. In 3 or 2 dry strokes, he took off his coat. He wanted to say that he'd go on his own without bothering Han Qingxia to do it, so Han Qingxia had already held him down in a big sisterly manner and cleaned up the trauma on his body. All of them had encountered a very dangerous attack and had a hard time escaping from the zombie horde. Almost all of them stayed there, each one of them with injuries. Su Xiaoyang didn't say a word the entire time. Even when she lifted the clothes that were stuck to his flesh and blood and removed some rotten meat, she didn't make a sound. No pain is impossible. The tearing of flesh and sinew, that kind of nerve-ending pain, can call for numbness. But he just didn't make a sound at all. Tough guys don't cry out in pain. He forced himself to endure the pain, but by the time Han Qingxia finished cleaning his wound, a layer of white medicinal powder was sprinkled into his wound. A coolness like no other hit his aching, numb nerves straight in the face. He looked incredulously at the medicinal powder Han Qingxia had put on him, and with just a little bit, his wound stopped hurting. This was followed by an overwhelming warmth that quickly surrounded his wound. By the time Han Qingxia had bandaged up all the wounds on his body, he only felt like he was almost healed. He looked at Han Qingxia with incomparable shock. Okay, don't look at me stupid, go to the bathroom and get a wet towel to wipe your body so you don't rub your wounds, then change your clothes. Han Qingxia tossed him a clean set of combat clothes. Su Xiaoyang received the clean towel and clothes in his heart. For a moment did not know what to feel. He grabbed the thing for a second of silence and solemnly said to Han Qingxia, "Thanks, boss. Go on." Han Qingxia gave him a wave and told him to go to the bathroom. When Su Xiaoyang changed and came out, he saw Han Qingxia over in the kitchen starting to cook. He then glanced at the half bottle of Yunnan Baiyao she had just placed on the table. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Han Qingxia, "Boss, can you give me the rest of that medicine?" Han Qingxia, who was cooking, turned her head to look at him and nodded casually, "Take it." Su Xiaoyang was instantly grateful. He checked out his former captain in the room and made sure that there was nothing wrong with him and that he was recovering to become better, turned his head and picked up Yunnan Baiyao to go outside. Outside at the moment. "Hiriko, bear with me. You guys better not waste medicine on me, we don't have much." He Zhangping collapsed on the wall outside the bomb shelter with a pale face. A couple of his companions were treating him for a leg wound. He'd been hurt badly by Han Qingxia's trap, which could only be described as adding to his already bruised body. He knew for himself that at a time like this, it was a waste to rely on what little medical supplies they had left on them without help. "Keep it for yourselves, this medicine won't save my injury. Don't talk nonsense. We will certainly not call for your death. Even if you can't be saved." Just then, a sentence came from behind them. "Use this medicine." Su Xiaoyang, who had changed into new clothes, came out of the bomb shelter with the Yunnan Baiyao medicine he had asked Han Qingxia for. As soon as the crowd saw him, "Xiaoyang! How's the captain? Where's the captain?" "Resting inside, it's out of life-threatening condition." When the crowd heard this, most of the gloom they had felt for days dissipated. Su Xiaoyang walked over to everyone and held out Yunnan Baiyao, this medicine the captain and I have both used, and it's particularly effective. He Zhangping glanced at the bottle of medicine, that demoness medicine? Humph. I don't want it. That's my boss, you are not allowed to denigrate her anymore. Su Xiaoyang held down He Zhangping's leg straight, exposing all of his wounds. When He Zhangping saw his comrade in arms come out so defensive of Han Xingxia, his heart became even more indignant and wanted to dislike him, and unprecedented coolness hit him all over. He was instantly shocked. Chapter 34, This is what I eat every day. He Zhangping's wound was deep and he had just put on some hemostatic medicine. The more you go up, the more it hurts. And at the moment, the medicine that Su Xiaoyang brought to him was applied to his wound, and an indescribable coolness subsided all the pain. As the wound began to be bandaged, he started to get warm at the wound, but not hot. It was as comfortable as if you were immersing your entire body in a hot spring. His tense nerves gradually eased, and his face, which had been pale before, began to look better. What was that demoness medicine that felt so good? And calling a female devil. Su Xiaoyang tightened his bandage a little harder. His He Zhangping immediately became honest. Wrong, I'm wrong, call big sister, big sister. Su Xiaoyang's hands were also very measured, letting go of him and wrapping up his wound. He looked at the little bit of powder left and said to the rest of his comrades, there's a little bit left, so you all use it. Su Xiaoyang took this bit of medicinal powder and applied it to the heaviest parts of his other comrades' bodies. All of their eyes lit up after applying Han Xingxia's medicine. Qi Mingtang sked, wow. This medicine is really comfortable. Wang Heng's eyes were glowing, it doesn't even hurt when you put medicine on it. Li Lin couldn't agree more, I've never used medicine that works so well. Tang Jian nuzzled, it seems like that demoness is still quite good at something besides being a bad person. Tang Jian. Su Xiaoyang's cold face went all black at once. It was supposed to be, just now all of us begged her and she saw death, what is this if not a cold-blooded devil? Tang Jian was the young soldier who had just been almost made to cry by Han Xingxia. My boss saved the captain and turned a blind eye and gave you the medicine. Humph, that's what you traded yourself for. No, I am willingly following the boss. Su Xiaoyang spoke seriously and earnestly to everyone. Han Xingxia, who was by the door of the air raid shelter, heard this and the corner of her mouth lightly hooked. Su Xiaoyang was still the Su Xiaoyang she knew in her previous life. Xiaoyang. Don't you say that. Didn't you say the boss as well? When the boss recovers, we'll sneak away together. Right. Let's sneak away, she definitely won't be able to find out. Discovery isn't afraid of her either. There are so many of us, we can still be scared by a little girl like her. Aha! We're not afraid of her. You guys, Han Xingxia came out with a big pot of rice, aren't afraid of anyone? The people who were just discussing passionately saw Han Xingxia come out and immediately looked at the sky and the earth, all of them honestly closed their mouths and looked at the sky and the earth, but no one dared to look at her. Han Xingxia swept a glance at this group of guys who would just do a mouthful, Yangzi, come eat. Su Xiaoyang was even more obedient to step forward when he heard the command. Seeing this, the other four hurriedly tried to stop Su Xiaoyang, telling him not to go, never go. It was just that none of them dared to say it to Han Xingxia's face. When they watched Su Xiaoyang obediently walk up, they all stifled a sigh of relief. LOL. They're good comrades in arms, after all. Sacrificed too much. Yoko, you've worked hard for everyone. At that moment, a fragrant aroma of ribs wafted in. Han Xingxia opened her large basin, which was filled with a large pot of braised pork ribs. First frying and then stewed braised pork ribs, golden red color, strong and attractive aroma, thick juice and taste, a bite, directly off the bone, savory taste with solid meat, can make people wildly show off 10 bowls of rice. Above, Han Xingxia also fried 5 eggs and a full of fried greens, fragrant fried eggs and greens with fresh vegetables with ribs, just to look at it will directly make people greedy, all hooked out. Not to mention to this group of veterans who hadn't had a full meal in 10 days. Wow, eats so well. Su Xiaoyang was stunned when he saw this large pot of ribs in front of him, as well as the 2 pots full of spiced rice in the voltage pot next to him. All moving. Boss, there's no need to specially prepare such a good meal for me, I'll just eat every day with you. He knew how tight supplies were now, not to mention the ribs, and how many people couldn't even get a full meal. Han Xingxia had prepared such a sumptuous meal for him, and at this glance, it looked like a similar reception banquet specially prepared for him. It's really not necessary, and even if you value him, a little bit of stir-frying of meat dishes is enough. This is too grand. Han Xingxia took a rice cooker and sat under the grapevine. This is what I eat every day. Su Xiaoyang. The crowd behind him. In the future, you'll eat whatever I eat, follow your boss me, and I'll definitely let you start off at this standard every day. Han Xingxia said this loudly. Only the 5 people over there listened with wide eyes. No way, that's a standard start. It's the end times. They can't even eat neat dishes on base. Han Xingxia is going to take Su Xiaoyang to eat this for starters. This, it seemed, was not quite the same as the watery male slave life they had previously envisioned for Su Xiaoyang. It doesn't seem to be a sacrifice for him to follow Han Xingxia. Had a much better life than their base. Let's eat by ourselves, come on. Tang Jian hummed, we have our own food. Eat our own. He took compressed cookies out of his bag, mixed them with some water, and ate them with a dry wipe. The rest of the crowd stopped looking and pitifully grabbed the compressed cookies still left in their bags. While eating the flavorless and choking compressed cookies, he smelled the aroma of braised pork ribs wafting over. This cookie just gets less and less interesting the more you eat it. It really smells so good over there, I want to eat it. You eat more. What's the point of eating so slowly? Han Xingxia took a big bite of the ribs, the bones she didn't even chew on much, and Summer squatted beside them. Han Xingxia left all the bones for them to grind their teeth on. Su Xiaoyang is eating very slowly, each piece is chewed very clean. Han Xingxia's bones boiled very into the flavor, he can eat all the bone residue. The bones are just for Summer to grind their teeth on. You eat more meat. It won't go to waste. Su Xiaoyang shook his head after hearing this and firmly continued to gnaw on the bones so much. Han Xingxia looked at him like this, cannot understand it, continue to eat themselves, as he did, until she ate and drank, slipped a bottle of Coke. This big pot of ribs still left a lot. She wiped her hands and got up, and Su Xiaoyang said, Boss, are you still going to eat the rest of these? It's all yours. Han Xingxia looked the other way and turned her head back into the bomb shelter, and on her way out she said, but you'll have to wash all the dishes for me, and, later, put the dishes away. Su Xiaoyang immediately said gratefully, yes. By the time Han Xingxia left, He Zhangping and the others had long since lost the taste for chewing compressed crackers and stopped eating. But they didn't dare waste it, and licked even the crumbs clean, just then. A pot of leftover braised ribs was handed up. Chapter 35 Workmanship. Eat, it's saved for you. Su Xiaoyang is saving something from his own teeth for them to eat. If you give us the stuff, the demoness. Lord Queen can agree? Tang Jian's words changed. I asked the boss for permission and she said it's all mine. That's enough. Xiaoyang. You worked hard. Good brother, good brother. Hear me say thank you, for having you, warming up. Quit cracking up and eat. Tang Jian He Zhangping Wang Hung 5 people immediately began to eat. During this time Su Xiaoyang was afraid that they would choke to death and put some water in them, and each person's water bottle was added with water. It was also his recently discovered physical mutation that allowed him to produce water. All of their squad's bodies showed some changes. Tang Jian was faster, He Zhangping was stronger, Wang Hong was able to control fire, Xi Mingtong's body reacted to metal, and Li Lin was able to change the terrain. Although a few of them still didn't know what it was all about, and were even still trying to figure out exactly how to use it, it was fortunate that all of them had mutated their bodies, otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to escape from that zombie wave. Watching his former comrades eating there, Su Xiaoyang got up and went to work. Go ahead and collect the vegetables. Tang Jian gnawed on a bone while watching him work. Xiaoyang. You're really going to give her a job? Su Xiaoyang lowered his head to cut the leeks. I have to do what I promised. So you're really not coming back to the army with us? I'll be the boss's man from now on. Can the captain let go when he knows? Su Xiaoyang stopped talking, he bored himself to work. After cutting half of the leeks, the brothers behind him got up to work with him after eating the ribs. Let's eat meat and work together. Can you still be sacrificed alone? Everyone collected the vegetables, hoed the weeds, washed the dishes, and swept the yard inside and out when they were done. Han Xingxia saw all these people working inside the house and raised her eyebrows gently. After Su Xiaoyang left those ribs behind, she knew he wanted to leave them for his comrades. She saw through it and didn't say anything, because she was very much aware of this overbearing brotherhood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have seen Su Xiaoyang in her life and taken him in at any cost. The brotherhood of sharing the same life and death countless times, a few years or even a dozen years is not something that can be easily cut off. Now that the timeline has changed, when she met Su Xiaoyang in her last life, she only saw him alone and he didn't say a word about his past. Now that she thinks about it, it should be that all these comrades of his, including that captain, are dead. He was the only one left that she had picked up, and he was unattached and dead set on ing her. In this life his companions were still there, and his whole being was a little sunnier than in the last. Han Qingxia didn't deliberately sabotage his relationship with his comrades so that he would break with them later, and even acquiesced to many of his actions, such as taking away the Yunnan Baiyao medicine and asking for the ribs to go away, which was a way of letting him off the hook. Giving grace to Su Xiaoyang. Otherwise, it will only backfire. People have feelings, and the fact that his teammates aren't dead will eventually stick with him. Or else you're going to be arrested? We'll come back with the whole bunch. Han Qingxia's eyes grew brighter and brighter as she looked at these big lads who were working so neatly. Keeping all these people to work for her, it seemed, was pretty good. Dusk. Han Qingxia lazily walked outside the air defense shelter as she inspected her territory. She had a new look in her territory, and the vegetable plots were all tidied up. All the freshly harvested greens were neatly yards aside in the shade, each one packed away in separate categories. The weeds in the vegetable plot were all removed, the chicken and duck pens were cleaned up, some small broken places were mended, and hygiene was done inside and out. Han Qingxia was satisfied with this. Soldier Boy's work is really quite good. Boss, where are all these dishes stored? There's no rush, first take some dishes out and wash them, we'll have hot pot tonight. When they heard about the hot pot, the eyes of the few comrades lying next to them all lit up. Not for a while. Han Qingxia then set up a pot in the open space. Sizzling beef and chicken thigh bones are dropped in first to suspend the soup, and then the hot pot packet is put in. Half spicy pot and half tomato pot. Various colors of meat, fish, fresh vegetables, frozen tofu, so a pendulum. He Zhongping a few people gluttonous gulp. Boss, this is too much food. What's this? I told you to follow me. Food is the basics, this is the routine, get used to it. The ears of He Zhongping and the others all twitched. The gaze that looked at Su Xiaoyang suddenly gained a few more points of envy. Every day. The men had come out of the army with some compressed cookies and a smattering of canned beef. Food shortage in the base, the first time they faced supply downgrade, in the base, their meals became a dish, a meal and a soup, on the soup inside floating a little egg flour meat, then the eggs of the bathwater is not as good, but on this, or many people envy not to come. How many people inside the base can't even eat their buns anymore? This comparison with the meals at Han Qingxia's house. That's one heaven and one hell. Han Qingxia lowered large pieces of beef rolls, pork slices, shrimp sliders, and fish into the hot pot. The tangy aroma of oil and gas made all of them secrete saliva like crazy. I want to eat. Let's eat too. Can't eat it. Tang Jian turned her head to the side, facing people eating so well, her own compressed cookies were truly inedible. If you can't eat, drink some water and pretend you're eating. A few of them drank water to suppress the pressure, expecting that when Han Qingxia finished eating later, Su Xiaoyang would bring some back for them. But when Han Qingxia finished this hot pot, she wiped her mouth and didn't wait for Su Xiaoyang to say more. She spoke first. Xiaoyang, put away all the dishes, I don't think you'll be able to eat much, so I'll prepare less in the future. Crowd. Su Xiaoyang was also Han Qingxia. The sentence came a surprise. He then ate 6 points full, want to leave some leftovers out, this time. Boss. I'm not full yet. Oh, you're not full, so go ahead and eat, I'm going in to cool off. Good. Boss, I'll clean up everything here later. Su Xiaoyang watched Han Qingxia leave. After watching her enter the gate, she immediately greeted the others, come. Eat quickly. Tang Jian, He Zhongping and others immediately and nonchalantly picked up Han Qingxia's leftovers and furiously put them in the pot. Even the leaves of the bok choy that patted the meat dish. Everyone rubbed their big hands together in excitement as they waited for the hot dish to come out of the pot, a childlike grin on everyone's face, when a meaningful female voice came from behind them. Well, who gave you people permission to steal my food? Chapter 36, Making People Cry. Han Qingxia's voice fell, and the big men at the scene, who together weighed almost 1,000 pounds, all petrified and froze in place. Hell, when they looked at Han Qingxia, a weak woman, they were all like rats seeing a cat, and if there was a place to hide right now, they'd get in. What, hungry? Han Qingxia took a step to her hot pot and scanned the group of quails. We didn't eat. Tang Jian was the first to stand up, his childish face looking at Han Qingxia. He was the youngest of them all, only 20 years old. When the military time but not short, he was 16 years old enlisted in the army, performance has been very outstanding, smooth as a special forces into the Lu Qian squad. However, his personal strength was good, but he was young and inexperienced, and he had never seen a cold-blooded, heartless woman like Han Xingxia. Otherwise she wouldn't have almost cried at her anger. No food, what are you guys doing? We'll just sit over here and smell it, no. Of course not. Han Xingxia lazily said, the smell of all these things is mine. Who allowed you to smell my things? Don Jane. You know that during the boiling process of the hot pot, a lot of oil and gas will be evaporated, and all these oil and gas have energy, which is originally part of my food, and you are stealing my food by stealing the aroma of my hot pot. What else do you have to say in your defense? I'm going to go, okay. Late. You have to pay. Tang Jian looked at the woman in front of her with shock that was comparable to Huang Shiren. Huang Shiren was not as bad and stingy as her, and once again, he was going to be angry and cry by her. What is he going to pay her with? Boss, at this time, Su Xiaoyang stood up. I did this, if you want to punish me, punish me. Shut up and sit down. Han Xingxia glanced back as she continued to look at them. I'm not unreasonable, you're all a bunch of soldiers, you're definitely more reasonable than me, so just tell me what to do about this. Tang Jian and the others looked at each other. Big deal, we'll compensate you for a pot of vegetables. Qi Mingtang, the oldest inside, said. Right. We'll pay you back. Pay with what? We'll go out and get you food. Absolutely the exact same dish to pay you back. Ha! Is there anything in this world that's exactly the same? And I want it immediately right now. Pay me back. You're just being unreasonable. That's right, you bully. Well, a bunch of you guys are great, stealing from others and still being so righteous, it's obvious that you guys are bullying me, huh? The group of big men were dumbfounded by Han Xingxia's dislike. They looked at each other, and Qi Mingtang said, Big sister, how about this, you tell us how you want us to pay for it. We'll follow your lead. Han Xingxia smoothly got the initiative, she leisurely sat in front of the hot pot. It's also good to do, stole something from me, use yourselves to pay it back, I'm forgiving to receive you as a henchman. Oh. So you want us all? Tang Jian was the first to react, I told you, no way. That's right, we're all going back to the army. Big sister, we really can't stay. Then consider it yourselves, if you don't agree, pay me back. If you don't, all of you will die. Han Xingxia stopped talking nonsense and turned her head back. When she left, everyone sat down. My God. I've never seen her like that. We have to pay for this too. It's a post-apocalyptic world, food is tight, we're not related to people, why should they give us food? Did we eat her fondue? You guys ate her ribs and used her medicine. Su Xiaoyang said. He withdrew his gaze toward Han Xingxia, his eyes deep and lone. Han Xingxia made this trip out to also tell him that she's seen everything he's done. But she didn't even look for him and chastise him, so it was clear that she wasn't very stingy and calculating, or she wouldn't have indulged him so many times. It was all kindness, and Han Xingxia gave it to them through his hands. Only, these people didn't react. Boss, she's pretty good, she's a good person, you guys really misunderstand her. Xiaoyang, don't give her a talking to. Xiaoyan, no matter what, there's no way we're going to go with her, and forget about you going with her, when the captain wakes up, we're all going back. My mom's still at the K1 base, I have to get back. Me too, gotta get back. Han Xingxia watched the scene outside in front of a camera inside the base. She pulled her headset over and passed the word to the speakers outside. I don't care what you think or don't want, as long as you stay with me for a day, you have to work for me. Tonight, all of you will keep watch. Or get out. The crowd outside at the moment. Han Xingxia turned her head back to her own bed to sleep after instructing these people. One step at a time, no rush. But the important thing is that if you eat her, you have to work her. She went downstairs to her bed. When he went back, he saw Lu Qian, who was still lying on the ground. After feeding him first aid Dan and putting on Yunnan Baiyao, his life was definitely saved. At the moment it is recovering steadily and rapidly. After Han Xingxia swept a glance, she took a big step over his head and went into her own nest to sleep. When she woke up the next day, the outside of the shelter was once again in order. Those pesky guys did all the work, even though they didn't submit to her. The vegetables in her field are being harvested any day now, the chickens, ducks and goats are being fed, and when she went out today she found that they had also expanded her fish pond. Han Xingxia couldn't help but think in her heart when she saw this. Still really need a few more helpers. It's about time this someone helped her with all this work. Boss, where do I put these greens? Follow me. Han Xingxia took Su Xiaoyang into the air raid shelter and told him to pile all the greens at the entrance to the big iron gate and wait for her to send them in herself. Powers and duties should match. Now that Su Xiaoyang hadn't been assigned an absolutely important task, then he didn't deserve to have access to her warehouse. It's good for Su Xiaoyang, and it's also good for Han Xingxia. The royal person has to take control little by little until he is in full control before he can be gradually decentralized. Han Xingxia entered the entry and exit of the air raid shelter gate into Su Xiaoyang's fingerprint information, and told him to put all the dishes away at the warehouse door later, and she would take care of the back herself. Su Xiaoyang didn't have half an opinion, all he had was absolute obedience. After Han Xingxia finished handling these daily dishes, she heard voices coming from outside. I'm here to deliver the food to his lordship. A soft voice rang out at the door. Wang Yundo came over with today's supplies as usual. It's just that Wang Yunduo saw so many people he didn't recognize here today. She stood timidly by the door. You're here? My lord. Chapter 37 The Landlord's Long Laborer. Wang Yunduo had a natural affinity for Han Xingxia. Anyone who was received down in Han Xingxia's territory would be like that to Han Xingxia. Including Su Xiaoyang, who just had unconditional trust in Han Xingxia ever since he'd agreed to work for her as a henchman. More than that, he would put on an 8th grade filter to see her, and those of his comrades who said Han Xingxia was bad were actually quite incomprehensible to him. Han Xingxia is a much better and kinder person. Lord, I gave my father the seeds you asked me to cultivate for him yesterday, and he said they would be ready in a week. Please be patient. Good, I don't think you've finished your stuff at your house, have you? Not yet. My father said that the Lord can start without giving us the supplies first. We can't put them in our house, so I'll find you to exchange them sometime later, is that okay? Aha! Han Xingxia nodded and turned her head, originally intending to call the dogs, but finally looked at the big men who had nothing better to do. Come, 2 of you, send the man back for me. Crowd. 2 of them stepped out to escort Wang Yunduo back to her side of the house. After they left, Han Xingxia looked at the remaining few. Don't be idle, come over and work for me. Crowd. After smelling 2 bites of her hot pot aroma, you have to be a cow for her. Han Xingxia gave Su Xiaoyang a map and a bunch of cards. You take them to expand the territory. Expanding the territory? Tang Jian looked at Han Xingxia in shock. Why expand the territory? Now in these apocalyptic times, what is there to expand on? Isn't there an empty place anywhere? Han Xingxia gave him a blank look. If you're told to do it, you do it. Expand at least 10 acres of land for me before today. Put up signs of my Han Xingxia all over the open space. Crowd. Yes. Su Xiaoyang said decisively. Han Xingxia's face looked slightly better. You guys go, come back after the work and have food. Can we afford this meal of yours? Tang Jian said with a cheap mouth. Han Xingxia immediately flew off with a kick, love it or hate it. Anyway, you guys still owe me. Crowd. Everyone went off to work for Han Xingxia in disgrace. There was only one left, He Zhangping, who was still recuperating from the worst of his injuries. His leg is badly injured and he should not walk for a day or 2. But Han Xingxia couldn't watch him idle either. You, too, get over here and get to work. He Zhangping. They're into some landowner-slave owner's house, right? After smelling 2 mouthfuls of her family's meat, all of them were squeezed by knocking the bones and sucking the marrow, and became her family's longtime laborers. More crucially, not even him, a sick man. How does he know, if it were not for the fact that there is still a coma lying inside, but wherever Lu Qiyan has a finger that can move, she cannot tell him to be idle. They all have to work for her. He Zhangping dared to be angry and honestly got up to go cook for her. Han Xingxia also had a humane side to her, considering that he had difficulty with his legs and feet, arranging a little bit of handwork for him that was as easy as possible. Let him go wash and chop vegetables and cook a big pot of rice. Han Xingxia had liberated herself on a rare occasion, and surprisingly, she finally didn't have to work by herself. She ran a few laps along the outside of her own bomb shelter to warm up, while restoring the previously destroyed traps properly. During that time she heard the system's alert sound. Dropping detected the territory expanding by 100 square meters. Rewarding 100 points. Han Xingxia knew she was right when she heard the system alert sound as well as the territorial area expanding in her mind. It is also possible to grow your territory by sending your own people out to expand the size of your territory. She suddenly wondered at this time if the inhabitants of her territory migrated and took up space outward counted as hers. Han Xingxia also wanted to give it a try, but naturally, there was only one resident in her territory up to now, and she was cautious about accepting residents. She doesn't like humans much. Han Xingxia finished her run and returned to her base, and she was still a bit uncomfortable with being idle all of a sudden. Don't say why don't you go and expand the territory again yourself. Now that there were outsiders in her bomb shelter, she wasn't going to leave the premises. She thought about it for a moment, and after a slow warm-up, she practiced her fighting skills in the clearing. He Zhangping, who was depressedly cooking, heard the sound of fighting arts and turned his head to look over to see Han Xingxia's explosive punches and kicks. One moment. So strong. This big sister's fighting skills are so good. Her fighting skills were such that he, a veteran, couldn't help but marvel at them. The punches are vicious. His eyes lit up just looking around the edges. What are you looking at? Trying to steal a lesson. Hearing this, He Zhangping's fear of being dominated by her struck again and immediately lowered his head to work for her. But you can't help but take a few peeks while you're doing it. Awesome, really awesome. It looked as if it was a few points stronger than their captain. By the time the afternoon rolled around, the people who had been sent out were back. As Han Xingxia had promised before, there was indeed a meal when she returned. He Zhangping made a big pot of food all day today, frying up a leek scrambled egg that Han Xingxia's side had more than she could eat and a big messy stew left over from yesterday's hot pot. Now it's the age of doom, everything is in short supply. What they didn't eat last night Han Xingxia didn't throw away, letting He Zhangping reheat it and give it to them to continue eating. Everyone was moved to tears by the sight of this hot meal. One holding a rice cooker their wildly show, hot pot soup based they do not feel the oil, all one person a big spoon poured on their rice, so eat. It had been a really long time since they had eaten proper grease after the end times came. This kind of pre-apocalyptic stuff that everyone looks at and gets numb is for them what they are missing right now. No fear of how oily it is. It can all go straight to soup. Of course Han Xingxia took Su Xiaoyang to eat differently than they did. Han Xingxia prepared a separate serving of fragrant braised pork and Su Xiaoyang for the two of them. It's still good red meat. Yoko, don't you think so? Su Xiaoyang affirmed, yes. I've got quite a bit of red meat here, and I'm short a few people to come over and help with the food. The crowd over there sipping hot pot soup. At this moment, they came close to shaking their faith. Don't always crave them with food, okay? After dinner, Han Xingxia arranged things for them to do. Let them build a piece of improvised house to come outside the bomb shelter. The tools and materials Han Xingxia had. There happened to be a couple of furniture stores inside the big mall that I swept through earlier. Steel plate shelf keels are readily available. After putting up the shelves, Han Xingxia added a bed and luxurious down comforter to it. She doesn't want too many of these. Yoko, you stay here for now, and go up to the mountains to cut down trees and fortify the place in the next few days. Yes. The inside of the bomb shelter is Han Xingxia's private place. Her men even Su Xiaoyang slept outside. Chapter 38 Yield Increase. Build a few rooms outside. Su Xiaoyang will later live outside the air defense shelter, but also can give her as a sentry post to fully supervise the entire base security. After she finished setting up the outside tasks, she went back to the base and went to sleep. At this time, Shi Mingtang opened his mouth and asked, "Big sister, how is our captain doing?" Still asleep. Before Han Xingxia came out, Lu Qiyan was still passed out. Though she was a little weirded out too. How come this guy never woke up? But she checked his injuries as well as his breathing. He was indeed mostly healed from his external injuries, his breathing level was normal, and it looked like the person was just in a sleeping state. Then can you keep our captain out there while we take care of him? No way. Han Xingxia refused outright. That Lu Qiyan is her hostage. With such a group of people not under her command in her territory, she could never be 100% comfortable with them. As the group said before, what if they were to run away and abduct Su Xiaoyang along with them? These people's feelings seemed to be very solid. To that Lu Qiyan are loyal. She took advantage of his unconsciousness to dig his corner cannot dig. It is highly likely that there is the possibility of Lu Qiyan woke up and abducted Su Xiaoyang. Gotta be careful. Han Xingxia didn't feel that this was a test for Su Xiaoyang. The test is the surprise of a desperate situation, not the opportunity she gives to others under her own paralysis. Human nature doesn't need to be tested to keep Su Xiaoyang away from such odd choices. This is what smart people do. Therefore, releasing Lu Qian for them to watch was a no-no. Then we don't know what happened to our captain. If you guys are unsure, ask Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxiao walked away directly without a single more word of explanation. Everyone was also used to Han Qingxiao's foul temper. I've never seen a woman like her in my life. Tang Jian spat madly behind Han Qingxiao's back. How many women have you met in total? Everyone laughed and looked at him. Then I haven't seen a woman as cold-blooded and fierce and cross as she is, and half as womanly as she is. When the captain wakes up, look at me, How are you? Su Xiaoyang looked at him. I hoofed it. Never see her again in this life. Ha 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 ha. Everyone around them was laughing. What are you guys laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Tang Jian skimmed his mouth, his boyish face all defiant. Could it be that you guys won't leave when the captain wakes up? Go, 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 let's run too. You're right. After everyone finished laughing, they all looked at Su Xiaoyang. Yangzi, you have to help us take good care of the captain. You guys trust me, boss, the captain is really healed. I saw it with my own eyes. He should have to rest for a few more days. Then you keep an eye out for us. Good. One shake for 2 days. Han Qingxia took advantage of the fact that she now had a workforce in place, and she refurbished and organized her bomb shelter base. First of all, the house where Su Xiaoyang lived had been completely erected. A simple tin and wood house. Conveniently taking care of the entire base in addition to the chickens, ducks, fish and vegetables, will also be the first to guard the air raid shelters. In addition, Han Qingha's chicken and duck pens were refurbished and expanded. She had all the laborers who were freeloaders in her house go up the mountain to cut firewood, had them weave branches and rattan, and refurbish the chicken and duck pens that she had previously improvised. It's true that soldiers are hands-on and can do anything. In addition, the planted vegetables and fruits have been replanted to double the area of cultivated land. She has planted before by scattering seeds all over the place, very unplanned, and the outside area of the shelter is not utilized at a reasonable rate. This time, all of them have been reorganized, and the production of the base can be increased by several times. The fish and shrimp ponds were also all re-excavated, and a large 5-meter deep pit was dug next to them before the water from the old ponds was diverted and expanded. Make the living environment for fish and shrimp bigger and increase their production. They did their work quickly and efficiently, and Han Qingxiao was satisfied with that. In addition, she would dispatch Su Xiaoyang with 3 people to expand the territory during the day, and the rest would stay here to remodel her base and pack them 2 meals. Aha! Han Qingxia, who was a qualified landlord, felt that for these short-term laborers who couldn't stay, providing 2 meals was enough. It's not a good idea to have 3 meals. To her longtime worker, she would give him a lavish breakfast in front of everyone. Favoritism was just so obvious and unobtrusive. Han Qingxia is accustomed to protecting his own people, treating his own people and those who are not his own that is 2 sets of naked standards. Tang Jian's several people also gradually got used to it. This woman is such a blatant double-standard, cold-blooded and savage, overbearing person. But I have to say, it would be a real blessing to have someone like that as their boss. No doubt about it. This evening, when the several people Su Xiaoyang sent out returned, they each brought back a car for Han Qingxia. All oversized express cargo trucks. When Su Xiaoyang was expanding his territory today, he expanded to a highway in front of him and saw several large trucks that had collided in a chain. Their group cleared out all the walkers around them. Plug in Han Qingxia's sign and occupy the land while realizing that there are still quite a few vehicles in here that are still drivable. What's more, several of them were large delivery vans. A few people immediately fixed the car and drove back to Han Qingxia's base. Boss! There's a supply haul. Han Qingxia's eyes glistened when she saw the large amount of supplies that had been captured and returned. Well done. Han Qingxia directly praised Su Xiaoyang and looked at the others favorably. I'll give all of you an extra meal of meat tonight. Whoa! I'm so touched. It's been a lifetime since I've seen a female Grampian give out kindness. Roll your sister. Han Qingxia kicked Tang Jian. You're not allowed to eat it later. Don't. You're not a female Gramps, you're a female Bodhisattva, okay? Han Qingxia let out a laugh. Call the ancestors. Tang Jian struggled for a moment, weighing meat and pride. He finally chose ancestor. I'll count on you to know what you're doing, so unload all the goods for me later, and eat only after you're dry. Don Jane, greetings to your ancestors. Han Qingxiao waved her hand at Su Xiaoyang and told him to follow her inside to get meat and vegetables, adding a potato roasted red meat for everyone tonight. After Su Xiaoyang took the meat, he took his usual look at their sleeping captain. Lu Qiyan at this time has all the wounds are good, the face is rosy, breathing strong normal. Su Xiaoyang tried to wake him up, but still did not wake up. There's no injury to his head or spine, so it shouldn't be nerve damage. Han Qingxia said, but I'm telling you, it doesn't rule out the possibility of him passing out for the rest of his life. When Su Xiaoyang heard this, his gaze sank. I know, boss. Chapter 39, still trying to dig her up. Su Xiaoyang knew that Han Qingxia had done her best. She wasn't a professional doctor, she had promised to save his life, but she had never promised anything else. Regardless of the outcome, they had Han Qingxia to thank. He went out first with 20 pounds of pork and 10 pounds of potatoes. Han Qingxia looked at the person on the ground and followed. As she turned to leave, the man lying on the floor moved his fingers. Outside, Tang Jian and the others were as excited as New Year's Eve. Everyone worked together to unload the cargo from the 4 vans. Almost unloaded over 2,000 couriers. Inside, there were both large and small, all of which were placed on the open space for Han Qingxia according to size. When they saw Su Xiaoyang carrying the ingredients out, they all swarmed together, washing the vegetables, brushing the pots and pans, and supporting the table. Han Qingxia, on the other hand, walked over to the pile of couriers to open them. She asked Su Xiaoyang to come over and help her. By the time the meal was ready over there, the delivery was pretty much unpacked on their side. Never opened such a cool blind box delivery. There are more than 600 pieces of food in here, mostly snacks, such as puffed food, cookies, cakes, drinks and candies. There are so many kinds that only Han Qingxia could not think of not demolished. Han Qingxia Coke Sprite alone demolished more than a dozen boxes. She generously gave the scene to all people a bottle. Of course there are a lot of short shelf life foods in there that have already expired and gone bad, such as the cold foods that you buy, all of which have gone bad and spoiled. Those were casually tossed aside by Han Qingxia. Then there are the toiletries, daily necessities, bedding, and indescribable items. Han Qingxia was never picky. As long as it had value and hadn't spoiled, she wanted everything. There was quite a bit of cat and dog food, but Han Qingxia hadn't been giving Summer and the others any of this dry food, and what she had, they ate. It was a surprise to her to unwrap these. Keep them all on hand. Then there were a lot of clothes and shoes and socks and such that were unpacked, as well as several of the latest models of cell phones as well as computers, and several large homes. She's unwrapping an actual delivery blind box this time, and the joy of unwrapping a blind box is still pretty good. Han Qingxia was in an extremely good mood today and sat over to eat with them. What are you looking at? The old man's food, the old man can't eat it. I thought you were going to have another little session with Xiaoyang. I'll eat how I want. It's up to you. Han Qingxia picked up her rice cooker. Everyone on the site was handed a rice cooker. Thanks to the fact that Han Qingxia had swept through the electrical appliance stores when she first swept through them all, the rice cookers proved to be very good. Everyone eats in a rice cooker. Han Qingxia made the first chopsticks first, and she used a large soup spoon to scoop up a full scoop of full-flavored pancetta and stewed, crispy, soft potatoes to pour over the rice. The flavorful broth melts inside the white rice, and just looking at it makes you want to eat. After she moved her chopsticks, everyone swarmed and started grabbing them. These people specialize in grabbing meat. Each one of them was like a hungry ghost, staring at the large cuts of meat with green eyes. Fatty and lean chunks of meat are stewed in an aromatic stew, and when you bite into it, the solid, full-bodied meat explodes in your mouth. It was accompanied by a piece of potato drenched in the flavor of gravy, freshly harvested from their field, and they didn't know why, perhaps because they hadn't had a potato and meat dish in so long, they found the potatoes here to be particularly sweet. That was because they didn't know that it was potatoes grown in Han Qingxia's upgraded soil. They only thought that everything tasted good on Han Qingxia's side. A mouthful of meat and a bite of potatoes, accompanied by large white rice dripping with broth, smelled so good that all of them wanted to ascend to heaven in place. Mega satisfaction, mega satisfaction. Boss, are you unable to grab it? I'll give it to you. Han Qingxia didn't want to eat half a pot of rice from the rice cooker today. She didn't even bother to insert her chopsticks when she saw these people grabbing so frantically. Because she felt that there was too much drooling, so she'd better eat small meals on her own from now on. At this time a large stack of potato roasted red meat was pushed in front of Han Qingxia. This half is untouched. Su Xiaoyang said. He's always been a careful eater, even when he's hungry, dividing up all the food and eating it slowly, little by little. It was one of the first dishes he had called in and had been eating slowly. Han Xingxia saw the dishes he handed over. No need, you can eat yourself, I'm full. As soon as she said she was full, the others all looked at her. Big sister, are you really full? You're welcome. That's how we eat. It's all about grabbing the food, or these are for you. Chiming Tang handed up the chunks of potato meat and soup that had been grabbed with just a little bit of the bottom left. Full of sincerity. Forget it. Han Xingxia looked unappetizing. Then if you don't eat it, the rest of your rice, why don't we help you eat it? Tang Jian looked at the half pot of rice she had saved and carefully said. Probably that's the same look her dog got when he came to her for leftovers. Han Xingxia. Here you go. Han Xingxia gave them their pot. They dumped her rice into the dishpan and mixed it with the broth leftovers, all of which they grabbed and ate. Han Xingxia looked at them like this. Opened the drink quietly said, you guys as far as? Of course. We haven't had a meal this good in almost a month. Tang Jian said. Aren't you guys from the military? Can't you eat in the military? He Zhangping waved his hand at this point. It's long gone. Our eastern military region has set up a base, and supplies are all supplied to the base first. The meals given to our soldiers are greatly reduced. And it's getting worse every day. When we left the base, we could only eat one dish, one soup, and one meal every day. Han Xingxia said quietly, K1 base? Right. You know our base. Xi Mingtan's eyes lit up. Heard it on the radio. Han Xingxia casually said that they didn't know how their base was all publicized anyway. We have a big base and have been rescuing the residents of City A and B. It's the most rescued in the eastern region. Wan Hong said. Li Lin, who had been the least present, said, our base is also very strong. The eastern military region's troops are all inside, it's very safe. At this moment, Tang Jian looked toward Han Xingxia. Big sister, why don't you come with us to our base? Put. I'm not kidding you, although you're a bit fierce and ill-tempered, a bit cross and savage. But you're really strong. Tang Jian looked up and down at Han Xingxia. Our K1 base is in great need of a talent like you. That's right. He Zhangping immediately said at this moment, Big sister, you're so skilled, I think you're even better than our captain. Why don't you join us? That way all of us, including Xiao Yang, can still be together. Everyone looked at Han Xingxia when they heard this. Han Xingxia. She wants to dig them, and these guys want to dig her. Chapter 40, The Man Must Be Taken Away. Han Xingxia looked at the group and waved her hand at them, and everyone all came together. Do I get meat every day when I join you? Everyone boarded up and thought hard for a moment and shook their heads. Can I go wherever I want when I join you? Can I be free every day? Everyone shook their heads again. After joining you guys, when you meet something unpleasant people can just kill it. Everyone's head was shaking like a rattle. Han Xingxia looked at them with a smile. Then why should I join you? Everyone was dumbfounded for a moment. For honor. At that moment, Tang Jian stood up and proudly said. Honor you MMP. Han Xingxia kicked him off. Honor is what you guys fight to the death outside like and in the end, you don't even have a rescue. Honor is when you kneel before me like a lost dog and beg me to take you in? Honor is what you want what you don't have and you're asked to rush for first place? I'm telling you, your honor collapsed a long time ago. Once order disintegrates, there's no going back, and in the future the base cutoffs will only get worse, and all you're loyal to now is a K1 base that can't give you any guarantees. Han Xingxia coldly informed them of the 10 years of change she had experienced in her last life. Doomsday is a whole new era. After all the order disintegrated and the state apparatus collapsed, there were a few forces that tried to save it as well, but the current of the times was simply beyond their control. The rise of bases everywhere and a whole new base civilization is the general trend, and all those who want to restore the order of the old times are turning back the clock. So there is no such thing as the end of the end and the restabilization of order. At least, it's all a dream until the zombie virus is completely resolved. The civilization of the future is base civilization, and the glory is base glory. Han Xingxia knew deep down that these people were nothing more than insignificant pawns in the K1 base when they returned, so much so that he didn't even bother to send a rescue. Because they don't deserve K1 base to die for them. But you can work with me, I can let you eat meat, not be constrained and oppressed by anyone. When you encounter things and people who are not happy, kill them all my Han Xingxia's territory, all is your free land. Han Xingxia smiled and drummed them. Tang Jian and the others all stared at her with wide eyes. Just then, the door to the air raid shelter behind them opened, and a cold and nice male voice rang out. This Ms. Han Xingxia, thank you for your kindness. Han Xingxia turned her head and saw the young man with a tattered body wrapped in gauze walk out of her bomb shelter. The moment she saw him, all the big men in front of her all excitedly stood up and rushed over. Captain! 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 Only Su Xiaoyang remained. He looked at Lu Qiyan, who had gotten better with surprise, his eyes agitated, and his final action was to stay on Han Xingxia's side without moving. Thank you, Ms. Han. Lu Qiyan walked up to Han Xingxia after reuniting with his own men, for taking care of my men during the time I was injured. Lu Qiyan is grateful. Han Xingxia lazily stood up. Don't just talk empty words, give practicality if you're grateful. You people ate and drank for 4 days and 4 nights in a row at my place, bring something. Crowd. Captain, don't listen to her, we've been working her day and night for the past few days. We ate and drank in exchange for our own labor. Didn't eat her food for nothing. Cough. Han Xingxia coughed heavily as she glanced at the group of white-eyed wolves. You all have the nerve to talk about it. What time is it now? If I hadn't taken you in, you'd just be working your asses off until you died, and no one would feed you. Crowd. The most black-hearted capitalist landlords of the past were not as black-hearted as Han Xingxia. Look at this talk of a human being. But this group of people all dared to be angry, and in the face of Han Xingxia's power and dominance, they could only hide behind their own captain. Lu Qiyan looked at these surrendered members of his family with slight surprise and said to Han Xingxia, I'll give you compensation for the supplies, counting it as a thank you for rescuing us. When? When we get back. Can't wait. Han Xingxia directly spread her hands, no credit. But we don't have many supplies on us now. Think for yourself, if you want to get out of my place you'll have to pay me enough to get out. Crowd. New Age Han pickpocket. Everyone was once again so angry with Han Xingxia that they couldn't wait to go up and make a gesture, but since the other party was Han Xingxia, they could only hold back. Lu Qiyan didn't have any expression on his face. He thought for a moment, at which point he said, Where's my backpack? Here. Boss. Don Zhen handed over his backpack. Lu Qiyan opened his bag and took out a self-sealing bag, sealed transparent bag from inside. Inside was a bag full of transparent shining crystals. Is this okay? Zombie crystals. Han Xingxia's eyes instantly lit up. Bring it on, you. Han Xingxia snatched a handful of what she estimated to be 30 to 40 zombie crystals. Alright, I'll barely count you guys as having paid enough. You can go now. Lu Qiyan's eyes brightened slightly when he saw that Han Xingxia was able to snatch something right out of his hands. The speed, the power are not average. This woman, indeed, is no ordinary person. Without another word, he gathered his thoughts and looked around his circle of teammates. It's time for us to head back. Everyone grab your stuff and head back now. Yes. The 5 Tangjians immediately went to pick up their backpacks. Lu Qiyan then looked at Su Xiaoyang, who was slow to move. Xiaoyang, why don't you go? Captain. He can't go. Tang Jian was the first to put his bag on his back and walked over. He is now the Queen's Lord's man. He Zhangping's leg got better and his spirits were high as he said. Lu Qiyan's brows immediately furrowed. Captain, Xiaoyang sold him to Big Sister Han to save you. Qi Mingtang explained to him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was seen by Big Sister at the time, we might not have been saved. Wan Hong said. That's right. Li Lin said. The more Lu Qiyan listened, the more shocked he became, and the more he listened, the tighter his eyebrows became. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang took out his badge from his pocket. Captain, I can't go back with you. C1 Troop Special Operations Team Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang stood still and snapped a military salute. Lu Qiyan looked at him seriously. Return to the line. Hey, my man, who are you commanding? Lu Qiyan looked at Han Xingxia. Miss Han, I'll definitely return the favor I owe you, and I'll definitely take all the people. Not a single one of my men should be missing. There's not a single one of my men left. Crystal cores. 100. Lu Qiyan said coldly. No change. 1,000. No amount will change. Just as the two sides were burning, Su Xiaoyang said, Captain Lu. I'm staying voluntarily. Chapter 41, Goats Start Giving Milk. Su Xiaoyang looked at Lu Qiyan with a firm gaze. Similarly, Lu Qiyan looked at him in the same way. The bond between all of them and their Special Forces squad was not normally deep. Before the end of the world did not come, they have always been the ace combat team in the war zone, carrying out the most difficult special operations missions, border defense battles, overseas rescue battles, raids on the field. Lu Qian was their captain, leading them into death countless times, defending the country, and also leading all of them to the highest point of glory. Everyone treated Lu Qian as the most trustworthy tree, embracing, trusting, and following him unconditionally, and he likewise would never abandon any of his members no matter what he encountered. Just for now. Do you really want it? After the confrontation, Lu Qian said. Yes. Captain Lu. Lu Qian stopped talking. He took the badge in Su Xiaoyang's hand. I'll keep it for you for now, if you want to come back, anytime. Su Xiaoyang's eyes were touched for a moment, but in the end, he remained firm. Captain Lu, take care. Han Xingxia watched them all separately the entire time. She bristled and lazily opened the gate to let them go. When these people left, one by one, they hugged Su Xiaoyang as if they had been separated for a lifetime. In fact, it's highly likely. It's the end times now. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. Once separated, it could be permanent. Tang Jian walked to the door and looked at Han Xingxia, greeting her, Big sister, I'm leaving, don't bully Xiaoyang. I'll bully him with big fish and meat all the time. I can't eat it all. Jane Tong. When he didn't say it, when he didn't ask. He Zhangping came over, my queen, I won't see you again. Get lost. If you're late, you'll stay here and be a long-time laborer. He Zhangping. Shi Mingtang and Wang Hanli Lin didn't talk much, only nodding to Han Xingxia, but instead saying goodbye to the dogs one by one. These are the days they serve summer them every day. Bathe them, feed them, shovel their poop. It's amazing how invisible and emotional it is. Goodbye, we're off. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Summer circled around them with a multitude of dogs, seemingly wondering where the group was going. Aren't they the new partners? Where to run? Summer took the dogs and ran out after them. All back. Han Xingxia shouted at them, and the dogs all obediently returned. As the sun set, the group descended the mountain. Han Xingxia didn't hesitate to close the door and go back to eating. We all have our own aspirations and we don't have to force them. The next day, Han Xingxia woke up. After the Special Forces group left, her life got back on track. Because of the addition of a new member, Han Xingxia now also had a very powerful helper. Su Xiaoyang would get up 2 hours earlier than her early in the morning every day to clean up all the dish hygiene outside the bomb shelter. She finally doesn't have to work on her own now. The other good news is that the goats she has raised have grown up, and in the last 2 days of observation, 2 goats have been paired up successfully, and it doesn't look like it will be long before they have goat's milk. Then in the morning Wang Yun duo would come over to deliver her daily resident output. Han Xingxia's supplies are growing. For this reason, she gave Su Xiaoyang an additional permission. In view of his loyalty, he was given open access to a warehouse and told to put his daily supplies into that warehouse. Han Xingxia now had a total of 3 full large warehouses, as well as an oversized system space. The vast majority of the food was still kept in her own system space, and her bomb shelter space was all stored output supplies and a small amount of inventory. Lord. These are the seeds you gave me last time, the strawberries my father cultivated. Han Xingxia's eyes lit up when she saw a small box of fresh, red strawberries added to the food Wang Yun duo had brought today. What she gave Wang Yuman last time was a packet of strawberry seeds, and she didn't expect him to actually cultivate them. Han Xingxia was satisfied with this. She took another packet of wheat seeds to her and rewarded Wang Yun duo with an extra packet of candy. Take it back to your father and tell him to keep planting it, and when he does, there's a reward. This is the reward. Thank you, Lord. Wang Yun duo had meat to eat and milk to drink during this time. His complexion was already very different from the very beginning. The little tykes are so much prettier. She took the things Han Xingxia had given her and prepared to leave, just as she turned around and thought of something. My lord, my father said that you have any table salt here, and we would like to exchange a little salt with you. Hearing this, Han Xingxia turned around and went back to get a packet of salt plus a list. It's full of all sorts of common items like oil, salt, vinegar, shampoo, soap, eggs, chicken, and other items. The redemption price is marked on the back of each one. In terms of points, 1 point for a 500g packet of table salt, 10 points for a 5L jug of oil, 10 points for a bottle of shampoo, and 1 point for an egg. And points are traded for food. Let Wang Yuanmin plant more and more output, a pound of output food 1 point. Han Xingxia also deliberately note that if there is a scarce food or items can be recovered at a higher price. The point system developed by Han Xinghai is very motivating. Seeing this, Wang Yuemin began a full output, taking his wife to expand the arable land to begin planting it for Han Qingxia so that he could exchange the supplies. After arranging her only resident, Han Qingxia had summer stay at the base with a few dogs. She went out once again today with Su Xiaoyang and a few of the dogs to expand their territory and gather supplies. Boss, there are still quite a few supplies on the highway we came back on yesterday. There seems to be a major car accident up ahead, and all the vehicles are blocked on it. Good. Go there and expand another piece out. Han Qingxia got into her own large armor and let Su Xiaoyang drive, heading straight for the area they explored yesterday. An hour and a half later, Han Qingxia saw a highway. There really is a huge amount of supplies there. Chapter 42 Highways. In front of Han Qingxia was the 8-lane toll booth of the elevated highway. An extremely tragic car accident had completely sealed off this highway, and the front and back were jammed solid with vehicles. Especially on highway surfaces that are elevated up ahead. The road stretches straight, all the vehicles are resting on the elevated, a glance cannot see the head, I cannot say the spectacular. Han Qingxia briefly scanned the circle and saw a large line of courier trucks blocking the elevated area. Eyeballing at least 40 or 50 of them. Red, green and white express container trucks are all stuck on the road. Coal trucks, container trucks, open wagons, and semi-trailers loaded with sports cars. At a glance, I know that this is the day of the accident is ready to sail into the A city to supply the A city. But before these goods could get off the highway elevated, they were all stuck in traffic. Su Xiaoyang yesterday brought his companions to get back 4 express cars is only a very small part. There's also a very large amount of supplies here. Xiaoyang, you stay here and clean up the crash, I'll go up and see what's going on. Good. Han Qingxia jumped down from the armored car and gave Su Xiaoyang his assignment. They'd have to clear a path if they wanted to take down all the supplies up there, for sure. At the same time, she left Su Xiaoyang down there to clean up, and she went up first to suck a wave of supplies into the space. Later it's just a matter of getting another random car back. She released the dogs, leaving 2 to accompany Su Xiaoyang, and all the others followed her up. There weren't many walkers near the crash. It looks like Su Xiaoyang and the others cleaned it up yesterday. Han Qingxia walked on foot through the core area of the crash to the toll booth. A walker was inverted in the toll booth's manual entrance. She was wearing a toll collector's uniform, hairnet clips angled over her disheveled hair, her head poking out of the glass window that was open a crack. The face with perfect makeup had no color, the skin was dried out and plastered to the skeleton, the face and hands were covered with black reptile-like veins, and the gray, cloudy eyes stared greedily and excitedly at Han Qingxia, stretching out from the crack of the window with a hand bitten down to just a single hand bone to grab Han Qingxia. Roar! Bang! A long shovel was precisely inserted into the toll booth along the gap by the window. Han Qingxia grabbed the shovel with a horizontal slash and pulled it out sharply, and a thumb-sized glittering crystal was brought out by the shovel, and with that, the toll collector zombie completely collapsed and didn't move. Han Qingxia's gloved hand took the crystals with satisfaction and put them into a plastic bag, looking at a skeleton arm that was still draped over the mouth of the charge as she walked away. She dropped a $1 game coin into her palm. Don't say I didn't pay the toll. Su Xiaoyang, who was clearing the road behind him, saw this scene and was fiercely handsome by Han Qingxia for a second. Han Qingxia's body is really handsome. Killing zombies so sharply that he felt awestruck. It was as if Han Qingxia had already killed over 10,000 zombies at the very least. There is not a single tired movement, streamlined and stormy, and it kills in a single blow. So beautiful that he felt that they, the special forces, were ashamed of themselves. They couldn't yet do what Han Qingxia had done so crisply. What's worse is that Han Qingxia has a damn thug elegance about him, and the more ruthless he is, the more handsome he is. Like a vicious lone wolf, each fight carries the ultimate aesthetic of violence. The point is she's still a woman. It would have killed him. After Su Xiaoyang was finished being handsome by Han Qingxia, he was relieved to let her go to the elevated area, and he himself worked harder to clear the road. Han Qingxia carried a shovel in one hand, followed by several running dogs. Congrats and watch the front. Bring the red envelope and watch the back. Red center and white board, guard my left and right. Han Qingxia checked several vehicles in a row and found a van with the key inserted in it, enough fuel on board, and in perfect condition, designating this one as the one she would take later, and she sent a notification to Su Xiaoyang before skipping this one to suck up the supplies from the others. She jumped onto the crossbar at the back of a container truck and ripped the lock off with her bare hands, and with her system-rewarded body, her strength had reached the point of perversion. Upon opening the container door, a whole truckload of delivery boxes appeared in front of her. Han Qingxia sucked them all away without leaving a single one. Removing the blind box is something to go back to later. Rush for supplies first. After Han Xingxia finished sucking on one, she jumped to the next express company's specialized car. Containerized courier cars uniformly violent broken locks open, the kind of open-topped is even simpler. Han Xingxia directly jumped to the roof of the car, tearing open the canopy, drilling into the compartment to suck. On average, a car contributes about 10 cubic yards of supplies to her. These 40 to 50 trucks contributed over 400 cubic meters of supplies to Han Xingxia, pretty much filling a nearly 200 square foot house inside and out. The only thing that was a bit unfortunate was that there were 3 refrigerated cars in here, and when Han Xingxia opened the door of the refrigerated car, everything inside stank. A foul odor came to the surface. The end times have been open for over a month, and of course these things that have to be kept frozen have long since gone bad. Han Xingxia could only regretfully abandon those cars. After she had pretty much loaded up all these supplies, Su Xiaoyang's side had also cleared a path. "Boss, we're good to go." Han Xingxia was standing on the roof of a car at the moment. She had just finished clearing the last car, and when she heard Su Xiaoyang's voice in her headset, she prepared for the return trip with understanding, when she noticed the 3 tanker trucks blocked in a pile of vehicles a kilometer or so ahead of her. She gazed there. Gas stations. Oil. Yoko. Take the marker down first, before you take the armored car up to clear the road. I want the elevated to make a lane and take the tanker. When Su Xiaoyang heard this, he didn't say a word. Yes. Han Xingxia took the dogs and ran towards the gas station a kilometer away. By the time she got close to the gas station, she finally saw the walkers. The not-so-big gas station was filled with zombies wandering in 2s and 3s through the gas station's empty lot and the supermarket. The mini-mart at the gas station has long been a mess. You could tell that there were groups of people running when all the cars were stuck on the highway, and a lot of people fled into this to try to get help as well as grab supplies. Only the ones that ran here didn't get away. All of them had turned into zombies, and since this place was the biggest gathering point on the whole road, many zombies on the road had finished chasing people before, and there were still quite a few of them here. At the moment, they were wandering around the gas station, and when they heard the sound of Han Xingxia, a big living person, running, these zombies came to life. One by one, they went from slow, mechanical actions to crazy madness. Ow. Ow. Woof woof woof. Woof. Fa Kai rushed to the front and took the zombie down with a horizontal lunge. Woof! A claw went down and snapped his head off. Immediately afterward, Han Xingxia's other dogs all pounced on one another. Chapter 43, Secondary Zombie. Summer had been left at the base to watch over her, and brought out the same extraordinary war effort. These were the best military dogs back in the day. Pouncing on zombies didn't even need Han Xingxia to teach them much, they had already learned. Han Xingxia had prepared armor for each of them to protect their fragile abdomens, greatly adding to their defensiveness. All the dogs went up to the swarm of zombies that pounced on them in a matter of 3. Han Xingxia also killed and raised the remaining zombies along the way. The kills were fast and furious, and wherever they went, there were zombies being split up. Each brain was gouged open, some walkers had crystals, some didn't. Or not much. By the time they rushed to the gas station, Han Xingxia had harvested a dozen crystal cores, and the zombies, basically, had cleared out. Han Xingxia didn't even bother to go inside the mini-mart and took the lead to collect the oil first. She glanced at Su Xiaoyang, and while he drove the stock car down, she stowed the 2 full tankers into her space first, leaving a less full one for Su Xiaoyang to drive later. And the oil inside the gas gun at the gas station. Han Xingxia tries to space himself out a bit, zoning out. Since she didn't have a container for the oil, she only found a few empty barrels nearby. Unexpectedly, after this thought rose in her mind, her mental power took control of the space, and her space really began to split. Han Xingxia was overjoyed. Because she remembered that when she received her space reward it was a cubic by cubic reward, so it should be divisible. She's absolutely right. The space was divided into several small cubes by her, and it was only then that Han Xingxia gripped the grease gun tightly and began to frantically suck up the oil. By the time Su Xiaoyang drove his armor to force the road vehicle out of the way and rushed up to pick up Han Xingxia, the gas station's stored oil had almost all been sucked up by Han Xingxia. The oil is almost 60 cubic meters, which translates into vehicles as almost enough to fill 1,000 cars. It was enough for Han Xingxia to use for a long time. Boss! I'm coming to help you. Su Xiaoyang got out of the car. Just then, they suddenly felt the pavement under their feet trembling. The oil surface of several pretend oil drums by Han Xingxia's feet was shaking. The vibration seemed as if giants were walking, each stroke bringing the whole pavement to a shuddering halt. Su Xiaoyang was puzzled to feel the power. Could it be an earthquake? Move! Han Xingxia said with unparalleled seriousness, all of you, get in the car. She lifted 2 barrels of oil and sprinted to the armored car, her dogs all running toward it in sync. As they were just breaking out of the gas station, there was a loud boom. The spot where Han Xingxia had just stood was smashed to smithereens. A humanoid monster with a size of nearly 400 pounds rushed out from inside the gas station, its limbs pouncing on the ground, tearing and pouncing raw on the spot where Han Xingxia had just stood. After the lunge, a small head of grossly disproportionate proportions was raised from amidst all the flab. Its face was different from the other walkers that had no flesh at all. It had very much meat on its face, so much so that layers of it fell down, and one mung bean-sized eye was hidden in the skin of the flesh, while the other eye was sunken outwards due to the mutation, as if an oversized chocolate ball was stuffed in the middle of a mass of fat. I don't know when it's going to fall off. Its 3 layers of chin all fused together with the neck, the whole body presents a pyramid-like meaty division, layer after layer of large flabby layers all over his body. The most disgusting is not these layers of flabby meat, but flabby hair crevice full of maggots and outwardly turned over like tumors of meatballs. The mutant zombie let out a cranky scream of extreme dissatisfaction after pouncing. That hissing cry can hurt one's brain to the core, as if countless needles were sticking into it. A powerful sense of oppression emanated from it. All who perceived it couldn't help but fear. Level 2 mutant zombie. Retreat! Han Xingxia shouted at Su Xiaoyang. It was only then that Su Xiaoyang snapped out of his shock. He heard Han Xingxia's voice and rushed to the tanker at the first opportunity. No more tankers. Let's pull out. Han Xingxia herself didn't have the certainty to take on such a level 2 mutant zombie. Even in the previous life, a level 2 mutated zombie was a very strong existence. Basically, for the average person, the top of the heap that they can fight against is a level 2 mutant walker. Level 2 and above that would all have to be solved by an alien out of the blue. And it has to be a level 2 or higher alien as well. Although Han Xingxia had gained psychic abilities in her life, it had only just been a short time since she had gained them. She was only a primary psychic, and she didn't have enough control over her psychic abilities, so she didn't dare to duel rashly. Run! Pull back first. When Su Xiaoyang heard her words, his footsteps still didn't stop. Boss, you start it, I'll trailer it. I can keep up. He couldn't afford to go back empty-handed like this. This was the oil Han Xingxia had asked for, and he had to bring her back some. Han Xingxia wanted to curse and held back when she heard this. This idiot, how does he know that he has filled up most of the oil long ago? The clutch under her foot went down and her hand crackled as she pressed various buttons to get the armored car started. Boom! Another cloud of dust flew up, and that level 2 mutant zombie lunged towards Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang made a sharp roll, and as he rolled, a gun was pulled out from his back. Bang! 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 Several shots rang out in quick succession. The shots hit the mutant zombie, and one of them hit it in the head, but this mutant zombie was completely different from the others. It's surprisingly okay. Idiot, a level 2 walker can only be completely destroyed by blowing up its brain. Get in the car. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyang no longer hesitated as he took 3 or 2 steps to pounce towards the large armored car that was ready to be launched. At the same time, the mutated zombie seemed to be spiritually intelligent, anticipating his position and lunging at him at full speed. Lunge to the left. Han Xingxia told him. Su Xiaoyang heard her command and immediately turned to lunge to the left. The moment he swooped down. Rubbing. The right armored car's hull was deformed and a row of rigid spikes came out of it. Straight up zapped the mutant walker full of it. And Su Xiaoyang took advantage of this time to tumble from the right side into the car door that had been opened for him. After stabbing through the zombie, Han Xingxia immediately retracted the long stinger and blasted down on the gas, leading Su Xiaoyang and the dogs to pull the tanker from a road that had just been cleared out in a hurry. She was extremely fast, but at the same time the mutated zombie was just as fast. After it was pierced by Han Xingxia, it went berserk and pursued the attack towards her side, except that he couldn't even ram the large armored car a few times without being able to break the car. This was a system-rewarded chariot, and the sturdiness level was incomparable. Seeing that it couldn't catch Han Xingxia, the mutated zombie jumped onto the towed tanker behind it with a loud boom, directly shaking the tanker from side to side and pulling against the force to deflect the armored car's direction. Chapter 44, The Outbreak of Alien Energy. Bang! Rumble! Han Xingxia's big armor broke through the median, hitting several cars in a row and rushing to the opposite side of the guardrail. Several small cars were knocked off the stile by Han Xingxia and her big armored two front tires over the guardrail. The front half of the car is suspended above the elevated area. Her and Su Xiaoyang's field of vision suddenly turned into a piece of horizontal highway elevated, hanging in mid-air. Below your feet are dozens of meters of elevated bridge holes. Thanks to Han Xingxia's good skills, she almost had to fall. Roar! 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 Immediately below them came a vibration from the large armored car. The ground shook in general. The super heavyweight level 2 zombie shook the rotting flesh all over its body as it rode towards Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Han Xingxia saw the large man from the car's display board, and with cold eyes she grabbed the car's other steering wheel, her hands operating on the complex dashboard. Ka-ching! Boom! A fire snake like a dragon sprayed straight at the level 2 zombies. A small gun barrel appeared above Han Xingxia's large armored vehicle. One hit right on the secondary walker. The recoil shook it away a few meters. The high-pressure giant flame pierced through its flesh shield-like chest, searing a black charred hole in its chest. The air reeked of toast. Han Xingxia struck the right blow and put the car in reverse with the gears up and backed it out. But the front wheel idles a few times and never comes out. Yoko, does the cannon work? Su Xiaoyang had just watched Han Xingxia's operation and nodded his head with a stoic expression. Yes. You drive, I'll go down and lift the car. Han Xingxia unbuckled her seatbelt. Su Xiaoyang saw that she was going to lift the car, this armored big several tons. Boss. I'm going down. Step aside. You can't lift it. Su Xiaoyang. If he can't lift it, can Han Xingxia lift it? And at that moment, a booming vibration came from behind him once again, and the monitor on the console had already reappeared with that level 2 zombie. Su Xiaoyang immediately took over Han Xingxia's console and followed what Han Xingxia had just done. Han Xingxia's car was very advanced and powerful enough for him to see it for the first time, but he was a special forces soldier himself and was familiar with all kinds of weapons and mechanical operations, and he memorized Han Xingxia's operation after watching her once. Boom! A fire dragon erupted. Hitting the level 2 zombie again, the flames surrounded its entire body, forcing it back in succession. He and Han Xingxia worked well together and covered her to land smoothly. Just in his heart 7 up and down, thinking of Han Xingxia said she went down to lift the car, she a woman, how can? At this point, the armored car beneath him actually pried up. Su Xiaoyang watched in shock as a woman in a combat uniform lifted a corner of an armored vehicle, and she put her foot down with a rumble. Pulled the car up. Su Xiaoyang. Really lifted up. And at this point, roar! The fire-covered level 2 zombies once again rushed out of the smoke. Han Xingxia finished lifting one side of the car and jumped to the other side. She still needs time. Su Xiaoyang full fire to protect her, the flames from the gun mouth sprayed out as much as possible to vent on the body of the second-grade zombie. However, this time to let Su Xiaoyang unexpected is that the second-grade zombie is not afraid of the flame. The flames could only temporarily slow it down as it continued to lunge towards them at full speed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed over to Han Xingxia's side. Han Xingxia had just grabbed the other side of the tire at this point, and as she looked at the second-grade zombie that lunged over with flames, she stood on the edge and didn't try to avoid it, instead opening her hands like a matador and welcoming its charge. Su Xiaoyang, who was in the car, was stunned to see this scene. He knew what Han Xingxia was up to. Han Xingxia was trying to attract it to jump off the stile. She might succeed this way, but at the same time, she would be in great danger herself. Su Xiaoyang's scalp went numb. The slightest misstep and she'd fall with it. Why did she put herself in such danger? She could obviously give him something so dangerous to do. She could even abandon this place and run away. She was putting herself in the most dangerous place for them to survive. Don't! Su Xiaoyang opened the car window. He had just opened the window when a wave of smoke and heat hit him. A large mass of flames with high temperatures raged and pounced from directly in front of Su Xiaoyang. Roar! Su Xiaoyang's pupils instantly tightened, passing by him. The fireball that directly raised the temperature to 40 or 50 degrees leveled everything in front of him. Empty. His heart followed violently. Though it was only a short time together. Even though everyone says she's bad. But. She will protect her people with her life. Just when he was so terrified that he didn't know what to do, a slim and slender figure leapt up from underneath the viaduct, and Su Xiaoyang saw the woman who flashed to his eyes. In this moment, it was as if he heard his heartbeat return. Roar! Behind Han Xingxia, a large mass of burning flames once again appeared. Boom! An uncontrollable torrent flow came out of Su Xiaoyang's palm, striking the head of the second-grade zombie. Knocked its brains out. As Han Xingxia landed on the ground, the second-grade alien beast that had followed up behind himself was knocked back down with a loud boom. This time, it's a real shoot-down. Han Xingxia turned her head to look at the level 2 zombie that had completely fallen, and in the air was water that hadn't dissipated yet, crackling into rain and falling. She looked in amazement at Su Xiaoyang, who was manipulating his water powers. It's okay. It had only been a short time since the ability had been awakened, and he was able to use his water ability explosively to such an extent. Han Xingxia had originally thought that she'd come up and patch it up a few more times, but she didn't realize that Su Xiaoyang had already taken care of it. Great job! Han Xingxia walked to his side and vigorously patted his shoulder. Su Xiaoyang felt the force on his own shoulders and looked at Han Xingxia, who had returned safely, a faint smile floating on his cold face. He got out of the car and lifted it up with Han Xingxia. Though it was almost always Han Xingxia who was exerting herself. It was surprising that his strength was really no match for Han Xingxia. The two were overmatched after this battle. Trust is something that deepens one experience at a time. Han Xingxia had always had trust in Su Xiaoyang, but again, because it was getting to know each other all over again, it was something that needed to be retraced a few times. And after this time, Su Xiaoyang was obviously closer to Han Xingxia. Boss, I don't know what's going on here. I realized 10 days ago that I could feel a little bit of water, a very small amount, and I usually provide a little bit of drinking water for the special forces, so I don't know how it just happened. Su Xiaoyang recounts his previous events with her, telling Han Xingxia everything about his changes. It's psychic powers. Han Xingxia drove the car, hanging onto the tanker truck behind him going down from the elevated area. Allomancy. Su Xiaoyang's brows furrowed slightly as he listened to this term. Chapter 45 Evolutionary Liquid Extractor. Abilities are mainly categorized into the most common enhancement abilities, such as speed mutation, strength mutation, and elemental abilities, the 5 systems of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the very rare mutation abilities. Mutant powers include lightning powers, ice powers, healing powers, psychic powers, and very niche and rare powers that have to be encountered to be known. Han Xingxia gave Su Xiaoyang the science without reservation. What's left to keep now? This is your own person, not someone else. She was now giving Su Xiaoyang the science, and it was also convenient for him to upgrade in the future. All psychic abilities start out as beginners, and as the degree of perception, the degree of cultivation creates a grading, but no matter how it's graded there is a suppression on psychic abilities. The upper limit of mutant powers is generally stronger than normal elemental systems and stronger than enhanced powers. Han Xingxia had been an ordinary person in her last life and hadn't awakened her powers. In the early stage is okay, the effect of the early supernormal ability is not obvious. Han Xingxia people ruthless wrist hard, no supernormal ability can also fight a world. And in the later stages, the gap between aliens and ordinary people grew wider and wider. Han Xingxia would only be able to stop at being a squad leader of a tiny base. But if she had an extraordinary ability, in her last life, she would have at least gotten mixed up in the higher echelons of the base. So much so that she didn't even know much about the powers. The powers could be strengthened, but since she didn't know how they could be strengthened, there was no channel. The only thing I know is that it might have something to do with the crystals. In her last life in the base, the universal currency was the crystal cores, which were being collected everywhere. Han Xingxia had tried to study it herself and felt that there was energy within the cores, but unfortunately, there was no way for her to study it that much as an ordinary person. Zira. Han Xingxia drove the car under the elevated area. She found the body of the level 2 walker, jumped down, and picked through his head to find a crystal the size of a goose egg. This is the crystal core. I know this. Su Xiaoyang said, before I was in the special operations team, the top let us collect this. Han Xingxia's eyes lit up when she heard this. You guys came here specifically to collect this? Su Xiaoyang nodded. What they received was not a normal rescue mission, but a zombie hunting mission. Go to the very heart of the matter, hunt zombies in large numbers, and assist the rescue team in the process. After the rescue team left, they were still fighting. Because the higher-ups never allowed them to withdraw. And I don't know what they really want. Then later on, he was in danger, escaped from death, and fled to Han Xingxia for help. Han Xingxia frowned as she heard Su Xiaoyang's words and began to think. Did the military find the crystal core so early? In a previous life, the K1 base had always been famous and pretty awesome except for the food, which had never been quite enough. Especially the alter ego. The psychics they produced were the strongest in the entire eastern base. It occurred to Han Xingxia that this could have something to do with the fact that they had started researching crystal cores very early on. Let's go back first. Yes. Su Xiaoyang drove into a large truck that had been sent down earlier, and Han Xingxia returned to their base in an armored and hooked-up tanker. It was a rewarding trip out today. Han Xingxia asked Su Xiaoyang to go kill a fresh chicken and fish for dinner, and Su Xiaoyang went to work without saying a word. Killing fresh chickens and fish for dinner made him a little quicker on his feet. Han Xingxia, on the other hand, went back to the air defense shelter at this time to study the points and crystal cores properly. She first opened the system mall panel and exchanged all the crystal cores she collected today, except for the one of the second-grade alien beast. She exchanged a total of 16 crystal cores today, plus the 44 she had asked for from Lu Qian's side before. She now had a total of 60 crystal cores. 40 more to go and she'll be able to open the next big prize package. Han Xingxia hesitated for a moment, but still didn't redeem her level 2 psychic zombie crystals. The second level zombie crystals exchange, sure the points would be higher, but the number of exchanges would not be calculated more. She'll let it go for now. And now she glanced at her points. After all this time of territory expansion plus crystal core exchange, her points were already as high as 18,045 points. With a small hand, she went ahead and bought the AK she had long desired before. When AK landed in front of her, Han Xingxia was satisfied from the bottom of her heart. Good baby, I finally got you. At this point, Han Xingxia remembered that there was an interface here that required 5,000 points to unlock. She opened that special mall. When she unlocked this interface, Han Xingxia noticed that things in here came in with a countdown. And the first item on her page is a gold item. Evolutionary liquid extractor priced at 10,000 points. Limited to 180 seconds. Han Xingxia. Evolutionary fluid extractor. She clicked on the details to read them and was met with a long list of detailed instructions. Evolutionary liquid extractor extracts the energy within the crystal core in a 100% harmless manner, and the evolutionary liquid can be used to enhance psychic abilities. Han Xingxia. Wasn't that the path of evolution for the shifters that she had been thinking about today? With 170 seconds left in the time limit, Han Xingxia decisively closed her eyes and entered. Even after buying this, she would only have 45 points left. After buying the machine, the place in front of her where she had just bought it became a cooling window. It seems that things here are not unlimited purchases, they are randomly refreshed. And apart from this evolutionary liquid extractor, there was no more gold color, only some materials. What with steel plates, reinforced panels, floor tiles, rebar, cement, gates and other base building materials. These things are very cheap, basically 1.8, limited but not limited. Han Xingxia thought of her own doorstep. Su Xiaoyang's house material is very poor. She went along to buy a batch of steel plate floor tile gate. It was only after these things were bought that she realized that they all came with attributes. All have a +1 to 10 base fortification. Han Xingxia's eyes lit up when she saw this. If her base was all reinforced with these materials, wouldn't it become a real steel castle? She had a whole new direction at once. Swish 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 used up all 45 points. She had the tons of other treasures that she still wanted to buy, but ran out of points. Don't worry, wait for your sister to buy it in a while. Han Xingxia decisively retired the system and went to work on her evolutionary liquid extractor first. With a flash of golden light, she took the extractor out of her space. It was a small, modest instrument that could be placed on a tabletop, with an open covered entrance above the instrument where a crystal core could be placed. Below that is a liquid outlet. Han Xingxia took out her own preserved second-grade alien zombie crystal core and put it in, placing a clean cup at the liquid outlet. After connecting the power supply, a blue light was displayed on the instrument, and in less than 2 seconds, a cup of colorless liquid flowed into the cup. Chapter 46, Evolution of Abnormal Abilities. Han Xingxia picked up this cup of clear liquid. She took a tentative sniff before splitting the glass in half and drinking that half first. There was no taste in the mouth of the evolution liquid, and there was even a little indescribable sweetness. She drank it and then tried to release her powers. With a miso sound, a pot of moon season inside her air raid shelter quickly sprouted. The spiked branches became thick with the naked eye, the spikes were sharp and incomparable, and a brightly colored moon season flower spat out its stamens and blossomed on the branch. In a matter of seconds, this small pot of moonflower that had long since passed its flowering period turned into a half-meter-high large moonflower bonsai. Han Xingxia's eyes lit up when she saw this. Her previous level of powers was probably able to catalyze the growth of a single branch, and her body would go into an empty feeling for a long time after she had used her powers. She had been studying how to boost her powers before. But she realized that releasing her powers all the time and practicing them didn't increase the upper limit of her powers. Instead, it takes more meat or a sudden burst to have a breakthrough limit. For example, today's Su Xiaoyang. But now, after Han Xingxia had taken the evolutionary liquid, she was able to ripen this pot of moonflower with a casual lift of her hand. All the vines were aggressive and could follow her mind and move at will, and there was even less of a semblance of abnormality within her body. She cast water control on the bathroom. She now had both water and wood powers. Boom! Wow! Heavy rain like a curtain of water impacted in the bathroom. The amount of water control is more than twice as high as Su Xiaoyang today. The powerful impact is even directly rushed a big hole out of the wall. If it weren't for the fact that the air raid shelter itself was constructed in the mountain, this would have been highly likely to wash through an ordinary building outside. The explosiveness stunned Han Xingxia. She looked at her hands in surprise. As far as she remembered, her current strength was almost as strong as only those aliens in the last 5 or 6 years of the end times. And that was only what she had achieved by taking half of the level 3 zombie evolution fluid. She gets it. Pretty sure. Crystalline cores were the essential items for the Exalted to upgrade. Therefore, in the previous life, the evolution of the early stage of the alien was very slow, and it was only after the large base matured and a large number of crystal cores were circulated that the alien began to make rapid progress. That was because the secrets of the crystal cores were gradually discovered by the big bases at that time, and they formulated evolutionary liquids, which were then sold to the Exalts to allow them to progress rapidly. It was just Han Xingxia's impression that all of the Xenos she knew had not so small aftereffects. In the later stages, the faster the powers are boosted and upgraded, the stronger their aftereffects become. Either they are short-tempered or mentally deranged, and there are even some powers that suddenly go berserk, uncontrollably killing those around them, zombifying and tearing and gnawing at them. Han Xingxia now guessed that it was highly likely that the evolutionary fluid rationed by the large base wasn't pure enough. It promotes the ability to enhance the alien's ability, and will also give them a constant accumulation of toxins in their body, which will backfire when they reach a certain level. Han Xingxia gradually figured out the rules of psychic abilities. She came out of the bathroom, satisfied with her purifier, and put it away in space. This really was superb. Being able to convert and extract 100% of the crystal core energy without half the side effects, if those big bases out there knew about it. The world must be shocked. She drank another half of the remaining half of the evolutionary fluid, leaving a little behind, and put it away to take out. Outside, Su Xiaoyang had just finished cooking dinner and was bringing out a large pot of pickled fish. Fresh fish is so fragrant that it can smell for 10 miles when it comes out of the pot. Yoko, take a drink. Han Xingxia handed Su Xiaoyang a cup of water. Su Xiaoyang didn't even look at it and drank it directly. Just after drinking it, his eyes lit up. The water was sweeter than what he usually drank. This water is so sweet. You don't look at who gave it to you either. Han Xingxia gave a casual, perfunctory sentence and turned around to sit at the dining table to wait for her meal. Su Xiaoyang smiled down and took the spatula to serve the fish and brought it to the table. On the square table, a large plate of roasted chicken had been set out. Combined with a pot of sizzling poached fish, it's nutritious and delicious. He and Han Xingxia each had a rice cooker, and the 16 dogs next to them each had a rice bowl. Everyone was all happy to be drying their food. Su Xiaoyang really felt at this moment that it would be really good if all his brothers stayed. Han Xingxia is a person well worth following. It's good to follow her. The two of them ate their fill with no leftovers. Su Xiaoyang went to wash the dishes, and Han Xingxia accompanied the dogs for a while they played with them, and in the meantime, they took stock of the supplies they brought back today. In addition to the ones in her space, there was also a large truck express and the tanker that Su Xiaoyang desperately must have brought back to her. The tanker she drove to the side of the base as a backup. The couriers were all unloaded, and the blind boxes were once again unpacked. A truckload of couriers, over 500 courier boxes. This cart was a next-day delivery from some proprietor, and the quality of the stuff in it was surprisingly high. Han Xingxia had opened quite a few couriers and had discovered some patterns. For example, some of the pieces of large quantities of express trucks unpacked out all a bunch of useless bits and pieces, but a high proportion of food inside, and mostly relatively cheap food. Some of the more expensive courier trucks are going to be more expensive to unpack, such as pre-apocalyptic branded computers, cell phones, cosmetics, and much better food. Inside this car express, Han Xingxia unwrapped imported chocolates, instant canned birds' nests, thousands of tens of thousands of whole smoked hams before the end of the world, and many nuts gift packs. Instant noodles and snacks are also quite a lot of, are very big brands. Of course there was also a fifth of expired short shelf life food, and she threw out all the bad ones. In addition to that were the clothes and supplies. Most of the clothes were big brands. The men's clothes she threw to Su Xiaoyang, and the rest she had Su Xiaoyang send into her warehouse. To her surprise, she unwrapped a tanged knife sold unopened as a craft in the pile of blind box deliveries. Han Xingxia drew open the knife case. Miso, the cold light of the blade lit up to her eyes. Han Xingxia grasped the tang sword with both hands and waved it in the air, the stern blade wind leaping through the air. Shoo! The tang sword attacked with full power, fought wide open, and slashed even more steadily and viciously. Good knife! Su Xiaoyang came out from the bomb shelter after delivering something and saw this killing knife. Han Xingxia saw him. Can you open the blade? You can try. Su Xiaoyang took a big step in front of her and said seriously. Okay, over to you. Han Xingxia left this tang sword for Su Xiaoyang to open the blade. Her side of the courier is also almost dismantled. Looking at tonight there is still a little time. Han Xingxia pulled Su Xiaoyang to strengthen his house once again. The steel plates she exchanged from the system along with the building materials reinforced the small house where Su Xiaoyang lived. A little extra to extend a room. Her base consequently began to improve defensively overall. Han Xingxia was very satisfied, and her focus for some time to come would be on buying materials to build the base. 47. Unmanned aerial systems for detection and combat. The next day Han Xingxia got up early in the morning and pushed open the door to the air raid shelter to see Su Xiaoyang sharpening his sword outside. Swish, swish, swish. A large sharpening stone on which a tanged knife was brushed. With each sharpening, the water falls on it and rinses at once, sharpening the blade an inch. This water is Su Xiaoyang's own supernatural ability, and it doesn't even need to prepare water in particular. When it was sharpened to the last stroke, a watery light washed over the top and bottom of the blade. At once, the cold and stern chill came out. The sword is sharpened. Su Xiaoyang held the hilt of his tang sword in his hand and swung it powerfully in the air. Whoosh! A piece of scrap wood should be cut into several pieces. Every cross-section is neat and tidy. If this landed on a zombie, it would definitely be like chopping a watermelon. That fast? Su Xiaoyang collected the knife and handed it to Han Xingxia. Boss, this knife is very good, the material is sturdy and very practical. Good job. Han Xingxia praised Su Xiaoyang. I'll save you a good knife next time. No need, I have a weapon. Su Xiaoyang thanked Han Xingxia. He still had his previous equipment, except that the gun was out of ammo and unusable, and only had a 3-pronged saber. But he also has water powers. Whoosh! He casually released a high-pressure water jet. Much more powerful than yesterday. Boss, I don't know why, but when I got up today, I realized that my psychic abilities seem to have gotten stronger again. Su Xiaoyang and Han Xingxia report on their changes today. Han Xingxia nodded in satisfaction at seeing his supernatural abilities. That's for sure. She's the one who gave him the evolutionary fluid. It seems that in addition to recycling the zombie crystals in the future, some of them will also be left behind to be used as evolutionary fluid. With a little supplementation every day, both of their psychic abilities would soar. Go! Go kill zombies! Han Xingxia energetically led Su Xiaoyang out the door. 10 days at a time. Han Xingxia had spent the past 10 days taking Su Xiaoyang out to expand his territory during the day and coming back at night to reinforce the base with the rewarded territory points. At the same time, the zombie crystal cores seized every day were divided into 2 parts, giving the system to recycle 1 part, and staying to make an evolutionary fluid for her and Su Xiaoyang to enhance their supernatural abilities. They never encountered another high-level walker in the past few days. Moreover, the zombies in the suburbs are very few, and even fewer can produce crystals, so Han Xingxia quickly killed all the way out of the far suburbs and into the suburbs of the city, killing all the zombies in the area from her air raid shelter to the suburbs. It was only after obtaining 3 dozen crystal cores. Although the crystal cores were small, The transformation of the evolutionary fluid to increase her and Su Xiaoyan's psychic abilities was visible to the naked eye. Both of their psychic abilities were improving rapidly. Then there was the fact that her bomb shelter base had been reinforced inside and out with system materials. By this time, her bomb shelter had undergone a radical change. The overall defense degree was 10 times stronger than before. Now it's the tanks and artillery coming to bombard her base that can't even break through. Han Xingxia also saw a large amount of base equipment in the system's special mall. For example, protective clothing. Han Xingxia was pleasantly surprised to see that there were protective clothing for war dogs, and with a wave of her hand, she didn't feel any pain at all and bought a set of system-produced protective clothing for each of her own 16 dogs. 100 points a set. Buy. On top of that, there are the base's defense systems, radar systems, and spotter drone systems. Needless to say, the radar system is a complete reconnaissance and strike UAS. This system operated multiple drones at the same time to cruise around the territory, and after discovering the intruder, it would automatically alarm Han Xingxia, who carved a single button inside the base to determine whether or not to strike. 8-hour cruises with multiple batches of drones automatically switching flights for round-the-clock monitoring. Definitely a must-have gem for the base. This system is super expensive though. This system is 100,000 points a set. Han Xingxia had only accumulated but 30,000 points in the past 10 days, and Han Xingxia could only watch and covet for the time being. The next small target is this check and hit UAS. Han Xingxia looked at this system limited to a 10-day purchase. She grubbed and calculated that right now she was probably making around 3,000 points a day expanding her territory plus killing walkers. Expanding territory isn't worth as much as killing walkers. But hell, she'd killed all the walkers in her neighborhood, so it looked like she'd have to find a way to kill walkers where there were more people. She opened the electronic map and scrutinized her far-flung neighborhood for any crowds. Her eyes gradually set on a large grain processing plant on the outskirts of the city. Factory. Han Xingxia remembered that this was the largest grain processing factory in a city, with tens of thousands of employees inside. 100 points for a zombie core. As long as there were 1,000 crystal cores and 10,000 people, she would have enough. Yangzi, we're going to go to the factory today. Han Xingxia came out of the bomb shelter and said to Su Xiaoyang. Good. Su Xiaoyang, who was working outside, put down his work without saying a word and accompanied Han Xingxia there. He had only absolute obedience to Han Xingxia. It's more of a workhorse, a model among laborers. Han Xingxia left Summer and a few dogs at the base as usual and drove towards the grain factory in an armored car with 8 dogs. The journey was long, but fortunately, this was Han Xingxia's territory all the way, and the road was smooth and unobstructed, and it took an hour and a half to drive to the neighborhood of the grain factory. This grain factory is located in the outskirts of the city, near dozens of miles of farmland, sparsely populated, so the workers here are fully enclosed, food and housing are inside the factory, encountered on vacation will ride their own bike or bus to the city to play a game. It was quiet around the factory at the moment, a number of abandoned vehicles on a few straight roads, all dumped by the side of the road, and a bus plunged headlong into a farm field, its door open to the dried and blackened blood, but empty. Predictably at the time of the incident, the car must have suffered a rocky fate, with someone in the car mutating, the driver plunging headlong under the road and urgently pressing the door open button. The people inside ran, fled, and chased, and the area was chaotic to the extreme. But the factory gates are closed. Han Xingxia's car drove up to the front of the factory, and it was quiet inside. Even the security booth was empty. I don't think they're taking that day off, are they? Impossible, even if the factory is on vacation, there are quite a lot of people inside, and it's a fully enclosed packaged dormitory with workers taking shifts, which are all very crowded. It's definitely zombie heavy in here. Han Xingxia let Su Xiaoyang kick the gas, and the armored car violently crushed through the gate and entered the large factory area. An oversized townhouse soon appeared before them. This is divided into an accommodation building, a cafeteria area, a factory building and an administrative office building. Han Xingxia's car stopped in front of the dormitory building first. Let's go, kill the zombies. Yes. The car door opens. Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang plus 8 dogs stood in front of the factory dormitory building. Kill the map of good kills first. Chapter 48 Zombie Factory begs for bookshelf wow. Congratulations, Fat Choi, guard the door. Notify immediately of any abnormalities. Red center, white board, 2 stripes follow me, the rest follow Yoko. Woof woof woof. The dogs quickly split into 3 teams. 2 articles were gathered outside the dormitory building, leaving Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang, each with 3 articles. In front of Han Xingxia at this time was the wide-open door to the dormitory, and in front of the door was a row of gates, so you had to swipe your card to enter and exit the dormitory building. At this time, the gate has long been disconnected, that is, there is electricity. Han Xingxia did not have a card. It all has to be flipped. She and Su Xiaoyang, one on the left and one on the right, carefully observed their surroundings and tumbled inside the gate. The long corridor behind the gate was silent, and the doors to all the rooms on the first floor were closed. Han Xingxia threw a heavy object forward. Knock, knock, knock. The voice rang out in the quiet dormitory building. There was a commotion from all the rooms with closed doors, and the building remained quiet. Ow. Ooh-hoo. Ow. Han Xingxia cautiously waited in place for 3 minutes. Very well, all shut in the room. There are no roaming walkers on the exterior. After determining the general environment, she led Su Xiaoyang to break open the first room first. It's officially time to start killing. This will not kill and be killed by the sudden appearance of zombies outside, inside and outside. Boom. The door to the room was kicked open by Han Xingxia. A putrid, pungent stench poured from within. 4 or 5 female walkers whimpered toward the open door to freedom and the fresh scent of the living outside. It had been too long since they had seen food. All the zombies' eyes are bloodthirsty, crazy light, gray eyes are incomparably horrifying, rotting maggot mouth issued ho ho ho, to the outside creatures torn to pieces and swallowed alive. Pounce. Swish, swish, swish. A sharp tang knife flashed through the air, and they were greeted by the cold light of the blade and the light of the water. 3 zombie heads were directly cut off, and the remaining 2 were pierced by 2 high-pressure water jets. After all 5 zombies landed on the ground, the dogs swarmed up and their giant claws dug into the zombies' heads, bringing Han Xingxia 2 small crystal cores the size of grains of rice. Good job. Han Xingxia patted the dogs' heads encouragingly while looking around the interior of the dormitory. This dormitory has a separate toilet and 4 bunk beds, each with bedding. She quickly worked through this information to come up with the following. The average employee dormitory building here is supposed to have 8 people to a room with a toilet inside, and with 5 walkers, it's supposed to have about half of them working the night shift. Also, this building is a girls' dormitory. She and Su Xiaoyang killed 1 more room to clarify her guess, and after familiarizing themselves with the structure of the dormitory building, she and Su Xiaoyang split into 2, one on the left and one on the right, and started to break down the door to kill the zombies. Boom. Roar. As soon as Han Xingxia's gate broke, the cold light of the tang sword flashed inside the dormitory. This Su Xiaoyang open blade tang knife cut up the zombies like chopping watermelons. Han Xingxia's strength and speed was increased by the system to the upper limit of human beings, and grasping the sharp and good tang knife in his hand, he killed them fast and hard. The zombies couldn't even touch the edge of her coat before their heads were separated. The 3 dogs then hit the auxiliary to go up and make up a paw, finishing up by digging the zombie crystals. 3 minutes to end a dormitory. In half an hour's time, she and Su Xiaoyang emptied the first floor. They then finished clearing the upper 5 floors as they had done. In the course of a morning, she cleared a dormitory building. There wasn't a single living person in the entire building, they were all zombies, and the 2 of them had killed over 1,000 zombies in one morning. A total of over 300 crystal cores were harvested. There are 2 dormitory buildings in the back. Han Xingxia as the method, she and Su Xiaoyang 2 people side by side clean up. Every clean up a building, rest for 10 minutes, in the middle of the armored car a short break, eat a meal of heated ready-to-eat rice balls for lunch to replenish some energy. By the time evening rolled around, the 3 zombie dormitory buildings of the factory were successfully cleared. A total of more than 3,500 zombies were killed, and 1,000 zombie crystals were successfully seized. Han Xingxia watched the sky darken, and in the post-apocalyptic world, darkness was 10,000 times more treacherous than daytime. The daytime is oppressive to the zombies, they are all slowed down, and when it gets dark, all of the zombies' faculties are elevated 100-fold. As sophisticated as Han Xingxia, she never did anything at night. And now she had almost enough crystals to be able to go back and redeem the check and beat system. Go back first and come back tomorrow. Good. Han Xingxia took Su Xiaoyang and the dogs in the car and left. At that moment, a horn sound drew them in. Help! Help! On the main floor of the factory, a group of 20 to 30 people were on the rooftop of the factory building, vigorously pleading for help from Han Xingxia and the girls. A large clothes-spliced banner stretched across in front of Han Xingxia. Su Xiaoyang saw a group of survivors and immediately looked at Han Xingxia. Boss! There are survivors, save them or not. P.S. Request bookshelf, don't forget to add bookshelf, don't add can't find la 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 la. Chapter 49, Revenge on the Spot. Han Qingxia scanned the crowd on the rooftop. 20 to 30 young laborers, men and women, roughly between 20 and 40 years of age, no old people or children. The staffing structure is good. Excellent strong labor force readily available. After starting to develop his territory, Han Qingxia viewed the population issue from the perspective of a higher power. In the perspective of the higher powers, there is no good or evil in man, only a hierarchy of labor, and all men are the most basic labor force for productive development. Each population contributes to the base. She has right in front of her the very best group of young and strong laborers. Just for now. No save. Han Qingxia said decisively. It is late today, that is, if you want to absorb this group of young and strong laborers, it will have to be tomorrow. Retreat first, come back tomorrow. As Han Qingxia's words fell, Su Xiaoyang stepped on the gas and drove off. He is a ruthless execution machine. Han Qingxia says what he wants. Firmly carry out all her instructions. At this moment, when the people on the rooftop above saw Han Qingxia's car leaving, all of them immediately became anxious. Don't go. Don't go. You can't leave us behind. The screams attracted the walkers in the plant at their feet. There was a rumbling whack from the big iron gate behind him. The people were trapped in the rooftop for a long time. Good thing this is a grain factory, nothing else, food is enough. The people fled to the rooftop with a large amount of supplies, told them to survive until now. At this time behind the big iron door is hundreds of dense zombies, was stopped for more than a month of zombies red-eyed hissing and pounding, on the chain of the big iron door has long been in jeopardy. Originally, these people used to not make any noise, hiding in the corner of the rooftop and shivering could still reduce their presence a little. But today, after they realized that someone had come in from the factory, all of their eyes lit up, and when they saw that Han Qingxia and the others were leaving, they immediately asked for help. But I didn't expect that they would, in fact, refuse to save them. Captain Ding, what can we do? The woman who had just asked for help looked to the fat man beside her. Fat man called Ding Yi, he was originally just a very small security chief in the factory. After the end of the world came, he and a group of survivors fled to the rooftop. He relied on his physical strengths and security seniority, immediately became the small leader of all the people in here, and more so, because of the awakening of supernatural powers later, he was even more lawless in these people. All men must submit to him and listen to him. Ding Yi hadn't wanted to leave. If it wasn't for the fact that they were running out of food, he wouldn't have asked Han Qingxia for help, but they had asked for help, and these two had the audacity to not save him. If they don't save us, they won't be able to run away either. He took a button out of his pocket, green light coming out of his green bean-sized eyes, and his big hand pressed the open button directly. Captain Ding, you can't hold it down. Release the zombies, and we'll all be completely unable to run away as well. A skinny man tried to step forward to block it. Pa! Ding Yi slapped him away, grabbing his collar and hanging it in mid-air. If I can't live, no one can live. You guys are right. The others immediately said, right. They don't save us, they deserve to die. Get them. If we don't live, they die. Satisfied, Ding Yi threw the people in his hand casually, throwing the only one who had refuted him down, while the button in his hand was pressed, and immediately the doors of this big factory building around him all opened. One moment. Ow. Ho 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 ho. Ho ho. The man who was thrown down fell in front of the main entrance of this factory building at his feet, and the moment the door opened, he was immediately surrounded by the zombies that poured out from inside. And this time, the zombies had been hungry for too long, so hungry that the man became nothing but food in their eyes, and before he could mutate into his own kind, he was gnawed into a pile of white bones by the mountainous pile of zombies. Hungry. Hungry. Still so hungry. To eat. Ah. The screams were quickly obliterated. The others on the rooftop all stared at this scene with wide eyes, fear in their hearts, but could only think, well done. That's the way it's going to be. After Ding Yi released the zombies, he looked at Han Qingxia's car. He squatted down, grasping the rooftop floor with both hands, a pair of mung bean-sized eyes staring dead-on in the direction of Han Qingxia's car's travels, and at the closest position to him here, he slammed his hands together. Trying to run. Never. Rumble. The large armor under Han Qingxia stumbled violently, lifting her large armor right out of the middle. Drip. Drip. Her large armor sounded an alarm, and the armored car systems told her that the car beneath her was pinned against a raised dirt bag. Earth powers. The level of the powers was not high enough to catalyze only a small mound of modest height, but it was in just the right place, just enough to jam their car. Soon, in Han Xingxia's field of vision, uncountable numbers of zombies came from all directions within the large, white factory. They come out of the cafeteria area, out of various plants of different sizes and functions, and out of office buildings. The vast majority of these zombies are wearing factory uniforms. The body still maintains the appearance of the original work, dense zombies scrambling to rush out from various places, together quite a few points before the end of the factory's lively appearance. Of course, one has to ignore the already disfigured, maggot-ridden, horrible, fly-carrying zombie faces of all of them. This factory has been completely reduced to a zombie factory. Ha 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 ha. You dirtbags must not know that I'm a shifter. Dingy laughed from the rooftop as he looked at the armored car surrounded by the wave of zombies. That you dare not save them and run away alone. That's the downside. Them all. Exactly. Tell them to abandon us. Damn it. A vicious light radiated from the eyes of the others. There is no hope for them, and no one else should live. The crowd was filled with anticipation as they watched the two men being surrounded by a wave of zombies, chewing up their car before they suddenly heard a loud boom. A cannon barrel rises above the head of the large armored vehicle surrounded by walkers. Boom! Roaring flames erupted from the barrels of the cannons, scorching and clearing the zombies off the top of the large armored vehicle in no time. A large number of zombies attempted to climb further up the hill, and the exterior of the armor popped up with a dense mass of long, sharp spikes. With a loud rumble, the armored car restarted, and the bottom of the system-rewarded ultra-modern armored car began to raise itself up. The small dirtbag was immediately nothing. Han Xingxia slammed her foot on the gas, and the big armor burst out of the pile of zombies. And this time, Han Xingxia's direction wasn't leaving the factory, it was rushing towards that factory building. In the eyes of the higher powers, there is no good or evil in man. Again, people are nothing in their eyes. Han Xingxia wouldn't have the so-called sense of virgin pride when she saved them, and she wouldn't have the same sense of guilt when she killed them. Honestly waiting for her rescue, she rescued, later in her base to be a peaceful resident. Han Xingxia is very welcome, but dare to give her to make underhanded tricks, so much flowery thoughts, such a person go to hell. Han Xingxia blasted the armored car to the floor of the factory they were in with a kick of the gas pedal. She retracted the muzzle of her artillery and allowed the walkers to climb up her armored vehicle while raising the top one up a staircase. The crowd on the rooftop looked at the armored car, which was still engulfed in zombies, but they could no longer laugh. They had just seen them surrounded by walkers, and there was only a stream of after quickness. Who told these two to not even rescue them? They die as they die. Hurry up and die. Die before them, die before their eyes. But now, these zombies they'd let out were climbing up towards them along the roof of Han Xingxia's car. Everyone had nothing but a sense of fear that they had invoked the devil. Han Xingxia was accustomed to having revenge, and it had to be on the spot. Today they must be given back what they gave them. Soon, the zombies climbed up the ladder Han Xingxia had built out onto the rooftop. The first one rushed up and immediately pounced on them. They try to get the first walker down, but behind them are tons of walkers. Everyone was so scared that they fled, but there was no place to run here at all. Behind them were walkers in the big iron gates, and behind them was an even deeper abyss. There is no turning back. The top was quickly overrun, and Dingy saw the vast tide of zombies and directly pulled over a few people to back him up. He rushed to the edge of the rooftop and activated his powers to raise the ground. His powers were small but could explode in a wave in a critical situation. A small slope of earth was pulled up from the ground, and Tingy felt that he could jump down. At that moment, Han Xingxia's cold eyes watched his actions on the monitor, watched him jump, and lazily said, Yangzi. Yes. A powerful column of water dozens of times more powerful than his powers instantly washed away the buffer slope he had built. Dingy, who had already jumped. Han Xingxia shook her armored vehicle and withdrew from the wave of zombies. The sun was setting and the zombies' attacks would become higher as she withdrew from the zombie factory, when she caught a glimpse of a group of survivors on top of a factory building next door as well. Chapter 50 Redemption of Surveillance Drones. The group of survivors had been watching them for just as long. They were all shivering like little lambs, cowering on the rooftop watching the scene that had just happened. Han Xingxia withdrew her gaze and waved her hand, allowing Su Xiaoyang to leave the factory. After they left, the group on the rooftop quickly surged to the edge of the rooftop. They're gone. They're all gone. At the head of them was a middle-aged man who had recovered from the shock he had just experienced. They also have psychic abilities, and they're still 100 times stronger than Ding Yi. They're too strong. The crowd heard his words and their hearts went out to him. It wasn't a group of rescue teams with a duty to rescue that would find them and rescue them at the cost of their lives, much less a group of beings that could be called upon to willy-nilly mess with and trample on them. They're very powerful. There's specialized equipment and stronger aliens, able to run through a zombie-infested factory. It was an existence that all of them could only look up to. It was a good thing that they hadn't forcefully called for help just now, much less wreaked havoc after failing to call for help like Dingy's group. They all ended up here. Just for now. They looked at the factory zombie horde that Dingy had just released at their feet in order to stop Han Xingxia. The sun was setting and all the corners of the factory were filled with roaming walkers. As the sun sets and the night intensifies, the zombies all move faster, sensing that there are still living people in their building. They all whine and come towards the factory building at their feet. They spread their hands and pressed themselves against the wall in a desperate attempt to climb upwards. Soon the building beneath them was surrounded by zombies, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Waterlogged. Li Gang saw that several of the zombies were significantly faster than the others, and their agility was even higher, as they trampled on their companions and rushed to the highest point, climbing crazily towards the top of their rooftop. Luckily, their building was more than 10 meters tall with a smooth facade, much less like next door, Ding-yi, who were so death-defying that they invited the big brother to lure the zombies over. They're on the rooftop and it looks safe for now. These walkers aren't quite able to climb up. At this time, his wife Wang Fong pushed him. "Hubby, look, your side," Wang Fong said with a trembling voice. Li Gang followed her gaze, and saw that where Dingy had just jumped and fell to his death, a zombie that had been gutted and had a large portion of its face gnawed on staggered up from the ground. Dingy did not die directly after falling from the rooftop of more than 10 meters, and was quickly surrounded by zombies that had been hungry for a long time, engulfing and tearing. He benefited from the fact that he was fit enough to be necrotic before these walkers could fully split him up. Ow. The zombie-turned Dingy let out a shrill growl from its spot as it looked around at the survivors on the roof of the next building. Rushing towards them, it rushed above the factory floor in the blink of an eye, facing the layers of corpses in front of it, and still had been unable to rush up to the group of zombies. It peeled away all the zombies, and vigorously roared. A 3-meter-high mound instantly sprang up under his feet. All the zombies saw this and frantically climbed and surged up towards the mound it had built. The zombies have a point of gravity and finally have the possibility to climb up. The survivors on the rooftop were all stunned at the sight. "Honey, what to do?" Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang took the dogs back to their base without incident. When they came out of the factory, quite a few zombies chased after their car, but all of them were chased for a few hundred meters before they were far away. Han Xingxia doesn't slow down all the way, and even if there are run-over zombies, she doesn't get out of the car to see if there are any crystals. It's very late. The factory was an hour and a half away from the base, and by the time she returned to the base it would be completely dark, and there was no way she was going to let up by half, at least not until she was within the boundaries of her territory. At 7:30 p.m., they returned to the base without incident. As usual, the two of them went to take a shower first, then Su Xiaoyang went to cook, while Han Xingxia counted the loot in her bomb shelter. A total of 1,148 zombie crystals were seized today. These crystal cores are all first-grade cores. Zombie crystals are graded. Level 1 is the most common existence. Roughly 1 in 3 walkers will form a crystal core in their minds. The combat power of a level 1 zombie wasn't high, and could only be said to be quite a bit stronger than the most common zombies, such as the mutated level 1 zombie that Han Xingxia had first killed in the villa. They are much more agile and faster than the average walker, but they can still be killed. An average person with a little bit of fighting skill can defeat them. But when it comes to level 2 zombies, the gap will be very large. Level 2 zombies are far stronger and faster than a robust adult, often requiring multiple ordinary people to work with each other to kill them. The size of the crystal core was roughly the size of a quail's egg. A level 3 zombie would basically be beyond the ability of an ordinary person to kill. It would be a match for the exalted. The size of the crystal core could probably reach the size of a goose egg. Secondary and tertiary zombies all require factors to form, one being devouring their own kind. Towards the level 2 zombie that Han Xingxia had defeated on the highway last time, it was highly likely that it was eating its own kind. There was a whole highway at the time, and there were hardly any walkers, except at the gas station. 9 times out of 10, that's the same level 3 walker that took all the other walkers there to eat them. The second is alien evolution. Zombies also evolve powers. Once the powers appear, the level will skyrocket. The strongest zombie king in the entire eastern region that Han Xingxia had heard of in her past life was a multi-different ability level 8 zombie. He is said to have more than 3 powers. Coiled in the border area of cities A, B and C. Of course, she'd only heard of it, she'd never seen it. She doesn't deserve it. In her last life as an ordinary person, Han Xingxia didn't deserve to go to such a high battlefield, and she was also very steady in only carrying out missions that she was 100% sure of. Riskier tasks, she doesn't do them. This was also the reason why other alien powerhouses were strong but ultimately couldn't do anything about Han Xingxia. Han Xingxia is as steady as an old dog. Never take your life in your hands. Getting back to the point, the zombies at this time of year are still mostly level 1 zombies. There were very few high grades, and grade 3 zombies like the one Han Xingxia had killed last time were already scarce as hell. She looked at her 1100 or so zombie crystals and exchanged 1000 of them for points, leaving the remaining 100 to be squeezed for evolutionary fluid. One level 1 crystal core is exchanged for 100 points and counts the number of crystal core bonanzas. Dropping congratulations on gaining 100,000 in 4,000 points. Together with the 30,000 or so points from before, she was almost at 140,000 points. Han Xingxia rubbed her excited little hands together. There was enough money. She immediately went to the time-limited window, the probing UAS. Redemption. Dropping congratulations on the acquisition of the detection and reconnaissance UAS. In front of Han Xingxia, an incomparably high-tech piece of military equipment was situated down. Along with that, Han Xingxia's base also noticed a change. Chapter 51, His Boss Can Do Anything. At this moment, the area of the tower on the second floor of Han Xingxia expanded once again, advancing half the size of the air defense shelter towards the mountain behind it. Directly above is a large switchable patio on one side. An oversized control device was located in the center of the second floor tower, behind Han Xingxia's bow. 24 small military drones were parked neatly in the center clearing. These drones are very small in size and look a little bit bigger than the drones on the market, but this power is by no means the toy attribute drones on the market. It's a standard military probing drone with incredible ground control, capable of blowing up main battle-class tanks. If used in a war of aggression, a few waves of drone airstrikes would definitely give the opposite air defense a headache to the point of collapse. For one thing, drones are extremely small, difficult to monitor and extremely costly, and you can only use expensive air-to-air missiles to take them down, even with relatively cheap man-portable air defense missiles. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for a shell to hit a drone is a burn. The premise has to be even more of a one-shot deal. And with the use of large-caliber anti-aircraft guns, the drones over here are a little denser, and ground anti-aircraft fire can't even intercept them all. Again, it's not always possible to kill a chicken with a bullseye. The best way to counter this is to electronically jam the drones to land, or deflect them from their intended trajectory. But it's a system bonus for a detection drone. The existing electronic jamming levels were useless against Han Xingxia's drones. Han Xingxia's use of her probing and fighting UAS in her territory would become an airtight, super strong protective net in her territory. 24 drones, with an 8-hour range, divided into 3 shifts with automatic shift changes, 4 directions, southeast, northwest and north, with 2 drones in each direction, perfect for round-the-clock, 24-hour surveillance. Han Xingxia looked at this heavenly defense system of his base with immense satisfaction. Killing zombies for a day today was so damn worth it. That's when she also noticed a flash in the system to be picked up. She had killed over 1,000 zombies today and redeemed over 1,000 crystals. There's also a great prize package for a crystal exchange. Last time, she was reminded that the second gift pack of 100 crystals could be redeemed. Han Xingxia called Fa Kai over and rubbed Fa Kai's doggy head fiercely, only rubbing Fa Kai's doggy head for a moment of confusion in Summer's burst of jealousy and wild barking. Han Xingxia hugged both dogs at the same time and opened the crystal core gift bag. Dropping congratulations on obtaining Yunnan buyout 1. Dropping reward first aid pill 1. Dropping congratulations on getting fresh beef 1,000 pounds. Dropping congratulations on obtaining solar power panels 100. Han Xingxia. Not bad, not bad. A moderate and practical package of great prizes. There's medicine and supplies and energy boards. Her consumption of fresh meat here was really quite a lot. The food section of the in-system mall also had fresh meat for sale, but Han Xingxia thought it was too expensive. She remembered that it was 10 points for a pound of meat, so it was too worthless. Rewarding her with 1,000 pounds of fresh beef, it looked like the beef alone was worth the crystals used to redeem the points. And after she claimed this gift bag, there was more behind it. The crystal core exchange area suggests that every 1,000 cores will unlock a gift pack in the future. Han Xingxia exchanged over 1,000 at once today, directly triggering the next big gift package. Han Xingxia collected it straight away with a flourish. Dropping reward psychic ability. Han Xingxia. Han Xingxia was completely stunned when she heard this reward. The third pack of the Crystal Core Redemption Bundle has only one reward. But this reward turned out to be an alien power. Steady and seasoned as Han Xingxia was, she was once again shocked by the system's oversized rewards. Psychic powers. In her previous life, she had heard of psychics, which were the absolute strongest among psychics. There might not even be one psychic out of 10,000 psychics. The psychic aliens can see the aliens in other aliens, and their attacks are through mental power. A powerful psychic aliens can kill an ordinary person with a single look. The top existence inside the alien is now. Dropping abnormal ability detected is the ability to be used by the host. Use. Of course she used it herself. Can you still give it to someone else? Han Xingxia's brain was immediately hammered as if by something huge. Unlike the previous copying to gain wood and water powers, the mental powers were very painful. Her entire head went blank, and when she gradually recovered, she realized that the vision in her head had changed in a whole new way. She looked to the dogs around her, who were a light red color, with Summer having the strongest red on her. The stronger the color, the more dangerous it is. She seemed to be able to sense that it was the dogs that were fighting. She looked to herself and sensed blue and green light traveling through her body. Blue, green. It's psychic powers. So that's the color of the powers. Han Xingxia finally had a first alien ability of her own. She then looked at this huge pile of bonus items she had gotten today. An inspection drone, Yunnan Baiyao, first aid pills, 1,000 pounds of beef and 100 solar light panels. Efforts are being made to build the base and the future is promising. Punch punch punch. Han Xingxia went out of the bomb shelter. Outside, Su Xiaoyang had also made a good meal. Boss, today we're making shredded pork with Beijing sauce and poached eggs. Han Xingxia nodded and waved her hand at him. Yangzi, come in for a moment. What's wrong? It's time to tell you something you should know. Su Xiaoyang? Only Han Xingxia took out her cell phone and pressed an operation button on the air defense shelter behind her, and to Su Xiaoyang's shock, he saw a huge patio open up on the tower of the air defense shelter, and a swarm of drones flew out of it. The drones from our base, the gadgets I got. Su Xiaoyang. He looked incredulously at the military drone flying in the sky. This shouldn't be a probing drone. Goddamn the gadgets Han Xingxia got up to. She screwed up. Su Xiaoyang seemed unable to disbelieve after his shock. Because drones of this caliber are simply not available out there. And the style was even more like nothing he'd ever seen before. It's not even possible that Han Xingxia didn't screw it up herself. He couldn't help but think of the other military-grade fortifications here in Han Xingxia at this point. Which is not something that can be done out there. Take her armored car, it was definitely the strongest armor Su Xiaoyang had ever seen. There isn't one. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but look at Han Xingxia in shock. His boss, what a bull. Just about everything. His admiration for Han Xingxia has reached the point where there is nothing to say. Chapter 52, Are They Gods? The next day. The reddish sun rose on the horizon. Bright and warm light shines anew on the world of human civilization, which once created countless miracles. It's just that the human world is in shambles everywhere now. There are no more breakfast places all over the place that are open early in the morning runners, the janitors cleaning the roads, and the people who are running around early to make a living. All the city had was an endless number of zombies filling the streets and the occasional shrill hiss. Ah! An oversized factory park on the outskirts of the city. An unmistakable, ear-piercing scream came from the roof of a 4-story, 10-meter-high factory building. Boom, there was a heavy thud. A stainless steel pipe slammed heavily into a walker, sending the charging walker down hard. However, by this time it was no longer possible to defend it at all. Roar! Ho 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 ho! A large number of zombies are cascading up a raised dirt slope. They finally climbed to the roof of the factory building after a night of stacking and stepping on the bodies of their companions. The first zombie that ventured up was knocked down with a stick, and behind it were countless zombie claws that clawed their way up to the edge of the rooftop. Dry, sharp claws clawed at the edges, and one by one, bloody, hideous, gruesome zombie heads sprang up. They had been hungry for so long that their gray, cloudy eyes were covered with the scarlet of extreme hunger. To eat. To eat people. So hungry. Roar. Both walkers leapt up at the same time. Boo. Boo. 8 or 9 men stood guard at the front line, wielding the steel pipes in their hands with all their might, sparing no effort to clear away the walkers, and behind them were 11 or 12 women, all of whom had also taken up arms and were trying to knock down the hands of the walkers that had clawed their way up from the edge of the rooftop. There's no way back behind them. This is the top floor rooftop. The fire escape behind us has long been blocked. It was even more densely packed with walkers. There's no way back. But time passes by. The people on top of the rooftop are gradually losing stamina, but the zombies below are climbing more and more, surging higher and higher. They're all a bunch of people who haven't had a full meal in a long time and are very malnourished, but what's down there is a bunch of perpetual motion machine-like zombies. Roar. Ah. A shrill female voice screamed as a male walker charged up behind their defenses. He was wearing the latest AJs on one foot, and on the other he had lost his beloved shoes somewhere, leaving him with a bare top and a gnawed front half of his foot. Bloodied feet limped, but he was clearly faster than the other walkers. After he jumped onto the high platform, he swooped down in a continuous dive towards the closest woman, pouncing on her in the blink of an eye, opening his mouth that was missing several teeth, and when he saw that he was about to bite down, a steel pipe flew heavily, and the oversized force directly blew his head off. Wife. Li Gang pulled the woman back with one hand. Husband. Wang Fan's whole body trembled as she cowered in his arms. By this time, more and more zombies had climbed up. This rooftop of theirs was completely lost. Stop fighting. Climb on top of the generator. Li just carried his wife up toward the top of the single tallest oversized generator in the middle of the rooftop. Everyone saw that and immediately followed by abandoning combat to climb upwards. By the time they all climbed to the top of the generator, the rooftop had fallen completely. The zombies came up from the ground in large numbers, circling their last side of the perch in all directions, and a steady stream of them rushed up from the gaping hole of defiance they had never been on. And their generator is only 2 meters high, the area is also very narrow, everyone is just like a group of helpless sheep cowering in a ball, surrounded by dense and deathless zombies, there is no place to escape. The generator at his feet was even more shaken by the walkers pushing and shoving. Dead. Really dead. Just when they were in utter despair, a roaring sound rang out in the silent factory. A powerful armored car reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, everyone looked straight. The grumpy armored car ran across the scattered wandering zombies along the way, heading straight for their building. Boom! The armored car ran headlong over the pile of zombies, directly knocking over and crushing the pile and the mound that had been built below. Immediately, the pile of zombie stairs was flushed away. The zombies that were still climbing in mid-air all fell in all directions. It's like rain, coming down from the air. Immediately after, a super powerful jet of water flew out of the hanging window on top of the armored car. A man stood at the aiming port, his palm converging on an immensely large jet of high-pressure water that flew toward the other walkers. Wherever the water column passed, the zombies cleared a large area. The zombies hanging in mid-air and grabbing the bodies of their companions were even all swept clean. A close second. Boom boom boom. Giant flames erupted from the roof of the armored car. A fire attack, a water attack, coupled with the armored car below the tawdry back and forth horizontal grinding and rushing, a few minutes' time, thousands of zombie piles were quickly pushed flat and broken up. Han Qingxia, who was driving the car, only felt that this is called killing zombies. Efficient. Once the main body of the zombies had been cleared out, the armored car stuck to the side of the plant and stopped, the doors opened and a bunch of dogs were let out to fill in the gaps. The dogs wearing unique combat suits had their heads and stomachs protected, and they rushed into the zombies with unparalleled ferocity, one bite at a time, one paw at a time, chasing after the zombies that were still alive to make up for it. And the armored car's sunroof opened completely, a super high elevator sticking out of it. Under the shock of staring at Li Gang Wang Fong, 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman leapt up from below and rushed to their rooftop. They, who have come to save them. In the man's hand was a steady stream of water, and in the woman's hand a tanged sword. Shoo 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 at the sight of a walker. The two of them were killing gods and Buddhas, and wherever Han Qingxia's tang sword passed, it was the bodies and heads of the zombies that were separated, killing the zombies and sending them tumbling. And the high-pressure water jet in Su Xiaoyang's hand precisely escorted her. Empty all the walkers outside of her attack range. The two worked together with unparalleled precision and seamlessness to kill the generator. 10 minutes. The zombies around Li Gang and the others were all gone. The group of them looked at Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang as if they were gods. Is this the legendary god pair? And still, the gods who had come specifically to save them. Are you guys willing to come with me? Han Xingxia finished killing the zombies on the rooftop and looked at the men. These people hear this and instantly. I built a base, those of you who are willing to come with me will be residents of my base, from now on, I'll protect your safety, and within the boundaries of my Han Xingxia's territory, you'll be the safest of people. Han Xingxia looked at the person in front of her word for word. Chapter 53 Admission of New Residents. Li Gang within the group was the first to react, so what do you want us to do? Submit to me. Han Xingxia stood in front of them all with a single blade. I can't do anything to restore all of your lives to the way they were before the end of the world, but submit to me and I'll make you the happiest residents of the base right now. Su Xiaoyang stood behind her with a firm backdrop, an air of absolute strength coming out of Han Xingxia. The strong have a natural and absolute attraction and conviction. It just called everyone in front of her to move closer to her unconsciously. You saved us, my wife and I are willing. Li Gang was the first to agree. He grabbed Wang Feng's hand and descended from the top of the generator. They didn't have any reason to reject Han Xingxia. Now that there are zombies everywhere, they have no place to go, no home to return to. No food, no job, and constantly facing walkers coming out of nowhere. Of course they're going to look for a safe place to settle. And if Han Xingxia hadn't saved them, none of them would have survived. She's so powerful, so strong, and they're willing to follow her just on the basis of her strength. How will they live without following her? After Li Gang and Wang Feng came down first, the remaining dozen or so people also scrambled down. We do too. I do too. I'm willing to follow you. As long as you keep us safe. Give us a bite to eat. Almost the entire population of the site was willing, leaving only a couple of young girls. We want to go home. One of the girls said to Han Xingxia. Han Xingxia lazily raised her eyes and swept a glance at her. There are zombies outside. Aren't there any zombies in your house? Her words fell, and the two girls visibly hesitated. No. We still want to go home. The girl said. Hearing this, Han Xingxia no longer had any reservations and said in a cold voice, leave if you want to. When these two girls heard this, they were like amnesties, glancing at Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang as they quickly headed for the ladder by the wall. When the other people saw this scene, some of them wanted to speak out to stop them, but in the end, they all let it go and watched them leave. So far, the group totaled 18, leaving 16 behind. After they had determined that they wanted to pledge their allegiance to Han Xingxia, a prompting sound came from Han Xingxia's mind. Dropping 16 residents detected joining, 1,600 points awarded. Dropping power gifted 2 detected. Reward special attributes. Dropping speed gifted 1 detected. Reward special attribute. Within these 16 people that Han Xingxia had admitted, there were 3 Xenos. All she had to do was accept them, and their special attributes would be replicated in Han Xingxia. Han Xingxia immediately felt a change in her body. She could clearly feel the inexhaustible power in her whole body. And to Han Xingxia's surprise, the system was also stacked for duplicate psychic abilities. Double the reinforcement on top of the original. It's not as if there are duplicates as one item. Han Xingxia harvested this batch of residents and was pleased to receive 1,600 points, plus 3 supernatural abilities. She looked at her new residents with great satisfaction. At the same time, after the system confirmed their resident status, the gazes of all of them looking at Han Xingxia suddenly increased in admiration and closeness. You can just call me Lord from now on. Lord. Everyone called Han Xingxia affectionately. Han Xingxia scanned all the zombies at the scene. Everyone listened to the order, clean up the zombie brains and find out what's in their heads. Han Xingxia casually cracked open a zombie's brain, and with a flick of the knife tip, picked out a crystal core the size of a grain of rice from inside. Everyone's eyes all lit up when they saw this. There's a reward for whoever cleans up more and surrenders more. Han Xingxia gave them another pep talk. Everyone immediately started the head-grabbing cleanup. After assigning the task of collecting the crystal cores, Han Xingxia looked to Su Xiaoyang, clean up all the zombies in the factory. Yes. She led Su Xiaoyang to the entrance of the rooftop passage. The big iron gates here are bolted with big thick chains, still can't keep out the zombies that crowd inside like sardine cans. They wailed furiously inside through a fist-sized crack in the iron door. Seeing Su Xiaoyang and Han Xingxia walk in, they were even more excited to no end. The Tang sword in Han Xingxia's hand slashed at the chain. With a scuffling sound, the chain fell into two pieces, and the zombies inside ran out towards them as if they were out of their cages in a frenzy. However, they were greeted by a super-strong high-pressure water jet. The water column is even in the touch of these zombies, quickly spread out into a water bomb shape, high pressure and high speed state. The power of the water bomb is comparable to bullets. But a series of water bomb blasts that came out hitting as many walkers as they could. If this were to be seen by other exalts, all of them would be too shocked to speak. This is just so strong it's sick. Nowadays, the level of psychic ability is generally to coalesce small water balls, small fireballs, small earth packs and such. Like the dinghy who had stopped Han Xingxia before, his level of psychic ability was already considered strong. But Su Xiaoyang raised his hand as a powerful high-pressure water column, but also randomly controlled a form of water. This control power has already reached the third level of alien. This was enhanced by Han Qing giving him evolutionary liquid to drink over the summer days. And there are no side effects. By the time the other bases started to promote evolutionary fluids, their combat power would have long since been thrown off by Han Xingxia by a large margin. What's more, their evolutionary fluid has a bunch of side effects. There's no comparison in terms of strength. Su Xiaoyang is the main force, inside rushed out a kill one, quickly put in the safe passage and the zombies a clear. Han Xingxia lazily lounged around with her knife, and when she found a leak she went up to make up for it twice. Soon, this safe passage was open. She told Li Gang and the others not to forget to clean up the crystal cores here, and led Su Xiaoyang towards the inside of the safe passage. She's going to have to clear this factory of walkers inside and out. When the time came, she would also insert her Han Xingxia's brand into this place as well, expanding it into her territory. This large, ready-made factory has a ready-made massive machinery inside, which will make it easier for her to process food later on. This factory is hers. Just as they descended to the third floor, Han Xingxia's spiritual power shook. In her brain area, she clearly felt an energy that was 10 times stronger than ordinary zombies. Stop! Han Xingxia's voice fell, and Su Xiaoyang stopped with it. Boom! With a bang, the security gate in front of Su Xiaoyang was smashed open, and a zombie that had been bitten through the stomach appeared in front of them. He was slightly different from the other walkers, with grayish-white eyes with a small amount of aura. Another one, a level 3 walker. Chapter 54, Another Day of Adoration for Han Xingxia. The zombie lifted its ferocious head to hiss at Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang after its pounce. Roar! It's a fresh walker. Bright red pus and blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth, and he had half of his face gnawed on, and in addition to the gnawing marks, the whole face was so deformed that it seemed to be face down, having been viciously smashed and flattened to a pulp. White brain matter and black and red secretions mingled on his face, dripping downward in large drops. He opened his abyssal maw. His entire zombie head seemed like it was about to fall apart at any moment, and his flesh was bloody like a horror movie, not to mention the fact that his stomach was hollowed out and penetrated in its entirety. I've seen ugly ones, but not this ugly. Han Xingxia felt sick to her stomach at the sight of this zombie. It's simply atrocious. What kind of inhumane treatment did you go through in life to be this miserable? Take a closer look. Oh ho! Nice guy. Wasn't this the Earth shifter that screwed them yesterday and then got screwed back? Boss, it's that Earth alien who turned into a zombie yesterday. Su Xiaoyang said. Roar! The zombie dinghy looked viciously at Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang, the slightest hint of hatred appearing in his gray, unconscious eyes. As if he had a little bit of pre-birth memory, he looked at the enemy in front of him with hatred. It lunged toward Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Boom! A high-pressure water jet immediately came at its head. Rumble! To Su Xiaoyang's surprise, the wall around him collapsed with a bang, blocking in front of that zombie dinghy. Su Xiaoyang's high-pressure water columns rushed on top of the wall as much as they could. Immediately after that, a black shadow quickly lunged at him. Su Xiaoyang dodged behind him, followed by a booming sound and a flying kick, sending the black shadow flying and tumbling down the stairwell. The stature of a top special forces soldier allowed him to face any unexpected attack with his body reacting far faster than his brain. Even the zombified dinghy couldn't get close to him. However, at that moment, the stairs under Su Xiaoyang's feet suddenly began to collapse. The earth disintegrated, the steel bars collapsed, and Su Xiaoyang's entire body fell downward with one foot dangling in the air. It was a good thing Han Xingxia grabbed him by the shoulders and caught him up with one strong effort. Yet it didn't end there. The stairs continued to collapse, and Han Xingxia couldn't even be bothered to put Su Xiaoyang down, carrying him and running upwards. With every step they ran, the stairs behind them collapsed. Rumbling chunks of cement blocks fell in whole pieces, the entire stairwell collapsed down layer by layer in Su Xiaoyang's field of vision, and he saw a figure at the bottom between the cracks in the cement blocks. Boss! That Earth-type psychic retained his Earth-type psychic ability after zombification. And it's strengthened. I know. Han Xingxia carried Su Xiaoyang and rushed towards the rooftop in big strides. At this time, the last layer of steps in front of her eyes all collapsed en masse. Han Xingxia stepped on the air. Almost at the same time, Han Xingxia carried Su Xiaoyang against the wall and swooped upwards. Su Xiaoyang on her shoulder grabbed the third-floor access door. This time it was Su Xiaoyang's turn to hold on to Han Xingxia. He grasped the closed third-floor safe passage entrance door with one hand, wrapped both his legs around Han Xingxia's waist, and accompanied by all the stairs collapsing under their feet, he sent Han Xingxia to the extremely narrow side gap of the third-floor door with an inverted hook. He followed suit with a sharp jump up the side seam. Boom! An entire safety tunnel had collapsed, all the stairs were gone, and all that was left were layers of exposed and taut rebar and pitted walls. At this moment, Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang both stood close to the edge at the gate of the safe passage. An extremely narrow side seam that can only fit down the size of half a foot standing on its side. Beneath them was a pit more than 10 meters deep. The slightest movement is an abyss of 10,000 feet. And hell, there were walkers in the locked security tunnel behind them. 7 or 8 walkers caught their scent and swooped down on the security door. The bloody zombie face and Han Xingxia were separated by a glass window, right in front of Han Xingxia's eyes. It's a feeling that is as exciting as it gets. Boss! That psychic zombie is hiding. Su Xiaoyang had been sensing where that zombie was, but the zombie, Ding Yi, was an earth ability. As soon as he hid in the pile of rubble, he was immediately nowhere to be found. At this time, he only felt that his water-based powers were of no use here. In this kind of enemy hiding, or the main battlefield of the other side, he simply needed the other side. And they are now, very much in danger. There is an abyss in front of you and walkers behind you. There is, it seems, no way to crack it. And at this time, Han Xingxia closed her eyes. Once her eyes closed, her mind quickly built up all the images of the land around her. Powerful mental energy went like radar in the direction it could probe. Within her mental realm, those around her were dark blue, and behind her were 17 or 18 grayish-white creatures. The blue is Su Xiaoyang, and the gray and white are zombies. She continued to spread her mental energy downward, spreading it. Instantly, an even bigger picture appeared. There were still 15 or 16 of them on the next level below their feet, and 7 or 8 grayish-white walkers wandering sporadically on the bottom level. An earth-colored distinctive walker immediately appeared in front of her. Yoko, 12 o'clock, stand by. Su Xiaoyang suddenly heard Han Xingxia's words. Boom! Without any hesitation, he swung a pillar of water with all his might toward where Han Xingxia said he would. Moment! Boom! The powerful water column directly pierced through that pillar, a burst of earth crumbled, the ceiling collapsed, and the earth-mutated zombie had just been hit hard by these things. Continue right in the middle. Han Xingxia said in a cold voice. The high-pressure water column in Su Xiaoyang's hand once again charged wildly towards the center. The jet of water rushed through a pile of debris and hit the alien zombie in the head. Within Han Xingxia's spiritual brain area, the smear of earthy yellow color completely disappeared and was replaced by a very small but bright little piece of earthy yellow crystal. Tertiary crystal cores appear. Okay. Han Xingxia opened her eyes. She looked at the dead through and through zombie Ding Yi and climbed down directly from the third-floor position, grasping the steel bars and cement blocks of the surrounding walls. She was as sensitive as a nimble gecko climbing down the wall. After going down, he went straight to Ding Yi's position and pried off his crystal core. Su Xiaoyang followed in her footsteps and also climbed down from the hallway with no stairs, and when he saw this, he couldn't help but once again admire his family's boss to the core. How did she do that, being able to recognize the walkers at once? And his boss is so handsome and cool, he's fast and accurate and never drops the ball. How in the world could there be a woman as cool as her? It's just not comfortable to do missions with her. Today was another day of adoration plus points for Han Xingxia. His boss, what a bull. Chapter 55, The Great Harvest. After taking out this level 3 alien zombie, Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang would then work together to eliminate all the other scattered zombies in this factory. Li Gang and the others give them a factory full of zombie crystals to pick up and return. Han Xingxia wasn't afraid of them swallowing it, firstly because they didn't know how it worked and couldn't think of swallowing it, and secondly and most importantly, she had psychic powers. The color of the crystal core she could sense. Whether these people had a private stash or not, she could tell with a quick scan. My lord, here's something for you. Li Gang handed Han Xingxia all the zombie crystals that everyone had collected. Han Xingxia swept around the scene of the 16 people, all of whom didn't have any private crystal cores on them. Han Xingxia nodded in satisfaction. This time, a total of 1,208 crystal cores were obtained. Plus a tertiary crystal core. You tally up the crystal cores that everyone has collected, and reward each person with as many points as they have collected. Points? Yes, you guys come with me to my base and I'll show you how the points work. Li Gang and the others heard this and wanted to take them away. They were instantly delighted, yes. Han Xingxia found a bunch of cars in the factory that could be driven. There were so many cars in the factory, basically all of them were intact and drivable, they just didn't have keys, but it wasn't hard for Han Xingxia to beat her. She pounded on a few and got a few cars for everyone, enough for them to ride in. Before she left, she also searched the factory. With Li Gang and the others leading the way, she quickly found the workshop where all the production of this factory took place. It's the largest grain mill in the entire city of producing tons of food-related stuff. For example, wuchang rice, rice oil, flour, noodles, sugar, lasagna. The categories vary and are all food-related. Altogether, the volume is over 100,000 tons. Han Xingxia asked Su Xiaoyang to bring people to repair the factory gate, put her name Han Xingxia on the door, and hang a banner of Han Xingxia, this factory is her territory. And she herself was quickly putting away the food in the factory's warehouse as soon as she could. All the boxes and boxes of already packed food, all of it. By the time she had absorbed all the product from this factory, her space was 3/4 full. It's pretty much a 10-story building with supplies piled up on every corner, about to fill up. Loaded to the brim, these grains, not to mention herself, 7,000 or 8,000 people would have no problem eating for the rest of their lives. Han Xingxia was very satisfied with this. And the other machines and production lines she left untouched for now. When the productivity of her base developed later, she would bring people over to process food, all of which would be very useful. It was a fairly full day, with a harvest of an oversized food factory, plus over 10 tons of food, 16 populations, and over 1,000 crystals. She emerged from the large warehouse, and the crowd at the gate had repaired it. At Han Xingxia's command, everyone got into the car, and Han Xingxia led them in the direction of her base. On the road, all of them felt a sense of security for the first time in a long time. It's as if he's being protected. Their convoy was leaving the factory road and pulling onto the main highway when they suddenly heard screams from outside. Ah! On the side of the road, a group of 3 or 5 scattered walkers surrounded the center, pouncing on a woman and chomping away. There was another woman who was running hard. She saw their caravan and raced toward them for help. Help! Help! But within 2 steps, she was pounced upon by walkers on both sides of the road, taking a bite out of an artery. Wang Fong instantly recognized the screamers, it's Lu Ling and Su Wenwen. Everyone inside the car looked at the 2 people who were surrounded by zombies and directly swallowed alive, all rushed to the car window to look out but did not dare to look. Those were the very same 2 people that Han Xingxia had asked if they were willing to follow her at that time, but left. The 2 of them are not far from the factory, and even though Han Xingxia has reminded them that there are walkers at their house as well, they nonetheless refuse to listen and insist on going. This one looks like a trip to his house, finding a walker and then grabbing it and running back. But where could they hide from the walkers on all sides? As soon as they appeared, they were targeted by hungry zombies all over the place, and there was nowhere to run. These 2 were engulfed and eaten by zombies right before all of their eyes, and right after that, they started twitching their bodies to mutate in front of all of their eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. Boom! The lead armored car grumpily ran over 2 piles of zombies with a kick of the gas pedal, washing away and crushing all the zombies on the road, swinging a safe path for them. All the cars headed back along the road Han Xingxia had driven. After they had safely left those 2 piles of zombies, all of them unconsciously doubled their sense of security and incomparably strong celebration in their hearts at this moment. It was fortunate that they had resolutely followed Han Xingxia at the time and hadn't been like those 2 idiots who still tried to go home. There are literally walkers everywhere out there. There is simply no safe place. Never take a chance. And following Han Xingxia, she told them that as long as they were in her territory, she could keep them all safe and living. Everyone followed Han Xingxia's car and quickly headed towards the far suburbs. A convoy of cars stopped at a bunch of villa clusters on the far outskirts of town. The moment Han Xingxia appeared, the occupants of Villa 9 immediately ran out. "My lord! You're here!" Han Xingxia nodded when she saw Wang Yuman and his wife and child. She waved her hand and motioned for the people in the 5 or 6 cars following behind her to get down. "All of you will live here from now on." Han Xingxia looked to Wang Yuman. "You lead them in planting food and getting productive. Production is the foundation of everything. And food production is the foundation of the foundation. It is only when there is a stable food output that one can consider expanding other types of production. The road has to be taken one step at a time." When Wang Yuman heard this, he immediately nodded. "Good. Everyone come over here for a second and I'll give you the rules of the base. P.S. As a general note, this zombie text is supposed to be painted in a more realistic style, and will be heavily written in a zombie world of chase and survival. Dubai really enjoys watching zombie series movies and TV shows, especially Busan and The Walking Dead. I've watched Busan back and forth for the nth time, and I just love the excitement of being chased by zombies. This book will be written with the idea of the big white self-world. Do not accept any guidance. In addition to the base construction will be Goldfinger wide open female main body all the way across the mill. The zombie world will not go to the metaphysical style. The zombies will be upgraded to have supernormal capabilities, but also biased real physical direction, will not be very exaggerated. Strive for a sense of bloody chases and survival. Be sure to add it to your bookshelf if you like this bite too. Punch Punch. Zombie World. Chapter 56 Shangxia Base. All residents joining my base will use a point system. Points can be exchanged from me for food, water, household items, and various tools. Han Xingxia took out the inventory sheet she'd given Wang Yuman earlier, and she told him to go down later and post this on the bulletin board in the villa area. It has a very detailed food for points ratio on it. 1 point for a caddy of rice, 1 point for a packet of salt, 1 point for an egg, 10 points for a caddy of pork, 50 points for a live chicken. Of course there are ways to earn points with the same recovery rate. All crops harvested from your output can be exchanged to me for points. In addition, there are rewards for killing zombies and obtaining crystal cores. Han Xingxia showed everyone the crystal core in her hand. Li Gang, I just asked you to record the crystal cores they dug up, and count the base points for you guys according to 1 point apiece. And in the future, for the crystal cores you find by hunting yourselves, 1 crystal core will be exchanged for 10 points. Li Gang and others. Everyone understood instantly. When they were at Han Xingxia's base in the future, points were the currency, and the crystal cores that all of them had just collected ranged from 50 to 60 to 70 to 80 per person. Their base points are 50 or 60 to 70 or 80. If all of them are exchanged for grain, each person can exchange at least 5 or 600 pounds. In addition, all of you need to pay me 10 points per day as a resident tax fee. Han Xingxia set the framework of the base regulations in place. This tax serves as a fee for your use of all the land and houses in my territory. A day's delay increases the demurrage fee by 10%, and 10 days delinquency will result in the deprivation of the residents' rights, confiscation of all property, and expulsion from the base. Everyone can monitor each other. There is a prize for those who find a tax evader and report him. Half of his property will be given to the informer. Everyone immediately tensed up. But accordingly, as long as you are residents of my territory, you are under my protection. I will provide you with the safest environment, and within my territory, you are free to produce, as safe as you were before the end of the world, and every once in a while, you will be given benefits. Since ancient times, there have been 5 techniques for managing the people: fooling the people, weakening the people, exhausting the people, humiliating the people, and impoverishing the people. Fooling the people is to unify the minds of the people so that everyone identifies with only one center. Han Xingxia wanted to unify their thoughts and identify with her. Han Xingxia's leadership, and the residents living in her territory had to think the same way as with her and develop the base together, which was a fool's errand. A weak population is one in which the base is strong and the individual residents are weak, and no organization can emerge that can challenge the authority of the base. For example, the group of Ding Yi that Han Xingxia encountered yesterday. They were led by Ding Yi and held together, all of them like pricks with their own agendas, and Han Xingxia would never want them. Otherwise, if you take in such a bunch of pricks, is it because you don't want her base to be peaceful, so you can recruit some people to come in and cause trouble? A weak people is one that weakens the power of the people under her hand, dividing their hold, making them independent but together forming a part of her territory. The people that Han Xingxia has now recruited are all loose individuals who are holding together temporarily, with no real leader, and Li Gang, who has the most power, doesn't have a lot of convening power either. Once Han Xingxia received it, people were more willing to trust her. Such a group can take in. Weakening the residents and controlling all of them cannot affect the base. This is a weak population. And fatigue is giving residents something to do every day because a goal keeps them running around all day. For example, the point system that Han Xingxia had arranged for them. Each person is required to surrender 10 points per day for base living expenses, with interest accruing if they fail to do so, and will be expelled if they fail to do so for several consecutive days. Let all the people produce and run in the direction of all the people with points. This is a tired people. Insulting the people, on the other hand, is the reporting and monitoring system Han Xingxia talks about later, allowing the people to monitor each other and giving her punishment sufficient enforceability, so that everyone will be careful and practice their labor carefully and abide by the rules. And the last pauper. The poor is to make the people poor, deprived of the remaining wealth in addition to the basic livelihood, like before the end of the world, society a bunch of moonlighters, all the people busy life is very difficult to save personal property, the vast majority of the salary is only enough to maintain the living expenses, and want to earn more money but there is no doorway. This is the poor. Keeping the people running around all their lives with no time to think about anything else. Of course, everyone was too poor for a firstborn small base like Han Xingxia. There's no need to pauperize at all. What we want now is development. Vigorously develop and build a base. The 10 points a day she had designated was enough to keep everyone laboring, and with a little diligence it would not be difficult to build up one's wealth. Of course, as the lord of the base, she has to guarantee the safety of all residents and full support help in any situation as well as a portion of the welfare. Under her control, she would be able to give these residents the best treatment of any base, as long as they were diligent and productive. In the early stages, I will give you free seeds, tools, and everything you need. I'll let Wang Reichman's family lead you to start planting and farming first, and the base taxes will be temporarily reduced for you for 1 month. After 1 month, everyone needs to pay me points. Han Xingxia said to everyone at the scene. After everyone heard this, they all looked at Han Xingxia with fear and gratitude. She offered them security and territory, reintroduced them to a formal and calm life, and gave them a month's buffer. It is possible to grow early vegetables in a month's time for a bumper crop. Enough to bridge them to a normal productive life, not to mention the fact that they now had a base of a few dozen points, enough to keep them well off for a while. What's more, because of Han Xingxia's whipping system, all of them were energized. It is important to realize that if a dragon can only bring humans benefits such as good weather, then humans will not be grateful to it, but will only reduce it to being a slave to the humans plowing oxen. But the dragon has the power to thunder and destroy everything, and humans treat it like a god. The way to harness the people lies in the combination of grace and mercy. Han Xingxia was a god in the eyes of these people. By the way, Lord, we should have a name for our base. What is our base called? At this time, Wang Yuemin asked. Han Xingxia thought briefly and said to everyone, Shangxia Base. All of you will be residents of Shangxia Base from now on. After everyone heard this name, they all had their spirits shaken, and their gazes toward Han Xingxia instantly became incomparably pious. And at that moment, the system's voice came from inside her head. Drop Super Lord system opened. Lord territory naming successful. Dropping turn on the prosperity level. Current prosperity level 60. Reward residents with a 10% increase in loyalty. Chapter 57, The Best Leaders. Base production increased by 10%. Han Xingxia. 2 rewards given out in quick succession are practical and empowering. The system is bull. Han Xingxia saw the unlocked brand new attribute values, and the base prosperity was behind her point count and crystal core count. Open the prosperity screen to see the detailed attributes above. Current base residents, 19. Base guard, 1. Base war dogs, 16. Area, approximately 41 square kilometers. Planted area, 30 acres. Current prosperity value, 60 rustic hamlet. Han Xingxia. Would the title rustic little village hurt too much? Prosperity is made up of a combination of values. Title upgrades will unlock great gifts. Han Xingxia glanced at her next rank. Prosperity 500, urban rural. Very well, how shall not punch a town and country? Aha! All for the glory of the Shangxia base. Head for the urban and rural areas. Han Xingxia left this residential area. She told all residents to find their own housing to live in, as long as it was within her territory. Because of the limited technology now, Han Xingxia temporarily registers everyone's points in registration, in duplicate, both sides of the record. If you want to exchange supplies and Wang Yuman's family to say a word, the next day to let Wang Yun Duo come over to take. The conditions are limited, many things are in the groping stage, and Han Xingxia doesn't have enough manpower for the time being. For this reason, she gave Wang Yuemin's family 100 points as a subsidy, and in the future, his family's rent was also deducted according to 10 points, without the need to deliver output every day. After settling all the personnel down and distributing a batch of seeds to them for Wang Yuemin to take and plant a bit, Han Xingxia left the place. On the way, Su Xiaoyang had been looking at her from time to time. See what? Su Xiaoyang, who was driving the car, said seriously, I think the boss is a very good leader. Han Xingxia. Suddenly the horse's ass. Shouldn't be trying to ask for a paycheck. She looked at Su Xiaoyang, thought for 3 seconds, and clenched her teeth. Alright, you follow me to work the most, it's time to give you some salary. In the future, I'll give you 100 points every month. What do you want to find me to exchange? Su Xiaoyang. He snorted a soft laugh. Why is it still too little? 100 points is more than enough. Exchange it for 100 pounds of grain. Han Xingxia immediately pulled her fingers to settle accounts with him. Don't forget that you sold your body to me, and I even fed you, housed you, and took care of you, so I don't have to tell you much about how I treated you. You have to be satisfied. Alright, let's do this beforehand. When the base develops well in the future, I'll give you some bonuses. I'm tired, I'll take a nap. Han Xingxia yawned and pretended to sleep. You want to raise your salary again? There's no way. Carrying the deadbolt through to the end. Su Xiaoyang saw her fall asleep with her eyes closed and gripped the steering wheel to drive steadily. A soft smile rose on the cold face. Where he wanted a salary, he really thought Han Xingxia was excellent. The more time I spent with Han Xingxia, the more I felt that way. She looks fierce and mean and bad on the outside, but on the inside, she's too good to be true. Once recognized by her as one of her own, she would do everything to protect them and give them the best life possible. Han Xingxia's excellence didn't come from her appearance, but from the strength in her bones. It's definitely a good life to follow someone like her. Their base will surely be strong. Su Xiaoyang drove quietly and steadily drove the car back to the base. After Han Xingxia returned to her bomb shelter, she counted the babies she had trophied today. As usual, he first exchanged 1,000 of first-grade crystal cores into it. After redeeming it, plus her territory expansion today, capturing a factory, she now had a whopping 150,000 points as well as a crystal core prize pack. The crystal and core bundle is not open for the time being. Rubbing her excited little hands together, she first redeemed a radar system that was also worth 100,000 points. Whoosh! The area behind her second-floor tower expanded once more, and with its several radar stations appeared at the very top of her bomb shelter. A whole radar system is on her second floor. The radar system produced by the system would automatically increase the probing area according to the expansion of Han Xingxia's territory. All abnormalities in the territory will be monitored by it and alarmed to Han Xingxia. Far more precise than her territorial connectivity. And it's also joined with Han Xingxia's probing and fighting UAS. Han Xingxia directly transmitted the coordinates to the drones after realizing where there was an abnormality, allowing the drones to go over and strike and scout. No more running around on her own. The security force of Han Xingxia's territory was once again strengthened. In addition, she browsed through the display merchandise and was pleasantly surprised to find an electronic statistics system. It is similar to the cafeteria's meal card system, water card system, these statistical systems. This set is labeled Territory Essentials. And it only sells for 100 points. Only member cards cost 1 point each. Han Xingxia decisively placed an order. Spent another 100 points on 100 member cards. That's what she's missing. In the future, 1 identity points card for each member of her base, deducting points and earning points are very convenient. No longer does she have to register herself, the program system automatically records it. The Lord system was really building excellent lords and knew exactly what Han Xingxia needed. Not a moment later, the set appeared in front of Han Xingxia. Each card on it has the word Shang Xia printed on it. In fact, this kind of equipment is not difficult to get. Before the end of the world, many programmers will write this program code, and then get a sensor, chip card. You can get a whole set of systems. But it's the end times now. Where is she going to find a programmer to develop a program for her and a device chip to do so? And the system gives it, it's just perfect. The identity cards are beautiful and the system is fast and bug-free, it's just great. After obtaining this point system, Han Xingxia immediately entered the information of the existing 19 members into it, along with their respective points on it, and had Wang Yun Duo bring it back tomorrow to send out to everyone. By now, the beginnings of her blooming base were well and truly built. After getting the residence points in order, Han Xingxia squeezed the tertiary crystal cores into evolutionary liquid through the evolutionary liquid machine. She drank the evolutionary fluid of a level 3 crystal core and got Su Xiaoyang another evolutionary fluid of a level 1 zombie crystal core. Looking at this evolutionary fluid, look, there's no second good boss like her in the whole world, alright. Still want to raise wages? No way. Nah, here. Su Xiaoyang, who had finished cooking, saw Han Xingxia handing over a glass of water and a card. He didn't half hesitate to take it and drink it. It tasted as sweet as ever, and the water from his boss just wasn't the same. What is this? Su Xiaoyang finished drinking the water and looked at the card. Your identity card. From now on you are an official resident of Shangxia Base, and it contains 100 points. Chapter 58. The donkeys in the production team are not as capable as he is. Su Xiaoyang took the identity card in his hand. His number is 002. The second civic number of the Saxon base. Su Xiaoyang held this card and looked at the number, his heart suddenly warmed. 002, this is his position in Han Xingxia's heart, right, second only to 001 Han Xingxia himself. The feeling is subtle. Han Xingxia treated him as the closest person. So in these last days, the two of them are really dependent on each other and can count on each other. Han Xingxia had put him in such a high position, so in the future, she would also be the person closest to him. At that moment, Han Xingxia whistled at Summer, who was gnawing on a bone. Brother Tian, come here. Hand out the identity cards. Woof woof woof. Summer dropped her bone and ran over. Han Xingxia took out a string ID card and put it in the slot of Summer's combat uniform, and tied a knot. The top is clearly 001. Su Xiaoyang. Summer is 001? Or what? So, what about you, boss? I'm 000. Su Xiaoyang. God TM still has 000. Surprisingly, he's shallow. In addition, Han Xingxia had arranged for her dogs to have identification documents as well. From 003 to 017. One customized dog tag each, bearing the logo of Han Xingxia's Xingxia base, was placed in the slot of their combat uniforms. To Han Xingxia, the dogs were no different from people, they were all her comrades. And a more trustworthy comrade in arms. They have to have an ID card for the Shangxia base. One shake for 2 days. Han Xingxia had been busy with base construction for the past 2 days. Building and managing a base can be a very complex and troublesome task, especially in the pre-construction phase of a base. She needs to fix the residents with water, power, basic supplies, and more. Before there was only Wang Yuemin's family, their needs were small, and they just tolerated what they lacked, but now that the number of residents has increased and villages have been formed, basic livelihoods must be solved. Han Xingxia installed the 100 solar panels she'd gotten from opening prizes earlier into the villa area. Stabilized power supply to the residents. The power output of this area was resolved. And if there are any problems here in the future, you can call the air raid shelter, so you don't need Wang Yun Duo to run around every day. If the water source, this area is still connected to the water supply company. Before Wang Yunduo's family was collecting rainwater, now there are more people, rainwater is definitely not enough. Han Xingha organizes the digging of a well, using the same water system as the water source of her bomb shelter. Her water system is systematically enhanced and very safe. The problem of water sources was resolved quickly. The two basic livelihoods, water and electricity, were upgraded, and the loyalty of Han Xingxia's residents to Han Xingxia skyrocketed, and their sense of belonging followed suit. Following Han Xingxia's life is becoming more and more prosperous. Then there's the resource exchange piece. Han Xingxia's manpower is really too short, every day running back and forth to exchange things waste of labor. She arranged for the base of the bazaar, in addition to the most basic supplies, every month on the first 15, she will be unified over to everyone to open a base bazaar, to take the living supplies out of the unified trading, all can be in that day to make efforts to buy. Very scarce resources people can contact Wang Yundo and ask her to come to her bomb shelter to exchange them. Her territory was still off limits to anyone. For this reason Han Xingxia also arranged a small bicycle for this little girl. These are special times when all people need to be engaged in productive work, and small children are important human resources. Then again, Han Xingxia gave Wang Yunduo a tax exemption as a paycheck, which can't be considered bullying a small child. In times of scarce resources, everyone has to be useful. Like the small base where Han Qingxiao was in her last life, the children were all used as adults and the adults were used as slaves. There was no such thing as protecting the children and the elderly, and if you didn't have the ability to work, you would only be kicked off by the base. The base doesn't need trash that can only be a liability. Kids have to do things too. But in fact, if the people from the outside bases saw the extent of everyone's labor in their Shangxia base, they would really all have to squeeze their heads to join in. Other bases are now in disarray. With a large number of refugees flooding into the base, food is scarce, resources are strained, and a group of people who just want to earn a bite to live don't have the means to do so. She's got little kids here with something to do and points to earn. It's a paradise. A sanctuary on earth. Under her settlement, the land near the villa area was reclaimed, and potatoes, sweet potatoes and other crops with high yields and fast-growing periods have been planted. Everyone is really getting into productive labor and her base is really on track. The prosperity value of Han Qingxiao's base increased by 30 in a straight line. Rustic hamlets are becoming more and more presentable. When the crops are harvested and everyone has resources on hand, the prosperity of the base will increase. After these 2 days of managing the construction, Han Qingxiao could finally take a breath, but at the same time, she also sensed that she was missing a very important thing right now. That's manpower. She's so understaffed. Only one Su Xiaoyang is far from enough. Su Xiaoyan was already too busy to help her put the air raid shelter in order. He now has to get up an hour earlier every day to clean up the air raid shelter inside and out. More vegetables in the vegetable patch are coming up for harvest, and many fruit trees are starting to bear fruit, so Su Xiaoyang also has to cook and clean, wait on the air raid shelter up and down, as well as being called by Han Qingxiao to go over to the residential area from time to time. No donkey in the production team is as capable as he is. For that matter, Han Qingxiao had the help of a radar system and a drone system, and when there was an invasion of roaming zombies in the territory, it was the drones that went to eliminate them. Otherwise, just her and Su Xiaoyan were really too busy. At this time, a voice suddenly came from Han Qingxiao's mind. Dropping Super Lord system opened. Capture the Western United Pharmaceuticals or D-Plant in City A, rewarding host electronic butler. Han Qingxiao. What a snooze. The strongest aid is the system. The system rarely releases quests, but every time it's a strong assist. Yoko. Get out the door. Yes. Su Xiaoyang, who was washing the dishes, immediately rinsed the bowls, stood up without saying a word, picked up his equipment and went out. Han Qingxiao's words were in order. Enforcement is enough. Han Qingxia imported the map into her armored car and took the 8 dogs with her as usual, leaving Summer and 7 to guard the bomb shelter. Their direction was a pharmaceutical or D-Plant in the western part of City A, on the border with City B and C. The car traveled for 2.5 hours. Arrived at this pharmacy at noon. This pharmaceutical plant is very secluded, with only this one lone 6-story building for miles around. The facade is pure white and the security at the front door is extremely advanced. Only there's no one else here either. Han Qingxiao waited until she arrived and then suddenly felt that this place sounded familiar. United Pharmaceuticals Research and Development. Always thought I'd heard it somewhere. Chapter 59, United Pharmaceuticals. Boss, is this the place? Su Xiaoyang stopped in front of the main door of the Drug Research and Development Factory, and surprisingly, the door of this Drug Research and Development Factory was open. It feels like someone's been in there. Han Qingxia's pretty brows made a frown. Where on earth had she heard of this place? She was pretty sure of one thing, and that was that in 2 lifetimes as a human, she had never been here. United Pharmaceutical Research and Development Plant. Aha! Go in first. Su Xiaoyang's car slowly passed through the gates of the United Drug Research and Development Plant. Han Qingxiao was very wary, and after she entered this gate, she first had Su Xiaoyang drive along the exterior of this United Pharmaceuticals building. Start by clarifying the terrain and determining how many entrances and exits the building has, what the general orientation is, and what the escape routes are for any hazards encountered. She wouldn't rush in, even if she was strong, she couldn't take big risks at any time. After circling along the building, she got the following information. There is only one entrance and exit to this building, the main entrance. Outside, it looked like there were only 6 floors above ground up there, but next to it Han Qingxia saw the entry sign for the underground garage. There is most likely a parking lot underground as well. As a seasoned end-timer, Han Qingxia would not go into the parking lot. Because 1, the underground parking lot environment is narrow and dimly lit, the risk factor is high. 2. Scouting places is all about going from easy to hard. She'd make sure to take what she could before moving on to the dangerous places. Otherwise, if you rush into the underground garage, encounter danger inside and come out, and find that the area outside looks safe and hidden, this is not digging a hole for yourself. Han Xingxia parked the armored car at the main entrance after turning around twice. She had made sure that there were no walkers on the outside, and went in to see what was going on inside the building on the ground level to make sure there was no danger before going down to the ground floor. A touch inside and out will plant this or deplant with her Han Xingxia's territorial flag. Go. Yes. Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang carefully stepped into it, of course, still 2 dogs stayed at the door to watch the car, the remaining 6 each with 3 by their side. The 2 of them stepped deeper. But soon, to Han Xingxia's surprise, she realized that the doors of this drug development factory were all open. There are an exceptional number of security doors, each one a bank security level door that requires a specialized ID card to open. Normally running into a place like this should be tricky. But it's the chosen one. All the way through. Not only was it unobstructed, there was not a single zombie on the 6th floor of this entire building. Did Han Xingxia feel like she was picking this up for nothing? The system is giving her benefits again? The 2 of them, Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang, were taking the safe passage throughout, checking every room on the 1st to 6th floors of this building. It's true, there's not a single person or a single walker here. All access room doors were open and the instrumentation in each room was in a dusty and used state. Boss, there's no sign of anyone or zombies in here, it seems to have retreated early. Su Xiaoyang, who was born in the special forces, quickly exchanged the information he had with Han Xingxia. Han Xingxia nodded. Is it really that simple? She walked into an office on the top floor, which appeared to be an administrative office. The downstairs is basically a lab, and the downstairs is full of specialized equipment. And here, Han Xingxia found on the table electric kettle is still powered to heat water. This electric kettle is a sensor temperature type. Once the temperature is lowered will be automatically heated. Transparent glass pot on the water level repeatedly heated, repeatedly burned, has been burned to prevent the dry burning of the lowest level of water. Han Xingxia touched the hot kettle, the glass exterior still warm. Next to the kettle was an unsealed bucket of instant noodles with various seasonings and a briny egg and sausage. Seems like people here at the time were just waiting for the water to boil and asking for noodles. Only now, the pass is stinking, and the highly preserved bratwurst sausage is all hairy and spoiled, rotting an entire box of bubbles. The bubble noodle guy didn't even take a bite of his own bubble noodles towards the end. Han Xingxia felt this feeling was marvelous. It's as if the people who were here at the time suddenly vaporized en masse. She looked around and saw the computers, trying to find a bit of information on their computers here, but they weren't the same as the open door. All the computers here had passwords, or the highest level of security. Han Xingxia didn't find any useful information as she looked around the office, but she did find a wave of supplies here. It's all bubbly ham and marinated eggs and such. There is no time to be empty-handed. Han Xingxia played the fine tradition of thrift and environmental protection, all the food that can be eaten into their own bag, of course, when thrown in, by the way, put into the space, just for Su Xiaoyang to pretend. Su Xiaoyang wanted to come up to help her, and all told him to go next door and collect himself. In no time at all, this floor of the administration building was loaded with all that could be eaten. Su Xiaoyang was carrying a bag in both hands, bulging behind his back, and even carrying 2 cases of Coke, really loading things very seriously. Han Xingxia looked at the obedient, stupid big man. Let's go down for a trip to put away the supplies first. Yes. This time, Han Xingxia wouldn't take the stairs. The building had its own independent power system, the elevator was still running. Han Xingxia pressed the down elevator on the top floor, and it didn't take long for the elevator to come down. She and Su Xiaoyang exchanged a glance, the 2 of them spread out on both sides. The floor had been checked, naturally the elevator had to be checked as well. Ding! The elevator stopped at their top floor level. The moment the gate opened. Empty. At this time, Han Xingxia was really sure that there was really not a single person or a single zombie on the ground of this pharmaceutical research and development factory. After she and Su Xiaoyang made sure it was safe, she led the dogs all into the elevator. There are 7 buttons on the elevator. It was exactly as Han Xingxia had envisioned, with 6 floors above ground and a negative parking lot underground. She'd seen it before Detective Terrain. She was going to go to the 1st floor, put her supplies away for a bit, and then go down to the negative basement level. Later on, if we just give the negative floor one more check inside and out, this research factory will be completely overrun. Han Xingxia reached out her hand and prepared to press the elevator on the first floor. This time her hand suddenly stopped. And so on. Something suddenly occurred to her. The location of this joint drug research plant is in, west of the city of A. The name of this drug company is not surprising. But it is geographically located in the border area of cities A, B and C. Wasn't that legendary zombie king's place in a previous life? Just then, their elevator began to travel rapidly downward without holding down more than a few floors. What appeared on the display in front of Han Xingxia was the negative floor. A numbing sensation appeared inside the elevator. Because that's not what they pressed in the elevator to head to the negative floor. Instead, it's someone holding down the up elevator on the negative floor. Chapter 60, Meeting Lu Qian's team again. The elevator raced toward the negative basement level. Han Xingxia, who was inside the elevator, pressed all the floors. Yet the elevator doesn't stop anywhere, as if it has a priority, dealing with the upward demand at the bottom first. Carrying all the creatures in the elevator quickly towards the bottom floor. Han Xingxia's brain in the elevator spun rapidly. She stared intently at the elevator, which looked like a ghost, and began to push through a myriad of possibilities in her mind. First of all, it certainly can't really be a ghost. Even if the world were to end and zombies were everywhere, ghosts and monsters couldn't appear. Then again, if you take a step back and say that there really are ghosts in this world, then how low is the ghost that holds down the elevator to scare people? Got the power to not have an elevator crash, downsize and exterminate everyone, and do a little psychological breaking of defenses? With all due respect to Han Xingxia, as long as they didn't directly give her physical damage, they were all small trash. Options like ghosts had never existed in Han Xingxia's consideration. An absolutely bad guy like her, she's afraid of fire, guns, shells, people, just not ghosts. Ghosts are not as scary as she is. Then, ruling out the possibility of an elevator malfunction, what holds down the elevator must be a creature that exists on the physical plane. The first is human, the second is zombie. People. Zombies. Do zombies hold down elevators? It is certainly not to be pressed when it is not an accidental touch. But the only thing Han Xingxia couldn't decide was whether this place was where that zombie king was. If it's one of those top zombie kings I heard about in my last life, an elevator might be possible. It's just that she really wasn't sure because she really hadn't been to a place like this and crossed paths with a zombie king. Then again, it's early in the end times, and even if super zombies can be bred here, they shouldn't be that powerful in the early stages. So it's still a bit more probable that it's a human being. She turned her head to look at Su Xiaoyang. The two exchanged glances and immediately clarified what was in their minds. Human or zombie. Anyone who's out there today is going to die. Ding. The elevator descends floor by floor. After landing on the last floor, the door finally opened. The only light was cast out inside the elevator, illuminating the only source of light in the pitch blackness outside. And the moment the elevator doors opened, it clearly startled the people outside. Because. Woof woof woof. There were 6 dogs in the elevator. The dogs pounced on the waiting crowd outside as soon as they could. There are only 2 people total out there. 3 dogs pounced on a man, fast and accurate, and caught them by surprise. It was too fast, and it happened suddenly. No one expected a dog in this unoccupied building. But it was clear that these 2 weren't simple either, and they reacted quickly after they were tackled. Fighting fights, pulling out guns, and counterattacking counterattacks. But at that moment, 2 extremely fast figures leapt out of the elevator. It took less than 3 seconds to collect the weapons of the 2 men who had been pounced upon by the dogs outside. Ka-ching! With her long gun loaded, Han Xingxia's blackened muzzle disliked the brain of one of the men, and after controlling the outside, she finally had time to come and see who was outside. She lowered her head and was met with the face of a young, slightly boyish soldier. This young soldier was visibly shocked after seeing Han Xingxia. After a second of dismay, he immediately shouted in excitement. Big sister? Han Xingxia. This turned out to be Tang Jian, who had always been made to cry by Han Xingxia back then. Xiaoyang. My queen. Qi Mingtang, who was pressed by the dogs next to him, also recognized Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang. The 2 of them all looked at Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang, who had appeared here, in shock. And at that moment, an urgent voice came from the dark shadows ahead. Is the elevator coming? The front is almost topped out. Pingzi, look who's here. Tang Jian immediately said. He Zhangping, who was heavily armed and had a stony face, saw Han Xingxia as he ran over. Big sister. After He Zhangping saw her, surprise surged on his instantly stony face. What are you guys still doing? Is the elevator not here yet? At that moment, another brittle female voice rang out. A woman in a military uniform ran over anxiously. Her eyes immediately sank as she ran and realized there was an extra group of people and dogs in front of her. Who are you? Captain Wang, they are our friends. He Zhangping immediately said. Friends? A hint of oddness visibly surfaced on the woman's face. Especially when they saw that the dogs Han Xingxia had brought with her had pounced on all of the people on her side, with the muzzle of their gun on one of their special forces members. Where's the friend in that? Only now there was no time to interrogate the man who had come here. Behind them in the darkness came a scream that made your head spin. Like a man, like a beast. It was extremely difficult to imagine what kind of creature could make such a sound, as if it had ripped out its throat and shouted through it. Boom! There was the sound of a thermobaric bombardment, the rolling fire blazing away the momentary darkness in front of Han Xingxia's field of vision. She saw a scene that made her scalp numb. Countless zombies poured out from the end of the corridor. They were wearing white protective suits and green hospital gowns. All of them were like evil spirits crawling out of hell, waving their teeth and claws towards the soldiers who were blocking the front line in front of them. A large number of guns swept towards them without money, still with little effect, and the bullets did extremely limited damage to them. Unless you can blow their heads off in one shot, you can't count on them to stop. Instead, these zombies attacked several times more than the ones outside. They pounce on a heavily armed soldier, and with a single claw they can punch through his specialized protective suit, and with a heavy pull they can scoop out his living beating heart, and with one whale of a bite, they gnaw at their flesh and blood raw. Can't keep it. These people can't keep it. Move. Han Xingxia, at the first moment, rushed into the elevator at light speed with her own dogs at the first opportunity. Get in the elevator. Retreat. At the same time, a familiar male voice came from up ahead. The voice ordered at the same time as Han Xingxia, and Tang Jian and the others immediately followed suit and surged into the elevator. Meanwhile, fire support the partners behind you. Not 2 seconds later, Han Xingxia saw a few familiar faces. Wang Hong, Li Lin, and Lu Qiyan. Sure enough, it was Lu Qiyan's squad. Among them were 4 or 5 other soldiers Han Xingxia didn't recognize. After rushing to the elevator and finding Han Xingxia inside, these people were obviously shocked, but there was no time to ask about this now, as they all scrambled to retreat. Behind them was a group of mutated zombies. Punch punch punch. Withdrawal. Just as all of them stepped into the elevator, and before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they heard the elevator alarm. Drip drip drip. Overweight. Chapter 61 Overweight. This is a large elevator with a limit of 20 people and a maximum load of 1.6 tons. 6 dogs and 2 people on Han Xingxia's side. Her dogs are very well raised, and all of them are 70 to 80 pounds. Plus a total of 12 people on Lu Qiyan's side of the scene. Just on the edge of overweight. Overweight. When Wang Mengwei heard the overweight alarm from the elevator, she immediately ordered Han Xingxia, who was at the innermost part of the elevator, "You hurry up and drive your dog down." When Han Xingxia heard this, her eyes instantly rose in murderous anger. Overweight, right? Inside the narrow elevator compartment, she kicked Wang Mengwei. Get the down. Ah! Wang Mengwei was kicked out of the elevator, but it was a good thing that a group of soldiers who were still firing snipers were surrounding the edge of the elevator. They urgently grabbed Wang Mengwei and pulled her back. And that's when Lu Qiyan, who was at the very edge of the elevator, with a man-portable missile on his shoulder, said decisively, "Drop all your weapons." The zombie horde was already less than 10 meters away from them. The fall of his voice was accompanied by a subsequent salvo that threw out the entire manpads, straddling the intersection where the walkers would have to go, briefly stopping them in their tracks. The other soldiers, seeing this, with a million hearts, also flung out their weapons. The walkers in the first line to be hit by the weapons whimpered and were quickly spanned by the hordes of walkers behind them. Just as a piece of wood thrown in a torrent of rats, only a very short time to make them stop in their tracks, it did not take long for the rats to densely climb over the wood and continue to pounce on the raw. Not to mention such a group of walkers. But fortunately, Lu Qiyan's decision was right. Broke down and threw the weapon away. The elevator wasn't overweight. The elevator door closed inch by inch as Wang Mengwei anxiously jabbed the close button. And just as their door was about to close, A female walker in a white lab coat swooped and lunged from the ground in an extremely exaggerated position. At the innermost, Han Xingxia's eyes exploded with coldness, and with a drill in her palm, her supernatural ability intended to swing out, and at that moment, a thunderbolt came out in advance. Zira. After the thunder light, 7 or 8 fireballs, metal knives, wooden vines, and water balls all flew out. Almost everyone in the elevator struck out. All of these powers are low in intensity, but almost everyone has them. Immediately, the female zombie that had rushed to the front line was cracked and smashed. What surprised Han Xingxia the most wasn't the fact that almost everyone in this elevator had psychic abilities, but the fact that it was the first person to wield a lightning-type psychic ability. Lu Qiyan was surprisingly a lightning-type ability. Moreover, the strength of the lightning-type supernatural energy he wielded out was obviously higher than the others. It's a fairly rare psychic ability. Ka-ching. The elevator doors finally closed. The moment the elevator doors closed, it was obvious that the looks of everyone in the elevator all got a hint of relaxation. Just now the limit of the shock, escape from death, cannot steal a sigh of relief. And at this time, Wang Mengwei also slowed down. She turned her head and glared angrily at Han Xingxia. "What did you just do to me?" Her voice only made the circle of people in the elevator's head spin. Especially Tang Jian and the others. All they felt was a tightening of their bodies. Don't mess with Han Xingxia. That's the Demoness Sama. She's really not to be messed with. That said, it wasn't you who let someone's dog go down first. They saw that when Demon Lord Han Xingxia heard her questioning, his dark, beautiful eyes flashed brightly and a light smile suddenly hung at the corner of his mouth. Tang Jian and the others were even more chrysanthemum tight when they saw her like this. It's over. It's over. This Wang Mengwei really messed with her. Please don't die. Please. At this moment, a low and indifferent male voice rang out, "Captain Wang." Lu Qiyan's face was quite icy when he felt the atmosphere in the narrow elevator, and his tone went down even more straight and icy. It was different from anything Han Xingxia had heard before. He's usually actually quite polite in his speech. Now the tone was distinctly impatient. "Captain Lu." When Wang Mengwei heard him open his mouth, she immediately looked at him, still trying to find reason with him. "You just saw it too. This woman actually wanted to kick down. She wants to kill me. And to harm all of us. Go up first. Come and swipe your card." Lu Qiyan knocked on the elevator panel. They're still stuck on the negative floor. And this elevator still has to swipe a card to run. It was only at this time that Han Xingxia realized why she had just pressed the elevator button to try to get down early and why she couldn't get down. Turns out there's a card to swipe after you pick a floor. Nope. Go -2. Wang Mengwei exclaimed at this time. Lu Qiyan's good-looking eyebrows wrinkled again and again, the impatience between his brows became even heavier. "Captain Wang, today we have heavy losses and are not adequately prepared, leave first and come back next time." There was weariness on Lu Qiyan's face. A few of his comrades had died today, not in his squad, but it still made him uncomfortable. They've taken a risk with this operation. Not prepared at all, and now the weapons are lost. He didn't want to take any more chances. What's more, there were Han Xingxia and the girls in the elevator. He had to send Han Xingxia and the others up at the very least. No. Wang Mengwei at this time directly squeezed to the elevator press button, the card in her hand a brush, in front of the elevator's button before really began to light up. The -2 floors are definitely where things are. And it's definitely safe there. We just misjudged the floor. Wang Mengwei affirmed, and don't forget, you guys are assisting us in this operation. Wang Mengwei turned her head to look at Han Xingxia as she said this, and she then turned her head to look seriously at Lu Qiyan. Something that we must take away. If we don't take it away now, we don't know what dangers there will be in the future. Captain Lu. Quickly swipe the card. Lu Qiyan pursed his lips tightly, and his eyes were cold as he glared at the woman in front of him. 2 seconds passed before he finally pulled another card out of his pocket. Drip. Both cards were swiped together. The elevator panel in front of Han Xingxia popped up with a press button. -2. Han Xingxia's eyebrows jumped. There's another layer? There's a real secret to this drug development plant. Surprisingly, it takes 2 administrators' cards to access the hidden elevator. Her gaze deepened, and she only felt that this place was really not simple, and perhaps it was highly likely that. That's when she met a pair of eyes. Lu Qian, who was standing by the frontmost elevator button, looked at her. "We'll send you up when we're done," Lu Qian said. Han Xingxia met his eyes. "But how are we going to get up there if something happens to you guys? Of course you guys followed us to be buried with us." Wang Mengwei looked at her in amusement. "Who let you guys in here?" Han Xingxia really didn't want to hold back at this point. She was going to send the woman to God right here, when a long, slender finger crossed the crowd and handed her a card. "Here's my door card. Chapter 62, Prior Cannon Fodder. If we don't make it back, you guys go up there yourselves," Lu Qian said. Han Xingxia immediately picked it up. No hesitation at all. Wang Mengwei was anxious when she saw this. "How can you?" Halfway through her sentence, she was interrupted by Lu Qian icily. "Captain Wan, you just need to take charge of your job." That's when the elevator dinged to the floor. At this time, Wang Mengwei could only stop, and she was as stifled as if she had eaten a fly as she turned her head to glare at Han Xingxia. Seeing Han Xingxia not minding the big deal, she rushed at her shaking the access card Lu Qian had given her, which could literally blow Wang Mengwei's lungs out. Her dad is the current head of the K1 base. No one has ever treated her like that in all her life. The damn woman had just kicked her off the elevator. When her mission was over, she'd make sure she got her ass handed to her. Ding! The elevator doors opened slowly. Everyone in the elevator was instantly on alert. Lu Qian and the others on the outermost side even made an offensive and defensive stance at the first time, and the alien energy in their palms all began to converge. As soon as there's a discrepancy, they'll immediately storm out. Ding! The elevator doors were all wide open. Quiet. Very quiet. Not only that. This floor is lighted. Bright as day lights illuminated the second basement level before everyone's eyes. The entry is a neat white. The shiny white porcelain floor tiles extended all the way from the elevator right in front of it, and it looked very large inside, with an oversized glass security door in front of the corridor, through which many of the offices inside could be seen. It's empty. Empty. It's here. Wang Mengwei immediately said in surprise when she saw the hall in front of her. Lu Qian, on the other hand, exchanged glances with his teammates around him and carefully withdrew from the elevator. A professional team of specialists who do things very professionally. Only after carefully checking that there was no danger outside the elevator did they let all the people inside come out. Han Xingxia also came out of the elevator, and she told her 2 dogs to stay near the elevator, just like the sightseeing patrol, taking Su Xiaoyan plus 1 person and 2 dogs to leisurely follow Lu Qian's squad. Realizing that they followed them all the way over, Lu Qian, who was at the door, immediately asked, "What are you guys doing following them over?" Slipping in and out for a casual look around. Crowd. Nima, they were on a top important mission, and 2 loafers followed in behind them for a walk. Is this appropriate? It's so fitting. Han Xingxia came here to occupy the RD plant, and now there's just a batch of advanced cannon fodder in front of her to scout the way, so if she doesn't borrow them by the way, she'll still be doing what she's doing when she touches the RD plant clearly. And it's clear that this group knows more about this RD plant. Following them would save Han Xingxia a bunch of work. It just doesn't fit well. You don't need to mind us, and we won't bother you, so do what you need to do, Han Xingxia said to cannon fodder leader Lu Qian in a rare and polite manner. After all, as soon as there was a problem, she'd pull out in a hurry, or at worst, abandon the mission. She was always so sensible and friendly a person. Who gave you permission to follow us? Wang Mengwei quit at this point. Take your dog and hurry up and get out. None of you are allowed here, Wang Mengwei's words stopped abruptly, and her eyes suddenly flashed as an extremely fast figure passed through the layers of people and appeared in front of her, and immediately afterward, her entire body was lifted up high by her neck. Moment. The suffocating sensation of only outgoing air and no incoming air struck. Fragile as a chicken to be slaughtered, she struggled violently under the huge force, looking at the woman in front of her in fear. Han Xingxia was a very reasonable person, and of course, the vast majority of it was spoken with fists. Especially in post-apocalyptic times, no need for much nonsense. And in the meantime, ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Nearly half of the Special Forces soldiers who reacted a second late immediately pulled out their guns and wielded their powers, all aimed at Han Xingxia. Su Xiaoyang and the dogs who were on the periphery even followed the first reaction, and they rushed in front of Han Xingxia to protect her. The field was instantly tense as the two groups faced off. Tang Jian and the others all didn't move. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the change that had occurred in the blink of an eye, and for a moment they simply didn't know who to help. "All of you, drop your weapons." At this moment, Lu Qiyan spoke. He looked at Han Xingxia, his gaze falling on Wang Mengwei, who was already struggling and powerless. "Release the person and I'll allow you to follow us." Han Xingxia pondered for a second. Bang! Wang Mengwei was thrown to the ground. "Captain Wang! Team Wang!" Wang Mengwei's people all rushed to her side. Rebreathing air, Wang Mengwei violently coughing. Her eyes are still black now, the heart in her chest seems to be jumping out of her throat. Her ears seem to be able to hear the sensation of the blood flowing wildly all over her body, but for that, her body can't help but shivering with icy coldness and cold sweat. On the white neck was a clear 5-finger claw mark. It took a full half-minute of resting in place before she regained consciousness and her 5 senses, and she couldn't help the shiver that ran through her entire body. He himself had just, literally, almost died. That woman is really going to kill her. "How are you doing?" Wang Mengwei heard Lu Qiyan's voice. She instantly became furious and wanted to order him to kill Han Xingxia, but when she saw the beautiful woman in front of her smiling faintly at her, she immediately shook her entire body like a sieve. Fear emanates from the heart. In a muffled, shaky tone, she said, still. It's impossible for anyone who's nearly choked to death to have no fear of the other person." She was immediately honest. "It's fine, we're about to leave." Lu Qiyan looked at her indifferently. There was no semblance of heartache or desire to do her justice. Wang Mengwei slowed down on the ground for a while longer, and this time quietly followed Lu Qiyan, not even commanding him. Tang Jian and the others who knew Han Xingxia all collectively glanced at Wang Mengwei when they saw the well-behaved Wang Mengwei and unanimously shook their heads inside. "See, it's another one who's been abused by demon Han Xingha, isn't it? I knew that messing with Han Xingxia was no good. Well, that's not a soft touch that can be pinched. That's a big, lawless mob." Looking at the coy Wang Mengwei, who still had a small life, Han Xingxia was in a fair mood. Almost like this: first, misbehave and then clean up. Han Xingxia used to be loose and relaxed, always control the scene situation. She wanted this group of people to be cannon fodder for her. She could not go too far, killing their captain in front of them. She did not think that just based on the friendship of acquaintance, Lu Qiyan could forget it. Not to mention that it might affect their later actions and delay their own. But at the same time, it was pretty certain that Han Xingxia wouldn't suffer a bit of anger, and this woman who annoyed her had to be cleaned up. If you don't listen, you clean up until you do. Han Xingxia was never a good-tempered person. At this time, she met Lu Qiyan's gaze, and Lu Qiyan looked at her. "Let's go." Chapter 63. Who can eat eggs these days? Yes. Han Xingxia was in a good mood at the moment. She followed their group with her own people and the dogs. Drip. Wang Mengwei's card swiped the access control and the closed door in front of her opened. Han Xingxia officially saw this place. It was only at this time that she realized that this second basement floor was far larger than she had thought. Directly in front of it was a large hall with office areas on one side of the hall, left and right. Each half of the office area is a row of neatly arranged glassroom offices. The entire second basement floor is visually estimated to have at least 100 offices. Far more than the single floor of an above-ground building. It looks like this is the real centerpiece of this drug development facility. Once again, Han Xingxia felt that her judgment was correct. Got to follow Lu Qiyan and the others. Left or right? Lu Qiyan looked at Wang Mengwei. Wang Mengwei at this time, her face is still being break white. Was Han Xingxia abused a wave? Her sharpness is less big cut, the tone of voice are good up. I do not know, the information is only shown here, a room to find it. Lu Qiyan felt that he had brought a pig teammate. The preparations were made like this, and he also dared to bring them directly into it. At this time, Lu Qiyan couldn't help but glance at Han Xingxia, who was following behind and observing and surveying around. If it was Han Xingxia, she would never be so presumptuous and stupid. Split up in pairs. Search the left side first. Yes. The others immediately lined up and separated, skillfully dividing into groups of 2. There were 12 of him in total, which just happened to be divided into 6 groups, and Wang Mengwei was in a group with him. Lu Qiyan was still trying to see if Han Xingxia was going to follow him when he saw her walk over to Tang Jian and He Zhangping's group. Captain Lu, let's go. Wang Mengwei couldn't help but relax her nerves a bit when she saw that Han Xingxia hadn't followed her. Lu Qiyan withdrew his gaze and led Wang Mengwei to start searching the first column. Big sister. Yoko. Tang Jian and He Zhangping both had excited expressions on their faces when they saw the 2 of them following them. How are you guys doing now? Su Xiaoyang asked. It's okay, but you, how's it going? Su Xiaoyang glanced sideways at Han Xingxia beside him. Very good. When Tang Jian and He Zhangping heard this tone of voice and these words from him, they knew that it must be very good for him to follow Han Xingxia. There was a sudden drop of envy in the hearts of the two men. It's nice to follow Han Xingxia. What are you guys doing here? At that moment, Han Xingxia spoke. She followed the two men down the last row of offices. On either side were locked office doors. Looking through the glass wall, it is basically filled with all kinds of precision instruments. Sorry, the mission is confidential. Tang Jian said. Han Xingxia. Well, that's professional. At this time, Tang Jian walked to her side and said in a very small voice, but big sister, I'll whisper to you, later on, you must retreat right after us, don't linger in here, it's very dangerous in here, it will be activated to destroy the program. Han Xingxia? When she turned her head to look over again, she saw that brat Tang Jian resuming his serious and ironic appearance. Han Xingxia looked at the tightly closed mouth, strong and high cool look of Tang Jian, puffed and laughed. She reached out and clasped her hand on his 1 meter 8.5 helmeted head and vigorously rubbed it. Okay, sis remembered. Jane Tong. How could she rub his head? Don't you know you can't rub a boy's head? He slowed his steps for a moment, then quickly followed Han Xingxia and the others. About an hour of searching. Everyone finished searching the left part. All to no avail. The only piece of better news is that there really aren't any walkers on the second basement level. Lu Qian glanced at his watch. Everyone rest in place for half an hour first. Yes. They had come over from the base at 3 in the morning on a mission, and had folded quite heavily on the second basement floor, and were now taking a short break to replenish their strength. After Lu Qian's order fell, everyone immediately split into 2 teams of models to come together to rest. On Tang Jian's side, which Han Xingxia followed, Wang Hong, Li Lin, and Qi Mingtang all came together as well. Big sister. Queen. My queen. All 3 of them greeted Han Xingxia warmly. How are you guys doing back there? Was it not as good as following me? Han Xingxia looked at these people smilingly. Everyone couldn't help but have a hint of embarrassment on their faces when they heard her words. After all, that's not really true. Upon their return to the base after 9 deaths, they are greeted not with their former honors, but with big changes to the base. They used to boast that they were national soldiers, no matter how hard it is to serve the country, but after going back, they realized that the K1 base was a big change. The military forces were broken up and reorganized, and all of them were converted into base guards, and were no longer military soldiers, and if it wasn't for the fact that they were captained by Lu Qian, they would have had to be assigned to various places. Han Xingxia had told them that the future was a base civilization, and that their former glory days were over. She's right. If it weren't for Lu Qian, they really wouldn't know who they were serving right now. And the standard of living on the base was in tatters, so where could it compare to the food at Han Xingxia's house? Come and get the food. At that moment, they heard orders coming from Lu Qian's side. Lu Qian was beside Wang Mengwei, who didn't have anything with her. As soon as her palms went up, immediately, a pile of supplies appeared. It was only then that Han Xingxia realized that Wang Mengwei was a spatial system psychic. After Wang Mengwei took out all the supplies, she even turned her head provocatively to look at Han Xingxia's side. Han Xingxia met her gaze and faintly hooked her lips, and Wang Mengwei, who had been proudly showing off, immediately turned her head and went as if she was no longer going to provoke Han Xingxia. Not long after, Tang Jian and the others brought their side of the supplies over. That's 5 boxed lunches in all. It's still steaming. It looked like the K1 base had specially prepared it for them before they left today. Big sister, we used to eat your food, today you eat ours, we all eat together. Well, everyone. Tang Jian's 5 people placed all 5 boxed lunches in the center, and when they uncovered the lid, inside was a Chinese cabbage stew that was wafting with grease, and 2 coarse flour steamed buns. 2 pathetic slices of pork were vaguely visible inside the dish. For that matter, they all set it out for Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyan to eat together. This time, another voice came from above their heads. I'm not hungry, this one is for you too. Lu Qian came over at some point and took his share out. He's got 1 more egg in this one than everyone else. It's definitely the warmest at times like this. How can Lu Qian not be hungry? Just don't want to starve their men. They are 5 people's rice 7 people eat, where is enough? Not to mention he's got the eggs out. That's an egg. Who can eat eggs these days? All eyes fell, waiting to see if Han Xingxia, who was rubbing up against their food, was going to be blinded by the eggs and wolf down the food. She saw the woman lazily say to Su Xiaoyang behind her, "Yangzi, bring out our rice." Chapter 64. Favorable feelings toward Han Qingxia skyrocketed. Yes. Su Xiaoyang put down the backpack on his body. First, a portable troop pan with alcohol heat was pulled out of it. Followed by three large metal boxes. Inside the first box was stuffed, brined, cold cuts of beef. The second box consisted of ribs that were extremely attractive in color, deep fried to a golden crisp and then covered in tangy cheese. The third box is the largest box, weighing 10 pounds, and when you open it, your eyes are full of fresh raw bone meat. Wang Mengwei and the others beside her all looked dumbfounded. Meat. It's all meat. Beef, ribs. Still such a top-notch good meat. Don't even bother to put a leaf of vegetable on it, so poor that you only eat meat. For a while, the crowd suddenly felt a hot shame on their faces. What did they just say? They thought that Han Qingxia and the girls would drop their jaws and grab the eggs when they saw them, but the truth is, they did. What people eat, what they eat. But before their faces were bashful, their jaws suddenly closed as they saw that the third box of raw bones was. Live long and prosper, you eat first, and when you're done, call them over for a shift. Woof woof woof. Han Qingha pushes raw bones to the dogs. The dogs immediately whimpered and started eating. This large tub is filled with dog food on the bottom and full of raw bones on top. It's balanced and enough for them. Wang Mengwei and the others were completely stunned. For the dogs. There's no mistaking it. How many people can afford to eat nowadays? Not to mention meat. Han Qingxia went so far as to give so many quality raw bones to the dogs. All of them on their side were completely dumbfounded. Over here, when Tang Jian and the others saw that Han Qingxia still had such a lavish standard of food, they just wanted to kneel down for Big Sister Han. Their big sister is a big sister. Still so awesome. Yangzi, order more instant noodles from the collection upstairs and give them a bowl as well. Han Qingxia stated generously. Su Xiaoyang immediately numbly placed the noodles after hearing this. They were upstairs today scavenging for food in passing. It's all bubblegum, ham and marinated eggs, and it's perfect with the troop hot pot. Su Xiaoyang even demolished 10 packets of instant noodles, and then placed 10 halogen eggs. Self-heating hot pot nuisance began to cook. Tang Jian and the others were all going to be gluttonous. Captain Lu, sit down as well, and share a bowl with you. Han Qingxia said. Yeah. Captain, sit down. Sit here. Tang Jian and the others didn't have any mental baggage, and as soon as Han Qingxia invited them, they hurriedly pulled their own captain over to rub their noses in the food. It's another chance to rub up against Big Brother Han's family, so it wouldn't be foolish not to eat. Lu Qiyan looked at the steaming troop pot and his men. No, you guys eat here. He retrieved his bland box of boxed lunches. He was, after all, the upper echelon of the K1 base. There's also a little bit of consideration for the rest of the K1 base over there. He told everyone to follow Han Qingxia to eat, and turned back to that side himself. Han Qingxia didn't have one more word of retention, love to eat or not. She asked Su Xiaoyang to uncover the lid of the pot, and in an instant, the aroma of the troop pot wafted throughout the space. The melted cheese on the ribs is smeared all over the pot of golden brown instant noodles, and with the cold cuts of beef brine just right, and the ham and sausage brined eggs, it simply smells great. Wow! It smells so good. One person shares a large, steaming bowl of beef ribs noodles. Yummy! Yummy! Tang Jian ate and was moved to tears. It was true that it was still better to follow Han Qingxia and have meat to eat. Big sister is awesome. Wang Mengwei's side of the soldiers smelled this hot aroma, heard them nourishing and sucking soup sound, and then looked at their own miscellaneous grain-steamed buns and watery cabbage gang stew, is simply greedy mouth-watering. Their own this meal, the more you eat the more tasteless. The heart is even more mixed feelings. How can the guy next door be so hoity-toity? I wish I could go over and have a bite too. Envious. Wang Mengwei herself, however, had an extremely twisted face as she stared over at Han Qingxia, gradually gritting her teeth. Divine justice is unjust. There's no mistaking it. She didn't even eat this well. How can that eat this well? What gives her the right? She looked at Lu Qiyan at this time and suddenly thought, Captain Lu, since your people don't eat our base's food, bring it back. Base food cannot be wasted. Lu Qiyan gave her a cold look. Captain Wang, the supplies are divided by head, whether they eat or not is their business. Your people don't eat a mouthful to save it, it's also at their disposal. Wang Mengwei became even more angry when she heard this. This damn Lu Qiyan, his elbow keeps turning outward. If it wasn't for the fact that his grandfather was the original Grand Marshal of the Northern Military Region, and her father's power was divided, she would have absolutely had to tell Lu Qian to look good. She gulped down the coarse buns, unable to eat more than 3 or 2 bites, not even wanting to eat the chunks of meat she'd snuck into her boxed lunch. After all, in front of Han Qingxia's feast next door, is this all human food for her? No more food. Who is that woman? Han Qingxia's side, who was eating her meal while watching the play, asked the person in front of her. Tang Jian and the others were eating feverishly, and when they heard Han Qingxia's words, they all gathered around her. Her name is Wang Mengwei. Her father was a high-ranking official in politics before the end of the world, and now he's the manager of the K1 base. Tang Jian whispered. She's a spatial ability alien? Han Qingxia continued to ask. Everyone nodded. This one is no longer a secret. Especially since Wang Mengwei had always prided herself on being the only spatial system adept in K1 base, and the entire K1 base knew it. His old man was even sitting in the position of K1 base administrator because of the supernatural ability of his daughter. So how come you guys were just overweight and didn't tell her to collect her stuff? She has very little space. He Zhangping looked at Han Qingxia. It can only store 1 cubic meter of supplies. Han Qingxia heard this and realized. Spatial system adepts were rare, and they were particularly difficult to upgrade. The space department works well though, and as a mobile storage unit, it's a gem no matter where you are. So, they brought a seemingly useless but actually mobile space Wang Mengwei over on this trip. Did you guys come here to look for something? Han Qingxia looked at them with a smile. How do you know? Don Jane blurted out. He realized after he finished that he was tender and was being set up. Han Qingxia was not generally smart. Han Qingxia, who had successfully snared the words, smiled so much that she couldn't see her teeth. She reached out her hand and vigorously rubbed Tang Jian's head. Be good, tell your sister what you're looking for, and I'll give you meat to eat. Jane Tong. Is this the big bad wolf who abducts children? Don Jane shook her head frantically. Everyone else kept their mouths shut at this time. When military ethics must be there, even if they are eating Han Qingxia's food, they can't say it means they can't say it. Forget it, I'll know even if you guys don't tell me. Han Qingxia stopped asking. These guys insisted on not talking about it rather than letting Han Qingxia like it. If they leaked their internal affairs to her because they ate a few bites of her food, then these people had no trust in Han Qingxia's eyes. She may not believe them either. She really didn't ask on her side, and Tang Jian and the others ate Han Qingxia's meal with more and more emotion in their hearts. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel that he owed Han Qingxia a lot of favors. Eat her food, don't tell her secrets, and she doesn't get mad. They must return Han Qingxia sometime in the future. Han Qinghai is someone who deserves to be rewarded. Their favorable feelings towards Han Qingxia skyrocketed. Like the kind of feelings Guan Yu had for Cao Cao. In less than half an hour, their side winded up drinking all of Han Qingxia's hot pot with soup and dregs. At that moment, Lu Qian over there also issued an order. Chapter 65, Come back. I agree. Break time is over, everyone gather. The crowd on Han Qingxia's side quickly packed up their things. They did not eat the boxed lunch, also put their own. Tang Jian and others would like to send these Han Qingxia, but also think that people eat a big meal every day. Where to look at them this kind of food, all of them keep their own. It's good to give it back to their captain. After all, food was in short supply at the base right now, and their captain wouldn't mind. Everyone continue in twos and search the right side. Lu Qian glanced at his watch. It was now 1 in the afternoon. You should be able to finish leaving by 5 o'clock in the evening. As his words fell, everyone immediately dispersed and began to move. As usual, Han Qingxia followed Tang Jian and He Zhangping and the two of them in a group. Han Qingxia probably guessed the purpose of Lu Qian's trip for them. There should be important supplies they wanted in this pharmaceutical research factory, so they went out of their way to send Lu Qian and Wang Mengwei, a spatial system alien, over. But what could be so important here? Then there's the question of whether or not the zombie king in his previous life came from this place. Dang! Suddenly, the sound of a raw lunge came from Han Qingxia's side. A zombie in a green hospital gown thudded over and slammed headfirst into the glass wall of the office to the right of Han Qingxia's hand. Instantly, a bloody mark appeared on the glass in front of Han Qingxia. It opened the abyssal mouth, scarlet mouth wailing as the evil spirits gnawing on the glass in front of it, nose, mouth and cheekbones all pressed against the glass to deformation. Hungry and anxious Ra pounced and gnawed. The clean glass walls were soon stained with lines of blood. Ka Ching! Ka Ching! Instantly, everyone around Han Xingxia was on guard. Tang Jian and He Zhangping pulled out their pistols at the first opportunity. They had lost all their heavy weapons and were left with light weapons. The noise from her side drew the attention of a couple of the teams next to her. "What's the situation?" "Captain, there are zombies here," Tang Jian said. Immediately, Lu Qiyan rushed over with all the others. Wang Mengwei looked at the column of zombies that appeared in this office and affirmed, "It's here." "Are you sure?" "This is the lab. It must be in this row. I can't be sure how many rooms it's in. You guys just look for it here." Wang Mengwei said so. Lu Qiyan once again felt that Wang Mengwei was a pitiful creature. He waved his hand and told everyone to start patrolling the row. Han Xingxia followed them, and the office area in this column was very different from the one on the left. The sides were no longer flanked by all kinds of precision instruments, but by hospital beds placed in each room like a ward. Han Xingxia walked among them, and the sounds of zombies pouncing on them came from the ward labs thumping to the left and right. Every room held at least one walker, as many as 4 or 5. They sensed the sound of a living person walking and all of them pounced on them, wailing and gnawing raw through the glass. It was an amazing feeling, just a glass on each side, left and right, as they walked in an area surrounded and pinned by walkers. But where if one glass breaks, the scene is interesting. Han Xingxia, who followed the advanced cannon fodder, walked and observed while her mind raced. First of all, she observed that all of the zombies in here had intact bodies, and none of them had gnawing traces on their bodies, which meant that these zombies were not mutated by gnawing, but all of them were self-mutated. But why are there so many locked up, mutated zombies here? It's hard to believe that this place was working on these before the zombie virus broke out. Han Xingxia didn't think that the source of the virus could have come from this tiny research institute because she knew that the zombie virus was a simultaneous outbreak on a global scale. If it originated from a small institute, the outbreak should have shown source diffusion, starting with City A and then expanding outward until it infects the world. It won't be a simultaneous global outbreak like the one we have now. However, that doesn't rule out the possibility that the zombie virus was discovered and studied by the state before the outbreak. After all, there was a long period of flu before the zombie virus, and until the latter decade, it was not traced back to where the zombie virus actually originated. Just about the only thing that is certain is that this drug institute is definitely not simple. Lu Qiyan came from the strong K1 base in his previous life, which was famous for its evolutionary fluid, and they came here again to look for something. The two seemed to have something to do with each other. Han Xingxia was analyzing and thinking, when a voice suddenly came from the front. "Found it. This is the one." Wang Mengwei walked to the forefront with certainty, and what appeared before her eyes was a room with a fully enclosed metal door shut. It's a little bit like one of those radiology nuclear radiation chambers from a previous life. Wang Mengwei took out her own card with a drop, and then a line of passwords appeared in front of her. She dripped in, protected by her people, except that, after the code was entered, it showed that an administrator card was still needed. Dropping, please swipe administrator ID card number 2 again. At this time, everyone looked at Han Xingxia. "Ms. Han, please bring my card for a moment," Lu Qiyan said. Han Xingxia walked over slowly. "This is begging me?" Wang Mengwei exploded with anger when she heard this. What begged her? That is their card, ah. She was just about to dislike her 2 sentences when she met Han Xingxia's smile. "Think about it or call it quits." Neck pain. She glared at Lu Qiyan and threw the mess at him. Lu Qiyan was even more speechless. "Ms. Han, cooperate." "Want me to cooperate? Ah, that's fine, there's a condition." Han Xingxia walked over nonchalantly, the door card clutched in her hand. "I'll go in and take a look too." "No. No can do, right? Then I'll go back first. Xiaoyang, let's go." Han Xingxia twisted her head and walked away. She's like the rascals. There is absolutely no psychological burden that this is someone else's card and you have to give it back. Going dry. Lu Qiyan looked at her back inwardly, simply convinced her, and there was just one sentence left. "Come back, I agree. P.S. If you can't get enough of it, here's a recommended wave of finished thriller shorts from Big White. Suffocation. After breaking up, I found out that my ex-boyfriend is responsible for multiple murders, and I'm next. Click on the avatar to go to the home page. Book 3. Read for free. Chapter 66, All Dead. Drip. Click. The deal was negotiated. Han Xingxia returned, and after swiping her card, the door in front of her slowly opened. Han Qingxia stood steadily behind Lu Qiyan. Full attention was given to the room that appeared before him. There were no lights inside and it was pitch black. Lights from the hallway hit the area in a small column in the entryway, revealing a small, all-steel paneled waiting room on one side. There was an oversized glass in the center of the waiting room, and there wasn't enough light to see anything but blackness inside, mojo that there was still a large area inside. Quiet, quiet. Han Qingxia, on the other hand, felt an indescribable sense of oppression in the darkened chamber. It's like there's an unknown creature lurking in there. She's a psychic. Psychic ability is a very special kind of psychic ability. In addition to having a sense of the surrounding zombies and psychics when extremely focused, it also has an extremely strong premonition of danger. She followed the men down to the second basement floor, and even through the corridors that had just been filled with walkers couldn't cause her to feel a sense of crisis. And after the doors opened in front of her, her heart suddenly jumped fast. A strong feeling of oppression came over her. She tried to probe her mental power inside, but found it difficult to penetrate this radiation-proof isolation room. At least her current level of mental power couldn't penetrate it at all. The only point I can give Han Qingxia is this: intense oppression. Danger. 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 Han Qingxia stopped at the door, not going in. Wang Mengwei saw that she wasn't leaving. Aren't you coming in? A gentleman doesn't want to go in there. Wang Mengwei immediately showed mockery on her face. Che. Still a gentleman, a wimp. Not going in is just right, Captain Lu, let's go. She strides inside. Lu Qiyan stopped in his tracks at this point, looking toward Han Qingxia. You said there's danger inside? Han Qingxia looked at him with a wry smile and spread out her hand. 100 crystal cores can give you an important tip. Lu Qiyan met her eyes and pondered for a full 10 seconds, then felt like going crazy as he took out a bag of crystal cores from his pocket. But I only have 78. Han Qingxia took it as soon as she could. Okay, how much is how much? Give you a discount, lest you die inside all wasted. Lu Qiyan. Thank you. What's in there? I don't know, I just know it's dangerous. Lu Qiyan. Did he buy loneliness for 78 crystals? At this time, Wang Mengwei's urging came from inside. Captain Lu Qiyan. What are you dawdling about? There can't be any danger inside. You hurry in and assist me. Lu Qiyan stopped talking and raised his weapon to enter. As he brushed his shoulders, Han Qingxia, who had grabbed his crystal core bag, sent him a serious, remember, it's very dangerous inside. Lu Qiyan gave him a deep look and didn't lead anyone inside. This is the mission core. No one is allowed in. As soon as he entered, Han Qingxia immediately took the door card out. Yangzi, first send the dogs and supplies to the car and park it at the entrance. Yes. Su Xiaoyang glanced inside worriedly and turned his head to take the dogs upstairs first. As soon as he left, Tang Jian and the others immediately gathered around Han Qingxia. Big sister, is there some danger inside? What's in there, big sister? Just then, the lights in the isolation room in front of Han Qingxia flared up, and all of them saw the scene inside the observation glass window. Instantly, everyone was stunned. For they saw that behind the glass panels were sprawling, densely packed corpses. All the bodies were physically incomplete. Some had only 2 leg bones left, some had their stomachs gutted, and some had a large portion of their heads gnawed off. The isolation room was covered in blackened blood and everything was in disarray. Like a murder scene from a horror movie. And what shocked them the most was that they saw a small child inside. Look, you guys. Tang Jian pointed in shock at the corner, holding a small child with a female corpse. The little child looked only 5 or 6 years old, and she was arching around in the female corpse's arms, as if that was her mother, and was pampering her mother for a hug. But then everyone saw the kid turn his head. Everyone's breath caught in an instant. Because that's not a cute kid face. It was the face of a ghostly child from a horror movie. Her face was black and blue, her eyes, which should have been childlike and innocent, were a hollow, horrible gray, her little white dress was all covered in blood, and she was clutching her doll in her hand, sensing someone outside through the glass window. The zombie baby cocked her head at them. A mouth opened, dark blood left instantly, and a piece of rotting heart septum fell from the corner of her mouth. She was just chewing on a corpse. Before Tang Jian and the others could recover from the shock of seeing a zombie child. Immediately after that, the one that made their scalps go numb appeared. They saw 1, 2, 3, 12, 13. A dozen or so small zombies crawled out of the sprawled bodies. All staring straight at them. Han Qingxia's eyes deepened when she saw the child zombie. because she knew that it was very different from common sense. The little walkers are far more powerful than the walker adults. A small child mutated zombie retains the softness and agility of its body. Zombified children are more aggressive, and zombified children are far more mutated than normal zombies. Almost all of them will enhance strength and speed. Dang! Dang! Knock knock! The little zombies in the quarantine room felt the scent of a living person and all excitedly pounced on the glass wall. Each of their impacts left a spiderweb of glass cracks in the far stronger glass walls of the room. Just then, shrill screams erupted from inside the isolation room. Ah! Wang Mingwei's scream. The little zombies that had pounced on Han Xingxia and the others all rushed toward the inside of the isolation room when they heard the sound. Immediately after that, they heard gunshots. When Tang Jian and the others saw this, they all rushed inside desperately. Han Xingxia saw this and suddenly a string in her brain collapsed. She seemed to think of something. In her last life, it seemed like she had picked up Su Xiaoyang on the edge of a city after this time as well. At that time Su Xiaoyang was in a mess, the whole person as a lost dog collapsed on the side of the road, the whole person has no life, if not Han Xingxia to save him, he could not live a night. After Han Xingxia picked him back up, he didn't say anything about what he was asked until he went out on a mission once, and only at the moment of life and death did he open his mouth to speak and step in to save her. After that, Su Xiaoyang told her that he came from the military area and was a soldier, but no other information. Han Xingxia had occasionally heard him talk about the fact that he'd had teammates, but he'd never seen him go looking for his former teammates. So shouldn't. This was his last mission in his last life. And all these people, all of them died on this mission, right? Chapter 67, Zombies Out of the Cage. Just then, Han Xingxia suddenly saw everyone who had charged forward run back at the same time. These people were wielding small alien energy balls and the only remaining guns and ammunition on their bodies while escorting Lu Qian and Wang Mengwei, who had rushed out from their midst. Across the crowd, Lu Qian, who had escaped, looked at Han Xingxia with radiance. The look meant something like thanking her. Thanks to her for the reminder. They all escaped. Lu Qian really had to thank Han Xingxia. If it weren't for Han Xingxia, this life might not be saved today. He was on the highest SSS-rated operation at K1 base this time, coming to the drug development plant to look for data reports and instruments that had been studied before the outbreak of the zombie virus. One of them is expected to crack the secret of extracting energy from zombie cores. The government discovered this new latent virus in multiple locations before the zombie outbreak. At first they just dismissed this as the flu, but later researchers experimented with mice and found that it was a brand new virus unprecedented in the human world. To their surprise, they discovered that the virus harbored the energy to take cells out of their normal ecological state and turn them into something like a form of immortality. If it could be deciphered, it would be an important process in human history. But sadly, before they could research anything, they waited for the end of the line. This eldritch virus gives the human physique what it is, a zombie. Even if the country was prepared before, it still couldn't stop the zombie virus that descended to strike the entire human level. Something that humans can't control. In an instant, the globe fell. It was good that there was a certain foundation before. This research institute was appointed by Wang Mingwei's dad as the central area for virus research, and a large amount of data had been accumulated inside. With that statistic alone, he was also good enough to be elected as an administrator at the K1 base under the control of the Ministry of War. This time, the K1 base was the one that allowed Lu Qian to personally escort Wang Mengwei over to look for information and instruments. But who would have thought that Wang Mengwei is a total pitbull? All the information she had was incorrect. She says that the RD plant was cleared of all personnel and walkers, but in reality the negative floor is filled with infected staff. When they reached the -2 floors, Wang Mengwei was still incredibly certain that there were no zombies here. Very safe. Then took everyone back down there to the life and death line and straight pitted everyone. Even Lu Qian, he couldn't bring this kind of pitiful pig teammate. It's a good thing he met Han Xingxia today. If it wasn't for the mention Han Xingxia gave him before he went in, he would definitely be pitted by Wang Mengwei inside the isolation room. He had been careful enough to take Wang Mengwei with immense caution to find the things. How did he know that this pig teammate went in and turned on the lights, and screamed when he found the zombies? Even the spatial ability almost forgot to use it. Thanks to Lu Qian is the most professional, but also get Han Xingxia's reminder, the whole time to maintain a super high level of special forces strength, in the fastest time to clean up a few small zombies, to Wang Mengwei to buy time, take things to leave. He knew from the step he took from the isolation room that this time it was definitely because of Han Xingxia. He didn't know how Han Xingsha knew there would be so many zombies inside. But without her, he really might have to die here today. The way he looked at Han Xingsha completely changed. Retreat! Lu Qiyan said. Han Xingsha looked at all these people who had escaped and exhaled the breath she had just raised. Out! Bang bang bang! Boom boom boom! Everyone behind them blocked against the child zombie, and at this time Wang Mengwei looked towards the isolation room door. Shut it down! Initiate the destruction process! She rushed straight to the key press area at the front door and frantically pressed the close button without even waiting for the people inside to finish coming out. Han Xingsha really couldn't stand this dumbass at this time. She kicked the man off. 3 seconds. She stood by the gate, controlling its closing and speed, and addressed everyone inside. 3. A large number of small zombies poured out of the door. There are many more that are vigorously punching the glass panels. 2. Clang. Cobweb-like cracks flew across the glass window, and the little walkers inside banged their heads against the glass panes with all their might, their own heads flattening an inch with each bump. Their faces grow twisted and perverted. 1. Wow! Glass crumbs shattered all over the place. And at that moment, the last of the Special Forces members rushed out. Boom! The door to the isolation room slammed heavily. Thanks a lot. Lu Qiyan gasped heavily and looked at the woman in front of him who had closed the door for them. A hint of softness appeared on all the cold faces. The others were even more excited and full of excitement as they looked at Han Xingsha. Sis! Thanks to you! What was that destruction you guys were talking about? Han Xingsha said at this time. The drug development plant has a destruction mechanism, and we will be destroying these after we leave. When Lu Qiyan finished speaking, he heard the sound of the door opening with a click 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 from the glass door in front of them. Immediately afterward, the light on the second basement floor flickered, and the lights in front of Han Xingsha and all of them went out. All that was left was the light of the elevator room showing in front of all of them. A woman couldn't help but look at everyone on Han Xingsha's side in triumph as she covered her stomach. My father said to let all of you die if you could. Just in time. You are in there too. You're buried with them. Ha 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 ha. Maybe some of the piggyback pit attributes are intentional. Why else would she have acquiesced to Han Xingsha following her up again and again? The card in her hand swiped vigorously on the door in front of her. The sound of an alarm was heard throughout the second basement level. Dropping self-destruct mechanism activated in 30 seconds. All the doors of the entire second basement floor opened at this moment. The rooms that had been closed to keep the walkers in were all open. Wang Mengwei looked at all of them with a fierce smile, slammed the door to the second basement level back shut, and rushed towards the elevator. In the last glance as she turned around, she looked at Han Xingsha with incomparable provocation and raised her middle finger at her. Let her dare to provoke her. To hell with her. She watched with immense smug pride as she closed the door on the crowd of people surrounded by walkers and rushed to the elevator intending to walk away as soon as she could when a man appeared in the elevator in front of her. Yoko! Kill her! Han Xingsha was cold to the core and said. Ow! The interior of the second basement level at this moment. Above everyone's heads was the red light of a dripping alarm flashing a countdown, and below that, the walkers who had been freed from the office with the door shut tight. They opened their teeth and claws, shook their heads as if they were a swarm of demons, and lunged at the group of freshly cooked food in the very back of the room. Zombies out of the cage. Chapter 68, Speed of Life and Death. Countdown 29 seconds. Ho ho ho. Underneath the red warning light, a green-colored hospital-gown zombie closest to them was the first to open its bloody mouth and lunge forward alive. Bang! The second the zombie pounced on his eyes, it was penetrated by a bullet right in the center of its brain, leaving a peanut-sized charred bullet hole in its forehead, and what appeared to be a bowl-sized bloody hole in the back of its head. Black and red blood mixed with white turbid brain matter in the back of the zombie's head burst gushing. Brain matter is fragile like a bowl of bean-curd brain, piercing a moment as if a pair of chopsticks vigorously crushed. Powerful impact and broken meat and broken head cover a flying crash exploded. Instantly, the back of the zombie's head appeared a big bloody hole in the blood hollow bloody, brain plasma subvessel scalp skull all pasted in a mess. One shot to the head. The zombie fell straight down after being shot in the head. Lu Qiyan, who had a precise shot to the head, bellowed. Punch out. As his words fell, all the special forces on the scene charged strongly towards the outside at full speed. Bang bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Crackling bullets weapons sprayed outward without money, breaking into a fight, and strong fire support allowed them to fight their way through a no-man's land of clumps of clogged zombies. Han Qingxia was escorted right in the middle by these people who had taken it upon themselves to act as protectors. Tang Jian and He Zhangping guarded her on the left and right, and the few others who had eaten Han Qingxia's meal all shielded her in the center in a way of repaying the favor, as they blocked the zombies, opened the way for Han Qingxia, and shielded her as she rushed out. At this time none of them even remembered that Han Qingxia was very powerful, only knowing that she was the only non-military person within all of them, and even because she was unarmed, not to mention that she hadn't shown any more psychic abilities in front of them, she was directly categorized in their minds as a populace to be protected. Protecting the population is a soldier's vocation. Even if times have changed, the soul of a soldier cannot be easily worn away. What's more, this was the same person who had given them a meal. Without even bringing thought to it, they took it upon themselves to shield Han Qingxia right in the middle, protecting her from rushing out strongly. This has left Han Qingxia, who wanted to take her AK out and charge in the dark, out of ideas, unable to charge when she was guarded in the center, but at this time, her small desert eagle can be used. Bang bang bang! Tang Jian and He Zhangping strongly cleared the zombies on both sides, but the dense zombies couldn't be defended against, and Han Qingxia was calmly in the middle of them. In her line of sight, with the people around her protecting her as the wall line, the leaky zombies that crossed the line and rushed up were all exterminated by Han Qingxia's gun. All of them rushed towards the exit with the help of an incredibly tense wave of corpses and powerful fierce fire. But soon. Countdown 21 seconds. Countdown 20 seconds. 10 seconds and they were all out of bullets. All of them had most of their firepower thrown at them on the negative floor, and that firepower just wasn't enough. And there was still more than 100 meters in front of them. There were even only 20 seconds left on the clock. Zombies. It's full. Ah. The moment the lack of firepower breaks down, rushing ahead a special forces soldier originally on Wang Mingwei's side was pounced on by two zombies at the same time. He was hit in the leg by a piece of board, struggling to retard for a moment. A walker clutched his steel helmet from the side and bit down. It was at this time that a shining light of thunder reappeared in everyone's eyes. Z. A lightning bolt struck among the zombies in front of this soldier, and the stunned team member was strongly saved by Lu Qiyan, whose sturdy helmet had clearly appeared to have a large, clear tooth mark. Lu Qiyan put him on his back and continued to charge strongly. Captain Lu, I'm not your soldier, put me down and you guys run. Those who follow me are my people. Lu Qiyan said coldly. Han Qingxia knew at this time why Tang Jian and the others were reluctant to leave Lu Qiyan. The man was cold, but humane. Zip, zip, zip. Zip, zip, zip. Lightning bolts fell in the air one after another, and the rest of the team dropped their weapons and began using their powers. Bang bang bang. Bang. Egg-sized balls of water, fireballs, and metal blades flew through the air. None of their powers were strong enough to use as many as they had at this point. The psychics who didn't have elemental-based psychic abilities were also speed and strength-based mutants, who wielded military Mitsubishi spikes and utilized their mutation-enhanced physical abilities to physically charge. Bloodbaths and rushes. Countdown 15 seconds. The distance is still 70 meters. Countdown to 12 seconds. 50 meters to go. Countdown 10 seconds. 40 meters to go. They were about to rush out from the mass of zombies, and the several special forces soldiers at the forefront of the road all had a weak foot. The alien energy clusters in their hands gradually became smaller and smaller, and when they wanted to swing them out they realized that they couldn't coalesce. The alien energy is empty. All of their alien abilities were weak, and they simply couldn't withstand such intense exertion. Everyone's speed steeply slowed down, and they began to change from a strong attack to a defense, and had to support each other. When they're weak, the walkers are strong. Because people get tired, but walkers don't. Ow. On Han Qingxia's side, one of Tang Jian's fireballs that he was about to swing dissipated in mid-air, and the zombie took advantage of the gap to pounce over with a whimper. Inescapable. Bang! Han Qingxia pulled Tang Jian over and kicked the zombie away. But before the pale Tang Jian could be grateful to Han Qingxia, He Zhangping on the other side was grabbed by 3 or 4 zombies as well as his feet, and he was pulled by Wang Hong, but Wang Hong was pounced on by the zombies as well. The crowd surrounding Han Qingxia gradually ran out of stamina, pouncing one after the other. Big sister. You run. Tang Jian pushed Han Xingxia away with one hand and rushed back toward the pile of zombies to save his companion. We can only send you so far. Run. This is as far as they can rush, and the road behind them. It's a few that can run. Don Jane stayed behind to break her back. At this time, several electric lights raged down at the same time, splitting down the zombies around Tang Jian's people. A man stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes turning completely silver. Lu Qiyan looked deeply at Han Xingxia, and the electricity in his entire body began to erupt in a big way. Han Xingxia, if you can help me bring a few as a few, I'll give you guys a pad. To Han Xingxia's surprise, she saw an extremely powerful stream of light erupt from Lu Qiyan's body. Immediately after that, in addition to his lightning-type powers, he also wielded mutated ice and light-type powers. Han Xingxia's brain shone again at this time, thinking of something. Shouldn't. All run. Lu Qiyan shouted, and in an instant, all the zombies were attracted to him, and they all pounced on him. Captain! Captain! Seeing the zombies all rushing towards Lu Qiyan, everyone was in despair when a wall of water that was 100 times stronger than them appeared in everyone's eyes. Chapter 69, His boss is also a shifter. Why don't you hurry up and run? A lazy female voice appeared in all ears like a thunderbolt. Everyone in the room all stared in disbelief at Han Xingxia, who had wielded a super strong water ability from her palm. Han Xingxia, too, is also an alien. And so strong. Even Su Xiaoyang, who was locked outside the door and dryly anxious, was stunned at this time. No way, his boss is a shifter too. How many more vests does she have? Bang! Wow! Instantly, the wall of water burst apart, and in an instant, all the surrounding zombies were dispersed by the high-pressure water bombs. Countdown in 7 seconds. Why don't you run? Tang Jian and the others came back to their senses. They couldn't care less about being shocked now. They were holding on to each other in 2s and 3s, running wildly in the final seconds of the countdown. Countdown in 5 seconds. 4 seconds and counting. 3 seconds and counting. Han Xingxia was already faster than them, and she swung out her hand with her alien energy mass, blocking these zombies while rushing to the gate. Swipe. You have to swipe 2 cards to come in this door and only use 1 card to go out. Countdown 2 seconds. Drip. Countdown 1 second. The door in front of Han Xingxia opened at the last second, and everyone ran out exhausted at the last minute. Dropping countdown is over. Self-destruct program initiated. The door behind Han Xingxia steeply closed again. This time it just won't open with a card. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The zombies that had once again caught up with them all pounced on the glass door. Many of them had just been hit by the wall of water and were dripping wet, and lying on their backs in front of Han Xingxia and the others vigorously pounding on the glass door made them look even more incomparably hideous and terrifying. And at that moment, a full white mist erupted from the tops of their heads. We need to withdraw in a hurry. Lu Qiyan, who had escaped from 9 deaths, panted, the entire underground levels 1 and 2 are going to self-destruct. Hearing his words, all of them once again summoned up their strength and left with their arms and legs weak and strong. At this time, everyone noticed a woman lying in the corner. Her neck showed a 180-degree bend and she was already lying straight. There were also a lot of supplies popping up around her. Lu Qiyan's eyes were deep when he saw Wang Mengwei's corpse. Really dead? Captain Lu, I killed him. Su Xiaoyang said. Han Xingxia's eyes went cold. You shouldn't be settling this score with us now. Lu Qiyan turned his head to meet Han Xingxia's eyes, his cold lips spitting out, thank you. Han Xingxia noticed his eyes at this time, however, that the man had changed a bit. Lu Qiyan turned his head to look at the supplies that had burst out around Wang Mengwei, which contained quite a lot of food and a bunch of gold bars in addition to the 2 machines. There are 100 or 200 bars of 500 grams of gold. Its most conspicuous features are bags of rice and noodles. There were over 100 bags of these 100-pound bags of rice alone, as well as a bunch of cluttered but valuable-looking things. These have to be over 2 or 3 cubic meters in converted volume. Wang Mengwei said to the outside world that she only had 1 cubic meter. She was lying. She must have hidden all the most valuable things and food in their house once, and then left a little space to lie about it. The more Lu Qiyan looked at it, the more thick killing intent flashed under his eyes. They, the Wang family, really deserve death by 1,000 cuts. Everyone carry these up, we're pulling out. He said in a cold voice. Yes. Lu Qiyan didn't look at the rice and had the men carry the machine on. Everyone immediately went up to lift the machine. After carrying the machine into the elevator, the crowd entered one after another. Han Xingxia showed a different kind of humility than usual at this time, and after letting them all in, she looked at the full elevator. Forget it, I'll wait for the next wave of the elevator so I don't have to be overweight, and Yangzi, you'll help them carry their stuff up later. Yes. Hearing her words, Lu Qiyan looked at her with sunken eyes, and saw Han Xingxia smile as she swiped their cards and waved outside the elevator to see them leave. This look is as friendly as it needs to be. All in all, a good, kind comrade at first glance. Han Xingxia's face showed even more happiness after she watched the elevator doors close and show going upwards. Today was destined to be a productive day. Go collect the supplies. Others don't have space, but she does. Han Xingxia looked at the gold bars of grain that burst out of Wang Mengwei's space, and with a wave of her hand, she collected them all. Some of these people are useless when they're alive, but they're quite productive when they're dead. Han Xingxia looked at Wang Mengwei, who was dead through and through next to him, and pulled out her AK to fill in 2 shots. Beat her to death, well, finally out of breath. You can't offend anyone but Han Xingxia. Or you'll be flogged if you die. Han Xingxia has never been a broad-minded person, there will be revenge, 100-fold as her. After blitzing the man, she walked nonchalantly to the elevator entrance and pressed the button to the elevator, and soon the doors opened. To her surprise, Lu Qiyan was also inside and followed her down. Why are you still here? Don't worry about you, the 2 underground floors are about to be destroyed and we have to get out in a hurry. Oh. Han Xingxia swiped her card and closed the elevator door. What do you mean by destroy? Can you kill all the zombies? Lu Qiyan nodded. When the destruction device here is turned on, all of the 2 underground levels will collapse and blockade. Han Xingxia was momentarily caught up in thought, especially when she looked at Lu Qiyan in front of her. How does she feel? You have 3 powers? Aha! Lu Qiyan said frankly. Han Xingxia looked at the man in front of her at this time. No way, she wouldn't have saved the zombie king from her last life. The more Han Xingxia thought about it, the more she felt it was extremely likely. First of all, it was in her last life that she met Su Xiaoyang during this time period, and all of his companions were gone. If Lu Qiyan was still alive, there was no way he wouldn't look for him because he knew where they came from. Then there is Lu Qiyan is actually a 3-system psychic. The zombie king in his last life came from here, and was also a 3-lineage psychic zombie. Thanks a lot, I owe you twice. At that moment, Han Xingxia heard Lu Qiyan's words. She immediately smiled with an open brow. Remember to pay me back in the future, especially the crystal cores, there are still 22 of them owed to me. Whether it is or not, the favor has to be asked. Crystallized cores are even more necessary. Good. Lu Qiyan's cold eyes flickered slightly when he saw her smiling face, and he moved his gaze away while the elevator door in front of him was about to close at that moment. As he was about to close it, he caught a glimpse of Wang Mengwei's body outside and the empty space around her body. Where did Wang Mengwei's supplies go? Drip. The elevator rose to the 1st floor. They had just ascended when they heard the rumbling sound of a cave-in outside. A prompting voice also came from Han Xingxia's head at this time. Dropping congratulations on completing the mission to capture the United Drug Research and Development Plant. Reward Lord's Super E managers. Han Xingxia. Some people look smooth on the surface and have even more luck behind the scenes. Chapter 70, Xia, the Electronic Housekeeper. Big Sister. Big Sister. Queen. As soon as Han Xingxia went out, Tang Jian and the others gathered around. Each looked at Han Xingxia with star-crossed fervor. Han Xingxia had shown her hand today, exploding a water-based supernatural ability vest, completely shocking these people. They simply couldn't have imagined that Han Xingxia was also a psychic, much less, that her psychic abilities were that strong. While everyone's powers were generally condensing little fireballs and water balls, she was surprisingly waving an entire wall of water with a single wave of her hand. How can she be so strong? Overly strong. After today's events, they are deeply certain of one thing, and that is: Big Sister is Big Sister. Big Brother Han is Big Brother Han. They're all brothers. You're all fine. Han Xingxia said lazily. It's all good. Everyone was in disarray and their combat uniforms were in tatters, but it was good to see that none of them had been bitten by a zombie. You know, they all lost a few comrades on the negative floor, and not a single person died when the -2 floors were so treacherous. It's too much of a hijacked ecstasy. Thinking about this, everyone looked at Han Xingxia with even more fervor. Even the original group of people Wang Mengwei she had brought with her changed the way they looked at Han Xingxia. They all looked at Han Xingxia with incomparable awe. In his heart, he thought to himself, no wonder all these people in the special operations team were so familiar with her and esteemed her so much. She's really good. Not just anyone. By the way, big sister, what are you doing here? Tang Jian said. Yeah, use us to help you? No need. Han Xingxia searched for Su Xiaoyang in the crowd and greeted him, Yangzi, you can stick our side up now. Yes. Su Xiaoyang took out a sign from his car, took down the original sign at the main entrance and replaced it. Everyone looked at Su Xiaoyang's familiar movements. No way. The reason for the trek, despite the danger, was to come here to expand the territory again. They were shocked and looked at another piece of land that Han Xingxia had occupied down, and only a strong feeling remained inside. And really come over to take up space. There's no mistaking it. Big Brother's world they really don't understand. Han Xingxia seems to have a fascination with expanding her territory. They are completely baffled as to what is the point of occupying so much unclaimed and useless land. And now that there were zombies everywhere, all the places had become unclaimed areas, no man's land, and there wouldn't be anyone to steal it from her if she wanted to take it over. At least they wouldn't even have a sense of wanting to occupy. Not only them, but other people, other forces don't have this kind of realization. But they don't know how much economic benefit, how strong base kingdoms will be created in the future from these occupied lands. No matter what, land remains at the center of all development. Especially in the later stages of the base's development, when the internal resources became less and less and they needed to expand outward, they realized that all the territories they could occupy had already been taken over by Han Xingxia. Bye-bye, big sister. Farewell, big sister. Bye-bye, queen. After occupying this research plant, the sun was gradually setting, and Han Xingxia and Lu Qiyan and their squad separated, each returning to their own bases. Before leaving, Lu Qiyan stopped the car for a moment to ask Han Xingxia, do you have a satellite phone? No. What about the radio? There is. The city's power outage, the original land-based signal base stations are all useless, want to communicate with the only signal waves left in the sky, satellite signals. Except that satellite signals don't last very long either, and with no personnel to maintain them, within a few years those that fall and those that are damaged are damaged. Han Xingxia had never used a satellite phone in her previous life, but she had used a much plainer type of airwave signal. That's the radio. Radios and fax machines that transmit and receive small frequency signals are the most primitive and simple radio stations. In the later stages of base civilization, all bases had radio stations. As soon as Han Xingxia heard what Lu Qiyan said, she understood what he was talking about. Radio, of course she did. A bunch of electronics around the house all make radio. It's just that she has no one to contact. Give me your radio frequency. Time 6:30 p.m. At just after dark, Han Xingxia returned without incident. As soon as she got back to her base, she went into the bomb shelter. The job of cooking and feeding the dogs and chickens is once again left to Su Xiaoyang. She had one more big thing on her mind right now. Rubbing her excited hands together, Han Xingxia came over to collect her superb haul for the day. Dropping base camp detected. Do you unlock the electronic butler? Yes. Must be unlocked. As Han Xingxia's words fell, a holographic screen supercomputer appeared in the open space on the second floor of the air defense shelter. She stepped forward and pressed the on-off button. A burst of lights came on and a scaled-down version of her electronic self surfaced on the holographic screen in front of her. The image of the electronic butler became clearer and clearer, and after 3 seconds passed it opened its eyes in front of Han Xingxia as it looked at the person in front of it. Hello, my dear master. Please give me a name. Han Xingxia looked at the electronic robot that appeared in front of her with satisfaction. You'll be called Xiaoxia. My dear master. Xiaoxia serves her master instantly. Xiaoxia's cold mechanical voice sounded, and instantly all the equipment on the second floor of the entire air defense shelter simultaneously transmitted the sound of drops, and the power button flashed, as if it was networked. Master, I have connected to all electronic facilities within the base. I will supervise and manage all the work in the base for you at all times. Han Xingxia was too satisfied to hear this. Don't look at Xia as just an electronic manager without an original body, not much use, but in fact, it would be the strongest and most rooted manager of Han Xingxia's base. All the cameras on the base are her eyes, the full area radar is her sensory tentacles throughout the base, and the probing drones cruising around outside are her enforcement weapons. Everything on the base is a diversion for her. Han Xingxiao would not need to deal with every chore on his own in the future. For example, after the radar system found an intruder entering, Xiaoxia would dispatch a probing drone to the scene at the first time, and would not need to report back to Han Xingxiao over and over again, as Xiaoxia would automatically drive the opponent away, and would launch an attack if it failed to do so. And if it encountered danger, the drone would also retreat and leave flexibly, and wouldn't be directly destroyed because it hadn't received Han Xingxiao's command. In short, there was a brain for all offense and defense in Han Xingxia's base. This allowed Han Xingxia to stop worrying about no one watching after leaving the base. Xia is the one who watches the base for her. Moreover, all the chores of the residents in the territory can be left to it. For example, the point counting, item exchange, production management, and other tasks that had previously kept Han Xingxia busy, as long as a computer was installed over at the residential area, Xiao Xia could directly take care of them for Han Xingxia. It didn't even require that little girl Wang Yunduo to run around every day to deliver messages and bring things. Then again, people need to rest, machines can't. While Han Xingxiao was resting, Xiaoxia still managed the base for her 24 hours a day. That means she has an entire base of the most complete and comprehensive housekeepers. And would never betray her. Very well, Xia, from now on, you will look after all things at the base for me. Supervise the Shangxia base at all times. Yes. My dear master. Xiaoxia spun around in front of Han Xingxia and disappeared into the holographic screen. Han Xingxia, on the other hand, was already thinking about expanding the fieldwork for Xia. Day 2. Han Xingxia led Su Xiaoyang to pull a load of supplies over to the residential area. The residents who were laboring all greeted Han Xingxia warmly when they saw her. My lord! My lord, you're here! Chapter 71 Establishment of Base Direct Supermarkets. Han Xingxia greeted her 19 residents and picked an unoccupied villa to stop the car, and at this time Wang Yunduo bounced over. My lord! You're here! I was just about to go look for you. Looking for me for what? Looking for Lord to exchange supplies. There are so many again. Wang Yunduo softly took out a piece of paper. On it was a dense list. She looked at Han Xingxia with a smile. By the way, Lord, when are you going to open another bazaar? The bazaar you organized last time was so much fun. Cloudy can't wait to go to your bazaar again to buy delicious food. Han Xingxia smiled and pulled the little girl's pigtails. In the future, if you want to buy something, you can do it anytime. With a wave of her hand, Su Xiaoyang got out of a van. The van was still the same courier van that Han Xingxia had seized back on the highway last time. When Su Xiaoyang came down, he started moving things. When the surrounding residents saw it, they immediately came over to help. What's this, my lord? What's this? This is our Shangxia base direct store. Crowd. Half an hour later, a supermarket that was very common before the end of the world appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone looked at the wide array of food items on display and it was like a lifetime ago. It's amazing they can still shop like they did before the end times. And right in the middle of this store was an oversized electronic screen, which had the prices of all the supplies as well as a virtual Han Xingxia. This is our Shangxia base directly operated supermarket. She is the base housekeeper Xia. In the future all of you want to buy items, just come in and buy them. No need for you to swipe your card. Xia will face recognize your account. The things you take will be automatically deducted. Of course, if you have something to redeem, just put it on the shelf on the right. There are electronic scales here. After weighing, Xia will also automatically count your balance. If you're not sure, there's a card swipe machine at the entrance, and you can swipe your card up to check your balance on the way out. Wow! I want to try it. Wang Yunduo said excitedly. Go on. Han Xingxia gave her a look, and Wang Yunduo immediately ran to the snack aisle and took down a lollipop, which she tore the outer skin off of directly in the store and happily ate. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Reitman took out Wang Yunduo's card to check it out, and with a drop, it showed a string of numbers 99.5 points. Wang Yunduo's card previously had 100 points in it, a subsidy for Wang Yuman's family to bring everyone together to work as well as employing Wang Yunduo, and a lollipop automatically deducted 0.5 points, so now there are 99.5 points left. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuanmin were happy and distressed to see 0.5 points for a lollipop. Happy because they see their daughters getting to eat snacks that were pretty insignificant before the end times. Nowadays, it's the end of the world, there are zombies all over the outside, many people can't even get enough to eat, and when they're still fleeing from famine, they're surprised that they can already eat lollipops in their base. What a strong stockpile of supplies as well as security assurances it would take to do that. But at the same time they couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Points are not easy to come by. 1 point can be exchanged for a pound of rice. Their daughter bought a lollipop for half the money. That's too expensive. Looks like they'll have to watch their daughter spending a bit from now on so she can't spend all the points in her account. Lord, I want to exchange a little bit of supplies. At this time, Li Gang said, I've sprouted bean sprouts in the past few days, can I trade them? Of course. Han Qingsha nodded. Li Gang immediately ran back to take out the 5 pounds of bean sprouts he had sprouted. Immediately after taking it over to be weighed, a beep came from the store. Dropping 5 pounds of bean sprouts detected, redeemable for 2.5 points, to redeem or not. Redemption. Green vegetables are half the price of food. Li Gang immediately went over to check his account after trading the bean sprouts, and sure enough, he had 2.5 more points on his account. When the crowd heard this, they all surged with surprise and excitement. One after another, they went into the store, buying merchandise for merchandise, redeeming points for points, buying nothing, and lounging around. These are the most common basic supplies: rice, flour, grain and oil, salt and sugar, household items, paper towels and sanitary napkins and the like, as well as a small amount of but instantly rewinding to the pre-apocalyptic snacks, lollipops, coke, and buns. At once, a strong sense of satisfaction rose in everyone's hearts. It gives everyone a sense of being back in the pre-apocalyptic world. There was only one feeling in their hearts, and that was that their Shangxia base was getting better day by day. The flesh is getting better and stronger. Han Qingsha's words about bringing them to a better life were true. Everyone's sense of belonging to the Saxony base has increased dramatically. Han Qingsha had a prompting voice in her head at this time. Dropping detected an increase in prosperity of 100 in the base. Current base prosperity 180. Han Qingsha was surprised that the prosperity of the base had risen so much after she had built a very small direct store. But really, when you think about it, it quickly becomes clear. Material trading was a necessary need for residents, and even if Han Qingsha had been in a small base with scarce supplies in her last life, there were still plenty of market trading areas where people came to exchange supplies all the time. A direct store within the base is very necessary. Han Qingsha saw the crowded trading market and thought that when the land output stabilized later, he could also establish farm animal farming, fish farming, and then various processing plants. Her base has grown powerfully step by step. After taking care of the base direct store, Han Qingsha returned to his air defense shelter. Regarding the replenishment and delivery of the base direct store is even more fully automated by Xiaoxia, no need for Han Qingsha to bother. Xiaoxia will dispatch drones to deliver the supplies based on the real-time inventory. The drone automatically flew to Han Qingsha's warehouse and picked up and transferred the items, fully automating the process. When the stockpile or consumption of supplies reached a certain level, Xiaoxia would even notify Han Qingsha to see if she wanted to adjust the inventory list. It was a very perfect assistant for Han Qingsha, and solved the big problem of lack of manpower for Han Qingsha. There was no need for Han Qingsha to worry about base management here, and she could finally show off her skills. Yoko, come with me to a place. Chapter 72. It's a global outbreak of a zombie virus that decimates the global population by 99.9%, devastating and striking the entire human community. Those poorly located and densely populated areas were massively massacred. The zombies divide the world into islands, and a handful of survivors survive, band together and form base after base. But the trials they face after embracing the group are still very much the same, with insufficient food, lack of resources, endless zombies to kill from the outside, and occasional encounters with invasions from other humans. In her last life, Han Qingsha had been stranded in a small base and struggled inside for 10 years, a decade in which she had encountered 8 waves of zombie waves alone. Several times she was almost destroyed by the group, and the last wave of super zombies wiped out the entire base she was in. The most desperate thing is not death, but simply having nowhere to run. The base she was at was annihilated, as were the other smaller bases, and in the entire eastern region, only the strongest K1 base was left to falter, but it simply wouldn't last long. The dense global zombie population leaves humans with only the question of how long to survive. Instead, humans stick around for as long as it takes to make it through. It is an extinction of races, an annihilation of civilizations, a despair from which there is no escape. Han Qingsha suddenly had an epiphany after yesterday's events. That is that destiny can be changed. She saved Lu Qian's squad, and even more so, she pulled out a big future zombie king hidden danger in her place. Then she could totally do more in the early days of the end times. Especially now that the hidden dangers were all weak and she was, well, strong. Han Xingxia was now cleaning up more hidden dangers while keeping a low profile and quickly developing the base construction. A virtuous cycle and steady growth of food output, a strong offensive and defensive system, and a stable demographic structure, then when faced with danger later, she will be strong enough to counteract all risks of disaster. At the very least, her Shangxia base must have survived that destruction 10 years later. Take advantage of the fact that the situation is relatively calm now, at the beginning of the end times, and step up your time to strengthen your strength. Develop the base. Every day that the base gets 1 point better, she has 1 more point of strength against disaster. Han Xingxia took Su Xiaoyang out with a clear goal to kill zombies. Take out all the most threatening areas around her territory first. Han Xingxia drove to a farming plant in the western suburbs. Here, she remembered, there had been an outbreak of animal plague 6 months after the end of the world. The zombie virus doesn't infect animals, but without people to feed the animals, all these chickens, ducks and goats have to starve to death and die of disease, and the animal carcasses rot and breed a large number of animal plagues. Han Xingxia had followed the people from the base over to collect supplies in her previous life, and at the time, they had seen corpses and rotting animal carcasses all over the place. Buzzing flies formed a sea of flies that bit around the stinking carcasses of pigs, cows, and sheep. White maggots churned through the animal carcasses, and pus oozed from the rotting flesh, sliming everywhere. And the little creatures with fur are the most terrible. Their fur rots so slowly that their bodies have rotted into the ground, and their fur is still firm, like clump after clump of hair growing like moldy moss on the ground. The scene could no longer be described as sickening. One look at it and you have to get goosebumps all over your body for 6 months. What's worse is that these rotting corpses carry a lot of animal bacterial viruses. After Han Xingxia and the others went back from the farm, a wave of animal plague swept through the base. It made the already snowy small base even more shaky. It also seems to have rippled through a number of bases in the later stages, leaving some even smaller bases outright wiped out. Han Xingxia's first step to making a big splash was to first utilize her past life experience to get ahead of everyone else and take the place over. She came this way from memory. Only to her surprise, she heard gunshots just as her car got here. Bang! A barrage of bullets fired in front of Han Xingxia, heading straight for the farm in front of her as a small group of 7 or 8 people attacked the entrance to the farm. Someone here got an early head start. It was just that this group of people looked very vegetable. A group of them only had 2 pistols, and their accuracy was still extremely poor. It looked like they had fired several shots without hitting one of them. Han Xingxia focused her mind and used her spiritual power to perceive. This group of people totaled 5 men and 2 women, only 1 fire-type psychic, and 2 power-type psychics, 2 pistols in the hands of the power-type psychics. The others were all ordinary people. They were holding weapons like clubs or machetes, following closely behind the 3 shifters, all of them nervous. But Han Xingxia noticed the last man in their group wearing a duck-tongued hat. That man didn't have any supernatural fluctuations in his body, but she detected a trace of energy that was different from ordinary people. He didn't look like an ordinary person, nor did he look like a shifter. After firing a few shots, these people probably found it hard to handle inside, and that's when they noticed Han Xingxia's armored car coming over. Peek, look over there. There's a car coming that way. It's an armored car. It must be people. There are others coming. The man at the head of the group stared at Han Xingxia's car as he motioned for his men to exit first. You guys wait here, I'll go over. He took big strides towards Han Xingxia's car, and to show his sincerity, at a distance of 10 meters from Han Xingxia, he waved his hand at her and unloaded the gun in his hand in front of her face bullets. Han Xingxia had Su Xiaoyan flash his headlights twice, and the man came striding toward them. End times have end times rules. With all the enemies at hand, everyone has to be on guard against each other, and the proximity of any stranger is a source of danger, and no one can guarantee what will happen to the other. Opposite Zhang Feng was the first to show his friendship to Han Xingxia. Snap! He knocked on Han Xingxia's window. Han Xingxia pulled the armored car a quarter. The armored car was very high, this height above the man's head. It was a full defensive position for Han Xingxia. If the other party wanted to make things happen, it was extremely inconvenient for him to strike, while Han Xingxia could easily subdue. At the same time, he can be heard speaking. Friend, you're also here to collect supplies, right? Zhang Feng said. Aha! That's just right, why don't we pair up and go in? We've been squatting here for 3 days. We're familiar with this place. After we occupy it, we'll split the supplies in half. Zhang Feng pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket and cherished it, pulling one out against it. Cigarettes are a scarce commodity these days. You can't even eat, let alone smoke. A real scarce commodity, smoke one for less. His cigarettes were taken by the man inside, followed by the words, "No, you guys go ahead, I'll go after you guys go." When Zhang Feng heard her words, his smile froze on his face. "So can you not pick up my cigarettes? My friend, there's danger everywhere now, one more of us is one more to look out for, right? Then we are with you in spirit, and may God bless you all as well." Zhang Feng. Chapter 73, The Half-Zombie. The end of the world to now, Zhang Feng has seen everything, in a friendly state, do not want to cooperate will not pick up people things, pick up the things how to answer down, but Han Xingsha it. Things are collected as they come, and the opening is a no. Today was a real knife in the ass and an eye-opener. Zhang Feng looked at the mighty and domineering big armored car in front of him, and before people were so powerful, he clenched his teeth. "If you can help us go in together, we only need 30% of the supplies, and you guys will share 70%, how about it?" A soft chuckle escaped the armored car in front of him. This smile made Zhang Feng's heart completely bottomless. "My friend, we'll take 20%. You take 80%. The response to him remained quiet. "A 10% share for us is always fine. We'll assist you and you take us in. You guys can't get all the stuff inside either." A mouthful of smoke drifted out from the roof of the car, and Han Xingxia looked at him condescendingly from inside the car. "I said, you guys go in first, we'll wait until you're done looting." Han Xingxia doesn't need to share things with anyone. Even if it's 10%, it won't work. When Zhang Feng heard Han Xingxia's domineering and forceful words, he was completely helpless. He has no advantage to be able to negotiate with anyone. The strength difference is here. He looked longingly at the car and returned to his team unhappy. Just walking back, a few of his own small team quickly surrounded him. "How's it going, Peak? They what? Have you invited them to work with us?" Zhang Feng turned his head to look at the large armored vehicle and waved his hand at the crowd. "They refuse to cooperate with us. So what do we do now?" Zhang Feng looked at the large farm in front of him. "Charge one last time." 5 minutes later, Han Xingxia looked at the crowd in front of him who had completely given up on the farm and could only leave unhappily, waving his hand. "Drive." With a roar, her armored car was like an arrow off a string, charging toward the farm. In the face of absolute mighty strength, it is only necessary to crush it horizontally. The crowd that walked out 200 meters away looked up in each of their eyes when they saw the strong assault on the farm that they had been attacking and not breaking for a long time. The strong have never been the ones that everyone looks up to. Zhang Feng's heart was even more unpleasant when he saw this. People really didn't need to cooperate with them. People have the power, they don't deserve it. And that's when the scattered still alive zombies rushed out of the door that had been flushed open. They smelled someone outside and lunged towards them all with open teeth and claws. Zhang Feng and the others saw this. "Run. Retreat." They didn't have the same strength as Han Xingxia, and facing more than 3 zombies would have to be a dodge-based approach. "Retreat quickly." After Han Xingxia's car rushes strongly into the farm, she begins to set the dogs loose to clean up the scattered zombie workers inside. She got out of the car and stepped on a copy of Postpartum Care of Sows. Han Xingxia squatted down to pick it up. "Great book, gotta keep it." This is a small to medium-sized black pig farm, a hog farm franchise to be exact. Han Xingxia's city's hog farming went through a change a few years ago. Farmers are not allowed to raise hogs, all hogs are standardized by qualified pig farms, and after they are raised, they are uniformly sent to slaughterhouses for processing. And this farm that Han Xingxia is in doesn't even need to breed, it only needs to fulfill the item of raising large enough. This small farm and their head office to sign a contract to raise pigs, the head office to provide piglets, technical guidance, how many pounds registered at the time of entry, the agreement on how many pounds at the time of slaughter, the price of meat purchased at the time of slaughter, how much money. That's what they earn for raising it, and they calculate the price of the meat according to the pounds at the time of slaughter. They also have the sole job of raising large piglets. And they are not allowed to sell them privately. Each piglet is registered when it is admitted to the farm and verified when the date of discharge is agreed upon, and even if a piglet dies, it is recovered by the head office, and pork is not allowed to circulate privately. This goes a long way to ensure the safety of the meat source, with a one-stop shop for the whole process and full traceability. Han Xingxia looked at the book she picked up and wondered if this pig farm was planning to secretly breed some piglets out on its own. She put the book away and led Su Xiaoyang inside the pigsty. There are not many employees in the farm, they are still gathered around the door, just crushed in, crushed a few, ran away a few, chased up a few, were pounced on by the dogs to get killed, now basically cannot see a zombie inside the large farm. After Han Xingxia strides into the pigsty area, a foul odor hits her face. Fortunately, Han Xingxia came in time, and the pigs in the barn were almost all skinny, but there were still 70% alive. Yoko, you watch outside. Yes. Without saying a word, Su Xiaoyang turned around and went out the door. Han Xingxia looked at the large pig pen in front of her, and pit by pit went to grab all the pigs that were still alive into the space. Stink. It really stinks. Farming is really not for the average person. Just as she grabbed the third hogtie, she felt a gaze sweep behind her. Her powerful spiritual power instantly locked onto that direction, and at the same time was a high-pressure water bomb flying over. Dang! In the far corner of the pigsty, a man in a duck-tongued hat rolled over with unparalleled dexterity to avoid it, and rolled and crawled his way out of it. After he came out, he immediately looked at Han Xingxia with a smile. So you're still a spatial system adept. Han Xingxia looked at the man wearing a duck-tongued hat in front of her, her brows grew tighter. She remembered this person, he was the one who followed everyone in Zhang Feng's team. What struck Han Xingxia was that the feeling in him wasn't that of an ordinary person or a psychic. Who the hell are you? The duck-tongued man held up his hands. I mean no harm, I just want to come and join you. Delegate to me? That's right. I think you guys are powerful and I want to join you. Only you guys are worth joining me. And what do you have that would make me take you in? When the man heard Han Xingxia's words, he took off his ducktail hat, revealing an eye with an eye patch after he did so. Han Xingxia's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw this disguise. With that, the man's blindfold was removed, revealing a grayish zombie eye. Shink. How do you know my name? Shinku raised an eyebrow when he heard Han Xingxia read out his name. At this moment, Han Xingxia's heart set off heavy waves. Speaking as someone who had lived for 10 years in the end times, she certainly knew some of the bulls in the end times. In the last 10 years of the end times, a total of 10 great figures emerged in the entire eastern region. Each one of them is a big shot on one side of the base. One of them is the half-zombie Zinc. Xin Ku is the only human who has been infected with the zombie virus, but has not turned into a zombie. This guy is running around in the post-apocalyptic world of zombie outbreaks with his peculiar physique that zombies don't bite. Chapter 74, Nothing But a Pit. Only the most amazing thing about Zinc is not his unique abilities, but the he does. This person is cunning, greedy and capricious, and loves to pit people against their masters, traveling from base to base with his unique ability. He wouldn't stay at each base for long, and after he'd gotten a feel for the situation he'd move on to the next, and if the previous base was weak, he'd sell the information to the stronger ones and bring them back to counterattack. Conversely, if the next base is weak, he will return to inform the previous base to come and attack. As mentioned before, one of the major threats in the post-apocalyptic world, besides the zombie threat, is the human invasion. This stirrer like Qin took down several small gathering places and a medium-sized base with his own strength. After the half the supplies of the base that was ed over were his. He'll go to the next one after he's enjoyed it hard. If you want to say why he doesn't go and wave around the zombie-infested city, enjoying the supplies as he pleases, it's because he's still someone who's been completely out of high-class fun for his entire life. Other people are with the yellow gambling is incompatible, he is with the yellow gambling into one, pit money and supplies to go gambling to find a woman, greedy for money and colorful and cannot tolerate loneliness. It is simply not possible to own a person alone solo life. Nothing but pits or pits. The base where Han Xingxia was located had once been targeted by him as well, only that her original base was in a remote location, far away from the neighboring gathering places in front and behind, and didn't let him pit it. When he entered their small base at the time, Han Xingxia had little impression of him, and it wasn't until long after he left that she heard about him from the base radio station. That's when everyone reacted to what this guy was. After that, Han Xingxia heard rumors of his prodigal life from time to time in her base tavern. It didn't end well for him, though, and in the 8th year of the end times, when he wandered into another large base, Hope Base, intending to provoke a duel between them and K1 Base, he was captured by someone in Hope Base. I heard they were taking him to their lab to slice him up for research. Trying to solve the serum mystery from him. Han Xingxia hadn't heard anything related to him since then. Han Xingxia didn't expect to meet this legendary sinkhole cowman just like this in her life. Pretty lady, I'll tell you just one thing, I've been infected with the zombie virus, but I haven't mutated, and I can just walk around in a pile of zombies without any of them attacking me. How about if a talent like me can join you? Qinko looked at Han Xingxia with a smirk in his black eyes that were half zombie and half human. The gaze was so sincere and honest that if Han Xingxia hadn't had 10 years of experience in her last life, she would have been impressed by this guy's sincerity and ability. How can you not take in such talent? Only Han Xingxia now knew what he was. Han Xingxia's gaze struggled for a moment as she looked at Qin Ke, who had surrendered. To kill or not to kill? This guy is definitely disloyal and a big landmine that could explode at any time, and you don't want someone like that. Only the gift in him. Everyone Han Xingxia takes in will have their specialized attributes copied over to his half-zombie body. It has to be Okay, I agree that you can join me. Wait. Qin Ke said at this moment, Miss Beauty, I'm not finished yet. What kind of treatment will you give me if I join you? Han Xingxia smiled without smiling. Definitely give you the best treatment. Follow me and have meat for 3 meals. Do you have women on your base? Oh no, I mean how many on your base? Han Xingxia. This guy is really as rumored. Just me and Su Xiaoyang, the one outside. It's just the 2 of you. Qin Ke stroked his chin when he heard this, and the one-eyed human's dark eyes flashed with a light of a different color, turning to a smile. He's not your boyfriend, is he? Han Xingxia. No. Well then, I'm joining you. Qin Ke responded. Immediately, a voice came from Han Xingxia's mind. Dropping base guard pseudo +1 detected. Bonus points +100. The new guards of the base have less than 60 loyalty and cannot unlock special attributes. Han Xingxia. She looked shocked at the first time such a prompt as pseudo appeared, and his attribute panel opened in her brain area. A line of white numbers appeared above it. Loyalty, 59. Initial loyalty 19, system increases loyalty 40. Han Xingxia. Nima. The initial loyalty was only 19. She systematically added 40 loyalty to him, and it couldn't even reach the standard of 60. Damn, that's a sinkhole. The loyalty of Su Xiaoyang next door to him was a purple 100. Su Xiaoyang was 70 when he first joined Han Xingxia, and the system increased it by 40, and his loyalty directly broke 100. After breaking 100, loyalty is divided into 3 color grades, red, purple, and gold. Red is fiery loyalty, purple is never turn your back, and gold is eternally unique. And this guy in front of me, it's only 59. None of it is enough for 60 to unlock his special attributes. Han Xingxia was speechless to the point of wanting to mutilate the guy in front of her who was born with a rebel bone and joined with the idea of betraying her. Who on earth would dare to have such a person? But look at the loyalty that is so close to a thread of loyalty. No, his half-zombie physique she must have. Qin Ke, what do you like? You've joined us, and as the captain I definitely want to give you something. Send something to hurry up your loyalty. There's not much I like about this person. Qin Ke smiled as he looked at Han Xingxia in front of him. Captain Beauty, if you really want to give me something, why don't you send me your heart? The first time I saw you, I fell in love with you at first sight, with all my heart. Bang! Han Xingxia couldn't stand it anymore and kicked the guy off. Work for me. Drive all the live pigs out, 1 step slower and I'll dig out your heart and feed it to the pigs. Zink. Kicked to the ground, he looked at Han Xingxia, who had gone into the next pig pen to collect the live pigs, and a pair of half-zombie, half-human eyes flashed with a hint of a different color, the corners of his mouth slowly holding a smile. Half an hour later, all the live pigs in the pigsty were taken into space by Han Xingxia. The rest of the dead pigs, Han Xingxia had Qin Ke drag them all to a pit. The guy's body was half-zombified and his strength and speed seemed to have been enhanced. Do the work, quickly. The dead hogs were all buried together, poured gasoline on them, and burned. All of these dead pigs have been dead for some time, and the carcasses are too rotting to be eaten, and left behind to harbor bacterial viruses. It was given an early burn to avoid the plague that followed. The entire time Qin Ke didn't have much to say, just one smiling eye staring at Han Xingxia. Chapter 75 Fox Like Cunning. Sensing a fire inside, Su Xiaoyang and the dogs waiting outside made noises. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Boss. How are you doing in there? It's okay. Han Xingxia emptied the pigsty and pushed the door open to go out, and outside Su Xiaoyan looked at her anxiously and worriedly. Boss, what happened? Nothing. At that moment, his gaze landed on the man following Han Xingxia, wearing a duck hat and eye patch. Who are you? Xiaoyang, he's a new henchman I've taken on called Qin Ke. Han Xingxia introduced him. Hello brother, my name is Qin Ke, nice to meet you. Qin Ke smiled and extended his hand to greet Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang very much disliked the feeling that the person in front of him gave off. He only showed one eye, his gaze seemed warm, but it was actually full of cunning, making it extremely uncomfortable, and he twisted his brows when he saw that Han Xingxia had taken in such a person. Ignoring his outstretched hand, he turned his head to Han Xingxia. Boss, where's the pig inside? Do you need me to clean it up? Before Han Xingxia could say anything, Qin Ke, who was beside her, said, "No need, I'm a spatial alien. I've already taken the pigs in." When Su Xiaoyang heard this, he looked at Qin Ke in surprise. "You're a space alien?" Qin Ke clasped both hands to his chest. "That's right, with me on the team from now on, supplies don't have to worry," he said and looked over at Han Xingxia, smiling with sharp teeth. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Xiaoyang didn't see him, he moved closer to Han Xingxia and said smilingly, "Captain Beauty, this is the little secret between the two of us." Han Xingxia looked at the man who was so incredibly smart. The corners of her mouth followed and pulled out a fox smile. Good. If she hadn't known ahead of time what kind of person the man in front of her was, it was true that she would have been flattered by his cleverness. Just look at a little bit of detail, see her before supporting Su Xiaoyang, know that she does not want to expose their own space system ability, and in the process for Han Xingxia to the top. This kind of people like a fine guy, no wonder in the last life can stir up all the small and medium-sized bases do not have peace and quiet. And what a cunning fox. Go. Yes, my beautiful captain. Qin Ke clasped both hands to his chest as he followed behind Han Xingxia, and as he watched her back, one of his eyes shone to the limit. Han Xingxia took over the pig farm, and the chicken farm next to it is no longer viable, the chicks are all dead. Fortunately, this kind of creature Han Xingxia before the chicken and duck hoarded, air raid shelters do not need. Han Xingxia let Qin Ke and Su Xiaoyang to chicken farms to deal with it, put a fire all burned. This one large farming area is considered to be completely cleared of potential hazards. The animal plague that would later sweep through the major bases was extinguished in advance by Han Xingxia. On the return trip, Qin Ke sat in the large armored compartment and looked at Han Xingxia's car and interior with immense excitement. "Captain Beauty, where did you get this treasure? Ask what you should ask, don't ask what you shouldn't," Han Xingxia said indifferently. The colder she was, the more enthusiastic Chink was. "Captain Beauty, are there really only 3 of us at our base?" Su Xiaoyang, who was driving the car, looked at Han Xingxia at this time, and Han Xingxia categorically said, "That's right." "So where is our base?" "At the grain mill." Su Xiaoyang. "Yoko, drive back to the base." "Yes." Su Xiaoyang did not dare to ask anything, did not dare to say anything. Drove to the oversized zombie factory they had captured earlier. Qin Ke looked at the large factory in front of him. It's really powerful to be able to take down such a big factory. The last time they left from this side, in addition to letting them dig out all the zombie crystals, the zombie corpses were also centrally disposed of. It's all burned. Han Xingxia's area was fairly clean. She asked Su Xiaoyang to drive and park at the dormitory building. "You can live anywhere you want, you can live on any floor you want, and if you run into a zombie, you won't be afraid of the zombies." Qin Ke snorted a laugh. "Fine, Captain Beauty, I'll go pick it out myself." After Qin Ke left, Su Xiaoyang looked at the man who was a prodigal spirit everywhere. His brows grew tighter and tighter. "Boss, that man's heart is not right." As a former soldier, Su Xiaoyang could tell at a glance the fluttering aura of Qin Ke's body. Never a good person. I know. Han Xingxia followed down, that's why I brought him here. Qin Ke wasn't a good person, and Han Xingxia certainly wasn't either. For such a dangerous bomb, there was no way she was taking him to her base. Just keep it out there and bring the loyalty up. Dare 19's loyalty to defect to her, defection runs to betrayal, this kind of guy, not to be used. Su Xiaoyang nodded his head thoughtfully. It felt like Han Xingxia had a point. What about the base if we don't go back? Having Xia is enough. Xia was able to keep the base organized for her, and even the dogs she could feed with a drone. She's out there for a few days for now and will go back after a while, no problem at all. Su Xiaoyang had no more questions as he followed Han Xingxia into the dormitory building, each of them picking out a cleaner room as a territory they had long since lived in. 6 dogs followed Su Xiaoyang and stayed in his room. They had just entered on their side when they heard Qin Ke's voice from outside. "Captain Beauty. What's wrong? Is dinner on yet?" "Well, dinner can start," Han Xingxia said to Su Xiaoyang. "Tell him to take out the little reserve he has packed in his car." Qin Ke saw the not so many supplies. "That's all the supplies we have? What do you say?" Han Xingxia raised an eyebrow. "Just enough to eat." Qin Ke grinned, "But I know a place near here that has a lot of supplies." "Where?" "There's a 3-story development supermarket 5 miles east." Han Xingxia nodded. "Okay, we'll go there tomorrow." Supplies gathering is an hourly affair, and people are coming here to clear the map of the neighborhood. Qin Ke looked at Han Xingxia, who had answered the call. and the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth grew even larger. He started chatting with Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang in the south of the sky, trying to get close to both of them and then find out more from their mouths. By the way, brother, where are you from? I look at you, were you a soldier before? How did you and Captain Beauty meet? Unfortunately, Su Xiaoyang is a mope. He also answered Han Xingxia's questions, and the rest of the time, he was cold as hell. Xinku couldn't get any information from the two people's mouths at all during a meal, and in the end, only the dogs could respond to him with 2 sentences. He didn't care at all, and even then, he was able to keep talking and laughing, bragging to Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang like a book. When he finished eating, he looked at Han Xingxia and suddenly said, Captain Beauty, didn't you say you wanted to give me something today? Chapter 76, Not a Normal Person. What do you want? Han Xingxia finally answered him back, turning her heads to punch him first after meeting his single, glistening eye. Don't look at me and say that. Zinc covered his one eye. Captain Beauty, can you treat me a little bit better? I grew up without a father or a mother. I grew up with my grandmother who was a gambler. She would beat or scold me if she had the slightest trouble. I haven't had a single friend since I was a child, and now that I have encountered the end of the world, I really want to follow you guys. I want to become a comrade in arms with you guys in life and in death. Can you guys accept this kind of me? Speak human. I want some supplies. I don't feel safe without them. Su Xiaoyang. He was shocked to see someone so shameless. Han Xingxia had known about the guy's fart for a long time. She smiled faintly. Good, you can take the other supplies in the car now, and I'll split 1/3 of the supplies collected tomorrow with you. Captain Beauty, you are simply an angel in heaven. A beautiful person with a kind heart. I'll definitely follow you to do a good job from now on. If it weren't for looking at his tattooed loyalty value, Han Xingxia really would have been fooled by the man in front of her superior acting skills. This guy is really very hard to get hold of, and it's impossible to lure him in without giving substantial benefits. Zinc, who received a satisfactory answer, happily went to the car to carry the supplies. After he left, Su Xiaoyang immediately said, Boss, give him whatever he wants. Han Xingxia's eyes sank. The next day dawned bright. Several people on Han Xingxia's side had made arrangements in the morning. All the supplies in the car yesterday went to Zinc, and they had no food in the morning. Han Xingxia sneaks Su Xiaoyang a bit of food and tells him and the dog to eat first. Hungry for no one but her people. When Xinku came down, she pretended that she hadn't eaten and said, Xinku, you've got all the stuff, I didn't even eat breakfast, we have to go find supplies. Xinku immediately opened the backpack behind himself and took out a bag of bread from it. That was Han Xingxia's bread, which she had stored in her armored car as spare food. All of them were moved by Chink yesterday. How can a beauty captain be hungry? You eat mine first. Xinku gave her the bread in filial honor. Han Xingxia wasn't polite, it was supposed to be her stuff. Let's go, if we don't find something to bring back, we'll all go hungry later. Her eyes lingered on Zinc's not-so-bulky backpack for a few more seconds, casually slipping the pasta bag into her own and turning to get into the car. Xinku and Su Xiaoyang both followed them up. 10 minutes or so later, they reached the supermarket in the east side of the development. This area is already a suburb of a city. A city has been developing well in the past few years. There were only a few small villa districts in the suburbs, but now several new large residential developments have been developed, except that most of these developments are mainly empty cities. Limited population and low occupancy. There were even a couple of properties that were rotten, and there was a lot of fuss about it before. Once the end of the world came, ghosts were crying everywhere, and this place looked even more gloomy, and a few ghosts like zombies popped up from time to time in these empty buildings. They sensed the presence of the living and wailed through the empty skeleton of the reinforced concrete building, and some of the zombies that had been roaming the pavement all chased and lunged at them. Han Xingxiao's car doesn't even stop. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang. One way across the mill. Pressing through these scattered wandering zombies all the way to their destination. The big supermarket in the development area. There were a lot of zombies near the big supermarket, all gathered around the main entrance. Most of them were dressed in residential clothes, and there were a lot of heavily armed and dressed zombies. At first glance, it was the residents of this neighborhood, who had once captured this place after the outbreak of the end times, only to have it end tragically. 10 people come out and it's good enough that one of them is lucky enough to make it back. After Han Xingxiao's car came here, these wandering zombies immediately surrounded them. Han Xingxia waved her hand at Su Xiaoyang, who pressed the switch inside the vehicle with a single key, and a turret rose above the armored vehicle, delivering a rough and effective barrage against the wave of zombies below. Shinku in the car looked out at the zombies that had turned their eyes and burned to a crisp. Wow! Captain Beauty, that's a super cool car you have. Where did you get it? Don't ask yet, you go down and explore. Most of the zombies have been cleared, Han Xingxia said. Zinky raised an eyebrow at this. Fine. He got out of the car with his bare hands and surveyed the surrounding area. The scattered still living zombies around him ignored him as he walked to the supermarket's front door in one breath, arriving to wave at Han Xingxia, signaling that there was no problem inside. Su Xiaoyang saw this scene. Boss, what the hell is he? He has a special physique and the walkers don't bite him. When Su Xiaoyang heard this, his eyes immediately lit up and his gaze towards Qin Ke changed. No wonder his family boss wanted to accept him. That's quite a talent. It's just that this guy, who seems to be really ill-intentioned, is by no means a good person. Here we go. Aha! Su Xiaoyang picked up his weapon and led the dogs out of the car. The dogs pounced on the scattered zombies that were still alive in twos and threes, and the rest were taken out by Su Xiaoyang, as Han Xingxia walked through the cleared area, step by step like no man's land, to the entrance of the superstore. She stood by the door and looked in. It's pitch black inside. Well, Captain Beauty, the inside door is locked, though. Shinku looked at her with a smile and took out a wordless white card. I have a way to open it. He squatted on the ground with the card and pounded away at the locked door slot, and before long, the closed door in front of Han Xingxia actually opened with a click. Wasn't I useful? Shinku grinned and took credit with Han Xingxia. Well done, get in there and explore. Han Xingxia kicked him in. She'd noticed a trait about the guy, his loyalty was hard to rise, but just as hard to fall. No amount of roughing him up would diminish his pitifully low loyalty to her. Shinku even quite used Han Xingxia's violent temper. Han Xingxia but any kind words to talk to him, he is bound to stomp on the face, but she used her fists to talk to him, he immediately enshrined as the standard, respected. Han Xingxia couldn't understand what was going on in the mind of this kind of person at all. This was not a normal person at all. But on the flip side, he couldn't have done that kind of anti-human in his last life if he was more sane. I'm on my way. Shinku numbly delved into this big supermarket. Han Xingxia left two dogs at the door as usual, taking the remaining dogs and Su Xiaoyang to observe the first floor of the big supermarket in front of them without slowing down. The place is divided into 3 floors and has outsourced clothing stores, snack bars in addition to a large supermarket. A vacant lot in front of Han Xingxia was a clothing sales lot. Chapter 77, 3 Good Citizens Han Xingxia. There were no lights in the superstore at the moment, and even if the sun was shining brightly outside in the morning, it was still very dark inside, with only the green emergency sensor lights on the emergency corridors. The rows and rows of shelves in front of Han Xingxia were selling winter cotton clothes in the opposite season. One oversized promotional red sign after another was erected next to the rack of clothes with super bold promotional body text $99. Just can't wait for their customers with another discount. The floor and ground were covered in thick ash. Several rows of clothing racks to the right were tilted to the side, and a number of humanoid severed limbs, torsos, and bulbous heads were strewn about. Su Xiaoyang approached with the dogs, only to see that they were all modeling mannequins. Boss, it's a model, no body no blood. Aha! They didn't wait long at their original location. Qin Ke ran back. Captain Beauty, I checked, there are no zombies on the first floor, it's safe, and in front is the entrance to the supermarket, there are plenty of supplies inside. Han Xingxia stared into his one eye and nodded. Hard work. Brother Su, Captain Beauty, and I will go inside the supermarket to collect the supplies first. You gather everything outside together, and then we'll come out to collect these after we've collected the supplies inside. Xing barked out orders. He had told the public that Han Xingxia's spatial ability was his. Su Xiaoyang looked toward Han Xingxia. Han Xingxia nodded and whispered, Yangzi, gather the supplies and send a batch to the car first. She can stock up on about a ton of supplies in her car. Yes. Han Xingxia said so, and Su Xiaoyang immediately started. Qin Ke, on the other hand, looked at Han Xingxia. Captain Beauty, let's go then, there's a lot of stuff in the supermarket inside. Good. Han Xingxia was uneasy about Qin Ke, so she took 2 stripes and a dog with her, leaving the rest of the dogs for Su Xiaoyang. The most dangerous thing about dealing with such a person is not staying with him, but not staying with him. If he pits people, it must be behind their backs. Leave the dogs mostly to Su Xiaoyang, while keeping him in a relatively safe environment so he doesn't make a mess. Han Xingxia was very defensive of him. Captain Beauty, you seem to distrust me. They walked to the central location of the mall, and Qin Ke and Han Xingxia rode. If you think that way, you should think about whether or not you don't trust me. Han Qingxia coldly disliked back. Zinc giggled at this, and by this time they had reached the supermarket area. In front of the supermarket roller shutter door pulled down, Qingke did not need Han Qingxia to say more. He took out another thing from his body. Against the roller shutter door locking eye for a while of pounding, clattering sound will open the door. Han Qingxia was pretty sure of one thing by this time. This guy is very good at sneaking in and picking locks. Okay, used to do this? How can that be? I am a good citizen who follows the law. Qingke flaunted and hid the things in his hand. On the contrary, it's you, Captain Beauty. You look unusual, killing and decisive. You wouldn't have been a gangster in the past. Oh, I'm most certainly an upstanding and law-abiding citizen of the Third Estate. Zinc. Law-abiding good Qingke, 3 good citizens Han Qingxia. Nothing wrong with it. Han Qingxia followed Qingke inside the supermarket. The inside of the supermarket is even darker than the outside, and you can't even see it without the lights on. Han Qingxia took out 2 long-distance flashlights, and the two of them, she and Qingke, went in a little. It's very, very quiet inside. Very empty. All the major cash registers are falling full of dust. Han Qingxia dispersed her spiritual power at the first opportunity. Her current mental perception range was about 20 meters, which could cover a quarter of the size of the large supermarket in front of her. There really wasn't any sign of living people or walkers. Han Qingxia and Qingke as well as Erjia delved a little deeper inside, first emptying everything on the several cash registers. By the way, Captain Beauty, just look at you with one of your men. Where's your family? All dead. Han Qingxia said casually. The Han family had long since ceased to be her family, and even if those people had managed to escape from the hospital, they wouldn't have lasted long without her behind them. They wouldn't be able to run into a second Han Qingxia in their lives who could make them draw blood for protection. What about your family? Han Qingxia asked. All dead too. Qingke smiled faintly, a hint of viciousness added to his laughter. At this time, Han Qingxia, who had finished collecting the gummies and such from the cash register in front of her, realized something. Chocolate boxes, high-calorie candy boxes, all empty. Just then, Nizhou yelled into the innermost darkness. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Han Qingxia, who was holding up a flashlight, immediately looked toward the source of the sound. Just see a shimmering silhouette. Even if her own mental perception couldn't reach there, she could still tell. It's people. Not walkers. Because the man was avoiding them, and if it had been a walker, it would have wailed and pounced. Someone is. Qingke said. Han Qingxia directly took the AK out of her space, and since Qingke knew she had space, she didn't hide it, picking up the AK and leading Qingke and Erjia that way. Along the way she noticed that the internal food aisles were almost empty. Sure enough, there are people living in it. By the time Han Qingxia ran to the back half of the supermarket, her outwardly dispersed spiritual power also clearly perceived the situation among the employees in front of her. 7. There were men and women, old and young, and not a single shifter. As Han Qingxia's words fell, a group of people poured out of the staff room in front of her. Are you here to save us? 7 people, 2 13 and 14-year-old twin boys in it, 3 older men with gray hair, a young pregnant woman with a big belly and the only middle-aged man who appeared to be in the labor force. The man didn't seem to be the man of the hour here, standing honestly behind these old and weak pregnancies. Han Qingxia was surprised to see this combination. In the post-apocalyptic world, where the old were old and the young were young, it was a rarity for such a combination to survive. What took you guys so long? You guys get us out of here? The oldest of the oldest women looked at Han Qingxia, who was holding a gun, and ordered her directly as if she were a soldier. The tone was rather off-putting. It's as if they were their servants. Before Han Qingxia could get annoyed, another voice came. Grandma! Look who's following her around. That little third-born. The 13 or 14-year-old boy shouted. It's him all right. Why isn't he dead yet? What's he doing here? Another small child's voice came. Grandma, hurry up and get rid of him. I hate the sight of him. Even the presence of a like him in front of my eyes defiles them. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Qingke, who was behind Han Qingxia, blocking the darkness. Zinc, who was wearing a duck-tongued hat, felt that he had met a familiar face and lowered his head with a smile. Captain Beauty, why don't you go ahead and gather supplies on the second floor? There's someone I know here I'd like to take care of. Chapter 78. Qingke's past. Han Qingxia met Qingke's one-eyed gaze and agreed very facetiously. Seeing her leaving, the old woman who had just spoken immediately stopped Han Xingsha. What are you leaving for? You are not allowed to leave. Is this person your teammate? How did you guys find someone? Find this kind of lousy person as a teammate. Hurry up and get rid of him. Let me tell you, the biggest real estate in Province A is owned by our Qin family. My youngest son is the vice governor of City B. If you take us out and find them, the benefits won't be spared for you. Grandma, I want to go out. I want to go out for fried chicken. I don't want to be in a place like this. Me too. I have a game to play. I haven't been on a game in a while, so tell her to charge my phone first. Alright, the old lady soothed her two precious grandchildren and continued to Han Xingsha, do you hear me? Hurry up and arrange it for us, don't aggravate my grandchildren, and of course, first, get rid of this lousy human stinker. Our Qin family doesn't have such underhanded and disgusting things. Qinko heard the comments of the people in front of him, his duck-tongued head was getting lower and lower, but the vicious smile at the corner of his mouth was getting thicker and thicker. Just then, he heard the click of a cocked gun. In the dim light, Zink watched incredulously as the woman in front of him raised the blackened muzzle of her gun and gagged the old woman. A cold and lazy female voice sounded. Who are you calling a rotten stinker? Ha! You're the one who can scold the old man. Han Xingsha was like a bandit, and in fact, that's what she was. She is lawless, rebellious, and selfish, but internally, she is extremely protective. Those she identifies with, she protects to the end. Even though she was defending herself against this Qin Ko and didn't really consider him as one of her men, someone was trying to discredit him. Not even the door. Han Xingsha held the cold muzzle of her gun and directly gagged this old guy. Behind her, Zink saw the scene, and his only exposed human eye glowed a little. And the opposite side of the crowd at this time all stared silly, that pregnant woman hid in the arms of the only male laborers. They quickly in this group of people to pull away from the distance, two 13 or 14-year-old boy at this time still arrogantly shouting. We were right in the first place. His mom is a cheap mistress who climbed into my dad's bed. Both mother and son are like beggars, they rely on our family every day to cheat money. He has also been in jail. At the age of 13 he was in the juvenile detention center. He has done everything to cheat and deceive. We don't have this kind of rotten person in our family. You dared to hurt us today. We'll let my little uncle get you killed. You're a two. Bang! The screaming little boy was kicked off by Chink. After kicking the man away, Shinka turned his head and smiled kindly at Han Xingsha. Captain Beauty, give this place to me, you don't care. Han Xingsha didn't say a word, clicked his gun away, and turned to leave. By the time she reached the second floor to gather the daily necessities, she heard a sharp scream erupt from downstairs. Aha! Grandma! He's a zombie. That son of a is a walker. Kill him now. Ah, hey, you don't bite me. Bite someone else. Ah! Grandma, you've been bitten. Grandma, don't come any closer. My grandma's turning into a zombie. Let's kill her. Han Xingsha, who was upstairs, raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard the voice coming across the floor. Zink, there's no zombie poison. He's a half-zombie with zombie antibodies in his system. He's not contagious. So, he was deliberately trying to scare them. What's worse than outright murder is the execution of the heart. Shinka laughed like a madman as he watched the loving family kill each other. This world, it deserves to be destroyed. Destroy them all. Han Xingsha felt that this guy must have laughed like this in his last life when he turned the major bases upside down. He was truly anti-human. Han Xingsha finished collecting the second and third floor supplies. The second and third floors are for daily necessities and clothing. These things were of little use to those on the first floor, and they people looked scared to go upstairs, all just cowering in the food area, so they basically didn't move. Han Xingsha happens to be in great need of replenishment of daily necessities right now. Food is actually not even in demand for daily necessities. Her base is starting to gradually produce food, and in the future the food will only get more and more, and the residents' demand for shampoo, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, clothes, pants, shoes, and even children's clothing and books, which are useless, is getting higher and higher. Han Xingsha waved her hand and brought back all of these things that no one outside even wanted right now. What others don't want is what she needs most. There's no one to steal it from her at all. Han Xingsha painfully emptied both floors of supplies, and after cleaning up she didn't rush downstairs, she quietly waited on the second floor by the window. She was at the window when she saw a pregnant woman with a big belly and the only man with any labor running out the side door in a panic. They're the nanny and chauffeur at my grandmother's house. A voice rang out behind Han Xingxia, who looked sideways as a man wearing a duck-tongued hat and covered in blood walked up step by step against the light. He stood beside Han Xingxia, looking at the only two people who escaped by the window, the corner of his mouth hooked into a bloodthirsty smile. My mom knows them. Han Xingxia looked at the man beside her with bright red blood on his face and a hideous smile, standing quietly beside him. Large swathes of cold white daylight were cast in through the glass windows, and there was only a glimmer of light where the two of them were, and then the rest, endless darkness. Snap! A small flame came out of the lighter, and Shinka sat on the floor of the supermarket with his back against the glass wall. He gathered his hand around the fire and lit Han Xingxia's cigarette. Han Xingxia will smoke, but not addicted to cigarettes. The last days of this high-pressure environment, sometimes a cigarette is very soothing to the tense nerves. My mom is a mistress, and a mistress who will do anything to get to the top to live a life of fine dining. She used to be a salvage girl, specializing in rich people. Once she met my dad by chance, knowing that my dad was rich, she stuck to him like a mangy candy. She was very capable, and after pestering my dad a few times, she had me. After having me, she was even more emboldened. She thought she could make it to Mrs. Chen's position, but she didn't know that it wasn't possible at all. My father isn't stupid, it's just a game, and those people in the Chen family are even more unlikely to allow her to enter the door, and if it weren't for me, they would have kicked her out long ago. When she realized that her dream of being the Chen family's wife was shattered, she started to make money with all her heart. She was a gambler, and she gambled away all the money she got, and from time to time she brought men back to the apartment that my father rented for her. I was only 3 years old at that time, and when I was hungry, I got up and ate instant noodles on my own, and sometimes I had to make bowls of it for the men that my mother brought back. Ha 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 ha, have you ever done anything like that? Zink laughed as he spoke. Chapter 79, still saying you're not protecting yourself against me. Han Xingxia didn't say a word, calmly looking at him and giving him a compliment. You're even worse. Ha ha ha, Shinka laughed and coughed. What's so tragic about that? There's still food here. I'll whisper to you, I loved to cry when I was a kid and it helped. My dad gave me money when I cried, but unfortunately then I didn't cry for a few years before my dad died. He had a car accident, died on the spot. No one gave my mom money after that. My mom just hugged me and went to the Chen family to cry every day. The Chen family didn't pay, so they left me there. At that time the Chen family's original wife did in vitro to get pregnant with twins, 2 sons. What makes that woman, my mom, think she's still useful by virtue of me? She threw me away after she realized I was useless. How old was I at that time? Oh, 10 years old. Shinka took a hard drag on his cigarette, exhaled a cloud of mist, and said to the woman running outside, I stood alone in front of Chen's house. I was so hungry at that time, I hadn't eaten in a long time. When I was starving and crying, the two of them gave me a bowl of dog food. There's a dog in the Chen family that eats the leftovers, and they bring them out for me to eat. Ha 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 ha. Han Xingxia didn't say a word as she looked at the middle-aged couple who ran away with their large stomachs. They completely disappeared around a corner and she seemed to hear screams and cries of pain. But it was far away and inaudible. Han Xingxia looked at Qin Ke, who had finished speaking about his past, and lowered her head as she let out a deep breath. It's all in the past, and now it's even a new epic. Ha 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 ha. Qin Ke laughed in a low voice and slowly raised his head. Yeah, I was going crazy with joy after I realized the world was coming to an end. How nice for everyone to die. Han Xingxia finally realized why this guy had been acting all the time, in his last life. He really just wants everyone to die. She thought for a long time, and after half a day's thought, she finally could only think of one sentence of chicken soup. Young man, after the storm comes the rainbow. Life is still full of hope. For example, if you follow me, I'll be your family in the future, a warm family. Zink. Han Xingxia felt that she had said it so well that she was going to be moved, and that little bit of Qin Ke's loyalty must surely come up, right? She stared earnestly into his eyes when she saw Zink drop his head and snicker down. Then let me ask you something. You say. If you really consider me family, why do you keep defending me? Who said I was defending you? Qin Ke suddenly moved closer to Han Xingxia, toward her face, almost instantly. Bang! The sound. He was kicked straight in the face. Qin Ke, who was kicked 3 meters away, covered his stomach, and you said you weren't defending me. Han Xingxia. How can it not be? Must be defended. This doesn't count, speak properly, I'm like this to everyone. Han Xingxia could only give herself a round up like this. Qin Ke stood up holding his stomach, his eyes darkened for a moment, then quickly changed to a smiling face. He didn't look angry at all. Captain Beauty doesn't need to explain. I'm very touched to hear your words today, let's go back. Good. So can you wait here? I'd like to go and get the first floor scene taken care of, they are after all. Han Xingxia, okay. Qin Ke went down toward the stairs first, and when he reached the second floor, he turned his head. "You mustn't leave, you must wait for me here, okay?" Han Qingxia, good. Han Qingxia answered so, and a big smile appeared on Qin Ke's face as he walked quickly toward the stairs. Han Qingxia watched as Qin Ke faded a little into the darkness. She frowned but a little. She kind of learned the hard way about this past life's mongrel today, and the two had a heart-to-heart talk, but why? His loyalty hasn't gone up at all. Solid as a rock. 59. This guy. Just then, she heard Su Xiaoyang's voice from downstairs. Boss. Boss. Yoko, I'm here. When Han Qingxia heard Su Xiaoyang's voice rushing in, all of a sudden, her brain was like a broken string. The won't. She ran downstairs like a gust of wind. I saw Su Xiaoyang, who came in anxiously, in the lobby of the supermarket on the first floor. Boss, great, I'm glad you're okay. Where's that zinc? Qin Ke said you were in danger inside and asked me to come in and support you. Han Qingxia. Nima. She immediately made a sharp and furious run towards the gate location to chase after Qin Ke. As they rushed to the front door, they saw a convertible speed past them with a whoosh. The man in the car waved his hand high at Han Qingxia, who had chased him out of the doorway. Captain Beauty, I'll go first. Thanks for the supplies. Why are you so cute? I'll definitely sleep with you next time. Han Qingxia. She looked to the empty hall on the first floor this time. Realized something again. That is. Qin Ke, he was also a spatial system psychic. He really is a spatial psychic. Han Qingxia was fooled by this guy. Han Qingxia was so angry that she jumped to her feet. I XXXX you. You wait for me. Next time I run into you, I'll definitely break your legs. You're finished. Han Qingxia was so angry that her heart, liver, spleen and lungs all hurt, often walking by the river, where there are not wet shoes. It's never been her who's punked others, first time she's been punked. Thanks to the fact that she had just listened to his dismal story and believed it. This asshole was lying to her from start to finish. He joined her to mix up a wave of supplies. Asshole. Asshole. Yangzi, remember this. From now on, Qin Ke was the #1 mortal enemy of our Shangxia base. Don't believe a word he says, and when you meet him, just arrest him. Break his legs. I'm going to abuse him. Su Xiaoyang. Got it. Han Qingxia was incomparably angry as she counted the supplies. The only thing that was better was that Qin Ke only took the supplies for the supermarket food on the first floor, and he didn't look at the daily necessities on the second and third floors to begin with. That is, Su Xiaoyang gathered together, into a pile of clothes were collected by him. Han Qingxia was depressed, but she was also very glad that she was careful. The two dogs guarded the door and watched the car the whole time, and her own car wasn't stolen by him. And also had Su Xiaoyang move a bunch into the car at first. That is, she folded the food from the first floor of the supermarket inside and out. A lot of that food was consumed by Qin Ke's family, plus some spoiled ones, and the effective supplies he took away were actually less than a quarter of the total supplies. Han Qingxia consoled herself as much as she could, thinking of it as 1/3 of what she said yesterday to him. But still so angry. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and when she went back, she drafted a notification order for the Shangxia base, and had Xiaoxia rotated on all the electronic screens of the Shangxia base 24 hours a day. Putting up a photo of Chink, she sketched the hand-drawn version herself. Their Shangxia base's #1 mortal enemy was Qin Ke. Everyone will be executed. Catch the bounty of 100 points. If this vengeance wasn't returned, Han Qingxia would swear not to be a human being. Chapter 80, Urban and Rural Areas. Han Qingxia returned to the base emo for a long time after being pitted by Qin Ke. It's so depressing that you don't want to go out and expand your territory for a while. Days are spent on the base taking care of base chores and growing the base while spending time with the dogs who would never hurt her or betray her. Still, the dogs are warm. It had been more than 3 months since the end of the world, and Han Qingxia's base had finally seen a steady output. Her residents have gone from growing some of the fastest harvesting crops, bean sprouts, cabbage, and baby bok choy, to ushering in potatoes and sweet potatoes, which are mid-growth and very productive. The reclaimed ridges are staggered with corn, wheat, sorghum, and a large number of vegetable crops, tomatoes, cucumbers, cabbage, spinach. There are also a few delicate fruits such as strawberries and blueberries. Almost all of the seeds Han Qingxia had on her side were provided for them to plant, Wang Yuman was a wood system adept and he was responsible for the cultivation of all the crops in the early stages. Li Gang and a few of them were strength and speed adepts and they were in charge of expanding the cultivated land, while the others were in charge of the cultivation together. Plus, Han Qingxia's territory was upgraded by the system. The yields of all crops grown were higher than normal. And the crops all mature faster. Real output was finally realized in Han Qingxia's territory. It also meant that her shingle base had survived the toughest initial period. She used to be the one who provided for everyone on the base with supplies, and now it was everyone on the base who was starting to provide for her in return. The large amount of materials they produced flowed into Han Qingxia's warehouse through the form of points exchange, and Han Qingxia gave them points to settle, while taking out a portion of the daily necessities living goods to take out in exchange for the people. People just can't spend all their points any more than they can redeem them. These points saved in their accounts are wealth building. And like now in the end times, the period of scarcity of materials, the people can only produce food. Han Qingxia through the scissors difference between industry and agriculture, it will be able to perfectly flatten the points in their hands. The industry-agriculture scissor gap refers to the very large gap between the prices of industrial goods and agricultural goods, which can differ by a subdimensional wall. To give an example, Han Qingxia purchased their grain at 1 point per pound, but Han Qingxia took out a brand new piece of clothing and sold it to the people, pricing it at 100 points. So that means this one garment is worth 100 pounds of grain. In fact, what about the fact that the value of this is not equal? The value of a piece of clothing is not even worth 100 pounds of grain. But that's how it sells. Raising the price of handicrafts, lowering the price of basic food, and the labor-agriculture scissor spread are used very much to help recover the wealth accumulated by the population. The output of the labor of the plain inhabitants. The residents could only produce food, and all other materials had to be purchased from Han Qingxia, so even if this dress was expensive, they would still be willing to spend money when the points on their hands had accumulated to a certain extent. Of course, for the residents of the Shangxia base, they as well gain heavenly benefits through this process. Not to mention, when everyone in other bases is worried about what to eat to fill their stomachs and how to protect their personal safety, the residents of Shangxia base can have enough to eat, and they can also exchange clothes, shampoo, snacks, and drinks for these things through the extra supplies. It's unthinkable, okay? Of course, with the development of the base, Shangxia residents have been outputting all the time to create wealth. The material will produce a certain amount of inflation. Inflation this piece is completely xia to calculate and manage. It will adjust the price from time to time according to the material situation in Han Qingxia's territory, keeping residents in relative abundance at all times. In addition, Han Qingxia's piglets were started. Once these crops of sweet potatoes began to be harvested, Han Qingxia released a batch of pigs for the people to raise. Han Qingxia took into account her current labor shortage, specifically built pig farms to hire people to breed too wasteful of resources labor, and this direct attribute of the pig farm, it is difficult to mobilize the residents of 100% hard to raise, but also need her special preparation of food to feed. She then handed out piggies for adoption to the residents of the base of Saxony according to their head count. All piggies are weighed at adoption, weighed at farrowing, and they are paid at the rate of 10 points for a pound of pork, as well as 1/10 of a pound of pork given back to them at farrowing. This has greatly mobilized residents to raise pigs. Residents are more enthusiastic every day, increasing output, producing more food out, feeding the pigs and piglets with leftovers, and watching the health problems of the pigs and piglets every day for fear of raising them badly and killing them. By properly releasing equity down to the residents, the risk is just as much borne by the residents as it is by the base. This will also give everyone a stronger sense of belonging to the base. Here is their land, the farm animals they raise, and they are not going to leave their homes. And with a steady output from their base, Han Qingxia added animal husbandry to the base, and her base's prosperity skyrocketed. Prosperity goes up slightly every day, and this time, it went right past the 500 mark. Took the town and country title with flying colors. The next prosperity is 1000, the title of a small county. Han Qingxia had originally been speechless and helpless about this kind of minor title, and had even been too lazy to bother with the title the system had awarded her, but on the day she had gotten her urban and rural combination, she was shocked to discover something. That's double the points contributed by residents. All of the residents in Han Qingxia's territory, in addition to contributing 100 points to her as soon as they joined at the beginning, would contribute 1 system point per day according to the number of heads. She has a total of 19 residents, which is 19 points per day. Even if she didn't need to go out and fight zombies and expand her territory, this point was steadily increasing every day. And after her prosperity reaches town and country, all residents contribute 2 points per day to her. 19 residents is also 38 points. Don't underestimate this little bit of points, it could mean a little more for Han Qingxia if she levels up enough, or even the residents. She gets tons of points for laying around every day. As it grows, the contribution that the residents of her base bring to the table will only increase. The little goal of a zombie virus inhibitor she'd been pining for would no longer be out of reach. Han Qingxia's heart became even more solid after realizing that the residents' daily contribution points were metamorphosed with the territory's prosperity. Development. Of course, Han Qingxia was very clear that her current base was still a small seedling that couldn't withstand the slightest bit of wind or rain, and she had to be careful to protect her base. Hide your base for development first. At least until her base is officially thriving and strong. After Han Qingxia toured her base today, she gave everyone a pound of meat each as a base benefit because of the base prosperity upgrade. It inspired everyone a bit. She returned to her shelter, embraced by the cheers of the crowd. His lordship is a good man. We're really lucky to be able to join the Shangxia base. There's meat to eat today. Long live the lords. Work hard. His lordship says that if we do a good job, we'll get a lot of benefits in the future. Chapter 81 Travel to K1 Base. Han Qingxia returned to her bomb shelter with satisfaction. Just as I got back to the shelter, I heard voices coming from the second floor. My dear master. You are back. What's wrong, Natsu? You have a new message, is it read? Someone's looking for me? How? Han Qingxia walked over to Xiao Xiao's main computer, and the virtual screen in front of her flashed, and a scaled-down version of electronic Han Qingxia appeared in front of her. Plugged in via radio signal, source attributed to K1 base. Han Qingxia instantly thought of Lu Qiyan. Last time Lu Qiyan even asked her about the radio frequency. And he really came to him. My dear master, Xia has just automatically answered for you, please read it? Read. Xia snapped her fingers, and the computer stereo began to play a recording, followed by a string of conversations with the AI that Han Qingxia heard. Is this Han Qingxia? If so, please answer this frequency. This is Lu Qiyan, I have something important for you. You searched right. This is the channel of the greatest, prettiest, most awesome Han Qingxia. May I ask what's your business? Han Qingxia. You are Han Qingxia? No yo, my name is Xia, the Xia of Han Qingxia. Who's Xia? I'm my master's little secretary, if you need anything, just say you're welcome. Okay. Xia, tell your master that our K1 base is monitoring that there will be a wave of mega cold wave by the end of the month. I don't know if you have enough supplies there, if not, I would like to invite your master to complete a joint mission to capture the eastern region's reserve grain silo. I don't know if she's interested in that? Yes, I'll pass it on for you, dear Mr. Lu Qiyan. Well, see you later, Xia. To say goodbye to dear Xia. Bye. If you don't tell me, Xia won't transfer you next time. Oh. The radio station's last reply was long delayed and extremely lukewarm. Dear Xia, goodbye. Han Qingxia. My dear lord, that's all you have above. Are you satisfied with Xia's answer? Han Qingxia. Thank you, my dear Xia. You're welcome, my dear master. The electronic Xiaoxia spun around on the screen and looked at Han Qingxia with both eyes showing love. It's an honor to serve you. May I ask if you need me to reply to the past now? Why don't you get back to him and ask him what kind of supplies are there, how are the resources distributed, and what is the level of danger there? Yes, please wait. Xia directly converted a string of airwaves and replied to the K1 base's radio. Not a moment later, Lu Qiyan's voice came. Han Qingxia, the Eastern Reserve Granary has more than 10,000 tons of reserve grain. It's stocked with rice, corn, and wheat, and there's also a very large oil warehouse. The level of danger is not high, there are very few staff members inside the reserve granary, and the ground is sparse outside. And the only thing is that this operation isn't split between me and you, it's a joint operation between the Hope base and our K1 base, and it can allow several smaller bases to join in. I'd like to take you there. Han Qingxia heard and understood. Lu Qiyan is giving her pure benefits. He had big meat to eat and thought of returning the favor and purposely dragged her along. With multiple bases leading the operation together, there wasn't much that could be shared with Han Qingxia, but with this kind of pure favor, why not go for it? It was important to realize that Han Qingxia didn't know where the state-level reserve granaries were. Dear Xia, tell dear Lu Qiyan that I'm going. Xia blinks a little and replies to the radio across the room. Not a moment later, a male voice came from across the radio. Okay, I'll send someone to pick you up later, dear Xia and Ms. Han. Han Qingxia. How did you reply to Lu Qiyan? I didn't reply, I'm simultaneous here, they can hear it directly. Xia's electronic eyes shone with pride. Han Xingxia. It wasn't long before Xia once again informed her that a military pickup truck had arrived in her territory. Han Xingxia saw the familiar license plate in the drone surveillance video, and Lu Qiyan's side sent out people quite quickly. 10 minutes later, the military pickup truck stopped outside Han Xingxia's bomb shelter. This is knowing her well here. The one who got out of the car was no other than Tang Jian. Big sister. I'm coming. Woof woof woof. Congratulations on the red center and white board, Brother Sky. Long time no see. Tang Jian looked at the group of dogs that pounced out first and happily greeted them. Su Xiaoyang, who was harvesting supplies in the field, heard the sound and walked out. Xiaoyang. Don Jane. What are you doing here? Came to pick you guys up. Tang Jian excitedly told him, we can do the quest together again. Su Xiaoyang was unsure. This time Han Xingxia walked out from inside. Yangzi, pack up and go with them. Half an hour later, they were done with the whole thing here. Han Xingxia didn't bring her own dog this time. All the dogs stayed home to watch the house. Because this trip out is a long distance, but also to follow many squads, Han Xingxia may not be able to take care of the dogs to eat and drink. The car with too many supplies is also too flashy, so that's Xia to take care of the dogs are in the home on the watch. Then there was the fact that this trip Han Xingxia was still a side trip, and that meant that she didn't need to put out the main force, just paddle around and grab some supplies back when the time came, no need to bring the dog. Even the car she rubbed against Lu Qiyan's house. Rubbing their cars and burning their gas thanks to her good neighbor Lu Qiyan. Of course you still have to bring a little bit of your own food. Han Xingxia took a box of instant noodles and a box of the cooking packets she bought earlier, and then casually loaded some halogen eggs and bread to eat directly, all of which were put into the trunk of Tang Jian's car and followed him out. Big sister, we leave tomorrow. The captain asked me to get you guys in K1 base early and you'll spend the night in our base. Okay. It's also just the right time to show you guys what our base looks like. Tang Jian said with a slight sense of pride, although our base isn't as small as yours, we have a lot of people and it's really lively. It's quite lonely for just the two of you sometimes, isn't it? It's better for people to live in groups. Han Xingxia smiled and didn't say anything. Up until now, all of them didn't know that Han Xingxia's base already had 19 people. Yeah, I'll go see what your K1 base looks like and how busy it is. Tang Jian drove the car and took them towards the K1 base. Chapter 82, Entry into K1 Base. Bases are allied gathering places for survivors, who are trapped in various places surrounded by a sea of zombies and hold each other to survive, forming bases large and small. In Han Xingxia's memories from her previous life, there were 20 to 30 bases in the entire eastern region. Of course, many of them were small bases that couldn't carry much of the storm at all, and they were gradually swallowed up and disappeared during the last decade of the apocalypse. By the end of the Great Zombie Wave, there were only 3 of the most powerful large bases in the eastern region. K1 Base, Hope Base, and a little further away, almost to the central region, Fire Base. The K1 Base was famous in their last life, as their initial source was the military force, with a strong military power, which allowed the K1 Base to absorb a large number of survivors in the beginning. At the same time it's pretty bad because the K1 Base simply can't feed that many people, especially compared to the 2 big bases next door. Hope Base only accepts survivors with strength, and absorbed a large number of scientific research talents in the early stage. By virtue of the state of fewer people but higher quality residents, Hope Base is still having a good time in the post-apocalyptic world. And the Fire Base next door is the existence of a lack of supplies to the limit, but nah, their leader is a total meanie. Topping the list of the top 10 ruthless people. He kills zombies externally, kills his own people internally, and once he encounters a serious strain on supplies, he simply cleans up the population of the base. Keep the Fire Base population at 1 fire level at all times. This kind of ruthless behavior is cruel, but the Fire Base is very tenacious and has never had a base change, a base civil unrest. In the post-apocalyptic world, people are really more dangerous than zombies, especially with the severe lack of supplies, and hate to become the most primitive beasts. There had been countless base civil disturbances at K1 Base, and thanks to their initial power being the military, they wouldn't have been able to quell the riots down there. And the leadership of the K1 Base has always been very problematic. They never address the mob problem, and seem to be trying to keep each other in check with the military through these mobs, so that their leadership stays steady as a rock. What happened to your captain afterward? Han Xingxia, who was sitting in the car, asked Tang Jian. Successful completion of the mission. A hint of delight appeared on Tang Jian's face. But the one surnamed Wang is dead, isn't her old man the administrator of the base? Han Xingxia was very curious. Just then, their car drove towards a main road, this main road in front of a large tunnel, countless fences protection net in the tunnel hole, a group of guard soldiers guarded in front of this large tunnel, countless cars lined up, parked on both sides of the mountain outside the tunnel. The people who defected to the people are all concentrated in the temporary tent set up outside the mountain lining up and waiting. Han Xingxia knows very well what this is doing. It is testing whether these people have been bitten by a zombie inside. If someone mutates during the waiting process, they will be shot directly, and all survivors must be quarantined for a full 24 hours before they can enter the K1 base by virtue of their registration number. They arrived at the K1 base. Drip, drip. Tang Jian's car honked at the gate, and when the stern guards saw Tang Jian's car, they immediately withdrew the isolation fence, and the guards went up to Tang Jian and greeted him, and very politely scanned everyone in the car up and down with an infrared scanning pen, and then just let it go. There's no need to wait at all. The car drove straight into the tunnel to the envious eyes of the survivors waiting outside. Driving into the tunnel, Tang Jian turned her head to look proudly at Han Xingxia. Our family boss is now the deputy administrator of the base. Han Xingxia's eyes lit up. Big sister, I'll tell you quietly, our captain's grandfather is a military region marshal. After we came back last time, the marshal and our captain went to find the surname Wang. After the half-hour meeting, the surname Wang appointed the deputy administrator to our captain. He can only manage the production and life inside the base right now. Everything else is managed by our captain. Han Xingxia froze for a moment when she heard this, and then snorted with laughter. Kawa kawa. She didn't realize that her thoughtless rescue had directly changed the landscape of the K1 base. In his last life, Lu Qiyan and the others must have been killed by Wang Mengwei, and the continuation of the military side was cut off. Coupled with the machine that Wang Mengwei brought back, the management of the K1 base was deadlocked and controlled by Wang Mengwei's old man. The military wants to intervene but also has no heart. And this life, the death is Wang Mengwei. Lu Qiyan returned with the machine, and still new hatred and old hatred together. Wang Mengwei old father simply do not have any power to fight with them, directly by them hollow. What a way to lose your daughter and your power. At this rate, he can't even be the nominal administrator all the time. Lu Qiyan and the others will be the real K1 base managers. Han Xingxia knew that she had invariably screwed over the family surnamed Wang again, and she stifled a bad laugh just as their car pulled out of the tunnel. A bright light appeared in front of them, the words K1 base appeared on a large iron gate, and a boisterous crowd could be heard behind it. Sister, we need to go through security again here, let's come down for a moment. Good. Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang each carried a bag from the car, and after they came down, their cars were sprayed with disinfectant by the guards coming over, while they had to go through the all-black full-body X-ray to check their bodies one by one, and the security checks on both sides ensured that those who entered the base were safe and healthy. And the need to turn in supplies. Anyone who enters the K1 base is required to surrender half of their supplies, which have to be registered when they enter the gate, and if they are not registered, they will all be confiscated if they are found out here. Open all your backpacks, please. Half of the supplies are voluntarily turned in. If they are concealed, they will all be confiscated. These two are guests of Captain Lu, not residents. Tang Jian held out a note to them. When the staff saw the explanatory letter, they immediately saluted Han Xingxia and the two of them, allowing them to carry their bags directly into the X-ray inspection room. After both of their bodies were free of any unusual wounds, Han Xingxia officially entered the interior of the K1 base. Into the eye is a rows of temporary shanty houses. These shanty houses are densely packed together. There is no door, only curtains separated one by one. At this time when it is time to eat, the residents of the K1 base and the early natives all sitting on the ground, in the family or temporary hitchhiking mode, 3 by 3 together, chewing buns, careful to guard against all. In the clearing to the west, a group of strong laborers who had eaten or just hadn't eaten were sweating to build a new shed, a quarantine fence. The street is full of wandering crowds, they are scurrying around, the noise, the sound of fighting is endless, shanty corners from time to time there are fighting people, all of them are all numb to the point of not moving, as if they could not hear. Chapter 83 Dogs shake their heads. Big sister, let's go inside, it's a mess. Dawn Jane said. Aha! Han Xingxia reboarded the car. Their car drove on the main road of the base where people came and went, and the people on the road would actively avoid seeing this car, not daring to mess with it, all staring at the car and the people in it with a look of envy and longing. Han Xingxia had seen this kind of gaze too often. Don't think they're friendly, but whenever Han Xingxia rides in an ordinary car of a new resident who just entered the base, these people's eyes become greedy and salivating, itching to pounce on them right now and eat them with their bones and crumbs. Powerful strength can only be exchanged for people's reverence, weak strength is bound to be oppressed, this is an era of the weak and the strong to the extreme. This is especially true for mega bases like this one. Big sister, these are the newly received survivors, the order is rather chaotic, going inside will be better. Tang Jian said while driving. Han Qingsha nodded his head, looking at the shantytown in front of him gradually appeared in a small residential building. The security here is much better. The earliest batch of joining the base can be divided into this kind of house to live in. The relative sense of happiness do not live outside than the shantytown too high. And by the time Tang Jian pulled onto a divided road, the picture in front of him immediately changed. A neatly organized building, clean and tidy everywhere, not a single survivor wandering idly on the road, patrolling guards appearing from time to time. The housing on either side was lit up and peaceful as if it was back before the end times. The pickup truck made 7 turns and stopped in front of a 2-story villa. The villa also has a small garden to the front. Boss, this is our captain's home. Su Xiaoyang explained to Han Qingsha. Han Qingsha nodded and got out of the car as a man in civilian clothes walked out of the house. Lu Qiyan without his combat uniform looked much more civilized. Ms. Han. Hello Captain Lu. Welcome to K1 base. Aha, your base is good crowded and lively. Today I got to see, very shocking, at a glance as Captain Lu management is good. Out of the door of Han Qingsha is quite polite, need hard to a wave of business mutual admiration. Lu Qiyan was embarrassed for a moment when he heard her bragging for the first time, and then said seriously, if Miss Han likes it, she can consider joining our K1 base. I'll give you a good position. K1 base needs talents like you. Han Qingsha directly waved her hand. I'm just being polite and courteous, don't take it seriously. Lu Qiyan. Thank her. Actually, thinking about it, but anyone who has seen Han Qingsha's self-sufficient and solid little castle, who would think that she had a brain fart to join someone else's base? Is it too much for her to have a good time? Have you eaten? No. Is your house open for dinner? We came on an empty stomach and must not entertain something good. That's very Han Qingha. Not polite at all. Lu Qiyan. I'll take you to the cafeteria to eat. On the way, Lu Qiyan briefly introduced their K1 base to Han Qingsha. The K1 base was located in a core area surrounded by hills, and the main access point was that tunnel, so their base was highly secure, but at the same time, there wasn't enough arable land to ensure cultivation, and with more and more people joining, the base was very short of food. They are now implementing a unified food management system. Everyone can receive 2 steamed buns and a bowl of vegetable soup in the unified canteen every day. If they want to eat something else, the base is very welcome to go out and look for their own supplies, and only half of the supplies they bring back need to be surrendered to the base, and the rest is for them to keep for themselves. Of course, there are tons of jobs on the base for the population, and residents are rewarded with extra points for participating in base construction, which can be used to redeem food from the cafeteria. Almost a grown man drying for a day is able to gain 1 point and exchange 1 steamed bun out. Tight material conditions make the K1 base a tight squeeze every day. Han Qingsha followed Lu Qiyan to the second cafeteria of their K1 base. The first cafeteria was for the public, and the second cafeteria was reserved for the base's military and administrators. Drip. 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 Lu Qiyan's ID card was swiped 3 times on the cafeteria's machine. The first time was free for him, and the last 2 times he had to deduct points. 3 points at a time. Soon, 3 servings of steamed buns and a hot soup dish were whipped up. The buns are mixed grain buns and the soup is cabbage leaves with hot pot balls. Apparently, even with such a humble meal, it was still better than the first cafeteria. It's exclusive. Ms. Han, we're in poor condition here, so you'll have to make do. Han Qingsha looked at such a plain meal. Didn't you get promoted? Every day you eat this like everyone else? Yes. Lu Qiyan said, giving Han Qingsha his own share of a little more pills as a favor to the landlord. Han Qingsha took a deep breath. Why don't you take your squad and join my base? Your conditions are so grueling that my dog shakes his head when he looks at them. Lu Qiyan. Han Qingsha is still very facetious, nibbled half a steamed bun, as eating him a meal, the bowl of vegetable soup with an indescribable flavor as well as poor quality pills. She did not eat a mouthful. The standard of living has improved. She really cannot eat, all to Su Xiaoyang to eat. After all, for Han Qingsha, having good things always tightened on her own people first. Even if it is rubbing the meals of Lu Qiyan's family, this fine virtue still has to be carried forward. Su Xiaoyang is not picky at all, just eat and be done with it. After they finished eating, Lu Qiyan saw that Han Qingsha hadn't eaten more than a few bites. I'll take you around our bazaar here later. Okay. Han Qingsha happened to want to learn more about this rumored K1 base, and after she came out of the cafeteria, a few people walked while Han Qingsha asked, How many teams are there in total tomorrow? There should be 7 teams. Is there really nothing dangerous about the mission? Inside and around the reserve granary is sparsely populated, but there are a lot of zombies on the main road that must be traveled externally, so we need to work together. So when the time comes, you guys will follow us and we'll all go deeper together, so the danger shouldn't be too high. Han Xingxia nodded in understanding. At this time they also arrived at the K1 Bases Bazaar, which was an entire street market where the residents spontaneously set up to trade their goods, people sitting on the ground with what they were selling in front of them, basically clothes, jewelry, gold, silver, jade, and even money. Racks and racks of money were placed on the stalls for sale, and it looked like a certain tycoon boss had fled with money after the end of the world came, but he didn't realize that money was the most useless thing of all. Han Xingxiao was very new to walking down such a large street, looking at these things very freshly, when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Eat. Food. You want to whore yourself out without food? Someone come here. Chapter 84, The End of Han Yun's Family. A familiar middle-aged man's voice rang out in front. Han Xingxia saw a burly man with pants come out of a small shanty in front of him, and when he came out, he was quickly embraced by both the middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s who was limping outside the shanty and a pudgy old woman. Immediately after that, a woman in her 40s inside the shanty full of vicissitudes of life followed and ran out, and the three of them shouted outside the door at the same time. White whoring. Someone's whoring for nothing. Come on, someone. Someone's whoring here. What kind of goods also dare to say that I hoard for nothing? What did you tell me at the time, that your wife is young and beautiful, more than a little girl, so you have the nerve to ask me for money for such an old hag? Didn't I pick it out for you? Pick? You have the nerve to pick. Pick your 78-year-old mom too. The middle-aged man held his leg in a death grip. Anyway, you're not allowed to leave until you pay. Right. Gotta give stuff. It's not my business if you don't see me. You have to pay when you come. The old woman shouted, startling the whole street. The burly man saw several people dressed as base soldiers approaching in front of him from a great distance, and with immense boredom, he pulled a packet of instant noodles out of his body. How ing bad luck. He dropped the bubbly on the floor and shrugged off the crowd, stomping over it with one foot and striding away. The three men immediately pounced on them like mad dogs, picking up the trampled instant noodles. Get out of here, all of you. I earned this. No robbing. Honey, you can still earn it, give it to me and mom first, we haven't even eaten today, we're starving. Yes, good daughter-in-law, you're the best, mom hasn't eaten all day. Good for you guys. At this time, a younger male voice came out from inside the shanty, a man in his 20s or 30s, bearded, haggard but far better conditioned than the remaining few came out, and as soon as he came out, he directly snatched the instant noodles over. Inger, don't grab it, didn't you already eat it today? And ate both dad and your milk. The crippled middle-aged man said. Good grandson, give it to grandma, grandma is starving. Off. You bunch of losers. Still deserve to eat. The younger man kicked them out of the way. Mom, you shouldn't have stayed with those two losers, they're pure drag. A damned old thing that can't die, and a crippled loser that can't even do base missions, what are you still following them for? Right. Son, you're right. The middle-aged woman felt that it made perfect sense and stared blearily at the packet of noodles in the young man's hand. We're the ones who will always be family. Mom, from now on, the two of us will live alone. Not with these two losers. You're so right. Now that you're better, let's kick the crap out of these two losers. The middle-aged woman followed Han Ying away. The crippled middle-aged man on the ground was frantic at this time and pounced on the young man. Son, I'm your father. How can you abandon dad? Have you forgotten that I was the one who carried you all the way out and took care of you until your body recovered? You can't just not want dad once you're well. Right. Inger, I'm your grandmother. I've loved you the most since you were a child. How can you abandon grandma? Take grandma with you. Grandma will love you again. Off. You two useless pieces of. All of you go to hell. Han Ying bang bang kicked these two men twice. This group of people is none other than Han Yun's family. Han Ying's luck is also extremely good. Han Xingxiao, when he pitched him a wave, sent him to the hospital, his cell phone ID card are deducted, or very lucky to be found by his parents who love him dearly. They found him, just when the zombie virus outbreak. Han Ying old man noticed the situation is not right, carrying the fainted Han Ying with his wife and hospitalized mom hid. Their family's luck is no one, escaped into the hospital pharmacy, locked the door, Shrinken who came to ask for help inside do not open the door, very lucky to survive the early post-apocalyptic period. And in a very odd traitorous luck, because they ate Chinese medicine for dinner every day, they actually got Han Young, who was nearly beaten into a vegetable, to get better. They missed the first wave of rescue in the back, but ran into small groups of survivors looking for supplies. Their family relied on people and rolled up behind them to the K1 base. Luck has always taken care of them. Of course, in this lifetime, because of the lack of Han Xingxia's protection and guidance, they had suffered a lot. No food in the early days. Every day they could only eat dry rubbed Chinese medicine, water, if it was rainwater caught in an outside open window. Since the beginning of the end of the world, they had not eaten a decent meal. On the way to escape, there was no one to protect them. All of them were bruised and in a terrible state, and Papa Han Ying's leg was even broken, making him an invalid. When they arrived at the base, they did not have the first opportunity of the previous life. They could only live in the shanty town. Han Ying's old father and grandmother did not have any labor force. Han Ying was lying at home every day and did not do anything, and he ate a lot of food, and he had to rob them of the two old things, and the whole family's only remaining earner of food was Han Ying's old mother. Now that Han Ying's health is gradually getting better, he decisively states that he wants to take his mom away from him and completely draw a line in the sand with the two losers that are Han Ying's old man's grandmother. Eiko, you can't do this to us. Can't you see how we treat you? Your father went to the big city when you were just born to give you a good life, came to the house and put up with the humiliation. Have you forgotten all that? We're your family. You can't abandon us. Kiss your asses. Han Ying kicked his grandmother and his father. If it weren't for your incompetence, I wouldn't have to live such a miserable life. Couldn't even get me a house before the end times. Caused my wife to have an abortion and break up with me. Let me live in misery all the time. I couldn't even eat a full meal. Even trash like you are my relatives. Go to hell. Han Ying kicked them hard in the head. It didn't take his grandmother 2 kicks to make her curl up in a ball, and with chronic nutritional deficiencies and a bunch of physical ailments, she spit out blood with a wow. Old man Han Ying immediately said, Mom. Mom. Han Ying. You kicked your grandmother to death. Han Ying didn't have any pity in his eyes. Instead he became even more excited and said, she deserves to die even if she kicks to death. If a waste like her dies, she dies. Not useful at all. Father Han Ying was completely cold-hearted at this time, and he fumed, I will fight with you. You are the old one, annoying or not. Han Ying stomped heavily on his head, stomping his feet, stomping Han Ying's old man's face full of blood and his teeth chipped. Papa Han Ying was about to be beaten to death when someone shouted, Officer Lewis here. Hearing this, Han Ying is very fed up and gives his dad one last kick, kicking him out of the way before pulling up his still worthy mom and leaving. There were only 2 people left, Papa Han Ying and Grandma Han Ying, who fell to the ground with blood whistling and shouting unwillingly. I'm your dad. I'm your father. Chapter 85. At this moment, Papa Han Ying was incomparably remorseful. How did he give birth to Han Young that? He gave everything to Han Young and escaped from the city on his back, but that surprisingly got well and abandoned him. That's really a. He suddenly remembered Han Xingxia at this time. If only his daughter was there, if only Han Xingxia was there. Although Han Xingxia was rebellious, he knew deep down that she was a very sentimental person. He is a phoenix man who flew out of a remote countryside, and in order to put down roots in the city, he half-entered Han Xingxia's mother's family, and before he married Han Xingxia's mother, he had already set up a banquet and got married in his hometown, and he also gave birth to a son. He rarely came home when Han Xingxia was a child. Han Xingxia's mom never said anything, but Han Xingxia would yell at him every time, and then he picked his mom up from her hometown, and his mom bullied Han Xingxia's mom, and Han Xingxia, who was only 5 years old, pounced on her and bit her just like a little wolf cub. She wouldn't let go of her grandmother even after she had bitten her to the point of bleeding. Han Xingxia, who grew up without a father, is going to protect her home. Protect her mom. Papa Han Ying was well aware of Han Xingxia's personality, and once marked in her heart, she would not allow anyone to harm them. If his daughter was still here, they certainly wouldn't be in this state. She will do whatever it takes to protect him. Papa Han Ying was incredibly remorseful at this time. Just then, the dying man suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd of people walking by. Among the group of base guards, a young girl was surrounded by them, dressed in a sharp combat uniform with a high ponytail, and Lu Qian, the base's newly appointed administrator, accompanied her. She stood tall in her tall combat boots, a complete stranger to him in 2 worlds. Han Young tried to work his way up and was lifted up himself. Carry the people back to their housing, Lu Qian said in a cold voice. He was quickly lifted up and turned around to go in the opposite direction with his mom. He looked at the girl on Lu Qian's side one by one, but all he saw was a large striding back, surrounded by everyone in the center. She is the unattainable moon. A strong sense of identity barriers made him wonder if that was really his daughter, Han Xingxia. Is Han Xingxia, the girl they've been using as a blood bag to suck blood, just a neglected girl of no use at all? But the response to him was no response at all. People just treat him like air, like a mole, and move on without caring after watching the fun. Papa Hanning really couldn't hold it together at this time, and he whimpered loudly, shouting over there. Lu Qian noticed the difference and turned his head to look at Han Xingxia. Do you recognize them? Han Xingxia walked forward without a care in the world. I don't recognize it. Lu Qian heard this and waved his hand, sent it back in a hurry. Papa Hanning didn't even have the qualifications to touch her before he was dragged straight away. He was at this time but was incredibly certain that it had to be Han Xingxia. It's her. She's that good. But she doesn't recognize herself at all. He deserved it. Han Ying's father was so remorseful at this time that he couldn't wait to slap himself twice. If he had been a little bit better to Han Xingxia and chose her, he definitely wouldn't have ended up in this situation. He literally lost a mountain of gold. He was carried straight away. Captain Lu, how are things like this handled at your base? Han Xingxia asked. The management of the interior of the base is not mine, but if a human life is lost, the murderer dies. Han Xingxia smiled when she heard this. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. The sky is the limit. Now is the last days when everything is in short supply, not to mention medical resources. Han Ying's old man and grandmother already had a bunch of problems, and now that they have been beaten to such a state, they definitely won't be able to survive. It's that I didn't expect them to end up like this, that he would be beaten to death and abandoned by the son he had cherished all his life. This family of theirs is also tightly bound together. It's truly a cycle of karma. Of course, Han Xingxia, this kind of good-hearted people most dislike this kind of thing. She Justice, Lu Captain, then you still don't hurry to go to arrest people, like just those two, TSK, Pora, surely not a few days, you are the people in advance to catch up, locked up together, when an accident also have to give the person the victims have to give an explanation. You can't just arrest them again and fail to catch them, letting the victims die with injustice. Lu Qian heard this and thought it made sense. Arrest the person who just hit the victim in the victim's room. Once the victim is dead, they are instantly executed. Yes. Han Xingxia, who had done justice to the victims, felt that she was really a very good person. Surely there was no one more merciful than herself, right? Other people who encountered this kind of thing would have stood by and watched, and even thrown stones at the well, whereas she even helped to bring about justice. Too kind. Han Xingxia was impressed by her own kind enthusiasm. Anyone who said she wasn't a good person in the future, she'd be the first to disagree. They people had strolled around the market, and Han Xingxia already had an in-depth understanding of the K1 base. In one word, it's bad. But where this base is not guarded by a military region, it would have collapsed long ago because of the management system. With the uncontrolled mass intake of refugees and the extreme lack of internal resources, the large number of wanderers with nothing to do, and the scarcity of jobs on the base, this place wouldn't have been able to strain itself at all if it weren't for the group of soldiers holding strong and looking for supplies all the time. What it boils down to is that he's so short of supplies here. No wonder he was bent on going that far into the reserve granary for supplies. Ms. Han, we'll leave early tomorrow morning, so get some rest. Aha! Lu Qian settled her in the empty room of his villa, and Su Xiaoyang lived next door to her. As he was about to close the door, he called out to her again. By the way, I see you didn't have anything to eat tonight. There are some snack crackers in your room drawer. You can eat them if you're hungry. Okay. Han Xingxia closed the door. She followed what Lu Qian said and indeed saw a box of high-grade cookies in the drawer of her room. It's not a bad landlord, better than her. You can entertain them a little better next time. The next day, Han Xingxia, who had slept the night on Lu Qian's side, got up early, and when she walked downstairs, there was already a fleet of cars listed outside. In addition to a few pickup trucks were dozens of oversized vans. Miss Han, you and Xiaoyang drive the car you came in, and this car will load your supplies when the time comes. Good. Han Xingxia took Su Xiaoyang on board and followed Lu Qian's convoy towards the distant city of B. It's a long trek, 3 days one way or the other if things go well. They were to meet in the middle for a common overnight stop on the highway outside of B City. Chapter 86. They left at 7:30 a.m., and it was only at roughly 3 p.m. that the convoy in front of Han Qingxia arrived at the meeting point. Along the way they had to clear the roads and try to pick the well-traveled roads like the highway. The import and export are particularly congested, the middle part is not bad, so their convoy stops and goes, and it took them close to 7 hours to advance to the target place. At the moment, the stretch of highway in front of them had been cleared for a large part of the day, and dozens of cars converged in front of them. None of the cars were as professional as the ones at the K1 base, most of them were large, boxy trucks that looked like they had been picked up off the side of the road. When the K1 base's car came over in great numbers, a bunch of people in front of it immediately surrounded it. K1 base is coming. It's K1 base. No wonder the K1 base is so strong. You guys just look at their cars. People's K1 base was fused in by the military region, so it must be awesome. Lu Qian, who was at the front, got out of the car, and the people on the opposite side of the road came over and greeted him. Hello? I'm Li Yuan from the future base. The base is in a chemical factory in the western suburb of City B. There are over 300 of us in the base. Nice to meet you. Hello? I'm Du Fong from Star River Base. The base is in the development zone south of B City. There are over 400 people in our base. Hello? I'm Su Mao from the Baishang base. The base is in Peninsula, Junction District, C City, and there are over 500 of us in the base. Hello? I'm Ji Zhe from Starfire Base. The base is in Great Eagle Village at the back of B City, and there are 200 people in the base. Hello, I'm Lu Qian, from K1 base. Lu Qian greeted them politely. I've heard a lot about K1 base. It's just that it's too far away, or else we would have gone to join you. The managers of these small bases all looked at Lu Qian with smiles. Han Qingxia walked over at this time, and Lu Qian introduced them. Her name is Han Qingxia, and she's from Shangxia base. Shangxia base? When the crowd heard this, they all showed puzzled looks. How come I haven't heard of it before? Their base is more low-key. Lu Qian said. The words fell on the ears of the crowd and instantly changed their meaning. Rather low-key, that seems like a very small base. Captain Han, how many people have come from your Shangxia base? 10 or so. Everyone heard this as more than a little tasteless, just 10 or so. This base must be as small as what? But because they came with Lu Qian, they didn't say anything else. All of them pretended not to know about this base, and surrounded Lu Qian to ask about the base's resources. Captain Lu, do you have enough food over there? Captain Lu, do you have any extra meat on your side? Captain Lu, how are the greens on your side? Captain Lu, we'd like to trade a bit of weapons with you. Do you have any to spare? The real tycoon was ignored by all of these people, and none of them took Han Qingxia seriously. Han Qingxia was also too lazy to care about these small base people, and at this time, a girl with a short haircut and an inch head dressed as a tomboy walked up to her. Did you really create a base? Han Qingxia raised her head to be confronted with a face so tan that it was impossible to see the female features. And who are you? My name is Ji Euro, my brother Ji Zhe and I are from Starfire Base. Our base is in Great Eagle Village, north of B City. North of B City. Big Eagle Village. Boss. It's not far from us. Su Xiaoyang said. The westernmost backside of Han Qingxia's territory was B City's Great Eagle Village. Hearing his words, Ji Euro was surprised and said, You really have your own base? What's there to believe? Even if there are fewer members, it's still a base. Ji Euro frowned thickly at this point. No, this is the first time I've seen a female create a base. She looked earnestly at Han Qingxia and held out her hand. Nice to meet you, my name is Ji Euro, and I'm a fire alien. Han Qingxia looked at the outstretched hand. Han Qingxia, water system. She shook her hot flame-like hand. Just then, the sound of a rumbling convoy came from behind them. Another convoy of vehicles is coming. It's the Hope Base. Thank you all for your support. It's so warm. Big White added an extra chapter. Chapter 87, Base of Hope. The entire fleet of vehicles at Hope Base is white in color. Looks like a professional big business team car. That's actually not true at all. As one of the 3 large bases, Hope Base had absorbed a large number of scientific researchers in the early stages, and that initial group of personnel all came from a mega monopoly science and technology research company, the Aurora Group. The Aurora Group was a mega-sized, semi-state-owned enterprise with more than 20 research institutes in fields including, but not limited to, medicine, medical hardware, life engineering, and even a portion of military defense research. Before the end of the world, the Aurora Group was the largest enterprise in B City. Their group headquarters in the junction of B and C cities, covering a large area, have their own set of perfect ecological system. Zombie virus outbreak before the staff alone are more than 100,000, and the lowest education is a master's degree. It can be described as a true gathering place for the elite. After the beginning of the apocalypse, the Aurora Group went through the initial zombie crisis, riots and fear. These high-quality human survivors were able to clean up the zombies and rebuild the gathering place with the internal resources of the park to form a large base. Aurora also officially changed its name to Hope Base. They survived in numbers up to 1,000. Of course, it's very demanding to join them. They don't want ordinary people. Only the highest quality personnel are accepted. In the eyes of these people, taking in ordinary people was a waste of resources, and with the resource constraints of the post-apocalyptic world, an ordinary person consumed the same amount of supplies as a high-quality person, so why would they want a group of ordinary people who could only be a drag with a low level of contribution? Han Qingxiao was under the impression that the biggest impression of Hope Base in later life was that it was strict to the extreme and cold and unfeeling. Especially their base manager, Chi San, honored as one of the top 10 ruthless people list, known as the robot with a heartbeat. The guy once famously said all men's lives have a price. In his eyes, all people are just like objects, and the value of the wealth he can create in his lifetime can be calculated from their age, physical condition, ability, consumption, and output, and these are the price of his life. In the eyes of this cold and heartless man to the core, a person is a substandard piece of trash if his price is below his standard of price for people. They are the topmost premium talents, all of which can be concluded by precise number crunching, and all choices are made only towards maximizing benefits. Including this joint operation. The white convoy pulled up in front of them, 5 cars in all, and down came 7 men in white uniforms. 5 men and 2 women. At the head of the group was a young man in his mid-20s, with 6 others following closely behind him. Hope Base is coming. Their administrator, Zisson, is here too, isn't he? That one should be Zisson. The 4 small base management leaders who had just surrounded Lu Qian saw Chi Sang bring someone, and once again, they were attentive and went over to greet him. My brother is boring. Han Qingxiao's voice came from Ji Yuro's ears. She looked up at her. Ji Yuro raised her head and said disdainfully, if we have this effort we'll go kill the zombies ourselves. Is it bad to find more supplies? We have to balk at others with others. Han Qingxiao smiled gently as she waved at her to sit next to her. Ji Yuro looked away and followed Han Qingxiao as she sat on the highway guardrail. How many people are in your base? Han Qingxiao pulled out a handful of melons from his almighty pocket. Ji Yuro looked at the melon seeds handed to her, hesitated for 2 seconds, and refused. No need, there are more than 200 people in our base. All of them are folks from our village and nearby villages. When she didn't kowtow, Han Qingxiao kowtowed herself. What's the population ratio? Ji Yuro's brow furrowed. There are many old people in our village, and you know the current situation in the countryside. Those who stay in the countryside are basically old people, and there are less than 50 young people like my brother and I. Han Qingxiao listened to the joy to the extreme, spitting melon rinds. Then your brother must not hurry to hold the thighs, go late even people pants cannot catch. Juru. After 2 seconds of depression, she shook her head heavily. No, in my opinion, we can't rely on anyone. In this post-apocalyptic world, we can only rely on ourselves. Han Qingxiao, who was knocking on a melon, giggled as she reached out her hand again and handed her the melon. Eat it together, I like listening to you talk. Ji Yuro. It's not like I can talk. Since I was little, no one in my family likes to hear me talk. I like it. Go ahead and talk as if I were asking you to talk with a melon. Ji Yuro looked at the caramelized melon seeds and hesitated for a second this time before taking it. Well then, I haven't been speaking to anyone since the end of the world began, and I like you a lot too. Did you really build the base? Aha! Why did they pick you, a woman, to be the base manager? Can they convince you? I saved them all, so of course they listened to me. When Ji Yuro heard this, her eyes widened. Really? If you don't believe me, ask my little brother, I saved him too. Han Qingxiao nudged her mouth. Ji Yuro raised her head to look at Su Xiaoyang, who had been acting like a backdrop next to her the entire time, standing there motionless, guarding Han Qingxiao at all times. Su Xiaoyang glanced at her and nodded at her in a high and cold manner. All of us at the base were saved by the boss. Ji Yuro sucked in a sharp breath when she heard this, and at this time, she only felt that she admired Han Qingxiao to no end. Surprisingly, she was the one who saved it. She looks, like, really strong. Knowing that Han Qingxiao was a woman, after the beginning of the end times, Ji Yuro could feel how low the status of women was. Even though she herself was a fire-type psychic and her combat power was not inferior to her brother's, she could not say anything about the base management. Everyone naturally ignored her, and there were also people talking about how women should stay at home to bring up children and give birth to them, and how they couldn't compete with men even if they had psychic abilities. Men are women's heaven. To obey them unconditionally. Ji-Uro hated to tear them apart when she heard those kinds of words. For that matter, she was pretty well treated on their Starfire base. Her brother was the base administrator, she herself had powers, and other women with nothing had even lower status. Hearing that Han Xingxia had saved everyone and formed her own base, she was truly impressed. Regardless of the size of the base, Han Xingxia, she was the absolute leader. That made her very envious. But when she waited until later, when she saw the size of Han Xingxia's so-called small base, she was so shocked that her jaw could have dropped. Alright, it's enough for everyone to recognize each other. At this moment, an ice-cold voice fell from that group of people gathered around, and the young man in the center wearing a white uniform ignored everyone else and looked at Lu Qian, who was directly across from him. Captain Lu, didn't you say that 7 squads arrived today? Chapter 88, The Big One. There's another Shangxia base that came with me. Lu Qian looked over to Han Xingxia's side. That one is Han Xingxia, the administrator of Shangxia base. A group of people all turned their heads to look over and saw 2 people sitting cross-legged on the side of the road with Ji-Uro, high on melon seeds and chattering. Crowd. It's hard not to be a little offended by this image. All of them were careful and seriously nervous about this multi-base meeting, and over there they were leisurely getting high. Lu Qian was aware of Han Xingxia as a person. Let's go over and say hello. No need. She glanced over at Han Xingxia's side, her cold eyes quickly retracting their gaze without a trace of humanized light before turning her head to look at everyone in front of her. Come and register, all of you, and write down the information about all of you, and when the time comes, food will be distributed to you according to the extent of your contribution on the road. Of course, Captain Lu doesn't have to, it's still on the terms we talked about at the time. Lu Qian nodded. When Shisan finished, the man following behind him handed out a stack of forms, one by one. Lu Qian hand also sent a copy, of course, not for Lu Qian, it is for him to bring the base of Shangxia. The address of the Eastern Reserve Granary is known only to those at Hope Base. But they weren't sure they'd be able to get this supply in one piece, and they were all highly knowledgeable people with a very poor military. So they contacted Lu Qian and cooperated with him to find food together, but at the same time, the Hope Base is not assured that Lu Qian, in case these with guns with him to the destination to take them all out, their own sole possession of the granary how to do. As a result, Hope Base has gotten out a large wave of joint multi-base searches for food. Even if a little more food is given out, you have to add security. Get more bases to hold K1 bases. After receiving the forms, all the small bases respectfully took them back and filled them out. They're just shrimps, so of course they have to be careful. Yu-chan. Juru. Jizei took the form and shouted at Ji-Uro, who was high on melon seeds. Ji-Uro heard her brother's call and returned the melon seeds in her hand to Han Xingxia. I'll go back first. Go go go. Han Xingxia continued to sit, when a hand landed in front of her. Han Xingxia raised her eyes to see Lu Qian walking over, stared into his eyes, and finally split the melon in half between him. Lu Qian. Forms you need to fill out. Lu Qian handed his other hand up, a form. Han Xingxia took the form and scanned the top, which contained very detailed personal information. Name, age, place of origin, and even what they did before the end of the world. And of course there's the alien power situation, the size of the base, the composition and structure of these very secretive things. Who wants it? Hope Base. Han Xingxia spat out a mouthful of melon rinds, filled. Lu Qian. Han Xingxia lazily patted his butt and got up from the ground. This time it's the Hope Base that puts out the map and you guys put out the force, right? Yes. Han Xingxia waved at Lu Qian, who came over. With their backs to the back, Han Xingxia said, want to do something big. Lu Qian. He thought about it for a long time and said helplessly, stop it. So tell me, how will the supplies be divided? 40% for the Hope Base, 40% for me, and the remaining 20% for the other bases to be divided by their level of contribution. In order to prevent Han Xingxia, the thug, from continuing to compel, Lu Qian said in advance, Han Xingxia, I don't want you to do it, the whole time you're going with me to purely share a wave of supplies on it, stop it. When Han Xingxia heard this, she looked up at the blue sky at 45 degrees and deeply sighed that Lu Qian was just an honest man. It's good to be in the company of such honest people. But she couldn't have parted with such a good thing without this honest man. It's not a good thing when you get a bargain. That's all. Well then, you said I wouldn't do it. Aha! Han Qingxia slapped the blank form to Lu Qiyan and turned around to return to her car with Su Xiaoyang. One by one, the other squads handed in their team's forms. After the forms were handed out, the night was getting late, and all the base teams set up their tents to rest, centered on their convoys. Of course, Hope Base's tent was right in the middle of all the convoys. Protected by all of them, all the other squads had to send out patrols, and they hoped that everyone at the base would just take care of resting. Han Qingxia rested directly in the car, the backseat flattened, and she slept alone in the car. Su Xiaoyang set up a tent outside the car and guarded her. By the time Han Qingxia closed her eyes and was ready to sleep, she suddenly heard a rustling sound. Rustle, rustle. There was the sound of something dragging through the grass. Han Qingxia was a psychic alien, and her ears were sharper than the average person. She sensed a different sound outside and immediately sat up from the car, looking out the window into the darkness. There seemed to be heavy clouds above the sky, so thick that they covered the moon and there was not a single ray of light outside. They also don't turn on any light at all here to avoid causing walkers. Han Qingxia's ears rustle more and more heavily. She enlarged her entire perception out. Her current spiritual perception is 20 meters away, but 20 meters is not much of a distance at all on the side of the highway in this kind of wilderness. Just then, the thick clouds outside gradually dispersed, and an incomparably large blood moon appeared in Han Qingxia's field of vision. The crimson blood moon was as bleak as a bloody hole in the blackened sky, while also bringing a light source to the ground. Han Qingxia finally got a good look at the countryside beyond the highway. A patch of wilderness grass lit up with one pair of gray eyes after another. Dense eyes appeared from everywhere. They all stared at Han Qingxia's side of the caravan, converging toward them. Excitement, greed, desire, and hunger. Almost simultaneously, gray energy dots appeared one after another at the edge of Han Qingxia's spiritual energy. A large number of zombies were like ants returning to their nests, gathering around them from all directions. 100 ghosts at night is nothing more than that. Yoko! Get up! Han Qingxia pulled open the car door at the first opportunity and said to the tent outside. Su Xiaoyang came out of the tent 3 seconds after hearing her voice, and was pulled directly into the car by Han Qingxia in the 4th second. It was only when they got into the car that the first screams erupted from outside. Ah! There's a zombie! The walkers are coming! After the screams rang out, all the people who were resting woke up, and by the time they copied their weapons to meet the battle, the wave of zombies had already rushed to their caravan. Dang! A zombie directly pounced on Su Xiaoyang's tent just now. After realizing the pounce, it crashed into Han Qingxia and their car with an ow. A bloodless, dried and twisted zombie face clung to the glass window, opening its mouth wide and biting its way in. Chapter 89. My sister is better than my brother. Ho ho ho! It was a very short elderly zombie. The bloodstained clothes were vaguely recognizable as a park grandpa's standard dishrag linen tunic, and the top of the old zombie's head revealed a bare Mediterranean sea, with a straight line of hair receding to the back of his head. But you could tell that the old man Walker had been a decent person in life, and what little hair was left had been styled and trimmed to look like a round, puffy potted plant in a garden topped the back of his head, as well as a big, shiny, gold tooth set in his front door. Z. The big gold tooth knocked against the glass window in front of Han Qingxia with a zip, making that sound of metal scratching on glass, so thin and sharp that it gave people goosebumps. A large swath of blood, hala thick black blood 3 or 2 times coated the whole piece of glass window, elderly zombies crazy like scratching and biting and slapping the glass window, clunking and banging their car. On its third hit. Bang! A bullet flew in through the right temple of the old man zombie, and the powerful impact caused its head to lurch violently in front of Han Qingxia's eyes, its neck presenting a 90-degree deflection, and with a thud, it was disintegrated. Followed by the sound of footsteps from outside, a group of Lu Qiyan's guards rushed over. They glanced at the people inside the car, gestured, and quickly dispersed to eliminate other zombies. When Su Xiaoyang saw this, he got out of the car without saying a word and went to support. This time. Don't go. Han Qingxia held Su Xiaoyang down as she unhurriedly looked for a good viewing spot in the car, took a handful of melon seeds out of her pocket, and continued to get high. They can do it. Su Xiaoyang. The tide of zombies outside was constantly coming towards their side, and everyone's convoys came together, except for Han Qingxia and no one from the Hope Base side getting out of the car. Everyone came out to participate in this nighttime defense battle. Outside, fire and blood mingled. Han Qingxia saw that only 2 of those 4 small bases had guns, and they were extremely few in number. China's gun control was extremely strict, and even after the fall of the end times, the number of guns that flowed out was still very limited. The main fire support must be counted on K1 base. Lu Qian brought all the people carrying guns and heavy weapons. All the warriors rushed to the front line with their guns, bursts of artillery fire. The other 4 small bases do not have such a strong firepower, but also to make their own full strength. Elemental system psychics all released their psychic abilities, fireballs, water balls, metal balls flying all over the sky, power psychics all holding machetes, baseball bats, and other cold weapons in the form of berserk fighters, holding cold weapons in close combat. A few people who do not have a bit of psychic abilities are also as far as possible inside the line of defense, holding a weapon and playing to assist. Everyone fought like hell. Han Xingxia saw that little girl called Ji Euro during the day. She stood behind her brother, who was a power mutant, grasping a nail rake in his hand, swinging it tigerishly and lifting 4 or 5 zombies with a single rake. After he roughly lifted the zombies off the ground, the 2 fireballs behind him flew up in the air, pouncing straight on these zombies. Ji Euro's short hair with a faint red light emitting from the tips, her hands grasping in the air, her face sinking like a black charcoal, her face full of concentration, her palms condensing a steady stream of fireballs, cooperating with her brother in the attack. As time went on, she gradually couldn't keep up with her alien abilities. She was nothing but a level 1 psychic, condensing up to 2 fireballs at a time, and as she used her psychic powers, her body became more and more hollowed out, and her dark face showed a miserable white color. But the zombies seemed to be, well, constant. Source: Brother. How come there are so many zombies? I didn't even see any during the day. The walkers are probably all hiding during the day. The zombies at night are fighting several times as hard as they do during the day, and the zombies are even more perceptive in every way than they usually are. This is the necessary road to the reserve grain silo, but also a main road in B City. They couldn't clean up all the walkers hiding around even during the day. With so many of them gathered together, they attracted all the zombies in a radius of dozens of miles. Lu Qian sensed that the zombie tide at the scene seemed to be trickier than he had previously envisioned, and decisively said, "All of you hold on for 5 minutes." As his words fell, he ran out through the gap at the back with everyone from K1 base. When the people from the other 4 small bases saw this, all their nerves tightened. 5 minutes? The K1 base won't run away. But at this time they didn't dare to follow and run off, all gritted their teeth and guarded their own convoy. 5 minutes. At the very least, hold on for 5 minutes. The tide of zombies continued to come in waves. Everyone at the 4 bases was on death watch, and the Hope base stood firm, with not a single person getting off. By the time 3 minutes had elapsed, the aliens in the 4 bases couldn't hold out any longer. Their powers were depleted, their successors were powerless, and all of them switched to using cold weapons to hold on again. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Shovels, hammers, sticks, machetes, any kind of weapon. All of them swung their best to cut down the zombies, and despite that, their encirclement was shrinking a little bit inward. Insist on insisting. Bite the bullet. At 4.5 minutes, everyone's defense circle was locked in front of their convoys. There's no place to retreat, and the only way to retreat is to run. Ji Euro was currently being protected by her brother, retreating step by step towards the caravan behind herself. Yuzo, you go ahead and get in the car. I don't. What do you need a useless woman like you when your powers are gone? Get lost. Ji Zhe yelled at his sister. The power of Ji Euro's palm, who was trying her best to condense the last flame, suddenly leaked out, and right at that moment, a long-haired zombie leaped out from nowhere and bit down on Ji Euro's big mouth. Things happened too suddenly. When Ji Euro had a reaction, the face of the zombie that was full of pus festering and flopping with blood appeared in front of her eyes. It opened its abyssal maw, its half-stump of a tongue filled with foul-smelling maggots. Ji Euro forgot to fight back at this moment, and even felt that she could close her eyes. But just when she was completely desperate, the zombie that had opened its bloody mouth did not bite her. Rather, the entire zombie froze, stopping hard in front of her neck, as if it had been forcibly stopped by a powerful force, and how it could not bite down. Bang! The zombie in front of Ji Euro was lifted off by a nail rake through his brain. Yu-chan! Ji Zhe looked at her with eyes full of panicked hindsight. Ji Euro saw a pair of eyes behind Ji Zhe at this time, however. A pretty girl sat peacefully in the car. She kept looking at them and smiling at her. Her eyes were so bright that they seemed to steal the heart, full of unspeakable power. And that's when... Bang! A ball of fire grazed Jizzer's head. Ji Zhe looked at the ball of fire that had recongealed in his sister's palm. The burning sensation made his heart beat faster, and behind him, a zombie was penetrated through the head by the ball of fire. Thick black blood splattered half his face. And at that moment, a fiery flame flared up in their periphery with a miso sound. Immediately after. Ta-da! Fire support is back. The K1 base is back. They poured gasoline on the outer perimeter to block it, and managed to block the walkers on the outer perimeter with fire. They rejoined toward the convoy, their powerful guns quickly emptying the walkers inside. Brother! Let's continue. Go on. When Jizai and Ji-Uro saw this, the two of them instantly raised their hopes, and all of them continued to cheer up and cooperate in clearing the zombies in the safety zone. 10 minutes later, everyone was paralyzed with exhaustion. Inside the safe zone, the zombies are all cleared out. Everyone was paralyzed on the floor celebrating the aftermath of the robbery, and Ji-Uro looked at her brother. Brother, am I any use now? Jizai laughed and reached out his hand to vigorously rub Ji-Uro's short inches that were so short that they could pierce a person's hand. It works. My sister is better than my brother. Chapter 90. Sleep well. When Ji-Uro heard this, she raised her miserable white peeling lips and giggled. Smiling, her eyes fell on the car that hadn't moved. The people in the car were no longer sitting in the front, and it was quiet inside, as if they had gone to sleep. Ji-Uro's gaze couldn't help but deepen. Was that an illusion? Why did the zombies stop? Did she do it? Han Qingxia, who was in the car, yawned and rubbed her brain, which had overused its mental power, and drifted off to sleep. Of course, this zombie wave defense was not without casualties. For bases, 5 dead, 1 unlucky enough to be killed by a teammate by mistake. 4 were bitten by zombies, and 3 of them jumped directly into the tide of zombies and fought with the opposite zombies to make a strong contribution to their home base. The remaining 1 was still trying to hide it, and when Lu Qian's squad came back from pacifying the encirclement, he started to mutate. Don't kill me. No, no. Going to kill me. My old wife is still at home, waiting for me. Don't kill me, if I die, someone else will bully her, A member of the Yum Yum base knelt down in front of everyone and begged for mercy, his body showing a twisted mutation of anti-joints as he did so. The veins in his face rapidly darkened and expanded, a face blinking out of blood as he curled into a ball of pain and pressed himself against the ground, begging them in agony. All the survivors of the Yum Yum base were all silent when they saw his appearance. There was not a single person on the scene who could lay a hand on it. It's their teammate. After the end times and countless struggles, they were very familiar with each other. He has a wife who has just been married not long ago, the two are after years of long-distance relationship, finally before the end of the world to repair the fruit, he this time out of the mission, her wife at home crying and begging him not to go, he told her, go to this time, the family will have enough supplies, they will not have to go out for a long time. To be able to be with her every day when the time comes. Please, please, please K, I love you so much. Bang! At this time, an icy shot rang out. The Yum Yum base mutant that fell to the ground flopped around and became completely motionless. Everyone at the Yum Yum base looked angrily at the shooter. Shisan, the administrator of the Hope base, in his pure white uniform. He looked at the scene coldly, and in his hand was a smoking, rolling gun. They wanted the base to finally come down after the site was secured. You guys aren't even human. He's not a walker yet. He's still not a zombie. The captain of the Bai Shang base, Su Mao, rushed over angrily. He hadn't even rushed to Chi Sang before several blackened gun muzzles disliked him on the side of his head. The people behind Chi Sang all looked at him icily. If he but moved forward a little, this operation could have gone without a Yum Yum base. But he's still human. Why did you guys kill him? Su Mao clenched his fists and stood still with red eyes angrily looking at Chi Sang. Chi Sang faced the words of the person in front of him, his cold eyes did not have half a ripple in them, so cold that they were not human. When he turns into a zombie, we will be in danger, and I won't allow meaningless dangers to appear. When Su Mao heard this, his fists clenched even tighter and he clenched his teeth, when he heard Chi Sang continue. Squads with casualties are given an extra share of supplies for the appropriate number of personnel in proportion to their original personnel. He finished, turned, and walked away. Not one more word. Everyone at the scene looked at the people at the Hope base. Step by step, I watched them leave. Lu Qian, who was still at the K1 base afterward, came over. Do you need our help? No need, Captain Lu. Su Mao said. It's definitely dangerous to come out on a mission, and you guys have worked hard. Their respective squads dug a hole and buried their own fallen men. Lu Qian had someone send them a bit of medicine for their injuries, and also provided them with some digging tools. Everyone all looked at Lu Qian gratefully. A night fight, except for the K1 base, the Hope base had no casualties, and that left the Shangxia base that had been lingering. After Lu Qian finished settling the other bases and ordered his men to guard the patrols guarding the outside of the security zone, he went to Han Qingxia's car to see. As soon as he arrived, Su Xiaoyang pulled the tent open and came out. Captain Lu. Xiaoyang. Lu Qian nodded at him. This is at least his former soldier. Where's your boss? Asleep. Lu Qian. Sleep well, no problem. Having said that she didn't want her to make a move, it was purely to give her mixed waves of supplies and return her previous favor. You get some rest too, you have a long journey tomorrow. Su Xiaoyang watched Lu Qian leave. Yes. Captain Lu. Day 2. When the sun came out, there were even fewer walkers outdoors. The massive wave of zombies from last night have all been cleared out. Lu Qian had worked hard all night, but they hadn't been unproductive. At least the crystal cores collected more than 1,000. That's pure base respective income. The squads that participated in the battle yesterday all went to dig for crystal cores. Han Qingxia had a comfortable sleep, and she was somewhat pleasantly surprised to find that it seemed as if after she had completely emptied her mental power had grown after resting for a night. She emptied herself mentally to expand outward, scanning over all people and objects along the way. Her perception distance seemed to be a meter larger. And it's much clearer about the powers within the surrounding aliens. For example, before, she could only sense that Lu Qian was a thunder alien because he had the strongest thunder attribute, and this time, she was able to see a little bit of ice light sense from him in addition to the thunder attribute. Multi-system powers are also weighted, and it's not possible to be very strong in every power. Lu Qian's thunder system was the strongest, and all others would be covered, but this time, Han Qingxia was able to capture a bit of it. One by one, she scanned the scene for all the base squads, basically the same normal line of psychics she had seen yesterday, until, that is, she scanned the Hope Base's convoy. There are 7 people at Hope Base. For our space-based, 1 is fire-based, 1 is a power shifter, and 1. Han Qingxia wanted to feel deeper, and suddenly felt a pinprick of barrier. That is. Chapter 91. I'll say it again. Control alien ability. Control psychic powers are a variant of mental psychic powers. Will have absolute control over people or things within their domain. Quite different from the standard mental psychic ability with radar attributes like Han Qingxia, the control system's psychic ability evolved towards absolute control right from the start. Anything within the range of mental control would move because of his mind. Spacing out, hypnosis or mental barriers and so on. They are absolute masters in their own domain. It was very different from the kind of radar attribute mental psychic ability that Han Qingxia had. It can be said that only 1 or 2 mental system psychics come out of 1,000 psychics, and only 1 control system psychic comes out of 1,000 psychics, and control system psychics are actual rare king level psychics. However, there was one thing: the control system ability was only effective within one's control area, and it was useless outside of one's control area. Couldn't do the kind of infinite expansion of spiritual power like Han Qingxia, or even long-distance attacks, and the power of the control faculty's supernormal abilities was only within a small area of his own. This field is difficult to expand, only to enhance the field control. Strong as it is, there are a lot of limitations. The pinprick of mental energy sensed that someone was probing it, and it immediately struck back, trying to catch the source. But obviously, its mental power wasn't as strong as Han Qingxia's, who immediately retracted her mental power after noticing that it was a control system ability, and after the other party couldn't catch it within its own domain, it was even less likely to feel it anywhere else. A brief exchange of words, Han Qingxia rubbed her temples and had already stripped the bottom out of the Hope Base. So there's a control alien in them. At that moment, the car door of the Hope Base opened, and she sang, dressed in a white uniform, stared out from it, scanning the surroundings, her gaze all grave. Han Qingxia, see here, well, now also know that control system alien who? Zissin was annoyed at this time. He clearly sensed that someone had just used their spiritual power to sense them, but he couldn't even catch the other party's shadow. That's a very powerful psychic. He didn't even notice her descending into his domain at the first moment, and she wasn't discovered until she snooped deeper, and even the moment she was perceived by him, she immediately receded and left, unable to be caught within his domain. Who is it? Spiritual power is surprisingly strong. Their bottoms were stripped bare, and he couldn't even find a trace of the other side. That's add up. He stood outside scanning around, looking for the crowd around him when a voice rang out. Did your base not come out to kill walkers yesterday? A member of the Yum Yum base saw Han Xingxia and walked over indignantly. His voice attracted a circle of people from other bases around him, and everyone all thought of it as an afterthought at this time. Han Xingxia and the others really didn't come out yesterday. Fell asleep. Han Xingxia lazily said in the face of the people who had risen up to come over to crush her. The person on the other side of the room exploded with anger when he heard this. You fell asleep. Do you realize that all of us fought in blood yesterday? We sacrificed several of our brothers, and you guys were even huffing and puffing inside. Still asleep? Or else? Han Xingxia cocked her head. The person on the other side of the room became so angry that smoke came out of his head, pointing at the earthly old sixth Han Xingxia. How can you have the nerve to say something like that? Don't you have any shame at all? Han Xingxia laughed. Do you have anything else? This time, the opposite side had gotten so angry that they were shivering. Stop right there. You have to give us a statement today. Apologize to all of us. To apologize? Han Xingxia stretched out a big lazy waist and looked at the person in front of her, patting the opposite person's chest soothingly. Okay, which sentence of mine offended you? Say it and I'll repeat it. Opposite. This time it wasn't gas anymore. Rather, angry enough to cry. She, how in the world? Is she a bandit? Tang Jian and the others who rushed over saw the scene and only wanted to say, how similar. Another poor guy being bullied by big sister Han. He'd almost cried at Han Xingxia's anger once. The people from several other bases next to them were also in a group when they saw this. In terms of how to provoke everyone's anger in 3 words, it was up to the mixed demon king Han Xingxia. You Shangxia base are really arrogant. Shangxia base said. You guys just put out 2 guys, and neither of them are even fighting. You're going too far. Future base said. You must give us an explanation today. Star River base said. Just then, a voice came from behind them. Something's wrong. Lu Qian rushed over with his men in stride. When the people from the other bases saw Lu Qian coming, they immediately said. Captain Lu, no one came out of the Shangxia base yesterday. They are simply too arrogant. There were only supposed to be 2 of them, and none of them are coming out. It's fine for us to turn a blind eye when there are so few of them joining us, but listen to what she's saying. She fell asleep during that grueling blockade yesterday. Lu Qian's head was big as he glanced at living ancestor Han Xingxia and forced himself to explain to her, Captain Han might have really fallen asleep yesterday and didn't hear it. When the others heard this, they all wanted to vomit blood. Lu Qian, can he write forced harboring on his brain? That's a pretty obvious cover-up. But if they people don't obey Han Xingxia, can they still disobey Lu Qian? Yesterday, if it wasn't for Lu Qian leading the K1 base to save the day, as the main output, they would have long been gone, not to mention the fact that after the incident, Lu Qian helped them deal with the injured or dead members of the team. Lu Qian, they are really convinced. They were all willing to give a few faces to his words. Lu Qian looked at everyone and continued, let's leave it at that. They are the people I brought, all the work, just as I K1 base to help Shangxia base to do. It's even worse for everyone to hear about it. They even saw that this Shangxia base purely a jerk who fell for Lu Qian. No strength whatsoever, only backstage. I think Captain Lu has a point. Ji Euro stood out at this time to support Han Xingxia's wave. Her brother immediately tugged at her as her words fell, looking at her with displeasure. Ji Euro glanced at Han Xingxia, her yesterday's gaze flashing in her eyes, and firmly said, regardless, I think Captain Lu's statement that they helped Shangxia base finish the job can be recognized. When the others heard Ji Euro say this, they were all like finding a slope. Forget it, Lu Qian people have stepped forward to harbor, they would not have said anything, Ji Euro, and then an open mouth should be, and then they have who opposed, that also seems to be they do not know what to do. Just then, a cold voice rang out behind everyone. I don't think it should count that way. Chapter 92, Arrival at the Granary. Chi-san's words made everyone turn their heads to look. The crowd then saw Chi-san in his white uniform striding over. His state today was not quite the same as usual, revealing a flavor of absolute indifference and superiority all over his body. The few other people from the other small bases faced with such an aura from him only felt a pinch of power pressing down on their minds, causing them to lower their heads. Showing an uncomfortable expression. The only ones immune to Chi-sang's aura were Lu Qian and Han Xingxia. Han Xingxia lazily looked at the person walking over as countless spiritual forces came from a distance of 2 meters around Chi-sang. With a very clear probing power. Control powers, while strong in their own domain, do not have the ability to distinguish between powers. He could only sense that the other party had or didn't have supernatural abilities, but he couldn't tell what they were like Han Xingxia. Not to mention that Han Xingxia's spiritual power was much stronger than his, and as long as Han Xingxia didn't release her spiritual power out, he wouldn't be able to perceive Han Xingxia's spiritual power at all. Zison externalized his powers to try and find the powerful psychic alien at the scene. Scanning around, I was surprised to see nothing. Instead, Lu Qiyan looked at him with great dissatisfaction. "Captain Qi, what do you want?" Lu Qiyan didn't react because his powers were strong. It's not that he doesn't feel anything. He could feel Zison attacking everyone. What this man is doing. When Qi Sang heard Lu Qiyan's words, he lingered more on him, revealing skepticism, and after a second he withdrew his domain, his gaze deep and icy as he said, "I'm thinking about what Captain Lu just said. I don't think we should do what you say, you do it for them and they're exempt." Qi Sang looked toward Han Xingxia. Cold icy eyes without a trace of human emotion. "Our operation this time, we are distributing the supplies according to contribution. If you don't have any contribution, you won't get any supplies, no matter who brought you." The field was quiet as hell for a moment. Lu Qiyan blocked in front of Han Xingxia at this time. "There's no need to say anything. Shangxia base is merged into my K1 base to come in. We'll split her supplies between our K1 base." He blocked Qi Sang's line of sight. Qi Sang's cold eyes darkened a few more points when she heard his words. "Since Captain Lu said so, then I won't say anything." He turned away with the men. Several other squads felt good about the resolution and dispersed. As soon as everyone left, Lu Qiyan turned his head. "Han Xingxia, don't be angry, everyone." No need to explain. Han Xingxia patted Lu Qiyan's shoulder with blissful disinterest and said with a smile, "It's always the case that you brought me here to whore around for nothing, so what am I angry about? She is not a retarded girl, think Lu Qiyan owes her, he all the way don't want her to do anything, take her to whore for nothing. Lu Qiyan, this favor return has been meaningful enough." Is she retarded for getting angry with him? Only others. Especially that Zison. That's good. He's managed to offend her. If she doesn't pay back tenfold for what happened today, she won't be called Han. After the morning's events quickly dispersed, it was time for everyone to consolidate their teams and move forward. Yesterday's battle was grueling, but accordingly, the main wave of walkers on this trip has been cleared. All the vehicles, with the K1 base taking the lead, everyone cooperated to clean up a bit of scattered zombies and vehicles that had crashed on the road, smoothly clearing the main road. They made their way through the most dangerous areas and into the sparsely populated area of the reserve grain silo with unparalleled smoothness by the afternoon of the second day. The sites for the reserve grain silos were chosen far from the crowds, with few people in the vicinity and not even a single car on the only highway. All of them traveled very smoothly on the smooth road, and as the sun gradually dipped in the west and the night was coming back, everyone finally saw one after another oversized cylindrical grain silo rising up from the ground. The National Reserve Grain Silo, here it is. The crowd couldn't contain their surprise when they saw the large granary. It's here. It's here. To the granary. Food. They're about to have food. Fleet after fleet of cars, led by the K1 base, crashed right through the gate and went in, all stopping in front of the 10 large columns. The reserve granary uses purely mechanized management, with only 10 workers in the entire large granary, one to look after a granary. Other than that, there's no one else. We're here. This is our reserve granary. How much grain must be here? 5,000 tons for a granary. There are 10 here. Wouldn't that be 50,000 tons? Enough for all of us at the base combined to eat for 100 years. Harry. The legacy of human civilization is so rich that finding just one treasure could tide the survivors over an oversized difficulty. Although the 99.9% of the treasures left behind are just as much a part of civilization as the shipwrecks that sank to the bottom of the sea after the cataclysm. Never to be discovered again. But just a little bit. It's enough. Qi Sang and Lu Qiyan let everyone out of the car. The first thing everyone did was still to survey the environment outside the granary to make sure that there was no one outside before entering the staff building, which, to their surprise, was also quiet. None of the 10 employees were there. People can't be sure if these people ran away or turned into zombies. Lu Qiyan and Qi Sang discussed the matter and took everyone to officially enter the granary first to check the food. Everyone had flashlights. By the time everyone walked into the first granary, everyone was pleasantly surprised to see mountains of grain. There's food. There's food. They really need to have food. But their happiness didn't last long, as they saw a second granary immediately afterward. Mold. At this time, several months after the end of the world, unattended, a large amount of food piled up in the warehouse, very easy to spontaneous combustion or mold. And a mold is an entire storage bin. Completely inedible. The third remains moldy. By the time they had gone through each of the 10 oversized grain bins, they found a large portion of mold, a large bin of spontaneous combustion, a damp one, and one that had turned into a haven for rats and rice weevils, densely populated with oversized rats. There are only 2 truly intact granaries. The very first and the very last. Only 10,000 tons left. 10,000 tons, that's not bad. Everyone immediately said they were ready to start loading grain. Let me talk to you again about food distribution. The K1 base and I are going to take 40% each. We'll take it first, and the rest of you will take it according to the ratio I calculated. Any questions? Hearing this, the people of the 4 small bases all nodded their heads, although the average of what was left in their hands was only 0.5% or so. That was still a lot. They drove 10 big trucks per team, and they couldn't pull them all at once, but had to make 2 separate trips, enough for their respective bases to eat hard for a few years. No problem. The 4 small bases spoke in unison. I'll share 200 tons with you alone. Lu Qiyan said to Han Xingxia. Chapter 93 Grain Silo Zombies. Lu Qiyan's words drew all the other people around him to look at Han Xingxia. 200 tons. Give it away for nothing. At this time, the crowd's gaze became even more disdainful. Each looked at Han Xingxia with a look of contempt. Does it take much to say? The so-called manager of the Shangxia base must be Lu Qiyan's mistress. All the way to the end of the day he took her under wraps, did nothing, and had to give her 200 tons. This woman Alas! G-Euro, did you see that? At this time, walking at the end of the Starfire base, a tall and skinny team member sighed. It's true that it's only beautiful women who attract people's love, the same as a woman. The gap between you and others is so big. No one sends you some food. Luo-hu. What are you babbling about? G-Euro instantly darkened her face. She wasn't upset that Luo-hu was scolding her, but he was scolding Han Xingxia. She was convinced that Han Xingxia was not that kind of person. Captain G, you also control your sister. Let your sister dress up properly, maybe with a little bit of beauty you can get on a certain big brother, and in the future our Starfire base will be able to lie down and win. Shut up. My sister is for you to talk about. Come on, I just realized it's better to be a woman whether it's pre- or post-apocalyptic. Luo-hu. You seek death. Ji-Uro raised her hand as the fireball in the moment of polishing the Black Knight. She suddenly saw 8 or 9 upside-down hanging bat-like humanoid creatures lying on the roof of the granary above her head. Miso. A ball of flame flew towards Luo-hu's head. Luo-hu was startled when he saw Ji-Uro come for real. He immediately ducked. What are you doing? Before Luo-hu could finish his words, his entire body leaned forward steeply, and a zombie with a dry, thin body, skin tightly wrapped around his bones, and dressed in a manager's costume descended from above his head, yanked him up, and flung him into the pile of grain silos. Moment. Realize that piles of grain silos are like swamps, and once you get stuck, it's extremely difficult to get out. The more you struggle in it, the deeper you get stuck. Rohu was gone in the blink of an eye after being dragged into the granary. Shi-Sang and the others who were walking in front of them all stopped. They rushed to look behind them with their flashlights. What's going on? There are walkers. Ji-Uro shouted, up there. Everyone looked up for a moment. Whoosh. 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 The cockroach-like zombies crawled away quickly, followed by all landing on the rice pile. Their whole body takes on an anti-jointed shape, like a cockroach centipede, sticking to the surface of the patty bin. The only thing they don't look like is that they can be bigger than a cockroach. More so, each one was hideous and terrible, ho-ho-ho-ho opening their mouths, and after dropping the pile of patty, they burrowed in again like cockroaches returning to their nests towards the position of Luo-hu, who had just dragged himself into the pile of patty. A close second. An earth-shattering scream came from the depths of the rice pile. Attack! Everyone was taken aback by the suddenness of the moment, and by the time they had reacted, the crackle of gunfire had resounded through the scene. The people Lu Qiyan brought were in a quick fire state, shooting the one zombie that was crawling on the rice pile. But with that, came more people being dragged down. Dang! 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 Flashlights flashed chaotically in the darkness, and 7 or 8 people were yanked into piles of rice in the granary aisles. Zira! A flashbang is thrown into the clearing, instantly illuminating the room. Lu Qiyan's squad reacted quickly. They illuminated the whole area first, and only after there was light did everyone see zombie after zombie crawling on the corridor under their feet. Ow! They opened their large mouths and bit down through the corridor panels of the wire skeleton grid. Ka-ching! One big gulp tore a gash in the barbed wire fence. Bang bang bang! Bang, 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 bang! Bang bang bang! Guns once again rang out in the corridor. To everyone's surprise, this time the bullets seemed to have very little effect on this group of walkers. The dried skins on them are as hard as steel. Bullets sparked when they hit it, leaving nothing but crater after crater. Mutant zombies. Copper skin and iron bones. This was simply something that Lu Qiyan and all of them had never seen before. They had encountered some mutated zombies up to now, but it was the first time they had met a mutated zombie whose skin was so hard, so dry that bullets had trouble penetrating it. And they are very fast. All evacuate towards the entrance. Lu Qiyan shouted. All the people on the scene immediately ran in the direction of Lu Qiyan, and they ran while defending themselves against the zombies in all directions, up and down, left and right. For every inch they ran on their feet, an inch of wire was torn from the walkers clinging to the floor. Bam bam bam! The corridors of barbed wire broke open with one large hole after another. Walkers were even leaping out of the left and right sides to yank them down from time to time. People were being yanked down as they ran. They fell as fast as they fell into the swamp, and were swallowed up by the heaps of rice. In the blink of an eye, half of their group of 60 or 70 was gone. The fire guns opened up, and soon they realized that the effects of the powers were a little stronger than the bullets. The zombies still have a natural restraint against powers. Everyone in Lu Qiyan's squad stopped using cannon fire, and everyone started using their powers. Fireballs, water balls, metal balls, and thunderballs were all mixed together and swung toward the zombies coming from all directions. The powerful burst of alien energy went well enough to buy them a little time. Run! Run! All the supernatural powers were all thrown wildly without money, blocking the zombies in all directions. Just as they were about to rush to the entrance before them. Clunk! There was a sudden thud at the end of the passage, and a super-sized black shadow dropped down. Clang! The dark figure turned its head. It was a fat zombie of incomparable size. Its whole body seemed to have been steamed and hot. Its whole body was hairy and festering. The uniform of the administrator on its body had long been torn and tattered and melted into its vile flesh and blood. It collapsed most of its face to all the people who had been sent to its door in front of it. Roar! It ran toward Han Xingxia and the others. In a flash, the ground shook. The whole hallway shook. At this moment, there is a giant zombie in front, and behind it, there is no road at all. The walkers that were tearing after them below had rushed to the feet of the last man. There's no way to hide. Even worse. They, don't have powers anymore. One of the future base members running at the end was yanked and ripped off by his feet. His teammate tried to save him and grabbed his hand, and with a click, a walker climbed up from the back of the dangling team member and delivered a blow to his heart. At the same time, the crowds of centipede-like zombies were like turtles in a jar, lunging towards their group of freshly canned meat. Everyone is huddled together. There was no road in front or back, left or right, up or down. Just when everyone thought they were dead, a wall of water suddenly covered them. It was an overpowering wall of water like they had never seen before. So strong that in an instant, they all felt as if all the moisture in their bodies had been vaporized and sucked away, and the air was extremely dry for a split second. Bang! Everyone watched in shock as the water droplets in the sky were like high-pressure bullets piercing through the skin of the zombies that ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate. From now on, food is distributed by me. Chapter 94. How could she be so strong? The water mist in the sky exploded, and all the zombies that came swooping in were shaken away by the powerful impact. The future base team member who was saving the day witnessed the zombie in front of him, who was digging into his heart, raise his claws to stop an inch in front of his chest, and as his sharp claws cut through his thick assault suit, he was suddenly impeded by a wall of condensed water. To his eyes, the wall of water cracked into countless droplets in the blink of an eye. The extremely fine water droplets were like water knives in the high-speed state, cutting through the opposite zombie's arms, and each water droplet was like a bullet, pervasively hitting the zombies, easily penetrating their steel bones. This power. Shocking. The large zombie directly in front of them was also viciously shaken back several meters. Its edematous, swollen body was beaten by Han Xingxia's water droplets like a soaked, swollen, rotten steamed bun, with puddle after puddle like the holes in a hornet's nest. It stopped after taking a few steps back, dripping wet blood all over its body, just as if it had been soaked. Ow! The zombie angrily flew at the person in front of him, spitting blood foam. Han Xingxia said nonchalantly, "Yangzi, cover for me." "Yes." Han Xingxia pulled up the tang sword she had been carrying behind her back in front of everyone, and with one foot on the handrail of the corridor, she leapt high off the ground, chopping away at the large walker. The fat walker was fast and powerful. But Han Xingxia was faster than it. The strength was greater than it. The silver-tinged blade flickered under the red magnesium flare. Her figure was like a ghost, so fast that the light of the knife appeared as a shadow, with a terrifying burst of power, so powerful that the knife swung out to make a cracking sound, and Han Xingxia killed in a wide-open manner. Without any semblance of fancy techniques, each swing of the sword was directed in the deadliest direction. Fighting techniques, Han Xingxia had learned more than this era. If you can't hack it more. Handsome moves and fast. Me so. With a final vigorous strike of the miracle, Han Xingxia's knife quartered and nailed into the tin wall, and the morose cold tang blade vibrated, nailing the zombie to the tin wall along with it. Han Xingxia's breath gasped slightly as she grabbed the handle of her tang sword and pulled it out with a shiny sound. When she pulled her knife down, the large walker was like an overly whipped cream, rotting into a mushy mess off the wall. A crystal core the size of a newborn egg fell out from the tip of the knife Han Xingxia had drawn out. Just then, two zombies as dry and thin as centipede cockroaches leapt out of the shadows and headed straight for Han Xingxia. In a flash of lightning, all too late to even say caution, two arm-thick columns of powerful water rushed out. This is when everyone realized. The only member of the Shangxia base, the man who had always followed Han Xingxia and never spoke, was surprisingly also an alien. And his powers are so strong. When all of them could only condense a water ball or fireball half the size of their fists, he was able to condense a high-pressure water column as thick as his arm with the lift of his hand. Especially Don Jane and the others. It was the first time they had seen Su Xiaoyang use an alien energy attack, knowing that when they parted ways with him, his alien energy was about the same level as theirs. Even the biggest role of the water-based alien energy in the early stages was to supply a little drinking water. How is it that it's only been a few months since we parted? Su Xiaoyang's psychic ability was surprisingly so much stronger. It's more than 10 times their size. Bang! Bang! Two high-pressure water columns tightly protected both sides of Han Xingxia, rushing away the two pouncing zombies, and the tang sword in Han Xingxia's hand simultaneously crossed. Aided by Su Xiaoyang's perfect tacit understanding, Han Xingxia chopped off the heads of two zombies with a single slash. Immediately behind them. Roar! Roar! Those zombies that had been shaken away by Han Xingxia crawled back. Han Xingxia was once again in front of everyone, and this time, everyone saw it clearly. The overwhelming water condensed around Han Xingxia. The speed of light re-enveloped everyone. To say that just saw Su Xiaoyang those two water columns is already shocking, then Han Xingxia's supernatural ability. That is the father. Everyone looked at Han Xingxia at this moment, all speechless. This is not the drag queen mistress that Captain Lu brought, this is a super killer. No wonder Captain Lu was so nice to her, so accommodating, so spoiled. Come. This is really Big Brother. One of the superstars brought in. The people from the other 4 small bases were staring at Han Xingxia, who was killing everyone, and all of them were shocked and dumbfounded, plus their faces were indescribably hot. They all looked down on her before. Called her a drag queen. But at this moment, seeing the strength of others, they only felt like they had been slapped a few times by themselves, and their faces were hot and painful. People can run them over with the move of a finger, okay? Ji Euro and the crowd looked at Han Xingxia, who was killing it big time, and was completely dumbfounded. Immediately after that, her eyes erupted with an incredibly sharp light. She's surprisingly strong. She'd been convinced before that Han Xingxia wasn't the kind of woman who relied on men. She's definitely powerful, but I didn't expect it. She was surprisingly strong. So strong that she and her brother together, no, their entire base together couldn't beat Han Xingxia's odds. She then suddenly thought again of last night, that zombie scare moment. So, shouldn't it be, really, that she saved her? Ji Euro was completely stunned. In the K1 base, Tang Jian and the others who knew Han Xingxia saw her striking out, and each of their little eyes was itching to turn into a fanboy on the spot to give her a call. Cool. 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 Big sister is so handsome. Big sister mighty. Big sister is the strongest. Even Su Xiaoyang, who followed Han Xingxia, followed with good strength. Big sister, is she a god? Big sister accepts their knees. Lu Qian, who was carrying a single missile on his shoulder, couldn't help but be amazed with his bright eyes when he saw the scene in front of him. Han Qingxia, she seems strong again. Their K1 base had only just had a little breakthrough in alien energy research, and before he had a chance to share it with Han Qingxia, he realized that Han Qingxia was already more than twice as strong as the last time they met. How did she do it? On the other hand, everyone at the Hope base collectively stared in disbelief. Even Qi Sang, who had never been shocked by anything he saw in waves, saw the ability displayed by the woman in front of him, and his composure shattered to pieces in his cold, icy eyes. He watched her power incredulously. This was, definitely, the strongest level of alien ability he had seen up until now. Strongest. There isn't one. Even though, it was just a very common water ability, and among their research, the ability rating wasn't very high, Han Qingxia was able to be so strong. Qi Sang looked at the person in front of her with shock, all of her evaluations of Han Qingxia overturned and reopened. Chapter 95 Writing Face Output. Bang bang bang. With the cooperation of Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, the alien powers were in full swing, quickly clearing out most of the zombies on the scene. Lu Qian and the others looked at just 2 or 3 zombies left before they came back to their senses and rushed to help. Those who shoot and those who use their powers use their powers. In no time at all 10 administrator zombies were cleared out. There were others who fell into the rice pile, and everyone immediately grabbed the machines in the granary to start them to save them. It was only after 9 p.m. that the scene was all but over. A dozen people fell in, 4 were saved, and the rest were all caught and bitten by the zombies after they were pounced on, and all of them turned into zombies. The worst is still the first to fall into the luau. He was fished out, just a skeleton. The other were extremely hungry zombies chewed away. Jizai's face was solemn to the core when he saw his teammate become like this. Luo, who was his hometown, is also a classmate, but he did not finish junior high school, dropped out. He is not the kind of good student's good boy, often fight with people when they go to school, is a problem in the eyes of the teacher students. He did not read the junior high school, that time to put down the bragging rights, said he would be outside the world and make all the people who look down on him look good. Although in fact, he has been in the city over the years to do odd jobs, high not low after a few years of mixing, back home as a jerk, even a girlfriend cannot talk about, let alone marry a wife. Last year when he went home, he also told him, if he still cannot marry a wife next year, let him marry him that cannot marry out of the tomboy sister. He grudgingly accepted. That time, he beat him up. He was the undisputed one in everyone's eyes, but, to this day, he remembers the 15 or 16-year-old telling him with great vigor. He must make a name for himself. Make all those who look down on him look good. Ji Euro walked to his side at this time. Brother, at that time it was all my fault. If I could react a little faster, maybe. Ji Euro was already fighting back then, but it was too late. Don't think about it. Ji Zai patted his sister on the shoulder and joined her in patching up Luo, whose corpse, before burying it on the spot. It's the end times. Not kidding about the end times. Accidents, life and death tests are everywhere. No one knows when they're going to die. Again, no one is going to protect your life all the time that can. Even Han Qingxia, she could only do so much to protect her own people as much as possible, and in this post-apocalyptic world where the vast majority of people were like grass, she was no savior. At most, in the case of threats to herself and her family, out to the rescue. Incidentally, there are, a few counting, saved. Any more than that, she couldn't and wouldn't save. She could only have her own interests at heart at all times. She had to protect herself, her people, her base. Her power is limited and she can't afford to take on a big job. Han Qingxia can't afford to be a big job, but a small job must be a good job. As everyone over here gradually finished with the scene, she ground her fists and oohed and awed and had to settle the score. Come here, all of you, now I'll redistribute the food. Do you have a problem with that? Han Qingxia stood outside the granary and motioned for everyone to come to her. The 6 teams on the scene, the 4 small bases, had no more second thoughts. All of them went over, and of course, the K1 base didn't either. The group of people in white uniforms at Hope Base looked like they were in a meeting, and when they heard Han Qingxia's words, Qi Sang's eyes looked over there and led everyone over last. Qi Sang walked to the scene and acted like a leader as usual. Captain Han contributed a lot today. It's obvious to everyone. It's only right that you should be given more points. How about this? Let's resplit it up. We, K1, and you, 30% each, and the other squads share an average of 10%. When Qi Sang's words fell, the other 4 squads all showed dissatisfaction, but barring that, they dared not speak out in anger. Han Qingxia's power to save the day has been seen by everyone. Han Qingxia doesn't share the big head with them. This big brother will definitely have to get them killed. So, it still has to be at the expense of them little shrimps. Your name is Chi Sang? At that moment, Han Xingxia said. Yes, Captain Han, nice to meet you, I'm Chi Sang, from Hope Base. Chi Sang changed from his previous icy coldness, and although his gaze still didn't have any semblance of humanity, he extended his hand to Han Xingxia. And for the first time, I formally introduced myself. This is a card that was given to Lu Qiyan that he didn't even have. In the face of his active goodwill, Han Xingxia directly came with a wave of writing face output. Xiao Qi, there's no need to come over specifically to get close, I'm the most unfair person. If you let people know that you came over to shake hands, and I shared a grain of grain with you, then everyone will still be pestering me every day to get close to me. Zison. Oh yeah, but I think your offer is okay. Did you four families hear that? Just now Xiaoqi said very inhumanly that he would just give you 10%, can you accept it? Zison. For small bases. They looked at each other in disbelief and finally gritted their teeth, yes. For bases split 10%, that's 1,000 tons. 250 tons each, which is half as much as the earliest previous calculations, but still much, much more. The average population of their base was 200 to 300 people, and these 250 tons of food were enough to feed their entire base for almost 10 years. While it certainly can't be done in fact, as food can't be stored for that long, the first few years will certainly hold up well enough to get through the toughest times. That's 250 tons. That's enough. And, where do they get the words? Chi Sang deducted their benefits to Han Xingxia, and they couldn't be offended by either Chi Sang or Han Xingxia. Alright then, just according to what Xiao Qi said, you four families will share 10%, and everyone will share equally, feasible? Everyone looked at each other's casualties were about the same, and there was no way to count them out at this point, and they all nodded, aha. Xiao Yang, put food on them. Su Xiaoyang heard the instruction and immediately went to release the grain. There is still electricity on this side of the granary, and the grain release is purely mechanized. Just operate on the system and the pipes above the big grain barrels will automatically release the grain down through the outgoing pipes, and all the base cars are lined up one by one to the designated area, and they drive oversized trucks. On average, a vehicle carries more than 20 tons of cargo, and there are even a few oversized 55-ton max model big rigs. Basically, fill up your respective cars and 250 tons will be full. Everyone looked at the carts and carts full of grain, and at this time they finally felt that the trip was worth it. The biggest food problems at their respective bases can be solved. After Han Xingxia assigned these four people, she looked at Lu Qiyan again. Captain Lu, just now Xiaoqi said that she would share 30% with you, can you accept that? Lu Qiyan's eyes moved, and he finally spat out two words, yes. A 10% difference is acceptable, and it's still going to Han Xingxia. That's fine, Yangzi, keep releasing the grain and give Captain Lu 30%. By the way, keep 200 tons. Captain Lu said to send it to me. Lu Qiyan smiled gently when he heard this, and at this time, Chi Sang stepped forward. Captain Han, it's our turn now, isn't it? Han Xingxia looked at him and smiled faintly at him. Xiao Qia, I don't think it's right for you to distribute it like this. Didn't I just tell you that I'm the most unfair person? How do you want to split it? Chi San's brows tightened. The rest, it's all mine. Chapter 96, you can't grasp it. Is Captain Han joking? Chi Sang's face was as cold as a block of ice, with cold air rising outward from the forest. Han Xingxia revealed a kind smile. Xiaoqi, you're ultimately young and can't grasp it, are you unconvinced now? Chi Sang felt a sudden pain in the veins at the back of his head. What do you say yourself, Captain Han? Alright, seeing as you're young teach you, then I'll first follow your rules to do the math for you so that you'll be convinced. You said before that you'll calculate the assigned value according to the contribution, so what was the contribution of your Hope base in this operation? Was it the zombie siege yesterday that contributed, or did you kill a zombie today? Shisan's face was as dark as it could be. We're out of the map. Please answer my question. Han Xingxia stood up and looked at him with a burning gaze. Have you, Hope base, ever killed a single zombie? 1. Any one counts. Shi Sang's thin lips pursed into a line, unable to say a word. The walkers, of course they didn't kill any of them. It's not their place to do something as dangerous as killing walkers. Han Xingxia sneered. Let's put it this way, I still remember Xiaoqi, you told me yesterday that it doesn't count if someone else does the work for you, not contributing on your own just doesn't count as a reward, but I'm a different person than you, I'm very forgiving, I'll give you one more chance. Ask anyone on the scene which team is willing to come out and say they killed it for you guys. If anyone says they did it for you guys, I'll count your contributions too. Han Xingxia's words made Chi Sang feel like a public execution, giving back to himself what he had done to Han Xingxia yesterday. She's really forgiving nah. Still, he looked around with the hope base. But it was clear that unlike Han Xingsha, none of the families were willing to come out and help them. They managed to offend everyone. Not to mention the fact that the things they had done at the Hope Base during this trip were obvious to everyone, but let's just say that he was the one who brought up the matter of the final distribution of food, cutting half of their food to subsidize Han Xingsha. Let them have their original 0.5% become 0.25%, and that's what he said. Now, they ghosts are willing to speak for Hope Base. Not to mention that speaking on his behalf will also offend Han Xingsha. They are not the K1 base that is well liked and also gets a lot of credit. They help him, why should they? See? Han Xingsha looked at Chi Sang with a smirk. Even if I'm willing to count your contribution value, people aren't. But we brought you here. Chi Sang's fists clenched this time. Tisk, TSK, correct me, it's not you leading us, it's you leading them. Captain Chi, you won't have automatic memory loss, right? I was removed from your action team long ago. I don't have a share in your food distribution. I don't even count as a member of your team, so you can't have given me no benefits whatsoever, and then count your contribution to the maps they provided as a contribution on my head? Do you think you have a point yourself? At Han Xingsha's words, Chi Sang's fists clenched as he walked towards Han Xingsha without a word, and as he did, the overwhelming field expanded out. Mastery of alien powers. As his domain range was about to reach Han Xingsha, a mischievous sound caused a tang sword to be placed against Chi Sang's chest. When Han Xingsha drew her knife, everyone behind Chi Sang followed with a click and pulled out guns from their bodies, aiming them at Han Xingsha. Tang Jian and the others who had been watching from the side didn't even wait for Lu Qian to speak. They took the lead and clicked their guns, aiming them at the center of the Hope Base. Han Xingsha, on the other hand, looked at Chi Sang and shouted, "Unload the weapons of everyone in Hope Base for me and reward them with 100 pounds of grain." Immediately, all of the people from the 4 surrounding bases took up their weapons, and everyone swarmed around and unloaded the guns of the few of them. Inside these few people, most of them were spatial adepts, and the remaining few were scientific researchers with not too much combat power, so where could they compete with them in terms of force? Chi Sang's face completely changed when he saw this. "Stop it all," he said. Han Xingsha giggled. "Xiao Chia, just say you are young, you cannot grasp, you do not yet understand, you can tell who to stop, you can only stop yourself. Captain Han, you're arrogant." Chi Sang clenched his fists tightly, and after a second of confronting Han Xingsha, his own outward domain retracted. Immediately afterward, he was doubled over with a heavy kick to the chest. After Han Xingsha kicked him off, she looked down at him. "A small country without being humble, a small force without fearing the strong, you're the one who's really arrogant. I'm telling you, Chi-san, I'm the one who saved your lives. I'm the one who will distribute the grain to you, not me with you. You've never been qualified to negotiate with me. Counting up, it's you Hope Base that owes me the money to save your lives. Saying that you can't grasp it, you don't understand what it means. If I were you, I would have already done it with my tail between my legs." Han Xingsha stepped on his chest and smiled. Chi Sang met her eyes, and his customarily choppy heart skipped a few beats. He saw the might of a fierce tiger. Strong people start with their souls. It's not about gender, it's not about age, it's not about anything, it's powerful, it's strong, it's strong. She's qualified, she's capable, she's just a powerhouse. He really wasn't in a position to negotiate with her. As she had said at the beginning, he hadn't grasped the situation, and he still thought he could hold down the fort with Hope Base's reputation, but in reality, the 4 smaller bases had been offended by him, and K1 base was also standing for Han Xingsha. He never had the qualifications to go to the table and negotiate with Han Xingsha from start to finish. Han Xingsha said that he would not share a grain of food. In the case of reason and force, he surprisingly did not have a piece of can be relied on. In love, it was Han Xingsha who saved their lives. In reason, Han Xingsha wasn't on his team and was still sidelined by him personally yesterday. In force not to mention. For the first time in his life, Shisan's smooth and talented genius encountered a big setback that was difficult to cross. He'd lost his battle with Han Xingsha. "I know." He stared into Han Xingsha's eyes, for words slowly spitting out from his cold lips. Han Xingsha let out a light laugh when she heard his words. "It's still a quick learning curve with the tail between your legs, so it's no wonder you're smart. Weigh the pros and cons or be quick." She retracted her foot. "You guys go." Zisson rose from the ground, and behind him the others were released, though their weapons were confiscated. All of them were turned into Han Xingsha to receive their rewards. Chi Sang and the others didn't have the guts to ask for it, and after Chi Sang gave Han Xingsha a deep look, he led his people to the car to leave for the time being. After they left, everyone at the scene felt the atmosphere lighten up. Han Qingxia was still having Su Xiaoyang put food in the K1 base, and the dust raised at the scene was so huge that the other squads drove their cars to the empty lot next to them, and since it was nighttime, everyone stayed put and spent the night here. At this time, Lu Qiyan walked over to Han Qingxia. Chapter 97. Aren't you afraid of offending Hope Base like that? Han Qingxia raised her eyes and glanced at him for a moment, laughing. Shouldn't you be thinking that you hope the base offends me? He's offended me, he's finished. Lu Qiyan. The base civilization period followed a more tribal civilization-like approach to survival. The strongest man is king. She had the strength to ride face output against the Hope Base, and, the stronger she was, the more afraid others would be. If she was weak, the Hope Base was bound to be strong, and this was not a time for peace when everyone took a step back. She took one step back and hoped the base would take 10 steps forward. She had ruthlessly exported a wave today, especially to the Hope Base that put their interests first, and they just had to classify Han Qingxia as an extremely dangerous object not to be messed with. How could it be possible to rush up and pick on her? And then there is the territory. Nowadays there are zombies everywhere. She and the Hope Base is 100 miles away from each other. The Hope Base is sick, trekking through thousands of difficulties and dangers to find Han Qingxia's stubble, and in the end, self-loss of 1,000 injuries to one of the enemy. And Han Qingxia also decided that she would be Hope Base's #1 face riding exporter from now on, but wherever it appeared, she would definitely have to come in for a wave. Humph. She's just small-minded and specializes in holding grudges for 100 years. Lu Qiyan saw Han Qingxia's face that had finished outputting a wave. Her bright eyes were unimpeded, and turning her head, she couldn't help but follow with a smile. He wouldn't be able to do what Han Qingxia did. Though, he also thought she was fine and dandy the way she was. Let's eat, I'll have Jane warming up the food. Come on, forget about that food at your house, I'm happy today, I'll treat you guys to dinner. Han Qingxia generously said, treating her. Not for anything else, but also for Don Zhen and the others for pulling out their guns to back her up in the first place. Han Qingxia will always repay any revenge, and if she has a favor, she will definitely return it. Han Qingxia asked Su Xiaoyang to come back and cook the noodles, and took out all those cooking packets, ham sausages, and instant noodles she had brought. In no time at all, the oversized pot was cooking steaming hot and fragrant instant noodles. Han Qingxia's side and everyone at the K1 base, a big bowl of instant noodles for one person, topped with a cooking packet and ham sausage. Before the end times, it was technology and hard work, but it's all end times. Just want to say, it smells good. Too damn fragrant. Especially the bubbly. It was now 11 o'clock in the late night, and after everyone had been busy all day, plus the shock of life and death, it was a treat to be able to sit down and eat bubbly noodles together in a hot and lively manner now. Especially since many of them ate boiled vegetables that didn't even have any gas in them every day at their home bases. The oily noodle soup mixed with the familiar aroma of high oil and salt spices made everyone want to nibble on it with the bottom of the pot. A mouthful of golden wheat noodles full of oil and gas sucked up, the K1 base was so happy that it took off. Tang Jian and the others surrounded Han Qingxia, calling her big sister in every mouthful, calling her with a sense of how affectionate she was. When the other 4 small bases saw the scene, they all couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They were also eating the food that each had brought with them. Some had instant noodles too, but obviously not as rich in toppings as Han Qingxia's house, not to mention less joyful. All of them could only come together as a group, centered on their small bases, and eat while looking over at the other side. Brother. Ji Yuro looked at her brother for a long time before turning her head. Do you remember what I told you about yesterday? Remember. Ji Zhe chucked the last of the bacon in his bowl to Ji Yuro. I almost scared my brother to death yesterday, but thank God you almost got bitten. Not brother, Ji Yuro put down her own bowl as she grabbed Ji Zhe's arm earnestly. That time the zombie was really going to bite me, but suddenly it stopped. I think it was Captain Han who helped me. Ji Yuro pointed at Han Qingxia, her gaze incomparably certain. Today Han Qingxia shocked the entire audience. She felt it was her at that time, and the more she thought about it afterward, the more so. She's too strong. Strong. Otherwise she couldn't imagine why the walker had suddenly stopped. Ji Zhe heard his sister's words and looked over to Han Qingxia's side. His gaze deepened and he looked at her for a good 3 seconds before patting his sister's head. Let's eat first. Tomorrow my brother will go over and thank her. No matter what, she saved us today. Aha! The group of people on Han Qingxia's side finished their meal, and the K1 base people packed up their things and loaded their grain loads. They also had a few space system adepts follow them over. To be precise, they moved all the space system adepts over, plus dozens of large trucks that were all super large models. They basically loaded up all the grain. The food was likewise enough to feed their base for years. The food problem of the previous period can be greatly alleviated. Han Xingxia waited until they were all done loading and went into the first granary herself. 5,000 tons, full. Her hand rested on the grain, and all the grain flew into her space. Within minutes, the huge granary was all sucked empty. Followed by the one at the back, all the rest of the grain, same all sucked up. By the time she had taken all the food, her space was almost full. It's not even good to put a large amount of supplies when you come across them later. At this time, she heard a prompt from her mind. Dropping Super Lord system opened. Please ask the host to raise the base's population. Doubling the base's population doubles the bonus space area. Han Xingxia! Exclamation point. Finally a new assignment. This system is so sweet. What's missing comes immediately. Population. Returning tomorrow to go back immediately to catch someone. Han Xingxia sucked both sides of the granary empty and went back satisfied. The next day, all of them had to return. Before returning, Lu Qian found her. Should I arrange for some people to guard this place and make a few more trips for you to transport food back? Han Xingxia, don't bother with you. I'll take care of it myself. She was anxious to go back to recruit the population, no longer with Lu Qian more Bibi, with Su Xiayang, driving a car loaded with grain to go first. Lu Qian saw her leave directly and thought of Wang Mengwei that day. He already had an answer in his heart. He looked at Han Xingxia's car and said to Tang Jian, add another lock here later. Yes. Their car was the last to leave after everyone else had left. Not long after they left, another convoy of cars re-entered. The man at the head of the group saw the empty granary area and his cold gaze deepened. Get in there. Yes. Hope Base waited around for a night after being driven away by Han Xingxia yesterday, then saw them all leave the next day before hurrying back to steal the tower. After all, there was so much food here that they couldn't possibly move it all at once. Shisan led the men straight to grain silo number 1, however, when they arrived at the scene, they realized that there was an extra lock. Just one lock? Shisang approached with large strides, and as he approached, the lock shook violently before clicking and cracking in front of everyone. Mastery of alien powers. Control of all objects within the field. Shisang watched with cold eyes as the lock cracked open and thought to himself, really looking down on him. Even if he was afraid of Han Xingxia, he couldn't possibly be afraid of this lock. That's it? That's it? That's it? He strides into the granary and is, well, dumbfounded. Chapter 98, To My Base. The oversized granary in front of him was empty. It's not just granary number 1, but the last one, number 10, as well. Not a grain of rice left. The granary was so empty that echoes appeared when they stood in it. Shisan felt like he was in for a big shock. Surprisingly, can it all fit away? But they clearly only drove those cars. All the cars were overloaded and filled to capacity, at most finishing a large tank. The main food here was Han Xingxia's, and she took them all. Shisang's breath hitched as an even bigger shock appeared in his mind. That woman is more than just a water shifter. She was also a spatial psychic. And her space. Big enough to be very scary. Thinking about this, Shisang only felt himself turning inside out. Shocked beyond words. He stood in place for a long time, his cold eyes chilled and shattered, all his pride, all his confidence crushed to nothing in front of Han Xingxia. He was the chosen one in everyone's eyes from birth. He started working on Olympiad problems at the age of 3, at the age of 5 he had already begun to teach himself all of high school, at the age of 7 he got a guaranteed admission to the first university, at the age of 15 he graduated with his PhD and published countless scientific research results. But compared to his personal background, his personal achievements were nothing. His father was the largest shareholder of the Aurora Group, his mother was an elite in the political world, and even at the end of the world, he was able to awaken his only control psychic ability. To say that Shisang was born with a golden spoon in his mouth was an understatement. He was fed by God chasing after him with a dinner spoon. This dazzling life that everyone looked up to also made Shisang proud to the extreme. All ordinary people were a bunch of stupid and incompetent ants in his eyes, and none of them could be worthy of more than a glance from him. The moment. The heart of Shisang, the proud son of heaven, repeatedly stirred, his eyes tightly looking at the empty granary. A whole new set of numbers exploded in his mind. Growing to a height he had never felt before. Even had to rebuild a new calculation formula for her, and that person was Han Xingxia. A car went first on the straight road. The return trip was smooth and uneventful. When they came, they cleared the zombies in the highway, and Han Xingxia drove straight all the way back. By the time Han Xingxia passed that highway gathering point from the day before again, the sound of a dripping horn came from behind her. Han Xingxia looked out of the rearview mirror and saw a smaller van following her. Han Xingxia had a bit of an impression of this vehicle. It was a Starfire base vehicle. "It's that little girl called Ji Euro." She asked Su Xiaoyang to lower the speed of the car. After the car's speed dropped, the minivan following behind it followed, driving up to a position alongside Han Xingxia. The window rolled down and the first thing to show was a black charcoal face. Han Xingxia lowered the window and leaned on the car window with one hand, slightly surprised to see that it was Ji Zhe who was driving the car, followed by Ji Euro, who poked her head out of his passenger side to greet her. "Captain Han. What is it?" Ji Euro pushed her brother's arm, driving Ji Zhe face a little embarrassed turned his head, bored face said a word, "Thanks." "Han Xingxia? Brother." Ji Euro was a bit dissatisfied with her brother's overly brief thank you, and she looked at Han Xingxia herself, graciously saying, "Captain Han, we're here to thank you. Thank you for saving our lives yesterday, and last time." When Han Xingxia heard this, the corner of her mouth gently raised a smile, "Roger that." She saved these people, but only 2 of them came over to give her thanks. These 2 are kind of fun. When Ji Euro heard Han Xingxia's response, her heart felt as if a stone had fallen to the ground, but she and her brother weren't the chatty type, and they didn't know what to say after Han Xingxia responded to them. At that moment, she heard a voice from across the room, "Hey, little girl in there, would you like to come with me?" Ji Euro heard Han Xingxia's words, "Captain Han, you're talking about me? Or else you have a few more little girls on your team." Han Xingxia leaned over the side of the car window, "Come with me, I can bring you to a good life, meet at every meal, I can basically fulfill whatever you want, and most importantly, no one will look down on you in my base." Ji Euro's eyes lit up when she heard this, but she quickly looked at her brother. "Of course, it's fine if you want to bring your brother with you, but the premise says that when you come to me, both you and your brother have to listen to me, and my base is treated very well." Ji Euro was frantically moved, "Brother, let's go together." Ji Zhe, who was driving the car, thought seriously for 3 seconds before saying, "Okay, sister, you go with her." "I'm not going." "Brother! Starfire base still needs me, brother can't leave, you follow Captain Han, brother can rest assured. Take good care of yourself in the future, and send brother radio messages when you have time." They still had a bunch of old people at Starfire base, and if he left, the others would definitely not be willing to take over this mess, but Ji Euro could go. He knew yesterday when he saw the supplies Han Xingxia had taken out and invited the people at K1 base to eat that Ji Euro would definitely not lack food in the future if she followed her. Han Xingxia was still so powerful, and it was definitely her good fortune that Ji Euro could follow her. Ji Zhe no longer wanted to let her go, but he also had to find a good plan for her. "Captain Han, I only have one sister, I'll give her to you, you treat her well, Ji Zhe, will definitely repay you in this life." Ji Zhe slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. When Han Xingxia saw this, she also made Su Xiaoyang slow down and stop. But after they stopped, Ji Euro inside refused to leave. "Brother, I'm not going. Let's go back." "What nonsense, don't delay other people's Captain Han. Go over there." "I won't go if you don't go." Ji Euro deadpanned on her seat, refusing to get out of the car. Ji Zhe saw her head big, such a good opportunity, she did not hurry to follow, later people Han Xingxia do not want to do. "You give me to roll. It's not easy to find you a home to ask you a stinky girl, you still want to rely on me all the time I'm your brother, not your father." "I'm not your father, I'm tired of you being a drag." "Jizzer. Get lost. Get the hell out of here. Don't be a drag for me." Ji Euro immediately pouted and glared at him with incomparable stubbornness, "I'm not leaving. I won't leave no matter what I say." Ji Zhe raised his hand and vigorously went to yank her, "Still think I'm joking? Get out." This time a voice sounded behind them, "Stupid." When Ji Zhe turned his head, he met a pair of bright and sharp eyes above him, as if he could see through him with a single glance, making his hypocrisy disappear. Chapter 99, 100 Years of Shock. All the end of the day, do not engage in that set of posturing, you are her brother, not her enemy, love your sister on the greatly generous pain, no shame. Immediately after that, a piece of paper floated down from above. "This is my base's radio, if you guys figure it out, feel free to contact me, I can take up to 30 people from your base. She just can't do anything good or stupid. She couldn't afford the composition of their base." A string of numbers fell down, and Ji Zhe, who was by the window, immediately caught it. After he caught it, the car beside him restarted, and Han Xingxia's car resumed its rush down the straight highway. Jize watched as their car disappeared at the end of the highway. He clutched the note tightly and beside him Ji-Euro pouted as she looked out of the car. After he put the note away carefully, he looked at his sister still looking upset and offered to nudge her arm. All right. People are gone and you can't go. Humph. Brother won't talk to you like that anymore, okay? Ji-Euro turned her head and glared at him angrily. Is it so hard for you to just say that you're wrong? I'm your brother. You still want to rebel against God. Ji-Euro was so angry that her eyes turned red. Growing up her brother was like that. Never apologize. She was so angry that she wanted to just get out of the car right now and part ways with him when she heard the words. Well, brother was wrong. She turned her head and saw that Jizer had been looking at her and smiling. And you laugh. Jize stretched out his hand to vigorously rub her head. While rubbing, his tone was low. Before our father left, he told me that he wanted me to protect you, and I don't know how I can protect you, but if I have the ability of other people's Captain Han, I won't be willing to give you to other people. Brother. I think Captain Han is right. I'm your brother, not your enemy. Brother won't hurt you one more word in the future. Brother did not do the right thing or changed. Mom and dad are gone. The world is left with just the two of us to depend on each other. The two of us, be good. Brother. And my ugly sister cried. Didn't she say she'd never cry in her life? Jizer. Well, brother is wrong again. It's my pretty sister, the prettiest little girl in the world. Ji-Euro, don't cry. Crying makes you ugly. Humph. Ji-Euro wiped away her tears in 3 swipes as she looked at her brother. Am I really ugly? Where is ugly? My sister just do not dress up. When my brother behind a trip to the town of Walking Street to buy you. Give you to grab some beautiful clothes to, once dressed up with a fairy. Like Captain Han. Ji-Euro broke into a smile. Brother, didn't you say you wanted to properly say thank you to the other Captain Han? How come you just said one word? What are you doing? Why don't you say it? You wouldn't be embarrassed to see other people's Captain Han, right? Brother, I didn't realize you were such a person. Ji-Euro, I'm warning you not to give an inch. Tell me, brother, isn't it? Mocking even your brother, you wait for how my brother will clean you up when he gets back. Ha 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 ha. A car filled with joy headed for its destination. After all, it's a big day for harvesting. After all the hard work, we all go back with a full harvest. Han Xingxia went back to her base first, and after unloading the stuff from the car, she checked the situation of the base, and she put her heart down when Xingxia's base was in good hands. After thinking about where there was someone to rob, Han Xingxia decided to drive the K1 base car back herself. Isn't the most effective way to recruit residents to dig in someone else's base? Where's someone? There's someone at K1 base. Xiaoyang, you keep an eye on the base, I'll go out and return the car. Boss, what about when you come back? Make them send it back. Su Xiaoyang. You're giving it away for nothing. Why don't you send a telegram and ask Jane Tang to come and drive it away? Han Xingxia drove Lu Qian's car and headed for the K1 base. She made it to the outside of the K1 base without incident around 3 p.m. The guards saw that it was their base's car and immediately went simple mode. Han Xingxia didn't rush in but said to the gate guard, I'm here to return the car, speak to your Lu Qian Lu management. The guards heard her and immediately went to report back, and while they waited, Han Xingxia stood at the gate of their base and looked out. To one left and one right are survivors on each side of the line ready to go in. These people knew that there was a mega base here through the radio information that was released 24 hours a day from the K1 base, and all the people who got the information came to the K1 base. Han Xingxia noticed a group of people at this time. Don't crowd. All of us can get in. We're all done with quarantine, we can definitely get in. There's a child and a pregnant woman over here, so stop crowding everyone. A man wearing glasses and a white shirt that had been dyed gray was soothing order as best he could to the circle of people crowding around him and grabbing forward. However, none listened to him. Even, to squeeze him back. Then you leave the seats empty for us. We won't squeeze. Exactly. If you're that far ahead, you'll say something. There are children and pregnant women in front of us, and I have an old man here. Why don't you let my old man here go first? What blew Han Xingxia's mind was that under the mocking voices of these people, the man in the gray shirt actually did vacate his seat. Come here, old man, come to me. The seat of mine is for you. Han Xingxia. Han Xingxia watched as the man in the gray shirt was squeezed out by the crowd, and he didn't take the place of the old man behind him, because after he gave way, everyone behind the old man went up a place and took the position, squeezing him hard to the end. The young man who had been squeezed into a big stumble wiped the sweat from his face as he looked at the line that had been rearranged in front of him without a word of complaint, consciously starting from the last one. This time, a few more survivors came over. Let us go first. We just got out of quarantine. Really want to get in. The man grabbed his quarantine registration tag and said, without temper, fine. Just then, Han Xingxia's voice came from Tang Jian's ear. Big sister. You're here. Aha! What are you even making a special trip for? I'll just take the time to go to your place later and bring the car back. Tang Jian smiled and said. How troublesome that would be, I'll give it to you. Han Xingxia said. Come in then. Tang Jian led Han Xingxia through the special channel. Han Xingxia didn't have to queue up and re-entered the K1 base. Big sister, our boss knows you're here and said to ask you to wait at his place for a bit. He'll be back after the meeting. Chapter 100, Poaching. No, I'm going to walk around for a while, and I'll say hello to your captain when he's done. That's fine, I'll walk you around then. You go and get busy too, don't worry about me. Han Xingxia dismissed Tang Jian, her goal here clear. But not little tails. Tang Jian sniffed and thought for 2 seconds before giving Han Xingxia an ID and a pager. Big sister, this is our management department's ID. If something happens you can show your identity and no one will stop you, or use the pager to find us, this button to contact us, and this button to contact our captain. Good. Han Xingxia put away everything he gave her, smiling in place as she watched Tang Jian leave. She turned around and headed to the shantytown of the K1 base. It's not everywhere. Mezzo. Of course, Han Xingxia didn't want everyone. She probably had a direction to recruit some residents with skills and specialties, and it would be even better if she could come across some scholars who were engaged in scientific research. Han Xingxia noticed a group of people at this time. Get lost, all you losers. You take your time on a job. You're useless. Don't do it, don't do it. We don't want you here. Go work somewhere else. Get out of here. In the construction area ahead, 7 or 8 skinny men were crowded out. Their average age was in their 30s or 40s, and the oldest in there was a 60 or 70-year-old man with gray hair. He staggered 2 steps and fell heavily to the ground after being kicked by the worker in front of him, his face immediately turning pale. Sensei. Sensei. What are you doing? Our teacher is so old, how can you take action against an old man? The fight is still on, you losers. You still think it's before the end of the world. Respect the old and love the young. It's the end of the world now. Whoever has the hardest fist has the final say. We'll take care of you trash today. What can you do to us? You guys are unbelievable. Just a bunch of beasts. The youngest lad among them stepped forward in righteous indignation. And you dare to call us beasts? Good. Then we'll show you what a beast looks like today. Fight. 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 Pack up this crowd. Give 'em hell. A group of big men immediately swarmed up. They are all workers who participate in the construction of the base, but these people in front of me can't lift their shoulders or carry their hands, and they are particularly slow. They were able to build a 3-meter protective wall with a day's hard work, while those on the other side could only build 2 meters or 1.5 meters, and the gap was not 1 point. And the base work credits are uniformly issued from above. As long as they are not lazy, they are all calculated according to the same work credits. How does this balance their hearts? They're going to have to teach this bunch of trashy losers a hard lesson today and kick them out of their construction team. Get rid of all these losers. Stop. As he watched the overwhelming fists about to land on these people, a lazy female voice rang out. All of them then saw a pretty girl in a one-piece combat suit with a high ponytail walking over with a knife behind her back. The girl's rosy and delicate skin was very different from that of an ordinary survivor who was chronically malnourished and tortured by the end of the world, and her bright eyes were as sharp as a blade. She walked toward all of them without slowing down, a lone woman surprisingly having the air of a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Who is it? The big man in the lead looked at Han Xingxia and said. Han Xingxia unhurriedly pulled out the management department's ID given by Tang Jian from her pocket, and everyone on the opposite side was immediately honest when they saw this ID. Sir, we're not fighting. Right. We didn't. It's themselves. They don't want to do it here anymore. Yeah. It's none of our business if they don't want to work here anymore. You guys are bullting me. The youngest of them said, you're the ones who are trying to get rid of us. Stop it, this time the old man who was first kicked down pulled him back. Let's go. Teacher, Let's go, don't cause trouble for the other administrators. The old man's gaze was deep, he could think longer than the others. The conflict between them and the people across the street couldn't be resolved with a couple of words. The administrator could step in and stop them from fighting once, she couldn't be there every time, and the people across the street would only get worse once she was gone. They people can't stay here anymore. It was true, as the opposite person had said, this was the end of the world, whoever had the biggest fist was in charge, and they, the researchers who were engaged in cerebral work before the end of the world, had been stripped of all their specialties after the end of the world had come, no longer possessing an advantage in terms of survival. They are sidelined by the relative safety of the construction team, and all that awaits them is the most dangerous outings to kill walkers and gather supplies. At this time, the old man heard a voice in his ear. What did you guys used to do? He looked up to the source of the voice, which turned out to be the same female administrator who had saved their lives. We used to be researchers at the institute. The young man beside the old man said, this is our Professor Wang. He's very famous. Produced many research results. What do you guys study? Polymers. Han Xingxia's eyes instantly lit up when she heard this. Polymers are used in a wide range of applications including, but not limited to, agriculture, construction, transportation, electrical, and more. But because this research requires specialized research equipment, research labs, which is not at all practical for K1 bases that are still on the breadline. All people entering the K1 base need to register their previous occupation, they need medical types, farming types, quality physical types who can go out and fight zombies, and those useful and practical people are assigned to various places and entrusted with important tasks as soon as they come in. Only, those who are engaged in more cutting-edge research are chicken feed in their eyes. There's no room. However, someone who was of little use in the eyes of the K1 base was a treasure in Han Xingxia's eyes. Just the talent she was looking for. At that moment, Professor Wang grabbed his student's hand and squeezed out a smile at Han Xingxia. Administrator, thank you so much, don't worry about us, we won't add to your base's troubles. He was afraid that they, the researchers who hadn't been of much use since the end of the world, would be disliked and hurriedly said. Unexpectedly, when his words fell, he heard the sentence, all of you come with me, and I'll let you continue your research in the future, and you'll have meat to eat all the time. Professor Wang looked at Han Xingxia incredulously. Along with the others behind him. All of them were shocked. Sir, are you guys building an institute? The K1 base finally needs us. Han Xingxia smiled faintly, I'm the one who wants you guys, I'm the leader of Xingxia base, I'll take you to my Xingxia base. Chapter 101, 21 new residents, all together. A few minutes later, all of them were shocked to learn that Han Xingxia was the manager of another base. Han Xingxia gave them a guarantee that all of them would go back with her, get 3 meals a day, eat meat all the time, and not have to do anything else every day but research, and that she could get the research equipment back for them. After hearing this, these people all looked at each other and finally looked at their Professor Wang. Professor Wang thought for a long time and offered, Captain Han, we still have family. How many members of your family? Which ones are they? Professor Wang took Han Xingxia to their living quarters, which contained 6 middle-aged women, 3 8 and 9-year-old children and an old man in his 60s or 70s. They were all doing manual labor, refurbishing some old clothes, mending backpacks, and appeared to be earning some money through this. Han Xingxia nodded after looking at them, I can have all of these people, but they'll have to work when they get to my base. I don't want people with no output. Professor Wang nodded approvingly, but what kind of work can our families do? There's a lot to do. I can farm, raise pigs, there are many different kinds of work, and if you are willing to do it, you can have any kind of work, and I guarantee that if you work hard, you'll have rice, pork, snacks, and new clothes all the time. When Professor Wang heard this, his cloudy eyes directly flooded with light. Everyone else looked at Han Xingxia even more incredulously. A meal of big white rice and pork. And snacks and new clothes. Is she talking about heaven? After the 18 people on Professor Wang's side had a collective discussion, there was only one family that didn't want to go. He and his wife were uneasy with what Han Xingxia said, thinking that she was being too unrealistic. It was the end of the world now, there wasn't enough to eat anywhere, and the K1 base was already the biggest base they'd ever encountered, so how could there be another base that could give them meat to eat? And it was hard for them to stabilize in the K1 base, the men were physically stronger than the others, they were not accepted by the construction team, he could still do it, he and his wife discussed it carefully and decided not to go, they also had an 8-year-old daughter, it was more stable to stay in the K1 base, there was no need to go with them. Teacher, we're not going, you know, my wife's health is not good, it's not easy for our family to stabilize, we don't want to run around. Professor Wang heard his former student say this, he shook his head. Kang Jian, your wife is not well, all the more reason to come with us. I think Captain Han's base is perfect for us, don't miss out on this great opportunity. Teacher, can you just guarantee that what she says will be true? Do we really have a job, food, and a house to live in when we get there? Kang Jian said, we don't want to be that risky. Teacher, you guys can leave if you want. Don't drag our family Kang Jian along. He's been dragged down by you guys for a long time. Kang Jian's wife said. The others couldn't help but be annoyed when they heard this, and at this time, Professor Wang said, don't talk about it, people have their own aspirations, let's go. Hurry up and go. If he didn't have to be in your company, my husband wouldn't have been dragged down by you. Our family is better off without you. Han Xingxia, who was standing in the doorway, heard the voices inside and lazily glanced inside. Not a word. Not long after, Professor Wang came out with the remaining 15 people. Captain Han, we've decided to go with you, I have another student their family is used to this place, so they won't go. At this time, 2 more young couples ran next door, all with a child. Professor Wang. Where are you going? Can you take us with you? Professor Wang immediately looked at Han Xingxia, they're people we know, they used to be employees of our institute's cafeteria, they can cook, can Captain Han bring them along? Han Xingxia scanned up and down the 2 young couples with children, fine. Take it. The ordinary men with 2 children, they are all in good shape and make good laborers. And, exactly 21 people. It's coming together. Take it all away. You guys need to think about this. That person isn't from our K1 base, she's taking you guys outside. And I don't know what base. Kang Jian's wife said this time. As her words fell, the 2 young couples immediately said, we believe in Professor Wang's vision. Professor Wang's choices are always right. Han Xingxia smiled softly when she heard this, you'll soon be able to see how right you've made your choices. Ha! Could this certain person be here to recruit? How could it be that good? By the way, have you all figured out who she really is? Don't let her sell you out as soon as you leave the base. And who did she tell when she took you guys away so blatantly? Does she have the authority to do that? Kang Jian's wife's voice sounded again as she looked at Han Xingxia with a hostile face. Her words managed to make Professor Wang's group of people like splashing a pot of cold water. Although everyone didn't believe her that Han Xingxia had sold them, where could such a group of them be sold to? This was the age of zombies, not the age of slaves. Where do we need slaves? If they wanted slaves, they shouldn't have asked for a group of researchers who couldn't lift their shoulders or carry their hands. But what makes Han Xingxia able to take them away? They're good for K1 base at least. Just then, the pager in Han Xingxia's pocket rang. As soon as she picked it up, Lu Qiyan's voice came from the opposite side, Miss Han, where are you? I'm in the neighborhood, where are you now, I need to see you. Wait there, I'll come over. Han Xingxia's pager hung up. Professor Wang and the others immediately looked at her in surprise, Captain Han, is that our Captain Lu? Aha! Han Xingxia nodded as she looked at the people in front of her, all of you wait here, I'll look for him to ask for you today and take you with me tomorrow, I'll go ahead and wait for him at the front. Cut. Blow. Keep bragging. Kang Jian's wife was disdainful, I can see that you just came here to brag. What about taking them to your base, what about asking Captain Lu for someone? Our Captain Lu has a lot of time on his hands, so your bragging is a bit more reliable. You even made a recording to look for you, who are you? You're done. If you don't go, you don't faze the others. Do you see us saying half a sentence about you? Professor Wang's youngest student said. I'm afraid you'll be cheated. What kind of person is Captain Lu? Don't you guys have any idea in your hearts? How could he come to a place like this to look for someone? Who wouldn't go to him to find him? You're all too stupid to read, you don't have any brains at all. As her words fell, an upright figure appeared at the end of their strip of shanties. Ms. Han. Lu Qiyan, who was high and mighty in all of their eyes, ran towards them with great strides. Professor Wang and the others all lit up when they saw this, while Kang Jian's wife, who had been chattering on and on, suddenly couldn't close her mouth as if it was stuffed with an egg. Chapter 102 Grumpy Old Brother. What are you doing here? Lu Qiyan strides over to Han Xingxia. I want to ask you for some people. Han Xingxia pointed to the crowd behind her, these 21 people I want to take to my base, you name your price. During the base civilization, the inhabitants were important properties of their respective bases. Easily won't let anyone take it away. Lu Qian's gaze fell on the group of ordinary residents. If they voluntarily go with you, they can go, but the supplies can't be taken away, and those who leave the K1 base will have to leave all their supplies behind. Okay. Han Qingxia answered with a bite. It's a basic rule of the end times now. The base protects the residents and gives them the necessary food, so the residents and their property will all belong to the base, and once they leave the base, all supplies are confiscated. Won't let you leave the base with a grain of rice. But that's really all that's left. It's relatively somewhat human rights for large bases to retain your eligibility to leave, and many small bases do not allow any resident to defect from the base for any reason. If you want to leave, you're dead. The small base Han Qingxia stated in her last life was like this, and it was a death sentence for ordinary people to try to escape the base. Everyone was the private property of the base manager, and there was no way they would be allowed to leave. Of course there are exceptions, for example, some very capable aliens. This group of people in which base are all the people who are pulled. The base has no way to control their personal rights, they will spend a lot of supplies to enlist them. These people are generally not willing to leave the original base. You'll also run into bases that want to poach them, and if they offer the right deal and pay enough to the original base, they can take the person. Han Qingxia in his previous life came across once her small base as a bull was dug out of the matter. That person is the base of the only fire and gold system dual system psychic Jinhu. He is the end of the world before the underground boxing gym to fight the black boxing. The temper is particularly explosive, full of tattoos, recognized grumpy old brother. Han Qingxia's deepest impression of him was that this cranky old brother loved to slap people, and when he encountered people and things he was upset about, he slapped them over, slapping her base into submission from top to bottom. Han Qingxia joined that small base at that time. A lot of people want to make a move on her. Grumpy old brother saw a word no. In front of her face fan fly several. Fan finished on the way out. Han Qingxia was shocked. From then on to open a road to follow the fan slapping. If you don't like it, you have to fight it. Status and respect are earned by fighting. Never be a wimp. It only didn't take long for that cranky old brother to be heavily scouted by another base, and until he left, Han Qingxia hadn't said a word to him, for no other reason than that his old brother was too cranky, and every time Han Qingxia saw him he was either fanning someone or on his way to fanning someone. Afterwards, Han Qingxia heard that the small base of survivors over in his city used 2 truckloads of rice to scoop up Jinhu and never saw him again. Then later in the last 6 or 7 years, Han Qingxia once overheard in the base tavern that the small base where Jinhu was located was flooded by a zombie tide, and no one survived, and by that time no one remembered Jinhu, except Han Qingxia. In the end times, many people are passing through like fireworks, ending in a flash and never to be encountered again. Back to the point, no matter what, digging someone else's bases to give something, Lu Qian do not want anything, Han Qingxia cannot take for nothing, is owed him a favor. Let's go ahead, I have something else to tell you. Okay, Han Qingxia turned her head to look at Professor Wang and the others. All of your things don't need to be brought, just have the people come with me tomorrow. I'll take you with me tomorrow. At this time Lu Qian sighed, it's good that you guys can go with Ms. Han to her place. After he finished, he led Han Qingxia away from the shantytown. Professor Wang and the others' eyes all lit up when they heard Lu Qian's words. Did you hear that? Captain Lu said that Ms. Han's side is fine. I heard that too, Captain Lu never said anything like that. I think we didn't make a wrong choice this time. Following Ms. Han away was the right thing to do. Let's not talk about anything else, let's talk about people's strength, they really have the strength to take us away. These words deeply hit Kang Jian's wife in the face. She had seen the entire time that their base Captain Lu's attitude towards Han Qingxia was not to say that it was polite and unparalleled, but that it was also responsive to all requests. She had just taunted Han Qingxia for not having the strength to brag, and then in a turn of events, the person shook Captain Lu over and slapped her hard in the face. Now she just felt a burning pain in her face and wanted to find a hole in the ground. Who knows what it's like there? All go home for me. Old Khan. Sugar. Kang Jian immediately lowered his head and slipped back in gray. Kang Sweetie, who was playing with her little friends, heard the voice and looked sad. Are you guys really leaving? Don't feel bad, Sugar, we'll send you a message on the radio when we get there. Kang's sweetheart revealed a smile when she heard this. Good. I will definitely wait for your news. Everyone on the scene gradually dispersed as soon as they could and went back to clean up, all with anticipation in their eyes, wondering what tomorrow would really bring. Han Qingxia followed Lu Qian back to his villa, and before he even entered, he heard the sound of smashing things coming from inside. Marshall, think about it yourself, the evolution fluid is the future of humanity, you must have a number yourself, do you want to disregard the development of the base? Get out! It didn't take long for a middle-aged man in a suit, still dressed decently after the end of the world, to walk out of the villa. As soon as the other party came out, he saw Lu Qian, who came back, and immediately piled up a smile. "So it's Captain Lu, you persuade your grandpa. In fact, I don't have anything I want, you guys manage yourselves, I manage mine, we don't interfere with each other, and it's not good to work together for the base's development?" When Lu Qian heard his words, his eyes were as cold pools and he didn't say a word. The other party didn't get angry when he was benched, and that's when he noticed Han Xingxia. "Who is this young lady, and why haven't I seen her before?" "Minister Wang, this is my guest." Lu Qian returned in a cold voice, leading Han Xingxia straight into the villa. The moment he brushed his shoulders, the elegance in Minister Wang's eyes was immediately replaced with full of shade. Now that the evolution liquid was in his hands, he would see how long they could be complacent. All of his gazes were captured by Han Xingxia, who followed behind, and after she went in behind Lu Qian, "Is that Wang Mengwei's old man?" "Yes," Lu Qian said. "What's he doing here?" "This is exactly what I wanted to tell you." Lu Qian paused in his footsteps. "Our base has developed an evolutionary liquid that is geared towards the enhancement of the alien abilities of the Xenos." Just then they heard a grumpy voice from the front parlor. "Where are my cookies? Who stole my cookies?" Chapter 103, This price is too unselfish. When Lu Qian heard this, it was as if he thought of something. "Ms. Han, I'd better take you out to eat first." His words fell, and with them came from behind him, Lu Qian. "Did you steal my cookies?" Lu Qian. Han Xingxia saw an old man with white hair wearing slippers walk out from the inside living room, his pale face hale and hearty, and at the moment he was storming over to question Lu Qian. "You must have stolen it." Lu Qian. "Grandpa, I have a guest." Only then did Elder Lu notice that there was a stranger behind him, or a young girl, and the old man's face immediately reverted to a high and serious expression. "Yan, this is Grandpa, she's Han Xingxia." Elder Lu had obviously heard of Han Xingxia's name instantly with a look of surprise. "So you're that Han Xingxia?" "Miss Xia, I'm Lu Qian's grandfather, and I'm very grateful to you for saving my grandson a few times." Han Xingxia glanced at Lu Qian, who nodded at her. Han Xingxia smiled faintly. "It's a small thing. Hello Elder Lu, I've taken the liberty of disturbing you." Do not disturb, do not disturb." Master Lu looked at both sides. "Quickly sit, Xiayena, bring Grandpa's box of treasured cookies to entertain the guests." "Oh yes, where did my cookies go?" Lu Qian shook his head vigorously at Han Xingxia at this point, and Han Xingxia smiled faintly. "Elder Lu, there's no need to look, I don't eat cookies." "Alright then, let's have some tea then. Xiayan, take out my treasured pour and make a pot for Miss Xia." "Good." Han Xingxia followed Elder Lu to the sofa, her gaze landing on a broken reagent on the tabletop. "What's that?" "Don't you touch that, that one's contaminated, little Yen." Lu Qian. "Come and wipe the table." Lu Qian. "Good." Lu Qian came over with the tea, put the teacup down, and began to clean up the glass shards and murky liquid on the tabletop. That Wang's whimsical. This kind of extremely dangerous thing should not be given to people at all. At this time, a voice came from Lu Qian's earphone, and after listening to the report, he said with a gloomy face, "Grandpa, Wang Li has already privately recruited a large number of alien energy practitioners, and gave them free evolutionary liquid. He wants to go against us to the end." When the old man heard this, he was furious. "This asshole. Is there any human life in his eyes?" "Elder Lu, why do you keep spoiling that Wang?" Han Xingxia asked at this point. "Management rights have been given to him?" When Lu Lao heard this, he glanced at Lu Qian and he shook his head. "It seems that my family's boy didn't tell you much about our base." "Grandpa, I don't have." "Alright, Miss Xia saved you so many times, it's possible to tell her about these things." Elder Lu looked at Han Xingxia. "Miss Xia, you were involved in the drug development factory last time, so you must know what he brought back last time." Han Xingxia nodded. "Yen brought the stuff back, but those data can only be deciphered by Wang Li's or D group, and during this time, they extracted the evolutionary fluid in the zombie crystals." Elder Lu pointed at the broken glass on the table and said, "It's these things. The evolution liquid can enhance the psychic abilities of psychics. We're not spoiling him, but the evolution liquid is really too important." Lu Lao's position was completely different from Wang Li's. As long as he could continue human civilization and make the base stronger, he was willing to give some power to the other party. So even though he knew that Wang Mengwei wanted to harm Lu Qian last time, he ended up retaining Wang Li's position as administrator because he had the resources in his hands and they had to research the zombie virus. However, Wang Li turned over after that time with the evolutionary liquid. He had a powerful evolution liquid in his hand, and could restrain their military by controlling the alien. In fact, if the evolution liquid had an effect, Lu Lao would be willing to put a little more power out, but it was this evolution liquid that had too many side effects. There's no way he's going to take it. This also put him in a dilemma and passive situation. He couldn't lay his hands on Wang Li and stop the continued development of the evolutionary liquid, but he couldn't accept the promotion of the evolutionary liquid. Wang Li took the evolution liquid and began to privately recruit the alien, bound to threaten them. It's a game that simply isn't broken. What it boils down to is that people have evolutionary fluids, but they don't. There's no way around it. No skill means getting your throat pinched. At this time, a sad-looking elder Lu heard a sentence, "Evolution liquid, my place is also researching, and it's better than this one of yours." Elder Lu. Lu Qian. They all looked at Han Xingxia with wide eyes. Han Xingxia took down the backpack behind her and pretended to take out a small glass bottle from the bag, but actually from her own space, she smiled faintly at them. "I can sell it to you guys." Half an hour later. Elder Lu and Lu Qian were all shocked by the evolution liquid Han Xingxia took out. There were almost no impurities and no odor, in stark contrast to the evolutionary liquid that Wang Li had brought. The most important thing is still the effect. Wang Li's evolutionary fluid Lu Qian tried. After taking it is very difficult, the body will fall into a paralyzed state for a long time, it will take a long time to gradually recover, the person's temper will deteriorate, and will also make zombie-like behavior. And Han Xingxia's evolutionary fluid. Surprisingly, there are no side effects. After taking it, all I felt was a warm current cutting through. And you can feel the alien energy boost directly. Lu Qian was completely stunned. He thought of the supernatural abilities displayed by Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang at this time. He finally just got it. It turns out that Han Xingxia developed the advancement a long time ago. Chemistry. Liquid. It's still so high purity. But after reacting, he was only more shocked. Han Xingxia her. She. Her. What kind of person na? First, one person quietly and silently builds a piece of doomsday castle, and then one person quietly and silently hides a bunch of supernormal abilities. And finally, he also quietly and silently developed an evolutionary fluid a long time ago. Lu Qian was completely shocked. Elder Lu, on the other hand, after being stunned, looked at Han Xingxia with a completely changed gaze. "Student Xia, I thank you on behalf of the future of humanity." Han Xingxia. "First things first, I'll exchange 10 crystal cores for one of this evolution liquid. I only take crystal cores." She was here to exchange money, and of course, in doing so, she didn't mind helping the humans along for a bit of a lift. When humans are strong, the zombie crisis will be small. What's more, the evolutionary fluid was originally being researched by all the bases, it's just that her evolutionary fluid was of better quality. Lu Lao was in tears after hearing this and was even more moved. "Little Xia student. You are simply the savior of humanity. This price is too selfless." Han Xingxia. Chapter 104, tearfully earning 950 crystalline cores plus more. Selfless? Han Xingxia, because she wasn't an alien in her last life, she didn't really know the exact price of evolutionary fluid, only that it was very high. And like the evolutionary fluid researched by the K1 base, that cost is almost 10 to 1. It took 10 crystal cores to refine an evolutionary fluid. So after she quoted this price, even Lu Qian changed his mind about her. He felt that he had been misunderstanding Han Xingxia. Han Xingxia the man. There is great love. She was by no means the purely careful type. It's him who's narrow-minded. Han Xingxia. Though in truth, Han Xingxia could refine one crystal core, and the one given was still watered down to half. Who told her to have the evolutionary liquid extractor rewarded by the system opening? The effect of refining is 100 times 1,000 times that of the normal evolutionary fluids out there. People have hang-ups, there's no way around it. Han Xingxia became a guest of the Lu family. Master Lu was simply more pro to her than he was to Lu Qian, and on the spot, he wanted to recognize Han Xingxia as a godparent, with a mouthful of a little summer sister, so that Han Xingxia could call out to him with a mouthful of an old Lu. Hearing Lu Qian's seniority, he didn't know where to shorten to. "Xiaoyan, quickly call my Xiaoxia over for dinner. And bring out my treasured Maodai, I must have a good drink with Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, let's not get drunk tonight. Old Lu, take it easy, don't toss yourself away at your age. Ha ha ha, it's worth it even if I close my eyes now that I've gotten to know you today. Drink." Must drink. This little girl of yours is too much for me. Just like my own sister. Lu Qian. Lu Qian, as a qualified junior, gave the two people a busy serving. The night wore on, and finally the drinks were finished. The old man Lu in the back of the field will not be able to, the fist is afraid of less strong, he even completely drink but Han Xingxia. After being drunk by Han Xingxia at the wine table, he was even more fond of Han Xingxia, such a good child How nice it would be if this was his own granddaughter. He was assisted back to bed by Lu Qian in advance. Han Xingxia sat at the dining table eating peanuts and rice, and she didn't take a sip of wine. The wine was all in her space. The end times opened up, and no matter where she was, she could never drink enough to put herself at risk of encountering danger. Thanks a lot. At this time, she heard Lu Qian's voice from behind her. Lu Qian walked over and accompanied her to continue drinking. Han Xingxia didn't lift her head. No need to thank me, this is business, 10 crystal cores for one, not even one less. Still, thank you very much. Lu Qian picked up his wine glass and drank it down. With Han Xingxia's evolution liquid, Wang Li could go to hell for good. They had been giving in to him before because of his core technology, and now that Han Xingxia's evolutionary fluid crushed his, they didn't need to be bound by Wang Li anymore. The K1 base no longer needs him to run it. Han Xingxia had really done him a huge favor. Han Xingxia laughed softly, peeling peanuts. You'll have to send a car to take me and my people back tomorrow. No problem. By the way, why does your grandfather like cookies so much? Han Xingxia thought of this and said. My grandpa used to have a heavy smoking habit, my grandma didn't like him smoking, so she bought him candy and cookies to eat instead, and my grandpa liked cookies back there, and when he got mad, he ate cookies. Really quit? Lu Qian's gaze appeared serious, to be precise, quit after my grandmother died. Han Xingxia. Then you gave me that box last time. Lu Qian nodded, steal him. Han Xingxia gave him a big compliment, what a great big grandson for your grandfather. Lu Qian. One drink, what else have you stolen from your grandfather? No. Come on, I'm not going to tell your grandfather. Lu Qian met her sparkling eyes, then you really don't tell anyone. I promise. Han Xingxia swore with 4 fingers extended. Lu Qian lowered his head and began to count one piece at a time, stole his rank, fountain pen, leather shoes, uniform, hit me with the cane. Han Xingxia. This honest guy turned out to be so skinny when he was a kid. No wonder his grandpa's first thought of him stealing it when he lost his cookies. A good night's sleep. The next day, Han Xingxia got up early in the morning. Outside, Lu Qian had already picked up the person she wanted into the car, and Elder Lu personally came over to cheer her on. Come visit often when you have time. Good. Han Xingxia waved her hand at him and followed into the car. Lu Qian gave her a bag of crystal cores, 1021, give me 100 first, do you have any? Yes. Have Jane bring it back. Good. Han Xingxia took his crystal core and counted it on the spot. 21 are owed to you. Okay. Han Xingxia had no problem taking the crystal core with her. Return to your base. Her car was pulling into the K1 base when she saw another familiar figure at the gate. A man in a gray shirt was in the line waiting to go in at the end of quarantine. Han Xingxia? Isn't that the man of God we saw yesterday? He's still in line. Can you let us go first? My kid seems a little sick. Okay, you guys go first. The man in the gray shirt gave up his place and once again rejoined the line, and soon, was squeezed to the end again. Sorry, let us go first. We'd like to go in first, too. You've let it go to so many people, it's not as bad as me. Good. Han Xingxia saw in the rearview mirror that this guy had been squeezed out again and again, still insisting on standing in line and getting out of the way. Han Xingxia. The vehicle soon arrived at the Shangxia base. After arriving outside of Han Xingxia's air defense shelter, she went ahead and got 100 evolution fluids for Tangjian. The evolution liquid was made quickly and had to be mixed with some water, and less than 50 crystal cores were used for 100 evolution liquids. Han Xingxia tearfully earned 950 crystal cores. But even so, the evolutionary fluid she gave was the best in this era. She packed the 100 away in a big Coke bottle for Dongen, then switched to her car to take her residence to the base. Professor Wang and the others became shocked when they entered the Shangxia base. Teacher, look. Is that a drone out there? Right. Professor Wang nodded his head in shock as he looked at the drone hovering in the sky. If he wasn't wrong, it was an inspection drone. And immediately after, he saw Hanxingxia that is like a bunker air defense shelter, high voltage electrified wire mesh, large iron door is a new planting a variety of vegetables, breeding area, and air defense shelter on the put more arrow tower general tower, drones are lifted out from there. But that wasn't what shocked them more. As Hanxingxia led them toward the villa area, they saw. Chapter 105 is Shangxia Base a Paradise? The terraced fields that stretch across the wilderness are endless, with a variety of crops growing in the ground. Wheat, potatoes, sweet potatoes, overwintered cucumbers, all kinds of small greens that have reached maturity, rape, onions, white radishes, cabbage, kale, eggplant. There is a huge variety of different types. As far as the eye could see, it was all planted crops. While all the major bases were busy building high walls to fend off the zombies, and the smaller bases were searching around like headless flies for safe zones, production had already begun to resume here. The production is still so great. How they did it. And as the vehicle went deeper in the planted fields, the crowd saw a large row of staggered villa areas. 3 or 2 people walking in it, all of them, and they saw after the end of the world of yellow skinny pimply survivors are not the same. Everyone here is rosy and full, body fresh and clean, face filled with energy and joy. This kind of look simply let them feel like a world apart. Having experienced the cruelty of Armageddon and the tense environment of the K1 base, who of them were not trembling and cautious? It's simply not possible to be as relaxed as they are. Pig. Teacher. Look quickly. There are pigs there. At that moment, a young researcher pointed to the yard of the villa in front of him, where 3 or 4 pigs were actually kept. And chickens and ducks. Everyone was even more shocked to see that the families here had domestic animals in their villa yards. A young woman with a basin came out of the villa, and with a clatter, she dumped a basin of rice and noodles sandwiched with a variety of vegetables into a feed bucket in the pig pen. What little food is left is then fed to the chickens and ducks that run all over the yard. Everyone saw the scene. No way. So much food. Feed the pigs. In the K1 base, they couldn't even get enough to eat, and it's amazing that there's extra food here to feed the livestock. Still such good food. That's for sure. Hanxingxia's side lacked many things, just not the most basic food, not to mention that she had acquired a large amount of new food, but the output from her side of the ground, the vegetable category had already begun to proliferate. The land is so fertile that it produces more vegetables than you can eat. What if you can't eat it all? Convert it into meat. Pigs and chickens, which are both high meat to feed ratios, 3 pounds of feed translates into 1 pound of pork and 2 pounds of feed translates into 1 pound of chicken. Hanxingxia adjusted prices and lowered food prices to give back a large amount of basic food to the population so that people could increase livestock farming without the burden. Convert the vegetables they can't finish at their base into meat. Realize a major upgrade in the standard of living at the base of Shingleton. She's going to make meat available to everyone at the Shangxia base. And this scene was enough to shock Professor Wang and all of them into speechlessness. Is this high summer base heaven? Here we are, come on down. Hanxingxia's car stopped in the center of the villa area, and immediately, the nearby residents all gathered around. My lord! My lord! Lords! You're here! Brought you some new companions. Hanxingxia got out of the car and said. Su Xiaoyang opened the door and Professor Wang and all of them walked down one after another. Everyone looked at them with excitement and enthusiasm. Welcome. Welcome aboard. Looks like we're going to celebrate today. Yes, we'll all come up with a meal together later and treat you well. It's a rare occasion when so many people come, so we must give them a proper welcome. These enthusiastic residents flattered Professor Wang and the others. They had never seen such a scene since the beginning of the end times. The granary is a good place to know manners and etiquette. It is only when every household has enough supplies and there is no lack of food or drink that people will be willing to put out their goodwill and friendship. Professor Wang only felt deeply shocked by the scene in front of him, how wealthy the Shangxia base had to be to make the residents here so friendly. But soon, they realized how wealthy the Shangxia base was. There is surprisingly an oversized, fully automated, unmanned supermarket here. I'll go to the supermarket to buy some meat. Lord, you mustn't go, I'll make you my best dompa pork for you to try. Then I'll go kill a chicken. Lord, my husband's chicken casserole is especially delicious, you must try it. I'm going to the supermarket to buy some drinks and melons. Everyone eat first. I have fresh fruit at my house, I'll bring it to you. Professor Wang and the others were shocked to see the original residents on Han Xingxia's side running in and out of a villa. That's our base's directly operated supermarket, so if you need any supplies in the future, you can buy them in there. Han Xingxia took Professor Wang and the others to the base direct supermarket. This time, Professor Wang and the others were completely shocked beyond words. Lots and lots of supplies piled up in here. Bags and bags of rice, shelves piled high with noodles, all kinds of common vegetables, shampoo, soap, shower gel, sanitary napkins for women, clothing and footwear, and even various snacks that were common before the end of the world. Chips, ham, cookies, Coke, lollipops. These, they can buy. Like before the end times. Wow! Are we in heaven? A small child among them was shocked. It's not just the kids, but the adults are thinking this in their minds. They were all shocked beyond words. 10 minutes later, all of them understood the rules of Han Xingxia's base. As long as all of you labor earnestly, I guarantee that all of you will be able to live the same way as they do, absolutely well fed, with meat at every meal. Everything they can enjoy you can enjoy. All of Professor Wang's eyes were glowing, all of them surprised to the core. Everything they can enjoy they can. What a godforsaken place they've gotten themselves into. You have to realize that they are not like these residents, they are from K1 base, but they have seen what other bases are like and have lived the hard life of other bases. Other bases are still struggling on the breadline. Han Xingxia here can already eat meat, other bases can only live in shantytowns. She lives in a villa here. Other bases are so strained for resources that she can breed pigs here, and there's a huge supermarket where she can trade at will. Supplies are plentiful to the point where even snacks are available. When Han Xingxia's place was compared to the K1 base, it really was a real paradise. No wonder even Lu Qian said that it was a good thing that they could go with Han Xingxia. Where is this good? This is heavenly. All of them were apprehensive to the extreme before they came here, thinking that coming here was a big gamble to open a blind box, and then as soon as they opened it, they directly opened an SSS-ranked top-notch king bomb. All of them had simply been kicked hard by the gods of fortune into the den of happiness. They couldn't help but think of that stupid Kong Jian family yesterday at this time. If the Kong Jian family knew what kind of place the Shangxia base was, they would definitely have to regret all their intestines off. Thinking about it made them feel even more fortunate. Luckily they weren't stupid like them. Luckily they came. Their one thought directly rewrites fate. Chapter 106, Preparing to enter the city. Dropping 21 new residents detected. Reward the host with 2,100 points. Reward new residents with a 10% increase in loyalty. Current new loyalty 99%. A series of reminders came to Han Xingxia's mind. She didn't expect Professor Wang's loyalty to be so high when these people came in. When she first received Wang Reitman's family, their family's loyalty was only 60%, Li Gang's group had 80%, and all of these people only increased to 99% as the days gradually stabilized behind them. And when these people, Professor Wang, came, their loyalty was pulled straight through. Han Xingxia understood after a little thought. After all, Professor Wang and these people had experienced the hard times of other bases. After coming to her, it was from hell into heaven. They can't help but pull in the favor of the Shangxia base. Where could they find a second heaven on earth these days? Shangxia base. It's a big loss for them if they don't do it until they die at the Shangxia base. So the loyalty of their group pulls straight through. Along with another big bonus. Drip congratulations to the host for completing the population enhancement quest. Double the size of the bonus space. Han Xingxia's carry-on space directly doubled in size. Her original size was about a 10-story building, and now she had the space of two 10-story buildings. She could gather supplies to her heart's content again. Captain Han, no, Miss Lord, came Professor Wang's voice. He walked over to Han Xingxia with the people behind him in front of the supermarket's large screen computer to complete Xiao Xiao's registration and officially become a resident of Shangxia's base. What is it, Professor Wang? We would love to work for you now. Professor Wang's eyes were hale and determined, but we lack the instruments at present. Han Xingxia nodded in understanding. At this time, Wang Yuemin came over again. Lord, it's going to be winter soon. I have a feeling that this year's temperature will be very low. It's best for many vegetables in our base to be protected by greenhouses, but we don't have the materials for that. Lord. The latest polymer material developed by our institute before the end of the world just happens to be able to be applied to plastic greenhouses. Professor Wang followed up with excitement. That's our latest scientific research, with excellent thermal insulation properties. Han Qingxia thought about how Lu Qian had also told her earlier that a cold front would come at the end of the month. She did have some impression. The first few years before the end of the world are not small snow and wind. For several years in a row as a winter blizzard and cold. Her previous small base had also planted food. Winter crops are all frozen. Supplies are so scarce that every year to starve to death. Especially the second year of the end of the world lasted until the fourth year. 3 whole years of extreme cold and snow plus drought. The land did not have any harvest at all, and all the supplies relied on everyone to collect outside. The days are very hard. Han Qingxia must develop the base before the continuous natural disasters in her life, so that Shangxia base could resist all disasters. First of all, this plastic shed must be messed with. Where is your institute? I'll move all your stuff back. Han Qingxia looked at Professor Wang. An hour later, Han Qingxia returned from the residential side with a full stomach. Professor Wang and the others were as excited as if they hadn't eaten for hundreds of years, seeing the spliced together like a buffet, with families taking out their rice to entertain. They were so excited to eat that they had to eat all the leftovers. Not a single grain of rice left. Even if people tell them that it doesn't matter if they can't finish it, they can take it and feed it to the pigs and it won't go to waste. They listened and ate even harder. Han Qingxia asked Wang Yuman and Li Gang, both of whom helped these people, to find rooms for them to settle in before taking them to start working on production. Production is at the heart of everything. Except for a few researchers of Professor Wang, everyone else had to be taxed at the rate of 10 points a day, exempted for a month in the early stage, and started deducting points after there was a stable output. They don't have anyone on base to support them if they don't work. Professor Wang Han Qingxia gave them 400 points a month. Of course 10 points a day is to be deducted, that is, they actually 100 points a person per month. The reason why Han Qingxia didn't directly give them a tax exemption, according to 100 points directly settled, that's because that way, they wouldn't be motivated in the base. They don't have to give taxes directly on Han Qingxia's side to lie down and muddle through is not on the line. Calculate one more weight, give them 400, but also deduct 300, these people are under great pressure, necessarily must work seriously. Once not serious work, no way to stay in the summer base. Of course they can also go into farming in their spare time to give themselves additional income. Everything is alive and well at the base in the height of summer, and all those who have joined here are full of energy. There are enough resources for everyone, if they are willing to do it, and there are enough rewards. At the same time, this has led to a vibrant development of the Saxony base. After Han Qingxia settled this group of people down, he took Su Xiaoyang back to his air defense shelter. She got the address given by Professor Wang. Got to make a trip to the institute tomorrow. Bring back all their research equipment and build polymer plastic sheds. The only bit of danger is the address of the institute in City A. Xiaoyang, get some rest today, tomorrow we're going to make a trip into a city. Good. Su Xiaoyang nodded his head, and after he returned to the air raid shelter, he put away what he should have collected from his family's vegetables, and what he should have fed the dogs. After working inside and out, he went to his room to rest. Han Qingxia, on the other hand, went back to her bomb shelter, and was going into the city tomorrow. She hadn't been in the city since the end of the world came, and the scale of the zombies in the suburbs couldn't be compared to the ones in the city. She has to be prepared. Han Qingxia entered the system mall to procure a wave of supplies. AKs come in 2 by 3,000 rounds of ammo, and then look down and see a handful of RPG-7s, one-man bazookas. Priced at 10,000 points. Han Qingxia decisively came with a bazooka. She always saw that Lu Qian and the others had a single missile with a great group attack, she had to get a whole one too. With 10 pieces of ammunition to ensure gunfire tomorrow. After those were read, she once again flipped to the special mall, which hadn't been much good for a while in the limited time mall, and today only had a set of ziplines. Priced at 100 points. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. Buy it. Basically, we have all the supplies and we're going into the city tomorrow. Chapter 107 Entering the city for the first time. The next day. An armored car sped down a deserted highway in the wilderness. As they drew nearer to the city, the highway before them appeared as a clear-cut scene. The right side of the road out of town was jammed with congested cars, a mass of car accidents blocking all the cars behind them in and out, stretching all the way to the left, while the left lane, the one they were traveling in, was, well, empty and unobstructed. Only people were scrambling to get out of the city, no one wanted to go in. Han Qingxia sat on the co-pilot, calmly looking at everything outside. That's when a man with a crooked head, duck hat, and white t-shirt and jeans appeared on the highway in front of her. His white t-shirt was stained with red and black patches in the east and west, and his hip, cool, dark blue, watered-down jeans were ripped into several pairs, blowing in the wind and making his pant legs extremely cool. The hip, cool personality of the handsome man sensed a living thing approaching and he turned his head, revealing a bloody face. The blood and flesh started from his chin and was torn all the way to his neck. The perfect jawbone and the blood and meridians of his neck were all clearly visible, and it looked as if he had been bitten on the chin at that time, and the piece of flesh had been torn off. Both of its legs were even more covered in bloody scratches that cut lines into its sturdy jeans. When the handsome zombie saw Han Xingxia and the others coming over, a bloodthirsty light erupted from its cloudy eyes, and it opened its bloody mouth, black pus and blood gushing out in large quantities from his torn throat as it let out a sound of extreme excitement and lunged at them. Ow! Bang! The hipster cool zombie was knocked right off the ground. The armored car was several meters away by the time it re-landed. Bang! 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 After that zombie, Han Xingxia's car crashed through 4 or 5 zombies one after another. They did not reduce the speed of the car, and even more so, they did not stop to kill, and directly ran over it, heading towards the city of A at full speed. Han Xingxia hadn't been in the city since the day the zombie virus broke out and she fled from it. She's been out in the countryside playing the field, clearing out all the walkers in her territory. But the zombies in the city and the suburbs aren't even in the same order of magnitude. It was even said that Han Xingxia had never come into contact with the zombie hordes in the core area, and that she had been steadily expanding into the far outskirts of the no man's land, clearing out the zombies that had scurried over, and hardly ever venturing into the places where humans lived in groups. The only time I've encountered a massive zombie horde was the food factory on the outskirts of town, and that was still just the outskirts of the area. If the zombies in the food factory are 1, then the zombies in the city of A are 1,000, if not 10,000. A large amount of the population is concentrated in the city, and not 1 in a million can escape from the city. The rest either turn into zombies or become zombie food. A vast tide of people is a tide of corpses. Cities are zombie strongholds. The only thing better is that Professor Wang's institute is not in the center of a city, it's in a science and technology park on the outskirts of the city. It's a 3-kilometer drive from this highway into town. The zombies in front of Han Xingxia began to grow in number, and as they stepped into the city of A, the zombies roaming on the highway and in the neighborhood were all startled and converged. Forming a running team like a marathon, they chased Han Xingxia and their car in all directions. Ow! 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 The rough and icy big armored car speed does not reduce by half. Full speed straight into the city highway into a city. Han Xingxia also finally saw the city after the zombie plague. On both sides of the highway neat and beautiful big high-rise building housing dead, just not long after the roof was closed, the roof of the building even grew grass, low floors where vines creeper climbed, all the stores along the street, except for some seem to be the store food store has been smashed open signs, the other doors are closed tightly. There was not a single pedestrian on the road, and the street was littered with vehicles that had been in accidents or simply abandoned, all of them covered in dust and eroded and rotting in the wind and rain. Several large garbage cans had been knocked over by cars, and the foul-smelling piles had long since fermented and decomposed on their own, crawling with insect eggs and flies. Dead, broken, dilapidated, chaos and zombies everywhere. In the whole city, except for the wandering zombies, there was not a single living thing to be seen. It had been less than half a year since the apparent end of the world, and the city was decaying like a century had passed. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Han Xingxia's car sparked with lightning all the way, half the speed didn't drop, crushing all the zombies horizontally. Some of the zombie group behind him that couldn't keep up would be completely thrown off, and then each of these zombies scattered, and the ones that followed closely were the ones that got caught in the blaze and sprint plates. Bang bang! Han Xingxia went full speed ahead. A full speed run across the zombies and straight to their destination, arriving at the tech park. There aren't many zombies in the tech park because the apocalypse breaks out early in the morning, just before people go to work, and places like office buildings, industrial parks, these places have the least amount of zombies. Of course, there are quite a few residential neighborhoods outside the tech park. There can't be fewer walkers in this neighborhood. Exposure risks having to be surrounded by a wave of zombies. The way Han Xingxia chose to do it this time was blitzkrieg. Fast in and out. Xiaoyang, I'll open the door for you later and park the car in the courtyard of the research building. You keep stopping the walkers from coming in. Yes. Han Xingxia had no trouble finding the detached Professor Wang's research lab building in this huge science and technology park, and their building came with a separate courtyard with its own security kiosk and gate. Han Xingxia quickly jumped down from the car when she reached the gate and rushed to the security booth before the zombies behind her could chase them over. Ow! The uniformed security zombie was excited to see Han Xingxia coming over. Miso. Han Xingxia resolved the security zombie with a slash through the window, vigorously kicked open the door to the security room, and headed straight for the switch on the large iron gate. With those walkers behind them catching up, the door in front of the armored car opened. Get in here. Han Xingxia gestured to Su Xiaoyang from the side, and Su Xiaoyang rushed into the yard with a kick of the gas, while at the same time, Han Xingxia condensed a water ball in her palm, killing all the zombies that were chasing after her. Make sure you don't let a single walker in here. When Su Xiaoyang's car drove in, she quickly lowered the gate. Ka-ching! 20 or 30 walkers all stopped outside the gate. Ow! 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 Each of these long-starved zombies stretched out their hands, hunger written all over their gray, dried-out faces, and opened their bloody mouths, wailing and clawing at the big iron door, rattling it to the ground. Xiaoyang, let's make this quick. Han Xingxia glanced at these stopped zombies and turned her head to head straight for the research building. There's no need to kill these walkers because there's no way to kill them all. They are followed by a steady stream of walkers surrounding them. She just had to take advantage of that bit of blocking time at the big iron gate to move everything inside the research building. Chapter 108 Meeting Qin Ku again. Han Xingxia went straight to the research lab building, and in front of her was an access control that required a card or password. After Han Xingxia entered a string of numbers on the access control, the door opened with a drop. She led Su Xiaoyang inside at full speed. What was great was that everything Professor Wang gave her was very accurate and valid. He told her that there were 6 floors in the office building, the 1st to 4th floors were research rooms with various instruments, the 5th and 6th floors were offices and archives, and the passwords of all the rooms were all told to her. Also in the office building, there should be no more than 3 other people working overtime in addition to 1 security guard. All 3 of those were on the 1st floor in the research room, room 103, working on the data, and he made sure that there wouldn't be anyone in any of the other rooms. After Han Xingxia rushed in, she really only saw 3 wandering zombies in room 103. All the other rooms were empty. This wasn't that time when I went to get something with Wang Mangwei and got punked the whole time. That's how reliable actions should be. Being able to pinpoint exactly how many people are in which room. All actions are planned as clearly as possible every step of the way, even down to how many minutes and seconds it takes to complete those steps and how long it takes to finish them all. Han Xingxia's plan time at the beginning was that it couldn't take more than half an hour. Because, that big iron gate, it'll last half an hour at the most. Though as she was actually progressing, 10 minutes would be enough if it went well enough. She asked Su Xiaoyang to help her go back and open the doors of each room with a code after taking care of the zombies in room 103, while she ran from room to collect supplies. All the instruments and equipment, tables, chairs and benches, and even the trash cans of their research institute, Han Xingxia all packed them away. Su Xiaoyang originally thought that their trip to move things would take a few hours at the very least, and had already made enough preparations to go up and down to help carry them later, but when he opened all the doors to the rooms on the 1st floor, he realized that behind him, Han Xingxia had already emptied the things. Han Xingxia, who had emptied a room of supplies in front of him, looked at him lazily. Recently awakened, I'll carry the supplies myself in the future. There was no longer any need for the space system to hide it from Su Xiaoyang. Last time, Qin Ku's matter was still because she had been hiding the space system, and then let Su Xiaoyang take it lightly, and even let herself lose a batch of supplies that Su Xiaoyang had sorted out for nothing. For his little brother who was already recognized enough, Han Xingxia decided to tell him about his spatial ability. Saves them from being unable to let go every time they go out to gather supplies in the future. And when Su Xiaoyang heard Han Xingxia directly tell him about the spatial ability, he was shocked and moved. The shocker was that Han Xingxia she was still a dual system psychic. Water and space systems. A double system. His boss, just don't be too good. And touched that she told him about such a private psychic ability as the spatial system. It's definitely a vote of confidence in him. No reservations. Su Xiaoyang crossed the warmth, he had to guard this trust of Han Xingxia. After he got over his shock, boss, I'll definitely keep it a secret. I was afraid you wouldn't keep it a secret, you're my man, who else would you tell? Hurry up and get up there and open the door for me. Su Xiaoyang. Hearing Han Xingxia's unthinking he was her man, that certainty in Su Xiaoyang's heart pulled full again. She trusted him so much, then he would never fail her. Su Xiaoyang's loyalty to Han Xingxia was invariably pulled up again, and was already on the verge of approaching the highest level of loyalty. He looked at Han Xingxia, who was still putting away the supplies with a single lift of his hand, and nodded earnestly, yes. He immediately rushed up to open the door for Han Xingxia, and in the meantime, he put all the supplies that could be grouped together, making it easy for Han Xingxia to take them all at once, Han Qingxia didn't expect that after she told Su Xiaoyang about her spatial powers, she could still increase his loyalty. This person is really different from people. Some are born loyal dogs who are rewarded 100% if they are treated well, while others are white wolves who can never be fed. As Han Qingxia gathered supplies, she suddenly thought of that bastard Qin Ku. That asshole, don't fall into her hands. In less than 10 minutes, with her and Su Xiaoyang's full cooperation, she smoothly collected all the supplies from the entire research building. Boss, all the supplies have been taken away. Su Xiaoyang said. Well, get ready to go. Perfectly ending this operation and preparing to leave, Han Qingxia suddenly heard a cry for help. Help us! Help us! A flashlight's light was cast from the opposite door, and Han Qingxia, who was on the 6th floor, saw a group of persons gathered around a glass window on the opposite equivalent floor asking for their help. Oversized red paint with the words SOS and help were taped to the large glass window, and the group of personnel in white research suits opened the window and waved at them as best they could. Their cries had drawn a crowd of walkers downstairs. The zombies came wailing from all directions. Han Qingxia suddenly saw a familiar face inside. Shink! Among the group of people calling for help in the opposite building, a man in a casual black trench coat stood behind them, and he looked at Han Qingxia in the opposite building, waving his hand at her and revealing an oversized smile. Han Qingxia could feel the heartburn through the glass, and laughed. Laugh your ass off. Wait for me. Get him on your side. And I'll save you. She shouted to the opposite side, and immediately, all the gazes of everyone on the opposite side fell on Qin Ku. Half a minute later, Han Qingxia saw Qin Ku, whose hands were tied, against the glass window, and one of the physically strongest men across the street said, Friend. We've got him. He can't get away. How are you going to save us? We have a lot of walkers in this building. Han Qingxia saw it. Both outside and inside the building, their building was packed with walkers. Even the glass on the floors above and below, except for their floor, was full of walkers. It's definitely not possible to rush in from the bottom and get to the 6th floor, there's too many of them. Then only. Han Qingxia thought of the zipline at this time. She spent a small fortune yesterday on a big useful object. Han Qingxia took the zipline out of space, one section to Su Xiaoyang to secure in here, and the other end she looked across to the 6th floor window. Spread out, you guys. Yes. The people on the opposite side all consciously dispersed when they heard the voice. This time. Bang! The other end of the zipline was pitched with precision into the glass window on the opposite side of the room. Everyone inside was surprised to see the zipline. Saved. All of them are saved. Secure the other end. Hold the man too, I'll go over first. Han Qingxia tied a sliding cable buckle around her waist, her eyes deadpan on the guy in the black trench coat. Chapter 109, Not Bad for a Scourge. This is a group of researchers trapped in an office building. They've been trapped for almost 6 months. The good thing is that high-end buildings like theirs are the ones with tons of vending machines, in-house pantries, and convenience stores at the bottom of the building, and they have supplies. But unfortunately, the supplies were simply not enough for them to consume for a few months. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, they were trapped in the building, putting together what supplies they could gather, and all of them tightened their belts to save on food, which they had consumed a week ago. If they couldn't touch another rescuer, they would starve to death in a few days. Whoosh! A nimble black shadow glided over on the high ropes course, and when she landed, everyone's eyes erupted with excitement. Help is coming! They finally waited for help. Han Qingxia, like a sensitive cat, after sliding over from the opposite side of the 2 feet on the edge of the window, one hand grasping the zipline, the other hand to grab the window frame, when 4 or 5 hands immediately outstretched to her, the people inside excitedly stretched out their hands to grab her in. After Han Qingxia stepped on the window frame and landed on the ground, she heard a loud crash. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! There are zombies outside. The middle-aged man with the strongest physique within the group said to Han Qingxia, pointing at the door of their office, which was blocked by couches and cabinets, where a single dark shadow could be seen through the exposed furred glass. Countless zombies plastered themselves against the glass panels, slapping violently against their doors. Have you been stuck in this little room? Not really, we didn't have any zombies on this floor, but last time, we lured them all over in order to save him. The man who spoke pointed to Qin Ku, who had his hands trapped. Han Qingxia. That was a lot of information, and she looked over to Chink, who was sitting in the corner with his hands bound. Not bad for a Chinook. Scourge wherever you go. You guys don't just say bad things, didn't I also bring you supplies? Scourge Spirit Chin-ko was oblivious to the fact that he had any problems and said with a smile. His words, however, drew the ire of even more people in here. If you didn't want to pick up Linfrost, would you have taken it out? The one called Linfrost was a young woman in her early 20s, chronic hunger and malnutrition had left her yellow and thin, her unwashed hair was a messy mess, but her face was still cleanly groomed, and she could tell that she was a very good-looking woman. Linfrost kept her head down in the crowd, looking at Chin-ko from time to time, complex emotions showing in her eyes. Han Xingxia heard their conversation and once again lamented that this Chin-ko guy really didn't let her look away. This guy, eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, all the same. The scourge goes wherever you go, and wherever you go, the low-life flavor accompanies you. Never need to expect anything higher from him. You guys grab a hold and go over first, leave him to me. Han Xingxia unlocked the latch, and along with it, there were 2 more latches for these people at the same time, allowing up to 2 people to pass at once, while she, in turn, took large strides towards Chin-ko. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but look at Chin-ko in the corner, and saw that after that pretty woman walked up to him, she loosened her own fists, and without saying a word sent Chin-ko the first and most cordial greeting. A complete loosening package. Loosen everything from top to bottom. It was dumbfounding to watch the group next to him. A few of them were studying the biological human body, and just one look at the parts Han Xingxia had laid her hands on made them feel their chrysanthemums tighten. Gam! All of them are the most painful parts of the human body, but they don't kill or injure. Each stroke avoids vital organs. Give each other only the purest experience of pain. It was precise and extremely underhanded. This opposite person with her is not a father's blood feud also have to have a wife, bah, take husband hate. Otherwise it wouldn't even be so beaten. Don't go over there yet. Han Xingxia punched Chin-ko while addressing the people behind him. When that group of people heard Han Xingxia's words, they all scrambled to get in line to put on their slide buckles and leave the place. Originally, they had to slide over the 6th floor, and they were a little scared. But seeing Han Xingxia making her move, all these people felt that the zombies below and the height of the 6th floor weren't so scary anymore. One by one, full of strength, they hung on to their safety buckles and slipped and climbed over. Over here, Han Xingxia, after outputting a wave of greetings from his father to Chin-ko, grabbed him by the collar. Run. Aren't you quite capable of running? Chin-ko giggled with his head down when he heard her words. He actually looked happy after taking a fat beating. Laugh your ass off. At this point. Bang! The door to their room was smashed through, the cabinets and sofas blocking the doorway all shifted back an inch, and countless zombies' ghastly white, shriveled hands poked through the cracks of the smashed doorway. Sharp claws vigorously scratched everything around them. And at this point, there are still 2 people who haven't passed. Han Xingxia immediately rushed to the front door and kicked the cabinet against the zombies rushing in. You guys get over there quick. At this moment, the opposite side of the safety buckle from the zipline by Su Xiaoyan vigorously pushed over. The 2 men still left here immediately fastened safety buckles on themselves, climbed up to the high windows, and made a hand-to-hand, sliding climb across the room. Han Xingxia pressed one foot against the cabinet, holding the door dead center, and clutched Chin-ko with one hand. She found a nylon rope from her space and tied Chin-ko up 5 ways, with the other end of the rope tied around her own waist. Chin-ko saw the scene. Captain Beauty, that's how much you want me. Bang! Han Xingxia, who had taken the time to tie him up, raised his hand and punched him, adding another black eye to his handsome face and the only pretty one. Listen to me, from now on, don't leave my sight for 1 meter. Chin-ko giggled when he heard this. Captain Beauty, what about my bath and toilet? Wash it in my face. In front of me. Zink. He stared at Han Xingxia and snorted, laughing even more as he moved closer to Han Xingxia. Then Captain Beauty, if you take a shower and go to the bathroom, you have to do it in front of me as well. Bang! Han Xingxia punched him again. Sent a weighted eye makeup to his other zombie eye that had a blindfold on it as well. Anyway, if you dare to run again, Han Xingxia crouched down and pinched his ankle, clicking it. Hiss. Chin-ko sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The joints of his 2 ankles were all misaligned. Instantly, his 2 legs did not have any strength, and his whole body went downward and soft. Han Xingxia caught him steadily, picked up his collar, and said fiercely, next time, it won't be this kind of warning, and I'll be sure to break your legs. Chin-ko, whose feet and neck were in excruciating pain, looked at Han Xingxia in front of him, but the smile on his handsome, miserable face was as hot as the height of summer, and he leaned on Han Xingxia with his whole body powerless. So, Captain Beauty can't stay away from me. Chapter 110, What do you want, Captain Beauty? Bang! Wow! At that moment, the round glass on the large wooden door was smashed open by a walker. A zombie head poked out of a glass window as glass splattered all over the place. It hit its forehead bloody, countless tiny glass ballast into its face. It cannot feel the slightest pain, there is only endless excitement. Han Xingxia backhanded Qin Ku on his back and dodged sideways, dodging the glass ballast that flew from the sky. As she ducked to the side, the door that had lost its strength against it was immediately toppled open by the tide of zombies surging outside. A scrawny walker had already pushed its way through the doorway most of the way. Han Xingxia decisively drew his sword, and the cold tang blade flashed with a flash of light, splitting apart all the zombies that had squeezed in with a gap. Bang! She kicked her foot hard against the cabinet and slammed the door back up. And that's when the walker with his head sticking out of the glass window crawls in at full speed towards the window. The visual impact of this is so striking compared to Sadako, who even looks literary. Looking at the zombie that playfully lunged in before him, Han Xingxia slashed across the room. It was at this moment that she felt the trembling in all directions around her. Captain Beauty should know that office building partitions are basically gypsum board. Qin-Ku's voice came to her ears. As Qin-Ku's voice fell, boom! Plasterboard crumbled in all directions. The walls on either side of the gate were blasted open. Countless zombies broke through the wall. Han Xingxia, seeing this dense steady stream of zombies, had already given up on pushing against that useless gate, and she turned her head to look at the window opening, where the two people over there had only climbed 2/3 of the way up at this moment. Hurry over! Han Xingxia carried Qin Ku on his back, and the tang sword in his hand turned to take off. Climbing to the two people halfway, the front of the hand slipped, the whole person fell downward. Good thing there is a safety buckle. She was busy waving her hand in mid-air to struggle. A low head, the foot is a dense tide of zombies. Immediately, weak hands and feet combined with prolonged malnutrition left her stuck in mid-air and not moving in or out. Su Xiaoyang on the opposite side of the room from a distance of more than 10 meters vaguely saw that the opposite room was attacked by the zombies, and when he saw the person stuck in mid-air, he was so anxious that he jumped directly to the rope. Without any protection, he clutched the rope with both hands and heaved downward, dropping the rope out of a low point, and the two men, who were both buckled at the waist, immediately slid toward him. Bang! The metal safety buckle of the zipline hit Su Xiaoyang's hand heavily. His heavy face did not have half a difference, there was only eagerness. His boss is across the street. Unlock the latch and step on me to climb up. Su Xiaoyang stretched out his hand, the last bit of distance. He grabbed the rope with one hand and grabbed on the window frame with the other, and said to the people who came over. It was a young girl who looked at Su Xiaoyang in panic when she heard his words. Hurry! Su Xiaoyang roared in a low voice. The girl only then recovered a little bit of sense from her panic. She immediately grabbed Su Xiaoyang and hugged him before releasing her own latch. Then after Su Xiaoyang bent his knees and pushed her up to the height of the window opening, the other people at the window immediately reached out their hands to help. The girl grabbed these people's hands, stepped on Su Xiaoyang's shoulders and arms, and went in without any problems. The same goes for the second one. After Su Xiaoyang sent all two people in, he grabbed the window frame with one hand and pushed the two zipline safety buckles over with his other hand with all his might. Boss! It's okay to come over. Han Xingxia, who was fighting on the opposite side of the room, heard Su Xiaoyang's voice and immediately ran to the window opening. Two safety buckles pushed through at the same time. Two can't be used. One will do. Because Qin Ku was tied to Han Xingxia's back. She put away her knife and grabbed the safety catch with one hand while gathering an oversized ball of water with the other. Bang! A huge mist of water spread out across the sky, immediately shaking away the zombies that surged up. Qin Ku's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Captain Beauty, you're a dual system Bang! No sooner had his words left his mouth than his head slammed into a walker that came out of the side to sneak up on him. Han Xingxia made a sharp turn, carried him on her back, and used him to send the walker flying. Like a toolman, Zink, who took the hit, sucked in a cool breath. Did you do it on purpose or unintentionally? Of course it's intentional. After all, under her mental psychic ability to control the field, she knew exactly where all the walkers in this office were located. It is not going to slip through the cracks. Han Xingxia lightly grunted and laughed, and in the process, she had already reattached the safety buckle to her waist, picked up Qin Ku on her back, and jumped onto the windowsill. There's really no point in caring too much about the walkers behind you at this point. Because, there was a zombie immune meat shield Qin Ku behind her. She tightened her back to Qin Ku and stomped both legs vigorously on the edge of the window, gliding quickly toward the building across the street. Behind her, countless zombies flew out of the window openings after them like an open floodgate. However, what awaits them is a 6-story abyss. After they leapt out, they crackled and fell through the 6th floor window openings as if they were raining zombies. The scene was spectacular, as if we were watching a zombie blockbuster in Europe and America. At this time the zombies wailed and opened their mouths wide, some of their stomachs were hollowed out, some of their legs were gnawed down to a single bone, some had their heads tilted, and some dragged their bodies halfway. All of the zombies had only one goal in mind, and that was the person skidding in front of them. However, they can't catch them at all and can only see them sliding further and further away. When Han Xingxia slid halfway on Qinke's back, the inertia gradually disappeared, because it was 6 floors to 6 floors, sliding halfway up halfway. She hung upside down on the zipline with Sink on her back and continued to climb on her hands and knees toward the opposite section of the road. If she could ignore a raucous voice behind her, she should be able to climb a little faster. "Captain Beauty, be honest, are you in love with me? Get out! And what is it that you've come to take me away with such disregard for your life? For your mom. Zink." He leaned back and looked at the clear blue sky above him, his only human eye all smiles. "So tell me, what is it you want from me? What is it about me that makes me so desirable to you? I want you to shut up. Say something, maybe I'll say yes." Han Xingxia, who was crawling, heard this and was suddenly moved to tears. "I want you to be loyal. Be loyal to me from now on." Qinke was slightly stunned when he heard her say that, then leaned close to her ear and whispered to her. Chapter 111, Why bother with him? "I know of a 5-star hotel near here where the beds are comfortable. Let's go there and talk about loyalty." Han Xingxia. But any extra hand she had right now would have to explode hammer the guy strapped to her back 365 times in place. Hammer from the surface to into the mantle. God, Lord, why did she just hit on him? Why bother hitching a ride with him? At that moment, the steel cables behind her slammed downward. Han Xingxia, who was carrying Qinke on her back and crawling on all fours on a steel cable, glanced backward and saw a zombie bridge built out of the steel cable behind her. A steady stream of walkers poured out of the window, the vast majority of them falling from the 6th floor, but a handful of them grabbed onto the steel cables. A petite, dry and thin female zombie grabbed the corpse of her companion like a spider quickly crawling in Han Xingxia's direction. It crawled very fast, blink of an eye crawled to the first, in front of no companion body. It lunged forward, dry and thin body hanging on the steel cable. It wanted to continue to climb forward, its own body was heavily stepped down. The zombies in hot pursuit behind it trampled on its body to continue to climb forward. This unlucky zombie's neck was stepped on diagonally and vigorously, directly strangling into the thin and straight steel cable, stretching the taut steel cable like a steel knife directly cutting through its flesh and sinews, crunching and vigorously rubbing against its vertebrae. In this way, one by one, these zombies stepped on the zombie bridges built by the bodies of their companions and crawled after Han Xingxia with a whimper, like a stick dipped in sugar, attracting all the ants. When Han Xingxia saw this scene, she couldn't care less about pulling the wool over Qinke's eyes, and with both hands and both feet, she accelerated her speed and climbed toward the opposite side. Just as she was climbing at full speed, Qinke's leisurely voice came from behind her. "Captain Beauty, this rope of yours looks quite sturdy." "Nonsense. If it's not sturdy, you have to pray for it to be sturdy." "But is the interface sturdy?" As his words fell, Han Xingxia felt a tremor coming from the zipline, and immediately afterward, she felt the strength in her hands being withdrawn. The whole person was like a piece of rootless duckweed falling sharply from a 6-story building in the air. Across the street from the building, the zipline crumbled at the end that was being weighed down by a large number of walkers. The fixed end was originally a not-so-sturdy plasterboard wall, which couldn't bear the weight of dozens of people, and after a large number of zombies pressed on it, the zipline didn't break, but the fixed plasterboard did. Han Xingxia doing a free fall motion at high altitude. She just wanted to curse. Is this guy Qinke an enlightened mourner? She continued her descent from the heights, and the horde of zombies at the tail end crackled down like raining dumplings. 6 stories high, a person can fall in just over 2 seconds. The descent will be faster and faster and faster. Han Xingxia reacted in a fraction of a second, her hand gripping the steel cable quickly wrapping several times around it. The steel cable was drawn off sharply. Zira. The powerful friction sent sparks all the way up her palm, and through her protective gloves she could feel a burning sensation through her heart. But can't be loose. Never let go. She plummeted sharply. 5th floor. 4th floor. 3rd floor. 2nd floor. Finally. At the 1st floor and a half, Han Xingxia stopped. Both of her hands were wrapped in steel cables, and her entire body was suspended in midair like a spider that had spat out its silk. At the moment, she was dangling from both feet, carrying Qinke on her back, with the wailing horde of zombies at her feet. The walkers were no more than 30 centimeters away from her. Ow! 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 The hungry-eyed walkers opened their mouths toward her. The greater danger is not yet beneath your feet, but above your head. The zombies on the 6th floor are still jumping in a steady stream. As Han Xingxia steadied herself, a zombie that had jumped down from the 6th floor lunged straight at her. There's no way back. Just then, Han Xingxia, whose hands were bound and hanging in mid-air, had her entire body wrapped around the wall. The zombie that swooped over, its long raised claws slicing through Qinke's arm, and a splash of blood splashed onto Han Xingxia's face. Qinke lowered his head, his chin resting against the top of Han Xingxia's head, and he was already much taller than Han Xingxia, protecting her in his arms on all fronts. Han Xingxia, who was pressed against the wall, felt a violently beating heart behind her. Ow! 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 The zombie at his feet fought to grab Han Xingxia. 30 centimeters, not too high. A few zombies had even scratched the soles of Han Xingxia's shoes. Just then, Han Xingxia's entire body was lifted up. Directly above, on the 6th floor, Su Xiaoyang's large body poked out of the window opening, his forehead veins rippling, both hands grasping the steel cable, exerting all his strength, lifting Han Xingxia upward by 10 centimeters. Boss! He's going to pull Han Xingxia up. At that moment, however, wow! The zombies at the bottom of Han Xingxia's feet tumbled. The walker still hanging at the end of the steel cable was also yanked upward by the upward pull. At this moment, the tide of zombies at the bottom became even more enthusiastic. They have stepped on the bodies of those walkers to climb upwards. But with a distance of 40 centimeters, they could easily catch Han Xingxia's. Xiaoyang, stop pulling. Han Xingxia, who had quickly judged the situation below, immediately poked her head out of Qinke's arms and shouted. Get the car! The first was that Su Xiaoyang simply couldn't pull her and Qinke to the 6th floor. The second is that there simply isn't that much time for him to pull them up. Hurry up and drive here. When Su Xiaoyang heard her words, his stony face hesitated for half a second, he clenched his teeth and with one push, he pulled Han Xingxia 5 centimeters higher again, then quickly fixed a section of the rope to the concrete wall and immediately rushed down to drive. Boss, you must wait for me. There was no more pulling from above, and Han Xingxia was suspended in mid-air against the wall, with wailing zombies under her feet and zombies airborne from time to time. That's when the words came to her ear, happy? Han Xingxia. Happy, you big man? I am quite happy. Zink's lazy bubbly voice cracked one above her head, don't you think it's fun? Han Xingxia. Before the end times, I never felt much fun, and with the end times coming, finally came some fun. When Han Xingxia heard such anti-human lunatic remarks, she took a deep breath and only thought of one sentence of chicken soup for him. Young man, the world kisses you with pain, you have to smile in return, let go of the hatred and embrace the goodness, there's still a lot of fun to be had in this world. Zink. What exactly did you used to do? Was it a kindergarten teacher? If there wasn't an end of the world and my mom wasn't dead, I really would have enrolled in the normal university to become a teacher. She wanted me to be a teacher the most, and then she would have let me marry a local civil servant and live out my life peacefully in a city. Qinke lowered his head and smiled. My dad told me before he left that he wanted me to strive to become a civil servant in the future. Han Xingxia. Just then she heard the roar of an armored car. Su Xiaoyang arrived. Chapter 112, Leaving the City. The rumbling of cars came from far and near. Han Xingxia's hanging heart settled when she heard this voice. The steady stream of zombies climbing upwards beneath his feet were nothing. 10 seconds at the most, and you'll be saved. At this time, another sentence came from her ear. Captain Beauty, I didn't sleep with that Lin Frost. Han Xingxia? Willing to get a room with me? Roll your sister. Han Xingxia elbowed him in the stomach. Only, to her surprise, her back was empty. The ropes tied around her waist loosened, and her entire body was loosened by the embrace against the wall. As she turned her head, Zink fell toward the herd of zombies below. Han Xingxia saw this. Qinke fell into these upward climbing, tearing zombies. These zombies are all indifferent, but became his meat cushion. He smashed down a large number. He climbed up from the pile of zombies, rubbed his ankle, and clicked his joints squarely as he waved at Han Xingxia. Captain Beauty, the next time you catch me, I'll go back with you. Han Xingxia! Exclamation point. Boom! At that moment, a cranky armored car rushed over from the corner of the building, crushing all the zombies along the way across the street to Han Xingxia. Boss! Su Xiaoyang parked the car precisely where Han Xingxia was and raised the climbing ladder just enough to reach Han Xingxia's position. Han Xingxia finally had a place to land at this time. The steel cable wrapped around her hand was loosened in 3 or 2, too late to care about anything else. She was the first to look for Qin Ku in the pile of zombies. However, he had long since disappeared into the vast tide of zombies. "Boss! We have to pull out." Su Xiaoyang's voice came from the armored car under his feet, and countless zombies crawled towards the armored car. Ow! 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 Dang! The zombies overhead flew down like bats, swooping down on Han Xingxia, who was standing on the roof of the car. Bang! Han Xingxia kicked the zombie away, followed by pulling out his knife and clearing out the zombies that had climbed into the car to block it from starting. Go! With Han Xingxia's cooperation, Su Xiaoyang started the armored car and rushed out from the 2 buildings' steady stream of zombies. However, there were more zombies outside. The zombies in the neighborhood of the science park heard the sound and all converged this way. Front and back, left and right, in all directions, there was a wave of running zombies. At this point in time, just crushing an armored car across the road won't cut it. There are too many zombies. So many that if they don't clear a path, these walkers will surely be able to engulf the armored car. Han Xingxia, who was on the roof of the car, saw the densely packed zombies in front of him and decisively put his knife away, an AK appearing in his hand. She stood on the roof of the car and swept at any walkers that came near the armored car. Ta-da! 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 The fire pole is not quite enough. At this time, Han Xingxia shouldered the RPG-7. RPGs are easily unavailable. Because it's too loud. One rocket and half the city's zombies will be attracted to it. Han Xingxia only used it when it was most critical. Now this time. It's when it matters most. Boom! The highway in front of Han Xingxia raised heavy dust, and the dense herd of zombies in front of them was blown away in a vacuum area. Su Xiaoyang pressed his foot on the gas at full speed. Han Xingxia knelt on one knee on the roof of the car, RPG in one hand, AK in the other. Her mental psychic powers opened wide, and a majestic surge of psychic energy enveloped the entire area. One mind split in 2, one looking ahead and opening up with an RPG, the other keeping an eye to the left, right, and behind her, sending an AK shot through once a walker leapt into her safe zone. Ta-da! Ta-da! Boom! Han Xingxia was alone on the roof of the car in perfect control. The people who were rescued from inside the car saw the zombies that kept pouncing outside, but could never get into their car, as well as the earth-shattering roar in front of them, and their scalps went numb. If anything happened to the car, or if the firepower was slightly weaker, they would immediately be surrounded by a wave of zombies. All the zombies in this area are coming out. Everyone couldn't help but notice the woman on the roof of the car at this time. She's also too strong. Boom! A few minutes later, the armored car pulled onto the highway into the city from which it had come, and finally, after a smoke-filled ride, the road in front of them became less zombie-ridden. The zombies in the city were mainly chasing after their armored car in the form of a chase. Han Xingxia was still kneeling on one knee on the roof of the car. Looking at the large wave of walkers coming out after her, she gave one last rocket shot. Rumble! Smoke and dust rose up behind them, the rocket extinguished at least a few hundred zombies. The armored car continued at full speed, and the zombies chasing out from behind gradually dispersed as they gradually lost their target. After there were only a few dozen zombies left around the armored car, Han Xingxia put away the RPG and settled for an AK. This time, another walker appeared in front of them with a duck-tongue cap, wearing a t-shirt and torn jeans. This zombie sensed the familiar smell and persevered, standing up and waiting for them right in the middle of the road. Its body was clearly even more uncoordinated than before. The knee of one leg was completely reversed, its hip bone tilted diagonally as it limped towards them. Bang! After the armored car knocked it out of the way again, they officially left the city. The armored car drove directly into the residential area of the Shangxia base. The car door opened, and Lin Frost and the others who were the first to get down. All of them looked at the small gathering of survivors in front of them with incomparable amazement. It's full of vegetables and livestock. This is my base, would you guys like to join my base? Han Xingxia walked down and said. It was only then that she had time to take a good look at the people. There were 5 men and 3 women in total, and only one of these was a power shifter, the man who had first pulled himself in and had been pleading with them for help. However, it was obvious that his strength attribute wasn't too strong. It should be that after the end of the world, he hadn't had much to eat, and his strength increase was very slow. The others, on the other hand, are all ordinary people. The crowd looked at each other when they heard Han Xingxia's words, and in the end, they all looked at the power-type alien. Jiapu looked at Han Xingxia. Are you here at the K1 base? We're not a K1 base, yo. We're the marvelous Shangxia base. Wang Yunduo saw Han Xingxia come over early on and stood incomparably close to her, softly saying. Hearing her words, Han Xingxia pinched her little cheeks. Well said. But we heard about K1 base on the radio, and K1 base is great. A young girl among them said. Little girl, ah. Don't ever go to K1 base. It won't work there. At this time, Professor Wang and the others came over, and the cafeteria aunt who had followed Professor Wang's lucky escape from the pit rushed to explain to her. It's so much worse than our Shangxia base there. Maybe there's an extra chapter, so you can read it tomorrow morning in the morning. Chapter 113, Remedying the Shortcomings of Healthcare Workers. But we heard on the radio that it's the biggest survivor base in a city, and there's still an army there. Little girl, it's really big there, but it's really not good, the big mom spoke to her in a serious tone. It's really all your good luck to be able to come to our Shangxia base. Don't jump into the fire pit. Han Xingxia waved her hand. There's no need to say anything, you guys are free to choose yourselves, and if you join my base, you'll have to attend production for me every day. What kind of work do you have here? We used to be office clerks. The girl continued to ask. We've got a lot of gardening to do here, we've got pigs and chicks, catching bugs and bugs, building a house, the list can go on and on. You can do whatever you want, but it's all work. I have to work too. I have to help my mom and dad water the vegetables and feed the piggies every day, or there's no rice to eat. Wang Yunduo said. Her words immediately caused the little girl across from her to blush. What? And children to work. There's no food if you don't do it. Han Xingxia looked at the little girl's face, too lazy to babble a sentence with the little flower whose thoughts were still in the greenhouse. I'll give you 10 seconds, those who are willing to stay, those who aren't hurry up and leave. I'm willing. The power mutant was the first to be willing after 3 seconds of consideration. It had been almost half a year since the end of the world, and while they had been stuck in the office and didn't know exactly what it was like out there, he wasn't exactly a cutie pie. There were now zombies everywhere outside, and there was no way it would ever return to the way it used to be. If it could be restored, it would have been restored long ago, instead of the radio being full of messages from the base all the time. The base era is a given. And the base looked good, everything was in production, and this leader was still the one who had saved them from being strong. Such conditions are sufficient. He didn't have to gamble on that legendary K1 base. He decisively chose to stay. His words drove a few other friends. I do too. Including the pretty girl named Lynn Frost, 4 boys and 1 girl all agreed. They're supposed to be from a company, all of them in research. The remaining 3 are from the same company. I'm willing too. At that moment, another soft female voice agreed. Jen, aren't you coming with us to K1 base? I'll stay here. The girl named Jen said firmly, they saved my life, I'm willing to follow them. Han Xingxia looked at this little girl twice more. She remembered her a little. This was the little girl who had gone over in the last batch, stuck in mid-air. 8 people on the scene, 6 stayed. The girl who had been saying she wanted to go to the K1 base pulled a boy who insisted on leaving, and Han Xingxia naturally let them go without a second thought. Let's go to K1 base. K1 base is much bigger than this one, and that's all there is here. K1 base is definitely better than this one. Well, that makes sense. And here we are expected to farm and raise pigs. Is this human work? I'm a clerk. I can only type and make reports. We're developing at K1 base, that's where talents like us fit in. Professor Wang and the others only felt a buzzing pain in their brains when they heard their words. Where is this little naivety coming from? How dare they think? I really can't wait to break these 2 little naive legs and force them to stay. Of course, the friendly and enthusiastic Han Xingxia couldn't possibly be as bad as Professor Wang and the others. She was very enthusiastic and kind enough to give them a map to the K1 base, and showed the path that had the least amount of zombies, so that they could arrive at their paradise earlier. Han Xingxia was sincere and couldn't wait for them to roll there now. This wave of maneuvering accumulated a huge wave of popularity for Han Xingxia. Everyone thought their lordship, what an atmosphere. After these 2 people left, a prompt came from Han Xingxia's mind. Dropping, adding 6 residents. Dropping, 600 bonus points. Drop, rewarding the resident with a special attribute. Strength increased. Dropping, rewarding 10% loyalty, current loyalty 70. Han Xingxia felt her strength solidify some more. The ones left behind didn't just provide Han Xingxia with a power alien, but also many other additional attributes. Lin Frost Jiaopu. These people are all employees of the pharmaceutical company, 3 of them are medical students graduated, directly complemented her side of the short board of no medical personnel. Han Xingxia was satisfied with the group of people she had taken in. She asked Wang Yuemin to take them to familiarize themselves with life at the Shangxia base. And over here, she went to find Professor Wang. Come on, I've got everything back for you. Professor Wang. Half an hour later, Han Xingxia brought back all the supplies from Professor Wang's institute. Professor Wang and the others saw their institute's supplies as if it were a lifetime ago. It's amazing that they got to see their own equipment, their own research, in their lifetime. They had long thought they would never touch their field again in their lives. Han Xingxia not only gave them a life, but also dignity and a lifetime of pursuit. The crowd was moved to tears. Han Xingxia had not only brought computerized instruments, but also a lot of raw materials that they had previously hoarded and stored in the square. That's just enough for them to get the polymer shed up and running. Ms. Lord. We will definitely get the polymer shed out to you as soon as possible. Well, as soon as possible. A cold front is coming. 3 days at a time. K1 base. A man and woman are finally lined up after 2 days of trekking and 1 day of confinement checks, and they're finally going into their K1 base. We're finally getting into the K1 base. The K1 base is really crowded. So formal. Look, there are really soldiers. It's so much more formal than that Shangxia base. The young man and woman were thrilled. At this time, a man behind them with a gray shirt and glasses said, "What is the Shangxia base you guys are talking about? How come I've never heard of that base?" The girl turned her head to look at the man who had cut them in line and was still the only one who had been friendly and welcoming to them and said, "Shangxia base is the base we came to before. The people from their base rescued us from the city and a lot of our companions stayed there, but we wanted to come to K1 base because her one is small and there is a lot of work to be done." Oh. The man with the glasses nodded. What kind of work? I can't believe they want us to farm there. And want us to raise pigs. Raise a lot of pigs. They want us to feed the pigs. And even very young children have to work. If they don't work, they don't eat. As her words fell, the gray-shirt man with glasses gave an incredulous look. You think it's too over-the-top scary there, too? The gray-shirt man looked at her dumbfounded after his shock. Is that heaven you're talking about there? Girl. And at that moment, they passed through the security gate, and after going through the last X-ray check, they finally saw the legendary K1 base. Chapter 114, Repentance. Enter a large, dense shanty town. Black, red, blue and white colorful plastic tarpaulins are mixed together, some of which are still tattered clothes sewn among them. A large number of residents pudgy sitting on the ground, not far away from the clanging sound. Looking toward the source of the sound, you see a large group of men carrying sand and iron straining to build a protective wall. The crowded streets in front of them were filled with large numbers of idlers wandering about, all of them in high spirits, their haggard faces very different from the people they had seen at the Shangxia base before. The pair of young people were completely dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them. Is this the legendary K1 base? They had thought that the largest K1 base must be very powerful, not to say that it was a high-tech human gathering place like those bunkers in sci-fi movies, but also at the very least the same as the cities before the end of the world. If you can't, it has to be better than that Shangxia base that you've never even heard of. Shangxia base. Everyone lives in the villa area. A glance at the past, our arable land, the land is full of vegetables, families have raised pigs. Isn't that the most basic standard? You're assigned to the west end, where there's another shanty house that's just been empty for a few days, so you'll all go live there. The staff member who finished registering their information threw them a number plate. The girl took the number plate. Are we, like, this all? Or what? The staff member looked up at her. You don't have any supplies on you, what more do you want? To join the base, you have to pay half of the supplies. If you pay enough supplies, the K1 base is to assign the other party a relatively good room, and will also record a part of the points for them, which can be exchanged in the base cafeteria for food as well as to meet a variety of needs. It's definitely the most benevolent threshold of any base, large or small, right now. K1 base unconditionally takes in all survivors who have fled over, even if they have nothing and can't do anything after joining the base. K1 base will provide them with a safe haven and the most basic guarantee of food for survival. You know, like the Hope base, people don't take people who are not useful at all. The staff looked at the man who had nothing and wanted something else. If you want something else, you'll have to work in the base, and there are two types of work in the base: construction and going out to look for supplies. You can earn points for each. When you have accumulated enough points, you can apply for a different living area. The girl's face paled when she heard this. What? We're expected to participate in construction and go out for supplies. What else do you want? The staff member glanced at her form. You don't have any specialized expertise either. If you were a doctor or nurse, we could still assign you to the medical team. But we're clerks. I can type. Can do paperwork. I was an employee of a big company before the end of the world. Surely you need people like us too. As her words fell, a large group of people around her laughed out loud. You were an employee of a large company before the end of your life, and I was an executive of a Fortune 500 company before the end of my life. A middle-aged man carrying a brick said. I ran a company before the end times. 10 houses in my pre-apocalyptic home, useful. Ha 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 ha. The pair of youngsters who have just been rescued from the city and fled finally get their first post-apocalyptic beating. It was really their fault that the group of them trapped together were all benign people, and there was still a relatively good supply of food in the company, so that they didn't even realize how cruel the outside world could be. I just said that Shangxia base of yours is a paradise. There isn't a single base right now that can resume production, let alone still raise livestock. That's definitely only possible if there's so much food that there's left over for people to eat to get it going. Tell me how you guys could leave such a good base and come here. The pair of young men. They finally came to their hindsight at this time and realized that they had missed out on a few $100 million. How could they leave the paradise like Shangxia base and trek to this K1 base where there was nothing? It's a lot of picking and choosing, a lot of hard work, and finally picking the worst one. So bad that they both wanted to slap themselves a couple times on the spot. They once had a heavenly opportunity, heavenly good fortune that they didn't cherish, and they didn't realize how stupid they were until they missed it. Of course, there are others who are at home every day at the moment cursing their stupidity. Mom, Brother Daming, and the others just sent me another message. They ate meat again today. He also told me that their Lord brought back all of Professor Wang's research instruments, and now his father and Professor Wang and the others are doing research again, and they also have fresh meat to eat every day. Daddy, I want to eat pork so bad, and I want to be with them so bad, and they said they have a supermarket there and they sell lollipops. I want lollipops so much. Hearing their daughter's speech, Kang Jian's couple's faces were remorseful and fiery with pain. Slapped hard a few times by the good life they are living now by Professor Wang. They went away with Han Xingxia and really lived a good life that they didn't even dare to think about. Han Xingxia said they were guaranteed meat every day, and they had it. Han Xingxia also surprisingly managed to get all the instruments and equipment back for them from a city full of zombies. Let them keep doing their research. And the family, now, still has to live in a shanty house and do hard labor every day. Eating meat. Can't even think about it. How could they have been so stupid in the first place? How did you miss the opportunity to go to the base of Saxony? At that time, Professor Wang even advised them that they must go with them. How can they be so stupid and short-sighted? Especially when Kang Jian's wife thought about how she had been sarcastic and ironic to Han Xingxia back then, her face burned hot and painful when she thought about it. How could she have been so stupid then? The couple regrets that they can't sleep when they think about having had that opportunity at the time. Tian's intestines are green with remorse. Everyone at the K1 base is struggling to make ends meet, as are the residents of the Shangxia base. Build the shed. Everyone come together and help. To get the sheds all set up in the next few days. Han Xingxia arrived at the residential site early in the morning, and Professor Wang told her early in the morning that they had developed the first batch of polymer plastic canopies. When the shed came out, everyone all moved up and down together. Even Wang Yun Duo came out to help set up the frame. Han Xingxia naturally had to come over to take a look as the base lord. By the time noon rolled around, a quarter of the plowed fields were covered with barns. There are 7 days left at the end of the month. Can we cover them all? Han Xingxia said as she looked at the protected crops in front of her. Professor Wang nodded, promised to finish it. Very good, Han Xingxia nodded her head in satisfaction. Everyone cheer up. We'll give everyone benefits at the end of the year. Chapter 115 10 years ahead in experience. Hearing Han Xingxia's words, all of the residents chanted happily. More energy to do the job. Now Han Xingxia's territory has a total of 46 residents, and all of them, except for Professor Wang and others who are engaged in research, have to participate in production. Production is the first priority. The reason all the bases are under-resourced in the end times is because they haven't been able to get production going. And production must get going, initially, and the sooner it gets going and resumes, the more secure the base will be. But the fact is, none of the major bases can get it right. Because the first is the early post-apocalyptic period, there are zombies everywhere, and the various bases are also temporary. The foundation sites are in areas that are protected by barriers away from the zombies. This left them with very little arable land, and with the influx of survivors in the early days, they had even less land to get productive. Especially in the pre-apocalyptic period, they were all fighting off the zombies and couldn't spare a hand to stop producing. And secondly, it's the bad weather coming in. Next year, it's going to be the third year in a row of bad weather. Han Xingxia had lived 10 years in the post-apocalyptic world in her last life, and her 10 years of post-apocalyptic survival experience could be more than just dealing with zombies. It was more that she had seen 10 years of changing times. She has 10 more years of long-term vision than everyone else, and she can see what others can't. 3 consecutive years of extreme weather prevented all the major bases from getting up and running with production, which directly caused everyone to miss out on the relatively peaceful recovery of supplies in the early part of the period. By the time they finally took a breath and could resume production on a large scale, they realized the zombies have all evolved. With a large number of zombies fleeing from the city, and waves of evolved zombies attacking the bases, they don't have time to start production even if they want to at this time. Not to mention the fact that they needed a buffer period to start production. This doesn't mess with production at all. That's why the bases were in a desperate lack of supplies from start to finish. Han Xingxia looked at the base she had built up. She must take advantage of the relative peace in the early days to build her Shangxia base to be a steel castle. She must have a constant output of chickens, ducks, fish, vegetables and grains, all the basics, and the strongest protection against all dangers. At that time, even if the zombies were fully evolved, she would not be afraid. Long live the lords! Long live the lords! Long live the lords! Han Xingxia returned to his air defense shelter after touring the territory and helping them tie up a few barns in the process. In the past 2 days, she asked Su Xiaoyang to go over and help the residents with the greenhouses, while she herself went to expand her territory. Expanding all of the outskirts, where there are few zombies, into their own territory. This way, even if a wave of zombies appeared in the future, her radar system would be the first to sense it and respond accordingly. Summer, congratulations and long life, let's go. Han Xingxia took Summer and the 4 dogs and set off alone. An armored car speeds down the road. Han Xingxia continued to expand the edges of her previous territory in the same way she had expanded it before. Today she had the dogs with her, and she let them run circles while she put up signs one at a time in the first place. After she had circled all of this large uninhabited area along the far outskirts of the A city direction, she turned toward the highway. At this time, she saw a highway hotel appear in front of her. Such highway restaurants are converted from the original private houses, which were built along the highway, and most of them are converted to commercial use, although none of them are doing very well. The 2 houses in front of this highway hotel are all abandoned. But Han Xingxia, who never went empty, would never give up an explorable area. Even if it was a toilet, she had to go in and pass 2 packs of paper out. Han Xingxia led Summer across the street toward the opposite side of the road, and when she was halfway there, she heard a clunk from over there. The door to the hotel was opened. A man stumbled out of the room. It was a man in a gray shirt and thick glasses, and he fled back in a heap. Appearing before him was an elderly zombie in his 70s or 80s, dragging only half of his body with him, wailing and gnawing after him. The man only backed up the entire time. Immediately afterward, Han Xingxia heard someone yelling from inside the house. You killed it instead. That zombie is easy to kill. No, no, no. I can't do this. Are you a loser? A curse came from inside, followed by a man with a large backpack running out of it. He looked at his fallen companion with incomparable disgust. Why did I choose such a useless person as you for companionship? You're dead. He picked up his bag and ran, just as another walker suddenly lunged up from the darkened room and headed straight for him. At this blink of an eye, Han Xingxia suddenly saw a dazzling light flash by. Immediately after that, the man who had spoken was pounced upon. The man in the gray shirt grazed the gaping hole in the lunging walker and swooped down in a sort of instantaneous fashion to save him. Dang! Both landed at the same time. The walkers behind them landed at the same time. You're okay. The rescued companion realizes that he was almost bitten to death by the zombie, and slowing down from his panic, he looks at the still-moving zombie without any gratitude in his eyes, and pushes the person who saved him heavily towards the zombie, and pulls his legs out and runs. The man in the gray shirt obviously didn't expect to be pushed over to block walkers after he saved the day. He fell back into the walker behind him with no defense at all. He was about to die in the mouth of a zombie. Woof woof woof. Woof. A large black dog pounced on his head, its raised paw taking a swing at the septuagenarian walker whose teeth were falling out. Instantly, a black blood splattered on his face. He heard a thud and the walker's head hit the ground. "Hey, you're okay." Chui, who had his eyes tightly closed, heard this lazy female voice and opened his eyes by twitching his tightly closed eyelashes. Through his ultra-high count myopia glasses, he saw a girl standing in the sunlight. She clasped both hands to her chest and looked at him condescendingly. It had been a long time since he had seen such a fresh, clean and beautiful girl in the end times. "Hey, dead?" "I'm not dead." Chui immediately came back to his senses. The first time he looked behind him, he saw that the two elderly zombies were all in pieces. Looking at the two zombie corpses, he turned his head by the degree his gaze took advantage of, and first rushed Han Xingxia to thank him seriously. "Thank you for saving me." "Aha!" Han Xingxia lazily let out a syllable. She knew him. This is the man who has been letting the line out the door of the K1 base. "I didn't expect to run into this man of God here." She then saw Chui climb up from the ground without saying a word, and after looking around the courtyard, he copied a shovel against the wall and walked towards the two zombies. Just as Han Xingxia was quite confused as to whether he was going to patch up or dig for crystals, she saw him walk over to the corpse of the zombie and vigorously dig a hole to bury the soil. "I'm sorry. Bon voyage." "He's burying them." Han Xingxia. Chapter 116. From today onwards, you are my oxen and horses. Han Xingxia stood next to him, watching the guy sweat as he dug out two large pits, seriously finding all the parts of these two zombie bodies, putting them back together, and burying them in the pits. "I'm sorry, old man, I'll definitely visit you guys when I have time in the future." Chui gave them both a sincere bow. Han Xingxia. The more she looked at the young man, the more shocked she became. Suddenly her mind flashed through a name in the list of the top 10 ruthless people. It couldn't be Chui, right? She stared at the gray-shirted man. "What's your name?" Chui turned his head when he heard Han Xingxia speak, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead and squeezing out a smile on his malnourished face. "Benefactor, my name is Chui." Han Xingxia. It's really this guy. In the end times, there are all kinds of people, the most extreme evil and, at the same time, the most extreme good. Chui was the ultimate kind-hearted person. The only bull in the list of the top 10 ruthless people who doesn't make the list by killing or living ruthlessly. His psychic ability was instantaneous movement, a variant of the space-based psychic ability. The maximum instantaneous distance can reach 5 meters. Definitely a very powerful category in mutant powers. Escape or assassination are a dime a dozen. But Chui, who possesses such powerful psychic abilities, he has never killed anyone in his life, not even a single zombie. All his life he only saved people. What made him famous was a zombie siege. Tens of thousands of zombie waves tore through one of the defenses of Chuyi's base. Everyone ran toward their underground shelter pits until the support team arrived. Only Chui was alone, running back and forth on the ground. He carried those who couldn't run one by one in the overwhelming tide of zombies and saved them to the underground refuge pit. By the time the supporting fire arrived, he had saved over 100 men. There were men and women, old and young, soldiers and residents. At that time, he was soaked to the skin. Both his hands were bloody from repeatedly climbing the rope pit of the shelter, his shoulders were strangled with bloody marks, and after the rescue team had held back the tide of zombies, he was paralyzed on the ground, with both his legs almost scrapped. Everyone fed and watered him and nourished him for 3 days to save his life. He has been famous ever since. Written into what would later be recognized as a top 10 list of ruthlessness. Everyone called him a light in the end times. His perseverance makes the dark post-apocalyptic world feel the light that belongs uniquely to humanity. Unfortunately, good people often do not have good rewards. Chui died in the 9th year of the end of the world, died of cumulative illness and perennial hunger. Because he was more than willing to put out his food and share it, even with the special privileges of the K1 base, he had never eaten a full meal. He will give whenever he sees someone else in more need than him. A lifetime of helping people. When he died, the K1 base lowered the flag at half-staff for a day of silence. The next day K1 base once again encountered a zombie siege, but unfortunately this time, there was no longer the righteous Chui who saved people. Some have even said that if he had lived one more day, he would surely have lived many more. Only, saving that many people doesn't even matter anymore. because it didn't take long for the entire eastern base to be wiped out. He is like the aftermath of a once glorious civilization, and after he is extinguished, human civilization meets its darkest hour. He was powerless in his personal strength. It was a good thing that he died before the overthrow of the human race, because before he closed his eyes, he had been convinced that the human race could survive this zombie crisis and return to the peaceful times of old. Benefactor, what is your name? Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia, Shui read the name once, good. I've memorized it. I will definitely recite the Peace Sutra to my benefactor every day in the future, and bless her with a long life. Thank you for saving my benefactor's life. Han Qingxia. She looked at this man wearing thick glasses and smiling honestly to the extreme. Her eyes were bad. The favor of saving your life, you just mouthed to return it, huh? Such a great guy, gotta dig it. Shui seriously thought about it. Benefactor is right. The grace of saving my life, I should repay you as an ox. Benefactor, what do you want? Since you've said you'll be an ox and a horse, you'll be my ox and horse from today. Shui. He looked at Han Qingxia with wide eyes. So rough. Is it really literally like being a cow or a horse? It's not for nothing that I let you do it. When I'm a cow and horse, I'll cover your 3 meals, your housing, your wedding dowry, your child's full moon wine, and 100 points a month as a salary. You can exchange the supplies as you like. I've got all kinds of supplies there. Shui. He listened to Han Qingxia finish as if he were listening to a heavenly book, but, I've already joined the K1 base. There's no future for his base, you'll have to follow a hopeful base, like our Shangxia base. Shui's eyes suddenly widened. Shangxia base. You're from Shangxia base. Heard that? Shui's eyes erupted with an incomparably dazzling light as he nodded his head repeatedly. I've heard of it. I see, you're the nice lady captain they were talking about, rescuing the 2 Qianyuer from the city and sending them away unconditionally. You're a good person, I'm willing to join you. Han Qingxia? She had no idea what kind of butterfly reaction she had caused by letting those 2 go and giving a map back then. Qianyuer was the girl who let go, and after they arrived at the K1 base, they made crazy comparisons and kept talking to Chudi about how good Shangxia base was, and how good their captain was. The more Chui heard, the more he felt that the Shangxia base was his promised land. That good guy captain must have been a marvelous and absolutely wonderful man as well. He's going to her. Han Qingxia's thoughtlessness had recruited her a bull. Dropping base guard +1 detected. Rewarded with a set of combat uniforms and 1000 points. Loyalty boosted, current loyalty 99. Reward special attribute instantaneous shift. After Chui agreed, prompts rang madly in Han Qingxia's head. An invisible force surged out from under her feet, and Han Qingxia merely glanced at Chui, who was a meter away in front of her, and with a lift of her foot, she flashed directly in front of him. This kind of absolute speed instantaneous movement gave Han Qingxia an extra oversized life preservation card straight away. This mutant ability, it's so good. And seeing Han Qingxia flash over to Chui, his clear eyes widened, followed by incomparable surprise. Captain, you know this too. I thought I was the only one who could do it. And it seems like you're much more powerful than me. Chui's current instantaneous movement was only half a meter at most at a time, but Han Qingxia was able to do 1 meter. Han Qingxia patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Who made me your captain? I always have to lead you to progress. Follow me and do a good job in the future, okay?" Chui nodded frantically, looking at Han Qingxia with even more abject sincerity. Chapter 117, The Coldstream Attacks. Han Qingxia had expanded her territory by another 5 acres today, and at the same time, she had retrieved a treasure. It was a very rewarding day. Han Qingxia was very happy. Of course, for a special talent like Chui, she could not take him out to kill the enemy. Han Qingxia's position for him would be the mascot of their Shangxia base. Usually, he stays on the base and plays up his wonderful character of being helpful, helping the base residents, giving her a hand with the chores, and people like him enhance the ethos of the base. And if necessary, protect the inhabitants. People must be used with precision to maximize their role. If she took Chui out to kill the enemy, not to mention that he wouldn't be able to kill zombies, but just his Holy Father attribute, he would definitely have to invite a whole lot of trouble to her. Han Qingxia is a very smart person, and is even more cautious and sensible when it comes to employing people. Any trouble that she can foresee at a glance, she will immediately circumvent. Would never bring him around to use because of his ability and trustworthy character, which would only add to his own troubles and would affect everyone on the team, including Chui himself. Good leaders are the ones who take control of the big picture at the beginning and set a clear plan for everyone. That's why she could clearly see Chui's positioning. Stay inside as a mascot. From now on, you'll be in charge of the logistical affairs of my base, take care of my bomb shelter for me, and then help the residents. As soon as he heard about helping others, Chui's eyes lit up. Yes. I can do it. Han Xingxia drove Chui all the way back to the residential area. Chui also finally saw the Shangxia base that the two Qianyuer people were talking about. It really is a large row of villas, a vast expanse of cultivated land, and families raising chickens, ducks and pigs. At this time is just at the mealtime, every household has risen the cooking smoke, the people walking on the street saw them coming, all warmly went forward to greet. Chui's heart couldn't help but jump when he saw this scene. Here, it was simply wonderful to the world of his imagination. This was the world he was so bent on expecting. My lord, you've done it again. Have you brought us new friends today, my lord? Come, the lords are here again. The residents of the Saxon base came forward with enthusiasm. Su Xiaoyang, who was tying up the shed in the field, saw Han Xingxia return and immediately walked over. Boss. Let me introduce you to your new teammate, his name is Chui. Han Xingxia pulled Chui over. Su Xiaoyang nodded as he looked at the man in front of him who was wearing a gray shirt, thick glasses, and was still a bit shy. He thought his boss had recruited well for this one. With clear eyes and a mellow temperament, he was a loyal man at first glance. Hello, my name is Su Xiaoyang, I'm the boss's. I know, Chui shook his hand excitedly, it's a cowhorse, and I'm the boss's cowhorse too. Su Xiaoyang. Han Xingxia. That said, it is, really. We'll work together for the boss in the future. Su Xiaoyang said with high emotion. Humph. Chui nodded his head repeatedly, boss saved my life, I will definitely do a good job. Han Xingxia had brought one more person back to the Shangxia base. Chui served as her guard, and he lived with Su Xiaoyang, both outside her bomb shelter. Han Xingxia gave him all the work in the bomb shelter, and later planted and harvested vegetables and fed chickens and pigs and dogs to him. Liberated Su Xiaoyang. In the meantime, the bomb shelter was busy so he could go over to the residential side and help out. Han Xingxia gave him a minivan to go over and help out whenever he wanted, as well as sometimes encountering stores that needed to replenish their supplies, and Xiao Xiao's side needed manpower to help out, all of which Chui was allowed to do. He had successfully filled the gap of Han Xingxia's side lacking an administrator. The chores no longer needed to be handled by Han Xingxia. It's the end of the month in a flash. With the concerted efforts of everyone, the base of the summer is all set up in the past few days. On the last day of the end of the month, a cold front invaded and the temperature dropped right below zero that day and it snowed. All vulnerable vegetables and fruits are covered with polymer canopies, and even pig pens are covered with tarps. Crops and livestock are protected at the base of the bloom, and people are certainly not exempt. Han Xingxia took out a batch of winter down jackets and distributed them free of charge to the residents of Xingxia base. This is a benefit for our Shangxia base, one for each person. When everyone at Shangxia base saw the down jackets that Han Xingxia had sent down, including the children's, they were all touched to the core. Mom and Dad, I have new clothes. This is what Lord had me pick out individually, do you guys see if it looks good? After the end of the world, Wang Yun Duo got new clothes for the first time and happily ran to her mom and dad and wore them to show them. Good looking. When old mother Wang Yun Duo saw that her daughter was able to wear new clothes, tears sprang to her eyes and she leaned on her husband's shoulder. Husband, we really met a nobleman, Lord is really a good person. Wang Yuanmin touched his wife's head and nodded seriously, that's right. If they hadn't met Han Xingxia, they would never have had such a good life even if they hadn't starved to death. At that point in time, outside their villa were walkers. It's not like he didn't try to get out of there, he left the villa area to find that outside was more walkers. They could only keep the villa to sprout some beans and cultivate a little vegetable for food. It was Han Xingxia who had kept them free of the zombie crisis, as well as allowing them to eat meat and plenty of food, and now sending their family new clothes to wear. Li Gang's group of people were even more moved and speechless. When Han Xingxia had saved them from the factory full of zombies, that time they were like seeing a god. Without Han Xingxia, they would have died long ago. After Han Xingxia rescued them, she gave them a stable life, fed them, and now she was able to give them new clothes, and she was even more godlike. Hubby, I really didn't think we could still see the snow this year and sit together with food and new clothes. Li Gang's wife and he sat under the covers looking out the window at the snow and said, got to thank the Lord. Aha! At the moment, Professor Wang sighed. Professor Wang, I really have to thank you, it's a good thing I came with you in the first place, if we were still at the K1 base now, we wouldn't know what kind of life we'd have. Other than that, there are no free duvets handed out at K1 base at all. My Daming told me that he used the radio to send a message with the Kong family's little girl, and he said that there was nothing at the K1 base. When he heard that we were given new down jackets, he was envious. Let them be envious. Have eyes but no pearls. That's right, they were told to come and they didn't, and they mocked our Lord, they deserved it. Our lords are really good people. We're with the right people this time. The last batch of people to join the Shangxia base, such as Zhao Pu, were also joyfully receiving their new clothes. I knew I was right to stay here, surely K1 base isn't even this good. I just heard from Professor Wang and the others that there really isn't one at the K1 base. Zhao Pu, you were right. You really weren't wrong. Our lords are good people, and Shangxia base is surely the best base. Outside it was snowing heavily, and the base of Shangxia settled down from the inside out for this first blizzard of cold. Chapter 118. She's going to roll everyone. Extra. Gooseflakes of heavy snow were falling. At the moment the air raid shelter is at a comfortable temperature. The air raid shelter is warm in winter and cool in summer, and the temperature is kept in a more suitable state for a long time, and the steel plate room outside is as good as the cold proofing effect because it is a system out of the material. Han Qingxia looked out over her territory from the second-floor tower, and when she saw one by one the peaceful black barns in the distance amidst the wind and snow, a satisfied smile finally appeared on her face. Her base is very settled in this cold snap. After coming down from the second floor, Han Qingxia spoke to the outside. Yoko, nerd, come over here for your welfare. Chewie stopped the work on his hands. Boss, my name is Chewie, it's fine for you to call me EZ. How hard it is to listen to Auntie Yitzi, it's better to listen to nerd, come here nerd. Chewie. But does nerd sound good? Also, he doesn't stay in the bar. You are my people, the end of the year welfare should be doubled, you each have 2 sets of down jackets, 2 sets of warm clothes, and then each of you will be rewarded with 100 points. What do you want to buy? Look for Xia to get it. Chewie stopped obsessing about the nerd title when he heard this. Good. Thank you boss. Thank you boss. Su Xiaoyang also said. Han Qingxia was very satisfied with his 2 oxen and horses, 2 brothers, warmly inspired them a pass after, go cook, today snow to eat hot pot, kill a fresh fish, and then get a ribs to eat. Yes. Yes. Han Qingxia watched them leave while she changed the 16 dogs in the house, one by one, into thickened New Year's attire. Then take the dogs out and go snowshoeing. Of course, the dogs were going to step on the snow, while Han Qingxia was going to practice instantaneous transfer. The dogs running through the mountains were surprised to find that none of them could catch Han Qingxia. Every time he chased after Han Qingxia whooshed to 2 or 3 meters away. They are going to be confused. Han Qingxia thought it would be very interesting to walk her dog with an instantaneous movement, and she practiced her instantaneous movement repeatedly in the snow, while she gradually figured out the kernel of the instantaneous movement. The first thing was the consumption of mental energy. After each instantaneous transfer, her mental energy would obviously feel a little drop. The sensation was probably only possible if she continued to unleash her full-field mental radar for 10 minutes. It seems that teleportation consumes mental energy. Han Qingxia at this time couldn't help but think that in his last life, Chewie had saved more than 100 people in the base, and that really depended on his willpower. However, Chewie's distance each time he instantly moved was very short, unlike Han Qingxia, who could easily break through 3 meters right now. After practicing instantaneous transmission over and over again, Han Qingxia realized that his limit was 4 meters, and every time he wanted to break through a little further, there was a tautness in his mind that he couldn't make. It was as if an invisible bottleneck was pressing down on her head. Han Qingxia was the most defiant, and the more something suppressed her, the more she had to overcome it. Born with a rebel bone, it just doesn't work. Her eyes were dead set on a pine tree 5 meters ahead of her, and she gathered all of her mental energy at that point. She felt her head ache terribly, and the high pressure of her mental energy collapsed to the point that it made her brain explode. Can't relax. Can't give it up. The goal is it. Whoosh. A light flashed. With the dogs all stunned, their master once again disappeared into thin air, and by the time they caught her scent in the air, Han Qingxia was already in front of a pine tree 5 meters away. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof. Han Qingxia, who heard the dogs barking, rubbed her completely empty brain. Just now, that one time she broke the limit, she felt as if her brain was going to explode. That feeling was even worse than the last time she used her spiritual power to kill zombies. Looks like my spiritual power is still too weak. Han Qingxia rubbed her head and said. She felt that her next step was to boost her mental strength hard. The first way to boost mental power was to use the powers back and forth, and the second was to take the evolutionary fluid of a mental walker. Turn around and ask the K1 base if they have any psychic zombie cores, and ask him to buy them. Han Xingxia shook her head back. The limit is only 5 meters, too weak. She didn't even know that if Chu Yi or even Lu Qi and Shi Sang and the others were present, seeing Han Xingxia's one instantaneous shift was 5 meters, it was simply going to be a jaw-dropping shock. That's still weak. You know, it's only been 6 months since the end times started. She had already reached the peak of Chu Yi's last life. Instantaneously moving 5 meters at a time, this was according to the rating of the ability. Her instantaneous movement ability was rated on the 5th level. Everyone out there has only 1 or 2 levels of psychic ability in general. Not to mention that Han Xingxia didn't just have this one psychic ability. She also has water, wood, spirit, speed mutation n-fold, and strength mutation n-fold. She literally rolls everyone. When Han Xingxia came back with the dogs, Su Xiaoyan and Chu Yi were all ready with hot meals. All the fresh vegetables, meatballs, fish fillets, chicken and pork were laid out on the side of the hot pot, and a big pot of braised pork ribs was fried. Well done, bring drinks, get your own if you like. Han Xingxia rewarded them incomparably generously. For her own people, Han Xingxia had always been too good to be true. But what she had, she would not be without one of her own. It was snowing outside, and they were inside, hot, eating hot pot under the end of the world. At the moment, other bases. A strong cold front swept across the east. A blizzard fell overnight. The various large and small bases that had slightly ended up in a state of panic from the early days of the apocalypse hadn't even caught their breath when they were greeted by a super cold front. They were very short on supplies, not to mention cold weather supplies, and were almost unprepared for the cold wave invasion. It really added to their already difficult times. Even some of the big bases, who had relatively abundant resources, or even said that they had followed K1 base to the granary to get supplies before, they were facing a tough time with this cold wave. K1 base at the moment. Lu Qiyan, who was looking at the base report, received a satellite call. Hello Captain Lu, I'm Chi-san from the Hope Base. Extra chapter today. Thank you to all the folks who have sent me gifts over the past few days. Especially thanks to the username 24273253716555815, the first time I received a Big God certification, too touched. And so many little kisses for gifts. A big thank you. Thank you so much. Chapter 119, it's heartbreaking. What is it? Lu Qiyan said. I heard that Captain Lu had gotten a batch of data and instruments at United Pharmaceuticals, right? What are you trying to say? United Pharmaceuticals is a branch of my Aurora Group. I have all the data that United Pharmaceuticals has here. Moreover, I have more research data on crystal cores. I'm sure Captain Lu must have extracted the evolution liquid by now, and discovered that the crystal evolution liquid you researched has a lot of impurities and side effects, right? Lu Qiyan raised his eyebrows, and then? Shi Sang felt that the padding was almost done. His tone was confident. I hope the base wants to make a deal with you. The evolution liquid we developed has half the impurities than the ones you have there. The side effects are reduced by 30%. Give our base 100 tons of food, plus 1,000 cotton clothes, and I'll give you 100 evolution fluids. He was very confident that it was impossible for Lu Qiyan to refuse his offer. The evolution fluid is definitely a global leader. High purity, impurities can be less than 50%, side effects can be reduced by 30%. An evolution fluid only sold him a ton of grain, which was a bit high, but his so good evolution fluid was worth the price. Lu Qiyan could never refuse. Just as Chi Sang was filled with confidence, a soft laugh could be heard coming from the opposite side of the satellite phone. What is Captain Lu laughing at? Is it because you think the price is expensive? Shi Sang said with incomparable confidence, you have to know that my Hope Base's technology is the strongest right now, and our evolution liquid is definitely worth the money. Lu Qiyan's smile intensified when he heard this. Then do you know about the evolutionary fluid in Shangxia Base? Shangxia Base is also researching evolutionary fluid? Shi Sang's confidence weakened all of a sudden. Yes, the evolution liquid that Captain Han Xingxia provided me with has no impurities or side effects, and the price is, well, extremely low. Shi-san. Han Xingxia had received a message from Lu Qiyan after finishing the hot pot and was about to have Xiaoxia send a message to Lu Qiyan to ask him for some crystal cores. My dear master, you have a new message from dear Lu Qiyan. Pick up. Miss Han, I would like another batch of evolution liquid, at the same price as before, is that okay? When Han Xingxia heard this, didn't this mean that he came looking for him? Yes, Lu Qian, get me some more crystals of spirit walkers, if you can get them, one will count for you for 10 evolution fluids. She needed a large number of zombie crystals, especially spiritual zombie crystals, but it was obvious that her base only had so few people, and sending them all out to find crystals for her wouldn't even fulfill her needs. It's just that there's no one on her side, but there are people on other bases. Han Xingxia used to trade to get the K1 base to get her crystal cores. Invariably, it's developing the K1 base into her outsourced zombie killing team. In the future, her small native base would only be responsible for getting production going, and she would go to expand her territory and leave the killing of zombies to collect the crystal cores to the K1 base. Definitely win hemp. And don't ask her to feed her, what a great thing that is. Lu Qian, who also felt very earned himself, especially after having just heard the Hope base offer, felt even more that Han Xingxia was simply conscientious to the point of explosion. Right, there's one more thing, Hope base also wants to find you to buy evolution liquid. She sang? Han Xingxia's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, Zisson just reached out to me, he wants to sell me the evolutionary fluids, and after hearing that you have better evolutionary fluids there, he's eager to buy one. How much is he selling it for? A unit of 1 ton of grain plus 10 warm cotton suits. Han Xingxia. Damn, this Chisan is black and numb too. No, it's her blood loss. It's too much of a blood loss, too. How can he sell it for so much? Ms. Han, did you sell it to him? Sell. Why not sell? Han Xingxia answered in one gulp, 1,000 crystal cores, and there has to be 1 crystal core from a psychic zombie before I sell in one. Lu Qian. Han Xingxia was too upset. Seeing their own do not earn money can be tolerated, but to see people who hate to earn a lot of money, this is simply heartbreaking. Nah. You inform again, my evolution liquid can be bought by all bases, everyone's price is 20 crystals apiece, only Hope base, that's the price. Han Xingxia not only had to rip off Qi Sang, but also had to put the price war down for him. Watching him earn money was worse than eating for her. How can we not clean him up? Must pack. Hearing Han Xingxia's exasperated words, Lu Qian couldn't help but want to laugh. Okay, I'll give you publicity, and one more thing, I'd like to organize another multi-base event to attack a clothing city, are you coming? All who? I invited many bases this time, and none of them wanted to come. Lu Qian said truthfully. Temperatures were plummeting, and the small base that followed their last batch to get food was basically reluctant to go out. There was food at home, enough to last them through the winter, and there was no need for them to go out and risk their lives. Wait until after winter. And this time the location of the clothing town was far away, over there was a large suburban wholesale clothing town, the danger was not clear. Only one peace base has agreed so far. Han Xingxia immediately stood up when she heard peaceful base, peaceful base. Right, since the peace base is closer to our destination, they're willing to come with us, and if you're not, I'll take them with me. No. I'm with you. Peace base. It's the base where Han Xingxia stayed in her last life. For a moment, a bunch of past events flooded Han Xingxia's mind. In her previous life, she had coincidentally strayed into Pingan base, and from the time she entered the base, a group of aliens had tried to take advantage of her, and if it wasn't for the fact that Jean, who was in Pingan base at the initial time, and helped her a few times, she would never have been able to get a firm foothold in Pingan base. Even if she has a certain strength, those aliens are still full of heart to her, from time to time to give her trips, that in the mud, seemingly good old man, but the olding than the base chief is even more so, time and time again from the suppression of her, the back of the zombie siege, but also be pitched by him into cannon fodder. Han Xingxia had fought that group for 10 years in her last life at the peace base. She had thought she would never see the group again in her life. Now. Well, she's got them on her hands, and she's going to make it right. When do we leave? We'll leave in 3 days when the temperature rises. Good. Han Xingxia nodded her head, and when she was about to hang up, she added, by the way, I'm not allowed to sell my evolutionary fluid to Pingan base. Lu Qian. Good. Why did he feel as if Han Xingxia knew that peace base? There is still the realization of hatred. This trip out doesn't seem to be as friendly as it should be. Chapter 120 Peaceful Base. During these 3 days, Han Xingxia practiced her powers repeatedly in the base. Lu Qian and the crystal cores given by Qi Sang have all arrived. Qi Sang pondered for a full night after hearing Lu Qian's message and finally decided to agree to Han Xingxia. Just give her 1,000 crystal cores as well as the only one dug up by a psychic walker at their base. He wanted to see if Han Xingxia's evolutionary fluid was really that good. For this reason, he was making a direct trip to Lu Qian's K1 base. So that if something is bad, he won't want it. But he didn't expect that after seeing the high-purity evolutionary liquid without a single impurity that Lu Qian took out. He was completely stunned. There's no semblance of impurity. Not even half a point. The purity was so high that he couldn't believe it. After he brought this evolutionary fluid back for testing, he was even more shocked to the point of being unable to say a word. Because really, no half-assed side effects. Zombie crystals were obtained from the bodies of zombies, and even if the crystals did not carry the zombie virus, they would more or less carry zombie properties. There are significant necrotic side effects when taken. Grumpy, biting, bloodthirsty, flesh-eating and more. They have removed as many impurities as possible to reduce the side effects, which have been minimized. And Han Xingxia's evolutionary fluid had no side effects at all. How the hell did she do that? Chi-san was completely stunned. After he saw the data report, his entire body was as if he was struck by lightning, standing in place unable to say a word. His mind was full of Han Xingxia's eyes that day when she stomped him to the ground, shining like a fierce tiger. Chi-san's heart thumped violently once again. Han Xingxia, is she a god? As for Han Xingxia in Shangxia base at the moment, after she got her hands on the crystal core of a spiritual zombie, she decisively squeezed it into evolutionary liquid and ate it all herself. Spiritual zombie crystals were hard to come by. After all, zombies with psychic abilities were rare. So far, just the Hope base had given one, and the K1 base had provided a water zombie crystal. Han Xingxia squeezed that water zombie crystal core into evolutionary liquid as well, splitting it into two halves, half for Su Xiaoyang and half for herself. Her psychic ability had to evolve, and so did Su Xiaoyang's. After taking the mental zombie crystals, Han Xingxia clearly felt his mental power rise greatly. Originally, her radar scanning area was only 21 meters, but now it went straight up to 30 meters. And her teleportation can even break 6 meters. Normally an instantaneous movement of 5 or 6 meters she wouldn't even feel like her head's mental power was empty. That's what the psychic zombie crystals are for. After Han Xingxia felt this absolutely effective way of upgrading her powers, she decided that she would collect a large number of crystal cores. The zombie crystals with attributes are even more of a priority. And the last time she promoted the evolution liquid down in large quantities, she perfectly took all the business away from the Hope base. Now all the bases were willing to look for Han Xingxia to buy evolution fluid as long as they knew about it. Han Xingxia perfectly took all of their crystal cores in her hands. After getting things organized on this side of the base, it was also the day to leave. As usual, I'm still going to rub people's noses in it. Of course you have to rub it in when you have a car to rub for nothing. Tang Jian drove over early in the morning to pick them up. Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang packed up their gear, got into Tang Jian's car and headed out. Nerd, take care of the base, Xiaoyang and I are going out. Be careful on the road. I will recite the Peace Sutra to you all at all times. You must come back early. Wearing a big thick warm-down jacket, Shui, who had wrapped himself up like a bear, was at the gate, looking blearily at Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang as they left. Go back, go back. Han Xingxia gave him a wave of her hand. God bless, the believing man wishes to do good deeds in his life, meat and vegetables, and bless my boss and my other cow and horse brother to come back safely. Chu Yi prayed. Han Xingxia. Su Xiaoyang. Tang Jian heard his words. Big sister, when did you get such an extra person here? Just dug it. Quite well, he's dressed so thickly, or 2 new duvets. Let you with me in the first place, not with me, envy. Jane Tong. So envious that I don't want to talk. Wrapping her little cotton jacket tightly around herself, Tang Jian drove off with a kick of the gas. Their car arrived on a main road outside the K1 base. Over there, Lu Qian's convoy was already waiting. When Lu Qian saw them coming, the fleet started and drove directly toward the wholesale clothing city. The days of heavy snow also fortunately hindered the zombies. Many of them were trapped by the snow. Lu Qian traveled all the way, very smooth. Occasionally, when they encountered a small area of walkers, they drove straight through, and the snow on the road made these walkers extremely slow to chase. The location of the wholesale clothing city is in the southern suburb location of a city. Close to suburban bus station location. It's an area that City A has been supporting to try to make a business district out of the bus station's location, except that business is all over the place offline, and who rides the bus anymore? The bus station isn't nearly as busy as the train station. The result is that only the old clothing city that has been engaged in wholesale business is still stable, and many of the surrounding several large shopping malls are empty. Lu Qian's convoy was still 5 or 6 kilometers away from the wholesale city when a line of convoys appeared ahead. Han Qingxia, who was sitting in the center vehicle, saw the familiar place and the line of cars at a glance. It was an abandoned factory halfway up the mountain. In the center is a small 2-story building with a row of production halls on each side. That's where she spent 10 years in her last life. Peace base, hello again. Boss, what's wrong with you? Su Xiaoyang sensed Han Qingxia's abnormality. Han Qingxia turned her head as she waved at Su Xiaoyang and pointed him towards the factory building. Remember, that's our enemy. Su Xiaoyang. Good. Han Qingxia had to make Su Xiaoyang remember this mattered deeply as well. After all, he had lived there with her in his last life. He had a bad day too. Their convoy merged with the one in front of them, and there were only 2 cars in front of them, and the one in the lead, the door of which opened, stepped down to a thin, civilized man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, in his early 30s, with a springtime smile on his face. You are all welcome. So welcome. I couldn't be happier to see you all here. Lu Qian's car stopped. He got out and looked at him. You're Lu Wen from Pinyin Base? Yes, K1 Base's administrator Lu is really young and promising. Lu Wen went forward with an enthusiastic face, wanting to shake his hand. I've long heard of Captain Lu's great name. Your K1 base is our great unity, and all of our small bases rely on you. I heard that Captain Lu completed a mission to find a granary before. That must have been a big harvest. I wonder if Captain Lu can give us a wave of material support. Our Pinyin base has been too difficult lately. Lu Qian's brows revealed dissatisfaction. He looked at the hand reaching out in front of him. He didn't even want to shake it. He looked at him indifferently. Captain Lu Wen, if he can't afford to feed the people in the base, I can send someone over to pick them all up. Chapter 121, Seeking the Hammer and Getting the Hammer. Lu Wen's springy smile stiffened slightly on his face when he heard this. Lu Qian wasn't stupid at all. Now that the state apparatus is disintegrating, the world is entering the era of base autonomy. In this era of great kings everywhere and brief but glorious base civilization, no one had any responsibility or obligation to help other bases without compensation at all. All bases are resilient to survive and carry on in the zombie world. Even Lu Qian, who was of official origin, had his interests become preserving the K1 base after it was reorganized and established as a K1 base. It's saved. He can take in all kinds of survivors unconditionally, and he can also try to take care of the other small bases from a big brother's point of view and help them out as much as he can in combat. But everything is fundamentally rooted in the K1 base. Where can Lu Qian let his base people not have enough to eat and wear for his 3 or 2 good words, and take out supplies to support him for free? Just kidding. I'm sorry, it was me who was abrupt. After a slight stiffening of the smile on Lu Wen's face, he quickly adjusted his expression, still springy and amiable. It's not easy for everyone now. It's definitely not like before when there was a state to regulate help. I originally always thought that the K1 base was the official grand unity that could help us small bases. Lu Qian's face grew colder. Captain Lu Wen, are you still living in the past? He's not living in the past, he's just trying to use the country's name to pressure you and find you to squeeze some oil out of you. At that moment, a brittle female voice rang out, and a girl in combat fatigues jumped out of a car in the center. She came over with a smile. The other Captain Lu Wen can be shrewd. First he gave you the name of a grand tutor. If you don't give it, it's selfishness and forgetfulness. If you don't give it, you are being selfish and forgetful. Inside and out, people don't lose out. Of course you have to play dumb like this. Lu Wen's face instantly changed as he looked at the girl who walked out in front of him, so pink and rosy that she didn't even look like she had lived in the post-apocalyptic world for half a year. This young lady, I didn't mean that. Didn't mean that, did you? That's better. Han Qingxia stepped closer. Since you want Tong to protect you and deploy supplies for you so badly, you don't have to pick up all the people as Captain Lu said, so you'll hand over your base management rights. All supplies are turned in for a unified deployment. All personnel will be organized. From now on, everyone, including you, is at the mercy of the K1 base. So that K1 base can send you supplies every day from now on. That's what you want, right? Lu Wen's expression became more and more strange. This lady, I really don't mean this. This meaning is not, that meaning is not. It's hard not to be that you just don't want to give anything, stretching out your hand to find Lu Qian for nothing? Then you can powerful, you this is not to find a father, but want to be Lu Qian's father. The smile on Lu Wen's face stiffened completely, and he could no longer utter a single word after being subjected to Han Qingxia's vicious wave of output. Lu Qiyan heard this dislike of Han Xingsha and looked at her with a bright smile under his eyes. The only person in the world who could dislike Han Xingsha so bluntly was Han Xingsha. Disliked everything in his heart. Han Xingha deserves to be Han Xingha. It's a beautiful dislike. Watching her clean up after people is a great deal of fun. Cool. Well, Captain Luan is our partner in this operation, so let's forget about this. Lu Qiyan looked at Han Xingsha with a smile under his eyes, really wanting to rub her head. Still holding back, of course. Captain Lu, this is. Luan, who had a step to take, regained his spirits and continued to pile up a smile and said, "This is Captain Han Xingsha of Shangxia Base." "Oh. So it's Captain Han of Shangxia Base. Long time no see." Luan pretended to have heard of it and extended his hand in enthusiastic adoration. Han Xingsha looked at the outstretched hand and thrust both hands into his pockets. "Stop, where have you longed for my name?" I think I heard it on the radio. But I've never sent a message out. What radio station did you hear it on?" Lu Wen's face was completely untenable. Of course he hadn't heard of the low-profile development of the Shangxia base, just now Captain Lu introduced it. "Then what did you say about long-time admiration, so hypocritical? No wonder you're counting on Lu Qiyan as soon as you meet him. Xiao Lu, you don't look good, can you be a bit more sincere in the future?" Luan. He lowered his head, the springy, greasy smile on his face completely disappearing, replaced by a grimace. Couldn't say another word. And in the car behind them, the large man sitting in the driver's seat driving couldn't help but see his eyes light up at the sight. That's a facepalm. That's a good one. It was even better than if he had just physically slapped someone in the face. Even Lu Qiyan had noticed that Han Xingsha didn't seem to have an ordinary abundance of firepower for Lu Wan. From what he knew of Han Xingsha, she wasn't a tyrannical person, and even had a pretty good temper. She would never fight back as long as she didn't provoke her. Last time Qisang is a good example. Han Xingsha at first did not intend to clean up his, even because of Lu Qiyan's insistence, she gave up to do a big job. It is Qisang rushed to mess with her, only to provoke her to fire, begging for a hammer to get a hammer. What's going on today? Simply look at Lu Vin and get upset? Though he also looked at this Lu Wan uncomfortably. But they really don't know each other, do they? That or simply defending him? Standing up for him? No way. Lu Qiyan suddenly felt a warmth in his heart when he thought of this possibility. It's getting late, let's go to Clothing City first. Lu Qiyan couldn't stop the smile on his face and said, "Aha!" Luan went back to his car, and the group gathered themselves together and set off straight away. 10 minutes later, a straight, two-way, 6-lane big wide road appeared in front of several people. The road is lined with green parks and gradually emerging buildings. To the right is the bus station, which covers a considerable area, and to the left is an oversized 5-story wholesale clothing town. On both sides of this wholesale city, there are several other malls, some of which were built halfway and stopped, while others are empty and incredibly cold. The nearest residential area in this neighborhood was a kilometer away behind the wholesale city, so there weren't many zombies around this one major artery. Snow that reaches the thighs covers all places, and the occasional walker appears, but there is too much snow to hinder their progress. Lu Qiyan started the car as a shovel. The big shovel pushed the snow horizontally, ran over a few zombies that rushed forward, and went straight to the wholesale clothing city. A fleet of cars pulled up in front of the oversized wholesale clothing town. After the car came to a stop, scattered zombies from the neighborhood came running toward them, pouncing on the snow. No hot weapons allowed, Lu Qiyan said to the people around him once he got out of the car. With a bolt of lightning he slashed at a running walker. The zombie is wearing a summer short t-shirts, waist also hung a collection of wallets. "A look is the owner of the store here, come over to open the door on the way to business," it bites into the zombie. Chapter 121 Searching the Wholesale Clothing City. Zira. Shining lightning struck it, and charred smoke rose from the top of the running zombie boss's head as it came to a straight halt, its head plunging forward and collapsing into the snow, completely motionless. After Lu Qiyan's lightning ability swung out, fireballs and water balls and metal knives all swarmed out. Quickly clean up the scattered walkers around them. In the zombie era, there are significant limitations to the use of thermobaric weapons. Just like Han Xingsha's last foray into a city, when he could use a tang sword, his supernatural powers would never use guns. When Hot Wu goes off, all the zombies in the city will be attracted to it. That kind of weapon should only be used in confined environments, extreme rushes, or when in the middle of a zombie wave. After the zombies at the entrance of the mall were cleared, Lu Qiyan led his men and horses quickly towards the main entrance of the mall. Han Qingxia leisurely followed him, and saw Lu Qiyan's squad very professionally using all sorts of tools, pounding on the gate for a while. It didn't take more than a few moments and very little movement to open the gate. Han Qingxia once again felt that going out with Lu Qiyan to do missions was the most comfortable. Almost everything is done well on Lu Qiyan's side. Lu Wen behind her similarly felt the specialty of Lu Qiyan's squad. The man he was leading walked at the end of the line, and more deep light flashed in Lu Wen's somber eyes. The K1 base is still really strong. Only at the same time did his gaze follow and land on Han Qingxia. Who the hell is that woman? How come she doesn't seem to be doing anything at all? After the gates opened, Lu Qiyan's squad first delved into the dark mall without electricity. He threw out a couple flashbangs. After illuminating the area, it wasn't long before the scattered walkers in the mall were attracted to the area. Ow. 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 I don't know if it was too early to open, or if there was an unexpected stay at the time, but 7 or 8 walkers came out of the various darkened stalls. They are basically salesmen or shopkeepers dressed up and are not very old. There was a young female walker dressed all very fashionable, with the hottest flaxen gray perm, a new summer dress, and a pair of fairly clean white sneakers on her feet. There was hardly a speck of dirt or blood on his entire body. It was very different from the scruffy to the bone zombies Han Qingxia usually saw outside. The airtight, quiet mall was really clean. The only pity was her face. The pretty girl had most of her face gnawed away from the corners of her mouth, her right eyeball, unframed by her eyelid, drooping outwardly over her cheekbone, her grayish-white orbs glancing upward one after the other, and her 2 legs running counter-jointedly toward them. Amidst the vibrations of running, there was a fear that its eyes might fall out at any moment. Zira. A small fireball of light knocked the pretty female walker down, flames burning violently in her chest. From now on, fire-type psychics, don't use your psychic abilities. Lu Qiyan saw the zombie that caught fire before arranging it. Yes. The scene crackled all over with water balloon metal balls and little earth balls too. It's full of clothes, and the fire ability is extremely easy to ignite flames. Lu Qiyan decisively gave the order. Within a few minutes, all the zombies in all the stalls on the first floor were cleared out. Lu Qiyan decisively ordered to move the first floor supplies first. In a post-apocalyptic world, one must be robust. Move what you see in a timely manner, and don't think about clearing out all the floors and moving them all at once. There is a high probability that this will lead to accidents and everyone escaping with nothing. So be steady, be slow. The map can go deeper slowly, but be sure to acquire what you can and take what you can in a hurry. Lu Qiyan can't be the same as that stupid Qisang last time, who almost had a reunion. After the area in front of us was silent, move one house at a time. At this time Lu Wen walked up, Captain Lu, then we'll move to the back 2 rows. Wait. At this moment, the righteous Han Qingxia stepped forward. You and I haven't made any effort until now, it's always been Captain Lu who's been busy here, and now that we're moving things, you're starting to rush in. I propose that we let the K1 base take all the supplies, and then we'll split them together when all the moving is done. I believe in Captain Lu's character, Lu Wen, you must believe in it too, right? Lu Wen. When Lu Qiyan heard this, he simply couldn't wait to lift Han Qingxia up on the spot and spin her around in place. What's wrong with her today? Always so toward him. The happiness was so sudden. I'll go first, Xiaoyan, go help Captain Lu move things, all the supplies to his car. Lu Wen, what about you? Lu Wen gritted his teeth, move, Captain Lu contributed the most, of course we should move. All of you go and move the supplies to Captain Lu's car as well. 2 hours later, after everyone had been busy moving supplies from store to store, all the stores on the first floor were finally ransacked. Because it's a wholesale town, the stores here are very well planned. The first and second floors are cheaper popular women's clothing, both selling some young girls in their teens and 20s like fast-selling trendy clothing. Every store has tons of them. And since the zombie virus outbreak is in August, the wholesale stores here have already started to put on fall clothing in a big way. The wholesale market's clothing cycles are all much earlier than those out there. Even some stores already have winter clothing. So luckily, this large supply of clothing will take care of a lot of women's winter clothing. While the third floor is a men's clothing store, the fourth and fifth floors are upscale women's clothing as well as children's clothing stores. Of course some lingerie stores, pajama stores too, all fixed in one area. Moving it up is quite a good move. Those who have racks of clothes are directly pushed out one rack at a time, and the scattered clothes are carried out in packages with the sheets that these stall stores spread on the racks at the door. All the short skirts and shorts, long skirts and pants, short tee and long sleeves, dresses, windbreaker jackets, cotton fall and winter clothes, move in bulk. By the time the first floor was emptied, it was almost 5 o'clock. Let's go to the peaceful base for the night and move tomorrow. Lu Qiyan arranged it decisively. After all, acting at night was a dangerous thing to do, and according to their previous plan, one of the preconditions for Lu Qiyan to agree to bring Ping and Base along was that Ping and Base would entertain them for the night. Garment City is a long way from the K1 base, and you'll definitely have to spend the night out there on the direct way there and back. Great! I arranged it in the base a long time ago, just waiting for you guys to come. Luwen regained his smile at this time and said. Han Xingxia raised an eyebrow when she heard that she had to return to Luwen base. Fine, let's go. After all of them ransacked the first floor of the clothing city, they returned to their cars and evacuated. Waiting to continue early the next morning. Half an hour's drive later, they retraced their steps back to where they had met earlier. Luwen's car drove in front, and Han Xingxia, sitting in the middle of the convoy, gradually saw a place that was very familiar from her last life. Chapter 123, Where is the seat? The convoy drove halfway up the mountain, and a factory area and nearby homes came into view. A line of sharpened tree stumps ran in a circle along the gathering place, with thorny vines wrapped around them one after another as a protective wall against the incoming walkers. The guards stood guard at protective fences at 10-meter intervals, and when they saw their convoy return, they immediately moved a large fence directly in front of the highway to let the men in. Once inside, I saw the open space in front of the factory building in front of me filled with people. Everyone waited for Luwen and the others to return. It was the early days of the peace base, and there were roughly 200 people in the Luwen base, and everyone was here except for some of those who were out searching for supplies. The initial composition of the Luvao base was a large convoy of survivors fleeing from the city. Most of these escapees from the city were family-oriented. There was a wide range of ages, from children still breastfeeding at a few months to elderly people in their 70s and 80s who were on their last legs. The staffing structure is very complex, with most of them dragging their families from one household to another. Lu Wen, on the other hand, is the gold medal manager of a sales company, and before the end of the world, he lived in the company's unified dormitory, and there were several other henchmen who lived with him, and this initial opening definitely drew a set of flushes. In the post-apocalyptic world, the strongest soldier is king. Other families have burdens at home, either they have children or old people, and compared to Lu Wen's side, there is no competitiveness at all. Even if there are males who are better than Lu Wen, they are not willing to venture out and compete for power because of taking care of the old and young at home. So, Lu Wen, with his smiling, oily, worldly good old boy image, and the people under him, deserved to be the manager of the base. Not to mention the fact that he was also a water alien himself. Lu Wen is getting more and more stable in Ping and base, leading a family of people under his hand, while everyone else is a scattered mess. The minions under him flaunted their power in the base and lived like fish in water. Bullying the orphans and widows and girls in the base and appropriating other people's materials and properties were all the norm. In the later stages, it's even possible to kill people in the base with impunity. The vast majority of people turned a blind eye and dared not speak out for the sake of their family's ability to live on this base. The only thing that was better was that the base was complex enough in its composition that Luwen he also had to hammer his men to try not to go too far for the sake of ostensible peace. So, to live in this environment, you either have to join Levern, or you have to be very prickly like Jin Hu and fight back through. It was tough enough that Lu Wan and the others could only give in. Otherwise, it's hell for snobs to be on this base. Obviously, Han Xingxia chose the path of Jin Hu and stubbornly resisted. Because as bad as she was, she felt like a human being, and could never do what Leuven's group had done, break through the line and become beasts. She and Leuven's group never merge. Captain Lu, this is our peaceful base. Lu Wen got out of the car and said, "Everyone welcome. Welcome to K1 base. Welcome, welcome, welcome." The crowd rose and fell with trembling, breathless voices. Lu Qian's brows furrowed when he saw this group of people who looked worse than their K1 base. Not to mention, the clothes on these people were thin. Everyone in 3 pieces outside 3 pieces, almost all summer and fall clothes, all over the body, individual does not have, still wearing a short tee shivering in the crowd. "Why don't you let them go inside, it's so cold?" Lu Qian said unhappily. "Everyone is looking forward to your visit, and it hurts my heart to hear that you're going to be visiting, even if it's cold." Lu Wen laughed. Hee, is it because you're heartbroken or are you just trying to be miserable? This yard is full of footprints, but I can also see that they have been waiting outside for an hour or two. You really want to feel sorry for them, but also do not give people a little fire to warm up? You really want to feel sorry for them, but don't give them a fire to keep them warm? You purposely came here to make it clear that you want Lu Qiyan to feel sorry for you after seeing this and give you more supplies. Han Xingxia walked down unhurriedly. Luwen was so disliked by Han that his person cracked. He had never seen someone like Han Xingxia who directly demolished the stage and kept hitting him in the face. Is this person low on emotional intelligence or is it intentional? Luwen couldn't smile at Han Xingxia even if this smile was decent. Ms. Han, this is the condition I have here. If you want to say I'm selling myself short, then I can't refute it. Lu Qiyan, did you hear that? Change to swinging, threw the problem directly to you, let you look at it, you say how this person's heart is so much. Luwen. Pissed off. It's really pissing me off. This Han Xingxia could really piss him off to the point where he didn't even want to pretend. He took the initiative to say, Captain Lu, I have absolutely no other ideas, originally said that we should all take the supplies together, I just want to take the share we deserve, if you are willing to do so. Willing to what? Think it over and say it again. If you're reaching out for something again, you're a loser base leader, don't be a loser, give all the people to Lu Qiyan. Alright, everyone hurry back. Luwen was paralyzed with anger, he turned his head to look at his people, all go. He hardened the scene where he sells his misery later on. Of course Luwen wants to sell out. Lu Qiyan is a K1 base, a big base, and he is selling in front of him, even if he cannot get the supplies he supported. This action Lu Qiyan will also share a little more with him. Especially since he didn't get his cotton clothes today, Luwen was still planning to use this group of people to find Lu Qiyan to ask for a batch of supplies first. Didn't realize. Directly disliked by Han Xingxia, he couldn't open his mouth. Pissed off. Pissed off. He didn't even know that his little scheme, Han Xingxia, had seen through it with a single glance. After dealing with him for 10 years, Han Xingxia still couldn't see his thoughts and mind? When he opens his mouth, I know what kind of fart he's going to make. I can't clean him up today. Han Xingxia finishes again, knocking Luwen back. After Luwen drove everyone away, he led Lu Qiyan inside. Captain Lu, I prepared some food for you here, I'm rather poor here, I don't have much good stuff, don't mind if I do. No need, Lu Qiyan spoke up, Captain Luwen is not rich, so we won't waste your food, we'll eat it ourselves. At this time, Han Xingxia said, don't intervene. It's a waste if you don't eat after they've prepared everything for you. If you don't want to eat, I'll eat it for you, where's the seat? I'm on my way. Lu Qiyan. Luwen. I don't see her when I help, but when I eat, she's there. She just had to piss Luwen off. On Lu Qiyan's face, Luwen didn't dare to get angry and gritted his teeth to take her upstairs to the eating place. There were 2 tables set up there, very lavishly fried with sliced ham. There was even wine. When Han Xingxia saw it, she didn't say a word. Xiaoyang, come eat. Chapter 124 Grumpy Old Brother appears. Think of your own people first when you have something good. Han Xingxia pulled Su Xiaoyang and opened the table. After Lu Qiyan and the others saw it, then let's eat some too. Please, just for Captain Lu. Luwen smiled skinlessly. You guys go too. Lu Qiyan said to the people behind himself. Don Jane they went to another table. After the 2 of them went to Han Xingxia's table, a large plate of smoked bacon and ham on the tabletop had already been divided into bowls by Han Xingxia and Su Xiaoyang, leaving a pot of vegetable soup and a few yellowish stir-fried greens. Han Xingxia looked at the 2 of them and got up to go to Tang Jian's table. Don't worry about us, we'll be full. Lu Qiyan. Luwen. Han Xingxia didn't eat much during the meal, feeding all the good stuff to Su Xiaoyang. Of course she is not afraid of poison, she knows Luwen very well, the same Lord of the base era knows very well, he does not need to poison moving K1 base people, not to say can succeed, even if it succeeds, the consequences are not a small base he can bear. And even if he succeeded, he wouldn't get anything, just those clothes would be totally not worth the risk. The give and take ratio is so low that Luwen is just a guy trying to take advantage, not a lunatic. Then again, food is so golden these days, so is poison. Sleeping pills or highly toxic substances where he would get them. After she scanned the table, she knew for sure he wouldn't poison it. I'm just so used to eating the good stuff that I don't have much interest in this kind of stuff. You can't waste it even if you're not interested. Give it all to Su Xiaoyang. Tang Jian and the others at the same table saw a big plate of sliced meat in Su Xiaoyang's bowl, and Han Xingxia had to grab slices of meat for them to give to Su Xiaoyang to eat, so they really couldn't say how jealous they were. Big sister, her favoritism is always so obvious. Never cover up. Suddenly he was jealous of Su Xiaoyang. Captain Lu, that Ms. Han you brought, is she really the manager of some Shangxia base? Lu Wen looked sorrowfully at Han Xingxia, who was eating over there. Lu Qian glanced at him. You think I would lie to you? No, Lu Wen immediately laughed. You surely won't lie to me. It's just that I think that Ms. Han seems to be, well, a bit strange in her temper. I think it's fine. Lu Wen. Lu Qian had said so, what else could he say? 2 tables of food, Han Xingxia and Lu Qian's squad ate most of it, leaving Lu Qian and Lu Wen to eat just a little bit, and Han Xingxia she ate it all, and had to go along with all the candies and wine on the table again. It made Lu Wen's temples jump as he watched. So angry that the top of his head was smoking. It was all worse than just slapping him twice. Han Xingxia went to Lu Wen's specially arranged room after she had had her fill of wine. On the top floor of this factory building, 5 rooms were prepared, and since Han Xingxia was the only female, Lu Qian gave Han Xingxia the single room originally given to him, and he squeezed in with the others. Han Xingxia, of course, would not be polite and readily accepted. After the rooms were assigned, she looked at the once familiar base and went out to revisit her old neighborhood for a bit. He had just gone out the back door of the factory building when he heard a familiar voice. Where are you going, little sister? 2 men walked toward a girl, and another leaned against the wall as if watching, whistling over the side. The girl who was called was in her early 20s, her face was gray, and she only had 2 tattered short sleeves on her body, exposing a section of her arm to shiver in the cold wind. She realized there was danger after she saw the 2 men who were stepping close to her, and she immediately turned around and ran. It's an honor to have you in my sights. How dare you run? Run your ass off. Pa! A slap directly thrown on the girl's face, the girl immediately like a helpless sheep, eyes red large, she opened her mouth to call for help. Her mouth was immediately covered by a hand. The leader of the man backed her into a corner, pulling her short shirt. Just then, his hand was grabbed by a large hand. Immediately afterward the man was picked up like a chicken and flung out with a snap. All everyone saw was a large man of over 1 meter 9, with tattoos painted from the neck up, standing menacingly in front of everyone. Golden Tiger. The other man called out his name. Pa! Golden Tiger slapped him across the face. You're crazy, don't you dare hit me. Slap. Grumpy old man was ruthless and would slap people. You're finished. Don't you dare hit me. Snap. Without a word, Golden Tiger slapped him in turn with a big slap. A few slaps down and the man immediately started begging for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Hearing him beg for mercy, Golden Tiger shook him off and grabbed the first man again to add a few more slaps. Snap. Pop. Pop. After beating up these 2, grumpy old man looked around and walked over to the man who had just watched. Pop. Reward him with a slap in the face as well. Are you crazy? I didn't do anything. Pop. The man didn't dare to speak again and rushed off. Han Xingxia, who stood in the doorway and saw the scene, snorted out a laugh. Grumpy old brother heard Han Xingxia's laughter and lifted his head to look at her there. He withdrew his gaze and turned his head to look at the girl behind him. The girl looked at him with a panicked face and backed away, falling away as much as the same person who had seen the horror. Jean, who didn't say a word and just turned around and walked away. As he walked away, he passed by Han Xingxia, who gave him a thumbs up. The older brother with grumpy written all over his face was slightly stunned to see the thumbs up as he similarly reached out to give her a thumbs up. Expressed his approval. Not a word was exchanged between the 2. Recognition among the strong is silent. Golden Tiger rubbed his shoulders. Han Xingxia hugged her chest and leaned on the threshold, looking at the large man who had walked away. Not bad. Not bad. It was a worthwhile trip to the peace base. Another one to dig into. Han Xingxia turned to leave, and when she did, she saw a man standing behind her. Captain Han. When Han Xingxia saw the man in front of her in his early 30s, with no more springtime smiles on his face, replaced by a grim face, she rushed to him. Xiaolua, what's the matter? The gloom on Lu Wen's face became even more somber, his pair of eyes incomparably ruthless as he stared at Han Xingxia. Han Xingxia, I'm warning you, don't be bothering me about my business. Don't think that I won't move you just because you're on Lu Qian's side. You're just a woman, Lu Qian will get tired of you sooner or later, you need to think about yourself more. Multiple friends are better than multiple enemies, isn't it? Han Xingxia nodded in understanding while waving her hand at him. You have a point, come over here. Lu Wen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Han Qingxia to be so good at fooling around. He thought for a second and couldn't help but feel that it was just that. This woman looked like something, but she was just a woman. A woman is a woman no matter what. It'll never be the same as a man, and it won't work out. Just as he felt in his heart that he could subdue Han Qingxia, a hint of greed even surfaced in his eyes. Pop. His entire body was slapped in the face. Chapter 125, It can't be Han Qingxia's doing, right? Han Qingxia's strength had been augmented by the system n times. That slap in the face. Lu Wen was slapped 10 meters away. By the time he hit the ground, he was greeted with a storm of several more slaps. Pop. 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 Lu Wen, under Han Qingxia's huge slap, was like a yellow cauliflower in a gusty wind, and was immediately wilted by a few big dry slaps. By the time a few big slaps had passed and his head was buzzing straight away, Lu Wen struggled to open his own swollen eyelids, and was met with a pair of evil, incomparable eyes. Fierce and vicious like a tiger. Fierce to the point of shock. Han Qingxia picked him up by the collar as she revealed a nuclear-friendly smile. Captain Lu Wen, I'll whisper something to you. She lowered her head, wiped her hands on Lu Wen, and said in a gentle voice, It's not that I'm evening Lu Qiyan, it's that Lu Qiyan is evening me, got it? Instantly, Lu Wen, whose face was swollen into a pig's head, was directly stunned. Just then, 3 men ran by. Brother man. That crazy man Jean Hu he hit us. Brother man. You have to control Jean Hu. Brother man. As soon as these 3 arrived, they saw Lu Wen being grabbed by the collar by a woman, and their boss's entire face was swollen into a pig's head. When the 3 of them saw this, they were all stunned in place for a moment. Is this the wrong place? What's going on here? Han Qingxia saw someone coming and slapped Lu Wen's piggy face, remember? Lu Wen nodded furiously. Han Qingxia threw him away and lazily looked at the 3 people in front of her. Pop. 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 One of them slapped him in the face, and they all flew away. Painfully slapping a group of people all over again, Han Qingxia was soothed from heart to body. I'm sure I still have to learn from Jean Hu. It's still the physical slaps that hurt the most. Cool. And there's not a single innocent in here, they're all scum and scum from top to bottom. What kind of nastiness hasn't been done, not to mention being Han Qingxia's enemy? Even if it was a past life, this one had to count for as long as she could remember. Anything less than a slap is looking down on her. Just have to hit it hard. Han Qingxia went back upstairs. A night of barely restful sleep. After all, some people sleep well and some can't. Early the next morning, Lu Qiyan saw swollen with a pig's head, the whole face was tightly wrapped up Lu Wen. Captain Lu Wen, what are you? Lu Wen glanced at Han Qingxia, who was following behind Lu Qiyan, and his bloodshot eyes said, I accidentally fell. A fall can be like this? Straightforward Tang Jian was in disbelief. Captain Lu Wen, you wouldn't have been beaten up, would you? He Zhangping echoed, must have been beaten, and look at in this situation, the people who hit 8 to 8 do not hit all hit, the degree of ruthlessness I've never seen in my life, no humanity. Who are you calling inhuman? Han Qingxia just didn't like hearing that. He Zhangping immediately looked at her, big sister. Shut up. Crowd. It can't be Han Qingxia who hit him. Everyone mulled it over a bit more. This was really something Han Qingxia could do. Everyone on the K1 base site instantly stopped talking. Lu Qiyan truly didn't know what to say when he saw this scene. He coughed, let's get going and try to bring back all the supplies today. With Lu Qiyan's peace of mind, everyone set off. It's been a relatively nice day for 2 days in a row. The road went much smoother today because I drove it yesterday. Half an hour later, the group was once again at the big wholesale town from yesterday. All the vehicles were parked at the gate as usual, and under the leadership of Lu Qiyan's squad, everyone went in one after another. The first floor had been emptied and everyone carefully entered the second floor, which was equally dark. All the stall stores were closed, rows of them neatly organized in all directions, and a few swaying figures swarmed in under the red magenta lights. By the second floor, there were even fewer walkers. Yesterday there were maybe a dozen or so on the first floor and 4 or 5 left on the second. Zira. After Lu Qiyan's squad quickly cleared away the scattered zombies, they began to skillfully and busily carry the supplies. This floor was cheap women's clothing as usual, and Han Qingxia had Su Xiaoyan continue to help move it as she found Lu Qiyan. How do I get my share? Lu Qiyan looked at her, if you fancy it, take it yourself, whatever you take is yours. How much can I take alone, and isn't this taking what you have left over? Lu Qian smiled gently, wasn't it me who took your leftovers? Han Xingxia. She stared at Lu Qian's eyes that seemed to already know that she had spatial faculty powers, and really wanted to curse. Go ahead and take as much as you want. Lu Qian said. Han Xingxia also did not speak. With Lu Qian this, she went to the darker corners of the hands to move 10 stay 9, stay a little bit outside to pretend. In the meantime, keep an eye on Luwen's side. Luwen had brought out a total of 13 people, and of those 13, 8 had psychic abilities in addition to the 3 she had beaten yesterday. It goes without saying that Golden Tiger is the only dual system alien, needless to say, along with 3 strength variants, 2 speed variants, a fire alien, and a spatial system. The only space-based alien in Lu Wen's base, Liang Feng. Liang Feng is Lu Wen's big baby. Take him wherever he goes out with the mission, never does anything, just in the center of the team, waiting for all the people to protect, as well as the last to take the supplies. As far as Han Xingxia remembered, his space was about 3 square feet. Empty the space before each mission and bring back all the supplies you can. Han Xingxia could steal it herself, but she wouldn't allow anyone else to take it. Wouldn't someone else taking that be stealing from her? Not to mention that she had Lu Qian's tacit approval. Did he have it on Lu Wen's side? Sure enough, under the surveillance of Han Xingxia, saw Lu Wen's side, saved up a big bag of clothes, secretly piled up to the corner, so that everyone blocked it, called Liang Feng income space. Get over here. Lu Wen's stealing over there. Han Xingxia sat in the sales car and shouted loudly at leisure. Immediately the entire floor looked towards Lu Wen's side. Lu Wen's large group of people instantly became the center of everyone's attention, and the entire group was as if they had been exposed as thieves. Lu Qian, I saw it, that man has spatial powers. They ping and base put the supplies together and let him put things into space. The upright Han Xingxia spoke up. Lu Wen's side of the crowd was simply going to be pissed off by her. Liang Feng was even the first to be dissatisfied. Brother one, that woman. Don't talk. Lu Wen immediately interrupted him as he looked at Lu Qian, who walked over. Captain Lu, there's no such thing. It's Miss Han who's looking at it the wrong way. Our supplies are all here. We didn't steal them. So tell me, what kind of powers does this teammate of yours have? Chapter 126, and Warmth. Lu Wen was simply furious at Han Xingxia's output. Yesterday, since it was the first day and he clearly felt that Han Xingxia was coming from a bad place, he didn't let Liang Feng sneak out. Today this is going to empty the supplies to go back and liquidate. They must be able to go along with as much as they can. Who would have thought that just as soon as he made his move, he would be targeted by Han Xingxia? Lu Wen stared at this ancestor with hatred and fear, forcing a smile on his swollen pig-headed face. Ms. Han, he really isn't a spatial alien. Han Xingxia walked over. You take an oath? Good. I swear, he's definitely not a space alien. If he is, all of us in the squad shall not die. Stop, and it doesn't need to be everyone. Han Xingxia looked at him tolerantly. Just you die. A face of assurance. Lu Wen heard this, swollen into a pig's head face immediately changed. He did not dare to say for a moment. What, you don't dare to swear? If you don't dare to swear, just admit it. If you admit it now, Captain Lu will definitely not take your life. At most, he will deduct half of your supplies. How's that? Lu Wen heard this. Good. I swear. If he's a space alien, I die. Anyway, it's not like Han Xingxia can prove it. He swore on it. What can he do? He'd bet on Han Xingxia not being able to prove it. Me so. A cold light flew out. The tang knife behind Han Xingxia's back was pulled out, directly across Liang Feng's neck. The moment the cold blade light was revealed, Liang Feng's face immediately changed. What are you doing? Space aliens, they explode supplies when they die. I'll test them to see if they're real. You can't do this. Liang Feng immediately fell back. Aren't you killing people? Han Xingxia. On what basis do you kill to test? On the basis of your 2 words. Lu Wen said angrily. Han Xingxia's cold eyes flashed as she smiled evilly. If he wasn't a space alien, I'd die. By the fact that I'm betting my life with you guys. Han Xingxia's bright card bets his life with them. She knows 100% about everyone on the other side. Han Xingxia raised his tang sword, and just as the blade was raised, the weak Liang Feng flopped down to his knees. I'm a space alien. Don't kill me. I'll release the stuff. With a clatter, Liang Feng released all the supplies he had stolen into the space. When Lu Wen saw this, he only felt a sudden pain in his temples. Nima. So quick to punch yourself in the face. Or had he just sworn an oath one foot and then one of his own people punched him right in the face the next? What kills me is that he swore an oath but he died. He flopped down and followed suit, kneeling down and saying to Lu Qian, "Captain Lu, I don't know what's going on either. I didn't even know that he was a spatial alien." Crowd. Dare you to find a slightly more convincing reason? You liar, how dare you lie to me? Not to mention concealing my spatial ability, you also caused me to take that kind of oath. You deserve to die. Fearing that he would really be killed by Han Xingxia, Lu Wen raised his hand to clean up Liang Feng. Just then, Lu Qian coldly opened his mouth. "Since you've already admitted it and taken everything out, your squad's supplies for this time are cut in half, just forget it, accept?" It's that easy to let it go? Han Xingxia wasn't a nice person like Lu Qian. Lu Qian looked at this little ancestor and helplessly said, "Chop half of the supplies for you, okay?" "That's fine." Han Xingxia reluctantly agreed, "But that person is a spatial ability alien, we can't let him move supplies anymore, he might even steal them." Lu Qian nodded, "Well, you as a teammate will be on guard duty from now on, find zombies, kill them, no moving supplies." Liang Feng was shocked to hear this. "No way, let him fight walkers. He's never gone out without being in the center of the group, protected by everyone." This time, however, Lu Wen was trying to save his own ass. "Don't go yet." Liang Feng could only go to the stairway kind of place to participate in the guard work even if he was reluctant. He's a spatial psychic. It's a treasure wherever you put it. Surprisingly, you end up having to go kill walkers. After tidying up Lu Wen's side, Han Xingxia continued to carry the supplies. Pluck their team's space alien and everyone else is fearless. No more fear of them stealing supplies. And this time, wherever Han Xingxia went, the people on Lu Wen's side hid. Stay as far away as you can, and don't ever be targeted by the great demon king Han Xingxia again. This was convenient for Han Xingxia to take the supplies herself. Taking 10 to 9, a large number of clothes not all put into her space. Some of the ones that Han Xingxia really can't see are left to Lu Qian. Did Lu Qian said that sentence, give him the leftovers that she does not want. We carried for 3 or 4 hours continuously, rested for half an hour in the middle, ate a meal on the spot, and continued to carry after eating. By the time it was 4 or 5 in the afternoon, they had finally emptied this 5-story mega mall. Han Xingxia took the most high-end women's clothing from the 4th and 5th floors upstairs. On top of that, when they returned, Lu Qian would have to give her a share of the money. Then there's the P-Space half. Han Xingxia didn't put in much effort this time, but the harvest was still plentiful. But by the time they were ready to return with the last of the supplies for the 5th floor, it was snowing heavily outside. The flurry of snow was so dense that it was gray outside. Within moments, the snow reached as high as a wheel. Outside, heavy clouds blocked out the 4 or 5 p.m. sunlight, and it looked as dark and dreary in front of me as it does at 7 or 8 p.m. Can't go back. Lu Qian saw such a large amount of snow and pondered for half a minute, temporarily rest here for the night tonight, and go back tomorrow when the snow stops. The people from the K1 base were of course fine with it, and when they heard the order, they started setting up the grounds. Han Xingxia settled back and let Su Xiaoyan follow to check the environment. Make sure the neighborhood is safe enough. The people at the peace base did likewise. All of them chose the 5th floor. The 5th floor is on high ground, have someone guard the window, they live on the main street, in case of any accidents, they can be the first to find out, easy to respond, and then again, it's very cold downstairs. Unheated malls can get cold in the dead of winter. Lu Qian asked people to take out some of the cotton clothes and spread them on the ground, making a big bunk, and all of them slept together. The only thing that's not so good is that Han Xingxia is a woman. I'll have someone make you a bed in the store alone, and we'll sleep outside. No, we'll all huddle together and get warm. Lu Qian. Han Xingxia was so frank that it actually seemed like he was being pretentious. Temperatures plummeted during the night. Everyone formed a circle, all draped in their thickest clothing, and began to eat at their respective bases. Han Xingxia asked Su Xiaoyan to bring out the hot pots, and at the coldest time of the year, everyone ate hot pots together. It's time to rub it in again. Chapter 126, A Fierce Man's Pampering. A variety of dishes were cooked in the steaming hot pot: beef jerky, pork strips, fish cakes, meatballs, marinated eggs, ham. Almost all of it is meat. Lu Qian's side is not nothing, they took out the rice and steamed it now. Since the last time the granary was struck, Lu Qian was rich. The entire base was able to eat large white rice and the standard of living skyrocketed. The people's weight had gone up, but of course, that condition certainly couldn't compare to Han Xingxia's. Han Xingxia's base never ran out of food, and everyone had meat at every meal. The soldiers of the K1 base all had green eyes when they saw this large pot of meat. By the time the lid was lifted off the pot, the aroma of the various ingredients paired with the bright red tomato soup base had everyone practically swooning. Rice is ready, rice is ready. He Zhangping stared at the steamed rice, and after the rice was steamed, he immediately gave everyone a big bowl each to serve over. A big spoonful of oily tomato soup was first poured over the fragrant freshly cooked rice. Do not even need to match the dish, first come on such a mouthful of tomato soup with rice, tomato unique sour and sweet flavor, immediately open the whole taste buds, big white rice is smooth and tender, and tomato soup is always a perfect match. It's so good that you can stomp your feet. And then a bite of freshly sliced beef drenched in tomato juice. It's straight up good enough for the K1 base to swallow their tongues. It's so good. It's so good. Don Jane took a big gulp and flaunted it so furiously that she couldn't keep her tongue straight. A few of the others grabbed as well, fishing like mad for the vegetables and soup in the pot. Of course, Han Xingxia and Lu Qiyan, both of whom had individually served up a large bowl of food, didn't need to grab it from them. Tang Jian couldn't grab the other people, seeing a big pot of food all bottomed out, he hadn't eaten enough, he looked at the pot pitifully, I'm the youngest, you guys don't let me have some. Han Xingxia smiled upon hearing this and chucked out a large meatball from her own leftovers, sis rewards you with one. Big sister. Tang Jian was instantly moved to tears. It's better to be a big sister. Big sister is a treasure forever. He picked up the meatball given by Han Xingxia, looked at the others as if showing off, and took a big bite. Cool. A few others saw this, and in the next second, all of their bowls were handed to Han Xingxia. Sister, you reward me with one as well. Sis, I'm not full either. Sis, I like beef. Sis, I like everything. Sister, hungry, hungry, rice, rice, rice. Han Xingxia. What's it like to be pampered by such a group of 20-something, big, strong, combat-uniformed lads holding up bowls at you slugger? Give it, give it. Han Xingxia rained on the parade, sharing a little bit of a bowl, leaving a little bit that she still had to leave for Su Xiaoyang to eat. After all, there is a difference between close and distant, and for one's firstborn henchman, that's where one has to give preferential treatment. Even if Su Xiaoyang was full, he still had to eat some more. But these greedy guys in front of them clearly want to get an inch, a bowl held up in front of Han Xingxia, I still want. Gotta be light. Just then, another pair of chopsticks landed on their plate. I have it here. Lu Qiyan distributed all the dishes on his plate to the greedy guys in front of him. All of his dishes were shared with them, much like the adults who share candy with their children. When he had sent everyone back, he subconsciously glanced at Han Xingxia, and the two of them smiled at each other. Han Xingxia gave Su Xiaoyang all the leftovers on her plate to add to her meal, and the others had their own hearty additions as well. This side of the K1 base was eating like crazy, but the Pinyin base next door was not so lively. They didn't have enough supplies with them, so they boiled some boiling water, made a bowl of noodles for each person, and simply dealt with it. Smelling the aroma next door is a real craving. This if Lu Qiyan and their K1 base were there alone, Lu Wen would definitely have had the cheek to go over and let the two families eat together side by side. They offer a bit of bubbly, rub them a bit of soup and vegetables. But Han Xingxia was there. Lu Wen, who had been cleaned up by Han Xingxia and didn't dare to let out a single fart, could only watch with bated breath as they ate hot food over there and they ate instant noodles over here. After eating and drinking, everyone was ready to rest. The K1 base side was split into two shifts, with half of the men guarding the first half of the night, and the other half going to bed first and guarding the second half of the night. Han Xingxia of course didn't have to do anything, especially since she also gave them a big meal, and everyone took care of Han Xingxia as a group favorite. Have her sleep right in the center, with everyone sleeping in a circle along her. Han Xingxia, what big winds and waves have not experienced, this kind of left, right, front, back, up and down for the male small scene for her is not difficult at all. She was wrapped in a thick cotton coat and slept right in the middle of it. The blizzard continued during the night. The temperature in the air is getting colder. Unheated large malls are very cold in the winter because they are very empty and a little heat will be dispersed very quickly. There is only one very low brightness LED cool light in the whole big mall. The vacated mall was much more airy, the large floor-to-ceiling glass illuminating the rosy orange snowy light outside. Han Xingxia woke up freezing in the latter part of her sleep. It's too cold. For that matter, she still slept in the middle of a group of fierce men and still couldn't keep the cold out. Maybe it's because men and women don't sense body temperature the same way in winter, and Han Xingxia is really cold when she sleeps in an empty mall on this big cooling day. What's wrong? She emerged from the thick pile of cotton clothing when she heard a voice coming from a dark pile of shadows beside her. Lu Qian followed and woke up. Going to the restroom. Han Qingxia stood up and put on 3 or 4 pieces of thick clothing to get up and walk. Walking will warm you up a bit. Want me to go with you? Han Qingxia looked at Lu Qian as if he were an oddball. Do you want to hold hands and go to the restroom? Lu Qian. After all, girls even go to the bathroom in pairs, holding hands. Han Qingxia thanked him for his kind words and gingerly left from these people's surroundings, heading towards the mall bathroom. The mall restrooms are on the far left and far right of the last row. They gather just in the middle, which means they have to walk to the very top. Han Qingxia chose the right side of the all the way to the head. Outside, the flurry of snow is still falling. The closer to the direction of the aisle, the brighter the road in front of them. Under the orange red light, several humanoid creatures are either standing or collapsed on both sides of the road. There were also a number of heads and limbs scattered about. Those are modeling mannequins. The walkers have cleared out. But it's still an amazing experience to walk alone down such a deep, long, dimly lit path strewn with humanoid objects. Especially when Han Qingxia passed through the horizontal passageway intersection, she looked into the deep black mall stalls, and it seemed as if a fierce beast was ready to pounce out of the long, dark pathway at any moment. Han Qingxia coldly looked at all the passages and walked to the location of the bathroom. Snap! She lit a warm yellow fire. Lighting up a cigarette, he stood in the bathroom sink position to smoke. Chapter 128 Purple Loyalty on the Line. Just as Han Qingxia was halfway through her cigarette, she heard footsteps coming from outside. Who the hell is that woman? How come everyone in K1 base is so polite? They all spoil her. I don't know, I heard Luan say he was the administrator of a small base. Cut. What can a smelly be capable of? She must have slept with all those guys. I have to say, that is hot at first sight and so good looking that I'd be happy to listen to her if she let me sleep with her. I want to sleep too. Just then. Pop. 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 3 big slaps in quick succession. Your mom. Jean, who you're crazy. That isn't from our base. What are you hitting us for when we talk about her? You're just sick. Pop. 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 3 more slaps went down, and all the people outside were silent and hurriedly ran toward the front restroom. As soon as he ran in, he saw Han Qingxia smoking in the inside sink area. Han Qingxia looked at the 3 people who had thrown themselves in front of her and put her cigarette down. I just heard that you guys are curious about me. We. No. It's fine, I'll tell you if you're curious. Don't you want to know why they're all being polite to me? Han Qingxia took a step over. All 3 stopped in their tracks for a moment. Why? Because I beat the suit. In the next second, Han Qingxia suddenly appeared in front of them all. Followed by a punch. Bang! 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 Han Qingxia sent all 3 of the Ping and basemen flying with a single punch, and they clattered against the wall, welcoming a brutal beating before they even hit the ground. A dozen frowns and 2 eyes, not the sun, for a head. 2 strikes to the upper lip, no strikes to the middle of the throat. 3 strikes through the cheeks and ears, no strikes on the 2 walls of the center. 4 strikes behind the backbone, not 2 ribs of Tai Chi. 5 strikes to the inner lungs of the ribs, no strikes to the bottom of the C to tease the yin. 6 strikes to tease the high bones of the yin, no strikes to the 2 kidneys against the heart. 7 strikes on the crane's knee and tiger's bone, no strikes on the coccyx and windfu. 8 breaks the bone for 1,000 gold, does not beat the fan in either ear. This is 8 hits and 8 misses. Han Qingxia hit them all. In a matter of moments, these 3 men were all paralyzed on the ground, their entire bodies beaten all over. All deadly but not fatal. And this set of physical output looked straight at the golden tiger who followed behind, his eyes shining straight. If his sister could be like the girl in front of her, she would have never been in trouble in the first place, much less forced to jump off a building because she was bullied. All girls should be like her and be brave enough to fight back up in the face of bullying. After a flurry of physical output, Han Qingxia finally felt her body warm. She smiled at the 3 guys in front of her. Now you know why they're always polite to me. The 3 who had been beaten to a pig's head and were left with one breath nodded their heads in succession. Got it, got it, got it. Can you not know? That's too profound. This is not a woman, this is a female god of war. They were at least still psychics, but surprisingly, they couldn't even use their psychic abilities when facing Han Qingxia. Her speed was too fast. So fast that their eyes couldn't even catch Han Xingxia's footsteps before she reached them. A single punch would remove all their defenses, and she knew the human structure like the back of her hand. Every next hand is black as hell. The abundance of martial virtues is simply outrageous. Get lost. Han Xingxia kicked them, and these three immediately fled with their asses in the air. When they ran away, Han Xingxia turned her head to look at Jinhu, who was still behind her. Han Xingxia took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket and handed it to him. Have one? Won't smoke. Jinhu waved his hand in refusal. This was the first time Han Xingxia had spoken to Jinhu, and Han Xingxia was quite surprised that Jinhu didn't know how to smoke. All she knew about Jinhu was what other people on the base told her, and they said that Jinhu had committed a crime when he was a teenager, was put in a juvenile detention center for a few years, and when he came out, he fought black boxing in an underground boxing ring. He's a quiet, grumpy man who hits people every now and then, and no one can communicate with him at all. That a tattoo is even more let a person look at it is terrible, certainly not a good person, at least smoking and drinking certainly less. It's okay, you can have my cigarettes. I really can't smoke, my sister hates it when people smoke. Jinhu said. You have a sister? Han Xingxia put the cigarette case away and took out 2 pieces of gum from his pocket. This time, Jinhu picked it up instead. He tore open the gum paper and took out the gum in its entirety and chewed it down without losing the tinfoil, folding the boat in his hands. Since you have a sister, where is your sister? Dead. Golden Tiger said calmly. Walkers? No, Jinhu increased the strength in his hands and looked toward Han Xingxia, jumping off a building. She would have been about your age if she was still alive. Han Xingxia was quiet when she heard this, and while she didn't ask any more questions, Jinhu began to speak slowly. My father was a construction site worker. When I was 7 years old, he died in an accident. My mother went to ask for compensation. The contractor wouldn't give it to her. She crashed headlong in front of the construction site. After that I lived alone with my sister. I didn't go to school at a very young age and worked odd jobs everywhere to put my sister through school. When she was in middle school, I sent her to boarding school, and one day in her junior year, she jumped off the roof at school. Before she jumped off the building, she called me many times, saying she didn't want to study. I scolded her at that time and forced her to go to school, and later I realized that she was bullied by that group of dogs at school. When Jinhu said this, his eyes suddenly rose with a substantial murderous aura, and his body couldn't help but tremble as his large bushy palms clenched his fists. It's all my fault. If I hadn't forced her to go to school, she definitely wouldn't have gotten into trouble. I only have that one sister. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder. Older brother, it's over. Jinhu turned his head to look at her when he heard her words. If I were your sister, I'd only be proud of you. You've avenged her and you've been protecting girls like her. Excellent. Jinhu's whole body couldn't help shaking at this time. He clutched the small paper boat in his palm and made his head bow. Han Xingxia stayed quietly in place with him. After a long time, the golden tiger beside him reared his head. Can you call me old brother again? Then why are you considering following me? Older brother. Hearing this, Golden Tiger squeezed out a big smile on his face full of horizontal meat. Older brother will do it with you. Older brother will definitely protect you in the future. Han Xingxia shared a smile with him, and a prompt rang in her head with it. Dropping base guard +1 detected. Rewarded with a set of combat uniforms, 1,000 points, and increased loyalty. Current loyalty 100. Purple never turn your back. Han Xingxia was completely stunned to see this online, just a purple loyalty. There were 3 slots in total, and this was the highest initial value of loyalty Han Xingxia had received from his men until now. Even Su Xiaoyang had only reached this stage because he had cultivated it for a long time. And, of course, there are special attributes. Dropping guard special attribute copy. Fire and gold dual system abilities. Just as Han Xingxia was pleasantly surprised, she suddenly heard a loud noise outside. Chapter 129 U2. Bang! A loud bang exploded in the snow. Immediately following that, a vibration could be felt in the mall beneath Han Xingxia's feet. Han Xingxia and Jinhu immediately got up and rushed to the window. It was then that a neatly organized convoy rushed out from the direction of the residential area amidst the orange and red flying snow outside. Rockets and submachine guns poked out of these cars and crackled fire outward. Behind them was a tide of zombies like a mountainous sea. Hordes of zombies came out of the neighborhood developments, wailing and chasing these cars in the middle of the snow. Han Xingxia. Boss. Lu Qian and Su Xiaoyan's voices came in synchronization. Han Xingxia walked towards the aisle waving at them, "I'm here." Lu Qiyan immediately let out a sigh of relief when he saw that she was well. "Don't move here, we'll go down first." He finished and hurried downstairs with his men. Su Xiaoyang, on the other hand, strides toward Han Xingxia, "Boss." After meeting up with Su Xiaoyang, Han Xingxia looked at the raging convoy outside. "Let's go down too." She led Su Xiaoyang and Jin Hu down the safe passage from the bathroom. They were introduced to each other on the way. There was nothing polite about this kind of emergency, so Su Xiaoyang and Jin Hu nodded to each other and were done. It didn't take long for them to reach the stairwell between the first and second floors. Han Xingxia stopped walking here, and she stopped at the large window in the stairwell to observe the outside. This angle can perfectly see the direction of action of that group of caravans. Once something happens, and can attack and retreat. In case something goes wrong, they can also jump directly from here to escape. Across the road is another mall under construction, or is not yet completed and open for business. With four-way traffic, escape is much too optional. Han Xingxia stood by the window for a moment. The escape map went straight to his head. Just pick this place. She stood by the window and watched the line of motorcade approaching them through the wind and snow, gradually revealing the markings of the vehicles. "Boss, that's the International Riot Column." Su Xiaoyang's brows tightened when he saw the flag on the car. "What is it?" The Riot Column is an exclusive unit independent of the original several major military regions, and only participates in mega international wars. Su Xiaoyang looked at Han Xingxia and summarized with a sentence, "These people, they're fierce." Rumble. A rocket launches from the front vehicle, the roof of the lead vehicle opens up and a man in a black combat suit shoulders a rocket and takes a shot behind him. Cannon fire exploded in the snow, lifting 1,000 piles of snow. The nearest zombies chasing them were all blown away, crackling and snapping like dumplings flying in the sky. The convoy of people get a bit of a gap, step on the gas, and accelerate away from the wave of zombies. Just then, a car following the last car tires slipped, lost control of the road in the blizzard, and crashed head-on into a utility pole on the side of the road. The wave of zombies that had just been blocked for a few meters behind them struck instantly. Han Xingxia was just thinking about what these people would do when she saw the vehicle engulfed by the wave of zombies roar. Blew himself up. Amidst the rushing flames, 3 or 2 men in black combat uniforms rushed out from the center of the explosion and chased after the car in front of them. The car in front of them hadn't stopped speeding for a second from the time they were in distress until now. Some only had people in the car throwing ropes at them after seeing them rush out. After the 3 men caught the rope, they quickly tied it around their own waists, letting the front car drag them through the snow as they turned back around with their guns blasting away at the walkers behind them. While blocking, he was quickly pulled back into the car by his own companion. Rumble. With another rocket at the forefront, the men broke back out. Fierce, really fierce. Han Xingxia's eyes lit up when she saw this bloodthirsty fight. That's the man. Like a beast breaking out, the male kind of raw blood violence is all displayed. Absolute power. A sense of absolute conquest. The only thing that wasn't so good was that such a group of beasts was coming in their direction. The convoy at the head of the caravan drove straight to the back entrance of their mall. These people, they're not coming in, are they? Han Xingxia was just thinking about it, when she saw the first one rushing straight over, stopping with a zip in the direction of the back door. They're really coming in. Let's go down. Han Xingxia immediately headed downstairs. When she arrived downstairs, she saw Lu Qiyan and all of them had long been guarding the direction of the back door. "Boss, there seems to be someone inside." After the first car stopped, the people in the car also realized that there was someone in here, and they got out of the car and ran towards the roll-up door. A man in the middle of them whose entire face was wrapped up, just 2 eyes exposed, flashed his cold eyes, "Stop us, kill." Just then, with a crash, the roll-up door in front of him opened from the inside. A group of men in identical combat uniforms appeared before them. All of them had their guns at the ready, and Lu Qiyan in the center of the room looked at the people coming over in front of him. "Hurry up and get in." Yu Tu was slightly stunned for half a second, followed by the sound of clattering gunshots. Ta-da! 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 Lu Qiyan led the men to give them a block on the wave of zombies catching up behind them. Yu Tu no longer hesitated and brought his men to rush into their wholesale city. When they all came in, Lu Qiyan immediately ordered someone to pull the roll-up door shut. Dang! Knock knock! Knock, knock, knock! 7 or 8 zombies all pounced on the roll-up door. Immediately after, a large pile of racks of wooden boards all piled up on the roll-up door, blocking the door tightly. Everyone was relieved. How could you attract so many zombies to us? Now we're surrounded by zombies. At this time, a member of the peaceful base was dissatisfied. The man in the middle of a group of black combat uniforms turned his head and coldly swept him away, turning his head to look at Lu Qian. Your people? No, the people from the base I work with. It's my people. I'm Lu Wen, the administrator of Pinyin Base. My men are mouthy, don't blame them. May I ask who you are? Lu Wen, the human savant, had long since seen that they were not ordinary. This is a professional outfit, and it looks like it came from the same place as Lu Qian. Moreover, the temperament of this group of people was even very different from Lu Qian's professional troops. Lu Qian's people were all righteous, and on these people, there was only the smell of blood. Lu Wen's shrewd mind immediately began a whole new scheme. However, when his words fell on the ears of the people across from him, all that was left were bone-chilling cold eyes. Give Lu Qian a face, I won't kill you. Lu Wen. The murderous aura that penetrated his body from top to bottom was even felt by Han Xingxia, who was farther away. She was incredibly curious at this point in time as to who such an embryo-killing slugger was. At that moment, he heard Lu Qian read out a name, You too, long time no see. Han Xingxia was directly stunned when she heard the name You too. You too. The administrator of the firebase. Chapter 130, the legendary tough guy top of the list. It's the one that's firmly at the top of the legendary top 10 ruthless men list. The firebase manager who perennially killed his home base to the point where only the fire population was left. You too. The man with a protective mask wrapped around his entire face heard Lu Qian's words as he reached out to uncover the black mask on his own face. A face with brownish skin was revealed. His face is thin, seems to have a bit of foreigner's blood, his features are extremely three-dimensional and hard, his eyebrows are thick and deep, his nose is high and straight, and the color of his eye pupils is bright amber. The whole person is hard as hell. Combined with a head of short inches that looked like steel needles, he just didn't move at all, but also exuded a sense of raw aggression at all times. Long time no see. You too waved his hand at Lu Qian. Lu Qian caught his big slap. Captain Lu once went on a mission with you Tuesday. Su Xiaoyang whispered in Han Xingxia's ear. You too was our country's expatriate in F continent. He grew up living abroad, then our country's column was sent over and joined us. Because he lived abroad for a long time, he knew the area very well. He led the column to take down a few big battles, and was so successful that he was promoted to be the leader of the column, and the international campaign ended just before August, and they were transferred back. He's not like us, not quite. Of course it was different, as far as U2's reputation and deeds in his previous life were concerned. Lu Qian and the others really couldn't do it. Also out of the military district, they are two extremes. One is guarded and the other is absolutely violent. Sensing the gazes from this side looking at U2 passed through Lu Qian and looked behind him, and saw three people standing in the shadows in front of him. And one is a woman. U2 coldly withdrew his gaze. Do you have any food? I don't have any more. Lu Qian said, but I can get you some to come. Good. Lu Qian turned toward Han Xingxia. Miss Han, you still have food, right? What for? Giving them food? Well, lend me some and I'll return it when I get back. Han Xingxia raised her eyebrows. Okay. She pretended to take it out of her bag, but in reality, she was taking a few packets of pre-made vegetable packets and a packet of rice out of her space. Han Xingxia now does not eat much of this kind of fast food. The home has fresh dishes, who eat technology hard to live. She'd bought a lot more earlier, and now she'd taken it out just in time to still trade favors. I'm going to count double on this one being so scarce. Good. Lu Qian took the vegetable packet she gave him and brought it back to U2 and the others. 10 minutes later, all of them regrouped in the first floor lobby. It's full of zombies out there, and they don't dare rest on the 5th floor anymore. It was a good thing that there were not many hours before dawn, so everyone was next to each other on the 1st floor, and we would try to break out at dawn. A campfire was lit, and on a cauldron, steaming rice was cooking, and the pre-made vegetable packets given by Han Xingxia were all thrown inside and mixed to cook together. The people U2 he brought with him all gathered around the right side and waited for their meal without saying a word. Han Xingxia led the men to sit across from the men from K1 base, and the men from Pinyin base sat alone in the outer circle. At this time, the people on the side of the peace base realized that Golden Tiger was not with them. Jin Hu, where are you sitting? This is our team. Liang Feng said with great dissatisfaction. Han Xingxia looked their way. Jin Hu is my man now, he's with me. One sentence fell, and everyone on the opposite side of the peace base was silent for 3 minutes. For a while, surprisingly, no one dared to directly call Han Xingxia's bluff. After a few minutes had passed, a person who hadn't been beaten by Han Xingxia said, "Isn't it bad that you're blatantly digging into our base like this without saying hello to us?" Han Xingxia didn't barge in with them either, waving at them, "Come speak in front of me if you have an opinion." Crowd. At Pinyin Base, from top to bottom, from Luwan to their members, more than half of them had been beaten by Han Xingxia. There are just a few left, and they don't mess with her. No one really has a problem with her. She's got the background and the strength, and she's really ruthless. Who dares to mess with? At this time, she heard a soft laugh coming from across her. Han Xingxia turned her head and saw Yutu's sharp, tiger-like eyes. The corner of Yutu's mouth pulled a little arc, which quickly faded, and he didn't look at Han Xingxia anymore, but instead looked at the rice in front of him. His men saw that it was almost ready and told everyone to serve their meals. It had been a long time since their group had seen this kind of dish. Even if it is a pre-apocalyptic technology hard work, in the present that is still a real heavenly delicious. This large package of pre-made dishes contains cassoulet, Taiwanese marinated pork, eggplant with minced pork, stir-fried yellow beef, pork with preserved mustard greens, curry chicken, braised pork ribs. Isn't this a proper superb meal? Everyone mingled and chowed down, emptying the bottom of the pot, and they still hadn't had enough. It's so flavorful. It's so delicious. Is there more? Yutu asked. Lu Qiyan looked toward Han Xingxia. Double. Good. Han Xingxia threw out a few more packets of pre-made vegetables from her bag and gave them 2 more large companies of instant noodles. They just that pot, added some water, the 2 big even 10 packets of noodles to cook in, and then poured on the vegetables, painfully ate another meal, which is full. Where are you guys now? Lu Qiyan saw that they were full and opened his mouth. In the east, we set up a fire base. Yutu said. Spark base, I seem to have received a signal before. Lu Qiyan pondered. Yes, but back there we lost power at the base and couldn't even use the radio, and the radio I didn't use. How many people are on your base? Over 3,000, and you? K1 base, now over 5,000. You have food? Yutu's gaze flickered when he heard this figure. Lu Qiyan didn't answer him this question directly. For the time being, he can still afford it. My location there is too poor, and supplies are wondrously scarce. Yutu wrinkled his brows in contemplation. Lu Qiyan, cooperate with me? What do you want? Hit the city. Yutu's eyes lit up fiercely. I've infiltrated a trip to City A today. Large quantities of supplies are inside the city. As long as we take a city, we don't have to worry about supplies at all. Moreover, the zombies only have kills, not defense, and counting on defense is a dead end. The more zombies we kill, the more hope we have. Yutu looked at Lu Qiyan with eyes full of sharpness. In his last life, Yutu was bent on counterattacking the city, but nah. In the whole East, he's the only crazy one. In fact, if you analyze it a little bit, you will know that it is true that Yutu is the only one who is so crazy. His fire base resources are too scarce, it simply can't afford to feed people. There is no other way to do it but to kill people outwardly. Then there was the fact that Yutu was originally a murderer. All the other bases are just living, but who wants to take that kind of risk if they can stay alive? Of course, there is another premise, that is, Lu Qiyan died early in his last life, and Han Xingxia is not the current Han Xingxia. You expand on your plan. At this time, a clear female voice rang out. Han Xingxia was interested in Yutu's plan. Chapter 131. The more zombies you kill, the stronger you become. Yutu looked toward Han Xingxia, his eyes as sharp as those of a fierce tiger lifting as he whispered to Lu Qiyan, your woman? No, don't get me wrong, she's the Shangxia base administrator, Han Shangxia, Lu Qiyan introduced, she's very strong. Hearing the words very strong, Yutu's sharp eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as his tall, straight body stood up and walked over to Han Xingxia, rushing to stretch out his hand at her. If Lu Qiyan says it's strong, then it must be very strong. My name is Yutu, Spark Base. Han Xingxia looked at the large hand reaching out. Han Xingxia, Xingxia Base. Han Xingxia gripped Yutu's hand, and when her palms were facing each other, she only felt like she was gripping a hot rock, solid and burgeoning strength coming out of the palm of the person in front of her. I could feel the hot blood and male-only hormones rolling off the man in front of me through my palm. In short, very manly. And Yutu on the opposite side also felt an unusual touch. He looked at Han Xingxia in front of him with some surprise, such a small hand full of power. He felt power collide when he grabbed her hand. Not losing him at all. There is indeed strength. Yutu said. Tell us what you think first. Han Xingxia withdrew her hand and sat in place to look at him. With the outbreak of the apocalypse, there are less than 100 survivors, and the vast amount of material resources left behind in the city is enough for all survivors to use for a few hundred years, so as long as we take the city, the materials won't be the biggest crisis for mankind. And our crisis is the zombies. Only when we clear out all the zombies will we have true peace. Han Xingxia nodded her head. She couldn't agree more with this point of view. Supplies should never be the biggest crisis in a post-apocalyptic world. The wealth left behind by previous civilizations is too vast. One reserve granary taken down would be enough to feed them, the survivors, for a few years. Not to mention the vast amount of resources in the city, where the main supplies are still located. But you have to realize that there are a lot of city walkers, and there aren't many of us survivors, so it's hard to kill like that. You two stared into her eyes. Did you find out that zombies can evolve? Han Xingxia raised an eyebrow when she heard him say that. Lu Qiyan, you two turned his head to look at Lu Qiyan. You've also found out, right, that zombies can evolve. Lu Qiyan exhaled a breath, his eyes full of gravity. That's right. If I'm not wrong, in the next few years, the zombies will only evolve stronger and stronger, and we, without enough supplies to survive and develop, will only get weaker and weaker, and when that time comes, the powerful zombies in the city will run out, and all the bases will only be dead. Linger, at best, for 10 years. Han Xingxia's eyes completely lit up when she heard this precise prediction from you two. The man not only sees far, he sees strangely. 10 years of misery. The vision was so poisonous that she was going to think he was born again as well. The fact that there is at all times a group of wise men who can see into the long-term future is not a difficult thing to be able to see into the future. Anyone with enough cutting-edge information can make a prediction about the future. The hard part is that almost no one can make changes to the future they see. That's a general trend that can't be changed by individual ability. I know, Lu Qiyan said, raising his eyes, but our current power is still too weak, and by virtue of making a big counterattack on the city right now, it would be a very blind thing to do. He certainly saw the future trend, but Lu Qiyan was a very pragmatic person. Their K1 base had more than 5,000 people and had just stabilized, with nothing to develop, no stable logistics, no constant output, even his base was still in its infancy, and attacking the city simply didn't have the backbone. If the slightest thing goes wrong, he's going to take the entire K1 base to hell. Their K1 base can't afford to play at all. Lu Qiyan, time will not wait for us. You two continued. All defense is drinking hemlock to quench thirst. This is a human and zombie, you die for me to live, either zombie extinction, or human extinction. Want to get the initiative, we must take advantage of the other side of the power of the weak hour. Break the boat rushed up. Once the zombie full evolution, we do not have a chance. You are now waiting is to give yourself a hangman's noose. Lu Qiyan looked at him calmly to the extreme. You too, I'm hanging myself, your K-medicine, do you know what the consequences will be once you fail? The consequence of fighting with your back to the water can only be an accelerated death. What's more, whether there is a better chance to counterattack in the future, no one can guarantee it. Right at this moment, a clear female voice once again sounded. There is still a possibility of turning the tide by carrying the water. And there's really no chance for the future. Han Xingxia stood up as she looked at you two in front of her. You're right, the only time humans want to get the initiative is now. The zombies are limited, the more we kill while we can, the smaller the threat, the stronger the human race can be. Just then, a voice came from Han Xingxia's mind. Drop Super Lord system activated. Counterattack city quest opens. The host must occupy any one of the 3 ABC cities and eliminate all the zombies in the city. You'll receive a super gift package upon completion. During the mission, for every urban territory no smaller than a district captured, an upgrade package will be rewarded. Han Xingxia, who had just answered the call, was so excited to hear about this god-assisted mission that she immediately stretched out her hand. You two, let's do it together. Counterattack the city together. Destroy the zombie horde. When Lu Qiyan saw this scene, he only felt his temples hurting. It was the same as seeing two crazy people planning to light up the world. Are they all crazy? Just at this stage, they're going to counterattack the city? Where do they get the backup supplies? Where do they get the strength? You two didn't have any supplies. He was just as crazy as he was. What was Han Xingxia crazy about with him? Han Xingxia. Lu Qiyan watched Han Xingxia go up to shake you two's hand as he stood up, took her arm, and forcibly led her away from the scene. What are you doing? Lu Qiyan took her to a corner in the front row and clasped Han Xingxia's shoulder and said seriously, you don't want to go crazy with you two. He has almost no chance of success with this plan. You'll only die if you work with him. Han Qingxia stared into his eyes that looked like they were all about to go out of control and smiled slightly. Lu Qiyan, then I'll also tell you that the future is really as you two said. After the zombies have fully evolved, there will be no more chances for humans to fight back. I also want to counterattack, but we simply don't have the strength. You wait a few years, our K1 base will stabilize and have the output and supplies and strength to counterattack. Don't go crazy with him. Hearing this, Han Qingxia shook her head and told him directly, Lu Qiyan, I'm telling you that in the next 3 years, there will be continuous natural disasters, and you won't have a chance to catch your breath, do you believe me? Lu Qiyan directly froze when he heard this. Han Qingxia pushed him away and walked towards the glass window with the advertisement in front of her, outside of which was a steady stream of zombies tapping on the glass. After 3 years of natural disasters, the city zombies have fully evolved. You don't even have a hard time defending, let alone counterattacking. God did not let you adjust at all. If you want to get the initiative, you can only bite the bullet in these 3 years and fight with everything you have to counterattack. Otherwise, once the 3 years are over, you will have a lack of resources and the zombies will have evolved. And if you want to take the initiative again, it's simply impossible. What's more, Han Qingxia had a strong assist from the system. The more walkers she kills, the stronger the base becomes. The change in human chi is really now. Chapter 132, I'll raise you. Lu Qiyan looked at Han Qingxia in front of him with both hands clasped to his chest, calmly and disdainfully looking out of the corner of his eye. All I could think about was what she had just said. She said the next 3 years are consecutive natural disasters. Wouldn't even give him a chance to catch his breath. If you don't fight back now, you won't have a chance later. If anyone else had said that, he would not have believed it. But it was Han Qingxia who said. His heart was beating violently. But that's hitting the city, do you have enough supplies? You two doesn't have anything. Han Qingxia nodded. Her small base, however, had achieved a steady output, and the residents of the base continued to produce enough to feed her to fight zombies outside. Lu Qiyan, fight with me, I can feed your squad. After all, the cities that were fought were Han Qingxia's, and she was rewarded with a large portion of it, spending a little food to feed them to help her along. Wasn't that blood money? Recruiting mercenaries isn't even that price. When Lu Qiyan heard Han Qingxia's words, his brows remained locked. He pursed his lips and after thinking for a long time, Han Qingxia, don't be impulsive for a while, can you? This is a big deal for you. Attacking urban zombies is something all survivor bases should be involved in. I'll go back and send out a radio message to hear everyone's opinions, okay? Han Qingxia thought for a moment. Good, just say, whoever is willing to fight with me in the city, I'll raise them. And 10 crystal cores for evolution fluid. Lu Qiyan. You're really determined to fight the city. Han Qingxia walked up to him. If you don't believe me, you wait until the end of this year to see. This year's winter will last until the middle of April, and after the beginning of spring there will be a major drought. Han Qingxia left the place after she finished speaking and turned around to return to the gathering place she had just come from. Lu Qiyan, on the other hand, stared at Han Qingxia's back for a long time, unable to calm down. The winter lasted until the middle of April, and the spring began with a severe drought. It's now the end of January. Han Qingxia returned and went straight to you two, and you two began discussing how to attack, when to fight, and how to divide the supplies afterward. They came to an agreement that Han Qingxia could provide you two with food during the attack, underwrite all of their squad's consumption, and split the scavenged supplies 50-50. The premise is that the city that was fought over, the land is Han Qingxia's. Splitting the supplies 50-50 is fine, but the city is yours to fight down, and that's not okay. How about this? Let's set up an alliance, independent of each other, not interfering with each other, only attacking together, and when we enter the city, we can all live together, and I can give you all the conveniences of an ally. Han Qingxia took out a bag of rice from her bag, 1 crystal core and 1 kilogram of rice. I can sell it to your base. Raise you all. You two's eyes lit up, his sharp eyes sinking into contemplation. Apparently it still wasn't enough to move him. After all, wouldn't this become working for Han Qingxia? And it's also a purely outsourced job, just a little food supply, the biggest benefit she takes. How can this be? Han Qingxia took out another item, a bottle of liquid. What about this? You two took it over to have a look, and this time he was completely stunned. This is? Han Qingxia spat out 3 words, evolutionary fluid. Half a minute later, you two grabbed the evolution liquid in his hand and stared into Han Qingxia's eyes. Lu Qiyan said, you're very powerful, I've kind of seen it. What's the name of our alliance? Han Qingxia smiled slightly when she saw this, Shangxia Alliance. Within a couple hours, it was light outside. After dawn, the herd of zombies that led the way outside dispersed for the most part, leaving about 200 or so circling along the large mall. Still wailing and rapping on the door. Lu Qiyan ordered his men to throw belt grenades upstairs at the distant building. Boom, nearly half of the zombie tide was attracted by the sound and headed that way. Lu Qiyan sighed, quickly opened the door. We do not use guns, all use knives or supernatural powers. Base quickly to come in the zombie hacking, but 10 minutes, the scene on a clear. All of them got into their respective cars and left the area. You two got a charged radio given by Han Xingxia, memorized the station number, and returned to his base as well. Lu Qiyan's convoy drove all the way back, and on the way, he distributed 1,000 pieces of clothing to the people of Ping'an Base at the beginning of the turnoff. Ping'an Base of this action was not much contribution, only provided a food and lodging. The whole is with Lu Qiyan to move things, before the agreement is in accordance with their population to give 10 times, about 2,000 pieces, because they made their own, was Han Xingxia pit half. The good thing is that even 1,000 pieces would be enough to get them through the winter. Lu Qiyan also tried his best to let them pick thicker clothes. Lu Qiyan is a thick-skinned man. When they returned to the vicinity of their base, Lu Qiyan had Tang Jian drive Han Xingxia and the others back, and also gave them a load of clothes. There's about 5,000 of them. Together with the batch Han Xingxia had taken herself, she'd also taken over 10,000 pieces of clothing on this trip. Of course, the big head is still taken by Lu Qiyan. After all, this operation was mainly contributed by others. They took away more than 100,000 pieces of clothing. K1 base this time winter cold can be solved, but also much richer. The extra clothes can be exchanged with other bases for supplies. After Han Xingxia returned to her base, she similarly released a wave of benefits to her home base. In addition to the free cotton clothes she gave away once last time, she asked Xia to put out some of the clothes she had raided this time to sell at the supermarket at a very low price. 50 points for a cotton shirt. 10 points for a fitted warm coat. There's also tons of underwear and children's clothing. If she was a little richer here, she would give a little more to the people underneath, so that the residents of the Shangxia base would have the best days of any base. It also drives the prosperity of the base. Wow, there are so many new clothes in the supermarket. It must have been collected for us by the lords. Lords and lords are awesome. Lords and lords are the best. The prosperity of Han Xingxia's base gradually increased, and as she saw that she was about to rush to the next stage, Han Xingxia was thinking about how to boost it up a bit more when she received a new message. My dear lord, you have a new message from the lovely Raindrop. Han Xingxia? It took her 3 seconds to react to who Raindrop was. G Euro from Starfire Base? Yes, she's from Starfire Base. Want to answer? Answer it. Xia plays her a message. Captain Han, I'm G Euro. I heard that you've created a Shangxia alliance that wants to attack the city, and for those who join, you can feed your squad members, and there's a low price exchange for evolutionary fluid, right? Our Starfire base wants to join your alliance and act with you, is that okay? Han Xingxia heard this news. Xiaoxia, help me contact the lovely Euro and tell her that their base has joined our Shangxia alliance. After Han Xingxia finished speaking on her side, a voice resounded in her head in synchronization. Dropping detected alliance base has reached 2. Opening alliance trade degree. Base prosperity increased. County has been reached. Residence point rewards have been raised. Each person contributes 3 points per day. Base allies with a daily trade degree of 10 crystals contribute 10 points. Han Xingxia? She was very puzzled at her increased prosperity because of the addition of an alliance friend. There are also trade incentives. That's okay. Chapter 133, Today I Know I Am Me. After G Euro's message, Han Xingxia received another message. Dropping, my dear master, you have an unread message from your dear Lu Qiyan who was waiting for you in real time, is it answered? Han Xingxia, pick up. Han Xingxia, I sent out the news that you were going to form an alliance to counterattack the city, except for Starfire Base. None of the other bases responded. She sang from Hope Base heard about this plan of yours and made a special effort to model your stats, and he would like to have a few words with you. Meh, what kind of does he have to say? Zisson said that with the power of humans now, there is no strength to fight the city. In his modeling, the survivors and the number of zombies can fight against the weight of 1 to 30. That is to say, all the survivors together now, 10,000 people, can at most fight against 300,000 zombies. And City A has a population of over 1 million. This means that you have to eliminate 700,000 zombies to reach the difficulty of everyone all counterattacking. The difficulty ratio of the zombies you face in the early stages is far more than twice the critical value. But the truth is, you can't even call on all the survivors, you can call on 1,000 at most. This means that it's more than 1,000 times harder for you to hit the city than the extreme difficulty values in his model. You have little chance of winning, and he strongly recommends that you, instead of hitting the cities, stop and develop productivity, and if you're interested, join him at the Hope Base, where he can co-govern with you and develop technology. After Han Qingxia heard this, she lazily raised her eyelids. There's no need to tell me about that punk's words in the future. Lu Qiyan. Han Qingxia had always felt that Qi Sang was a waste of space. He is very shrewd and calculating, and chooses only the absolute good, so he is very shallow. He concluded through the data that he shouldn't fight the city, so he stayed put and developed in peace, even though in his modeling he added the option that the zombies would evolve and there would be a natural disaster in the future. He still didn't have the courage to fight the zombies. He would just hunker down in his base, streamline his population, and turn his base into a group of so-called elites, the deepest and most powerful of all bases, and the last to die. The track in his eyes is not humans and walkers, but his base and other bases. All he has to do is live longer and be better than the other bases is his victory. So even if his own powers were strong and his team was good, it couldn't hide the fact that he was a loser at heart. He shied away from anything with the slightest hint of adventure, and the weakness of capital was in full force with him. Therefore, Han Qingxia hadn't taken that noble and wise cold administrator seriously from the start. Pack him up and pack him up, no need to give him face at all. As long as she was stronger than him, he would instinctively cower in fear and wouldn't even dare to fart. There is really no need to take the word of such a person. What's more, Han Qingxia would have known how hard it was to hit the city. But she can't stop doing it just because it's hard. When the nest is upset, no egg is left intact. Han Qingxia stood up and looked into the telescope of her tower, gazing out to the farthest border. She could vaguely hear the whispers of a malevolent zombie in a distant city. He has never practiced good fruits in his life, but only loves to kill and set fire to people. A tidal letter came from the Qiantang River, and today I realize that I am me. She, Han Qingxia, is Han Qingxia. She'd be living in vain if she didn't turn the world upside down all over again. Han Qingxia, this time, Lu Qiyan's voice came back on her radio. I told my grandfather about this and he said you were good and if I didn't work with you he was going to kick me out and recognize you as his granddaughter. We, K1 Base, officially join you, Shangxia Alliance. Han Qingxia, who was gazing into the distance, immediately turned around when she heard Lu Qiyan's words. Dropping alliance member +1. 3 days later on a sunny day. Ow. Ow. A long-starved zombie wanders back and forth in the hallway of a residential building. It was wearing a pair of short floral summer beach pants and only a white men's tank top. Of course, this white tank top had long since been stained with dark brown stains. Its chest was hollowed out, its liver and kidneys all gutted, half of its heart ripped out, the remaining half still bearing the remnants of teeth gnawed on it, and its large intestine dripping out of its stomach, and stark teeth marks at the break. Good thing it's winter now. In the winter of the blizzard and the cold snap, he finally didn't have to attract the foul-smelling flies on his body, even the maggots were a whole lot less, and he wore a slipper on one foot, and the slipper got stuck in his ankle on the other foot, making him walk, lurching. But it's very determined to roam around as hungry. So hungry, so hungry. Going crazy with hunger. At last, it finally caught the scent of a fresh object. That fresh flesh and blood couldn't be blocked even with very thick clothing. The beach pants zombie immediately craned its neck to look at the source of the aroma, and sure enough, it saw a man in a combat uniform. Fresh individuals who radiate heat at all times. Ow. 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 Its cloudy white eyes immediately glowed with bloodthirsty excitement as it stepped on the slipper that was stuck into its ankle and ran frantically toward the man. At the same time, the sea of zombies behind it sensed the vibrant scent of a living person. A mountainous tide of zombies poured out of the small area and darted towards him. Seeing that the walkers were less than 3 meters away from him, the man turned and ran wildly outside. He was not the only one, but several neighborhoods around him were men who had similarly run out. They were running wild through the streets with a large group of walkers. On top of a car, a woman with binoculars watched the man running out, and at the sight of him stepping onto their range, she immediately raised her hand, pull. One word fell and an extremely thin steel cable was pulled up from the second floor of the abandoned building on either side of the road. Immediately. The beach pants walker that ran first it instantly separated its head from its body. In its Russian frenzy, its slender neck was cut in 2 sections by the steel cable. The body was still running at a rapid pace when the head fell. Miso. 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 One after another, zombie heads hit the ground. The occasional undersized leak awaited them with a steel cable a notch lower. In front of them were densely packed dozens of steel cables. Layers of steel cables cut through the rushing tide of zombies, and by the time the men ran back, the ground behind them was already full of zombie corpses. Of course, there was a steady stream of walkers dodging the steel cable netting and coming around the sides. This time of year, they are greeted. The sky was filled with fireballs, water balls, metal flying daggers, ground spikes, and crossbow longswords. Han Qingxia was in the center with Su Xiaoyan, Jinhu, and to her left was Lu Qiyan's base, to her right was Yutu's base, and behind her in a relatively safe position was Ji Euro Jizei and the people from their base. Chapter 134 First Battle Success. After an hour had passed, and everyone's powers were nearly empty, and they were picking up their cold weapons to go up and continue sweeping, the street in front of them finally quieted down. This is the first purge of the Union. Han Qingxia chose one of the most marginalized districts in a city, the high-tech district, to fight. Because it was still the edge of her territory, the last factory she'd knocked down was in the high-tech area. After they finalized the personnel, they had a whole day's meeting together, and finally decided to start from the high-tech zone first, a little bit deeper, with the street as a small target. The residential area is the main battleground, this one street, the two nearby properties are their targets. To avoid drawing more zombies in with their heat weapons, their first battle was purely alien and trap. The result? Very successful. A team of over 300 people against over 30,000 zombies. Total annihilation. The first battle was won. Captain Han, are we done? Ji Euro looked at the zombie corpses piled up in front of her and said in shock. This is just the beginning. Han Qingxia patted her little brain. Everyone process the scene, be careful, and tomorrow we'll go in and clean up neighborhood by neighborhood. Han Qingxia gave everyone the order, and everyone immediately began to organize the scene. The scene is easy to deal with, just pour gasoline and set fire to it all. When they came across some walkers that weren't all gone yet, they went back up to fill in the gaps, a quick process, but all very careful as well. Han Qingxia sat on the roof of the car, rubbing her temples as 2 bottles of water were handed to her at the same time. Han Qingxia looked at the 2 men standing in front of her on the left and right. Yutu and Lu Qiyan all handed her water. This time, another one. Captain Han, take a sip of water. Ji Euro handed over a bottle of water. Han Qingxia looked at the 3 bottles in front of her and asked for all of them. It was supposed to be her supplies, so what's the point of being polite? One by one, she brought all the water over to them, encouraging them in a rather leaderly manner. Good work, everyone. Lu Qiyan. You too. No hard work, no hard work. Just Ji Euro, an honest person, answered smilingly, I really like following Captain Han on missions. Well, it's promising. Han Qingxia patted her shoulder. By the way, Captain Han, my brother asked me to ask you if it's okay if we want to buy a batch of evolution liquid today? Alright, I'll give them to you when we get back, 10 crystal cores apiece. When Ji Euro heard this, she was so excited that she couldn't wait to hug Han Qingxia. You know they knew about evolutionary fluids a long time ago. Or the Zisson base sold it to them. Shisan had nothing to show for it after that grain bin incident, and when he went back he started thinking of ways to get it, and soon came up with the idea of buying it with evolutionary fluids and other bases that had gotten the grain. 1,000 pounds of grain for 1 evolutionary fluid. The price was out of this world expensive, but these small bases could only resign themselves to the fact that they wanted to try the evolution fluid that only the Hope base had. Their Starfire base had spent 10,000 pounds of grain at that time and bought 10 evolution fluids back. Evolution liquid they used and it worked really well, but because it was so expensive, they simply couldn't afford to buy it all the time. Trying to talk to the Hope base about the price, Shisang simply didn't bother with them. They love to buy or not. He's the only one who has it anyway. Starfire base, these small bases are so monopolized by the technology that they have no choice but to bite the bullet and buy. Well, it wasn't long before suddenly they heard Han Qingxia selling evolutionary fluids. And it's settled in crystals, 20 crystals for 1 evolutionary fluid. It was important to know that after crystal cores gradually became the recognized currency, the price of crystal cores had a certain percentage, and 1 crystal core could exchange for 10 pounds of grain. That meant that Han Qingxia's evolutionary fluid was 1/5 the price of Qisang's. She stomped his price down hard. More importantly, crystal cores, they were plentiful. And useless. Settling with crystal cores is simply giving them evolutionary fluids. Jizei contacted Lu Qiyan at the first time and bought 1 to try, and after using it, they were even more shocked beyond words. Han Qingxia is simply a god. Her evolutionary fluid is extinct. After Jizai and Ji Yuro heard Han Qingxia recruiting people to fight the city, their siblings immediately chose to join Han Qingxia's alliance once they put their heads together. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many old people in their base and Han Qingxia didn't want them, they would have wanted to just join her. Now she's recruiting alliance allies, and this big brother's leg hug is done. It was definitely good to follow Han Qingxia. When Yu2 and Lu Qian on the side saw this, they shallowly hooked their lips and smiled without saying anything. Soon the street was ablaze. A convoy of cars headed in the direction of the food processing plant. Everyone is staying here temporarily during the fight for the city. Han Qingxia exchanged 500 crystals for Ji Yuro's evolutionary fluid and gave her 50 evolutionary fluids. The cost of the evolution fluid was roughly 25 crystal cores, while she herself gained 500 system points. Trip Alliance trade successful, increase 500 points. This did nothing, and Han Qingxia had not only netted 475 crystal cores, but also 500 points. Han Qingxia earns this money, it's like picking it up for nothing. Moreover, her evolutionary fluid was given to Ji Yuro and the others to use, which also increased the strength of their alliance. This good thing had gotten Han Qingxia both inside and out. After Ji Yuro finished trading, Yu2 found her carrying a sack of crystal cores. Girl, give me 100 evolution liquids and another 5,000 pounds of rice. Yu2 threw her 6,000 crystal cores. Dropping alliance trade is successful, increasing 6,000 points. That's 6,000 points, almost an AK na. Han Qingxia looked at Yu2, who had come over to deliver the money, and picked it up. Grain you want now? Well, I'll send someone back to the base now. Yu2 also had to manage the people in his own base. There's no need to send someone to deliver it, I'll arrange it for you myself, it's quick and safe. Yu2's eyes lit up, how is it arranged? Han Qingxia spat out 3 words, drones. Yu2 was stunned for 3 seconds after hearing this and couldn't help but burst out, damn, you still have a drone. Where did Lu Qian find a baby like you? The Shangxia alliance was centered around the Shangxia base, and all bases within the alliance had opened up the flow of materials. All the crystal cores flowed into Han Qingxia's place, bringing in a steady stream of points, and the other bases were given the most practical supplies. After the founding of the Shangxia alliance, Han Qingxia's evolution fluid became exclusive and was no longer sold to other bases. The guarantee of low-cost supplies is even more of a power surge for the rest of the alliance. The other non-Shangxia alliance bases were all left behind by a large margin. The 3 bases that joined Han Qingxia were all taken flying. Han Qingxia, on the other hand, used these points to acquire an additional batch of drones. There is only one chatterbox system, but drones can be bought all the time. 200 points apiece, Han Qingxia had exchanged 30 drones just with the points sent from today's Yu2 transaction. The strength of her base has increased once again.